Hashtag C365 Great Military Force, Aggressive. The artillery fire poured out, and the super-long strike distance turned the land of the Allied forces into an ocean. The thunder cannon can strike the psychic. The robbery cannon can threaten the false god. Although the Allied demons had long known that the Great Wu cannon was terrifying, they suddenly suffered a blow at this moment. Seeing a large number of people evaporate in an instant, the trembling in their hearts could not be stopped, and they all wanted to flee backwards. It's okay to let them come and pick it up, but it's not okay to let them die. So many cannons. There were too many cannons, completely covering their coalition forces, and Yu Qing of the Shaling dynasty also shrank his pupils violently and made a voice. Don't panic, the army retreats, avoid the attack range of the opponent's cannons, and let them come out on their own. The artillery position moves forward, and the sky battleship strikes at a distance. Lu Qianfu was not in a hurry. A giant cannon pushed forward. Now that Dao is annexing the Xuanhuan dynasty, the speed of the sky battleship has reached as many as 800. The silver-white sky battleship is dispatched. Equipped with extremely ferocious firepower, it is a fast-moving fortress, and it immediately chased after the allied forces of demons, pouring out a burst of artillery fire. Dao battleship. Yu Qing's eyes flickered. If you can capture it, capture the battleship, if not, destroy the battleship. A large number of false gods and true gods walked out, but when they wanted to directly destroy the battleship, they all froze in place. They saw that there was only one person standing in front of the battleship, and it was Ning Shouchen. He looked at the allied forces of the demons indifferently, without taking them to heart at all, and under the order of Chu Yuan, he guarded the battleship and the cannon position. Dao murderer, Ning Shouchen is definitely the existence that makes the allied demons fear. He stood there, who dared to come forward? Didn't he see that Qi Xian, who was at the 4th level of the true god, was easily beheaded by him? Yu Qing's face was extremely ugly. What he was most worried about had happened. De Wu's cannon bombed them out of breath. This indiscriminate bombardment had a severe and terrifying blow to morale. You can't wait to be beaten. Although the cannon is powerful, as long as it rushes into a certain range, its power will be weakened. Yu Qing's fierce eyes swept across the 4 directions. If you don't want to die, just follow my Shaling dynasty. These allied forces of various demons were a little stunned when they were hit by the huge artillery. At this moment, they were shocked when they heard Yu Qing's words. Although they were also a rabble, they were not comparable to the rabble of the Xuanhuan dynasty. They are all fierce. With the true god in front, he used his mana to counteract the power of the cannon, and a large number of people were killed towards the Blood Shadow City. Demonic Qi whistled, and their power actually condensed in the void. As they walked here, wherever they were, they transformed into the kingdom of demon gods. Devil's World. The stone statue corps attacked, the sky soldiers guarded on both sides, Dingjin, Aoki, Heishui, Lihua, Hutu and the 5 armies followed Shenwu, and the 2 armies of the demon god rushed out. The stone statue corps charged forward, and the extremely fast sky soldiers guarded the positions on the 2 wings. The Shenwu army and the demon god army were elites built by Chu Yuan, and a large number of true god powerhouses were incorporated into them. We're going to fight together. Lu Qianfu looked at the battlefield and immediately ordered, the world is destroyed by lightning, and the robbery is punished. Launching the strongest artifact skills, once again inflicting heavy damage on the allied demons, the Great Wu First Army, Shenwu Army and the Demon God Army have already fought fiercely with each other. This fight showed the fierceness of the Dao Legion. The Long River of Humanity. Chu Yuan used the Long River of Humanity to turn into a halo of various paths to bless everyone. The allied forces of all demons are uneven, some are powerful, and some are arrogant. Defeat the allied demons. Although Zhu Fengfeng broke through the true gods not long ago, but she holds the Golden Crow Sword and can fight across several small realms. As soon as she rushed into the army of demons, the rolling demonic energy was evaporated by the scorching golden crow light, and a demon cultivator was beheaded by her. Arrogant god Gu. Wearing heavy armor, Lu Qianfu shot out with a dagger. He swept away with a dagger, a huge dagger swept in, and terrifying murderous aura swept through. The Huangshan Gu obtained from the Xuanhuan dynasty was given to Lu Qianfu by Xuanhuan. 2 Imperial artifacts. The messengers of all countries and the allied forces of all demons all made strong voices. How precious is the Imperial artifact, even in the Sea Devil world, only the most powerful forces can have one. If you can get one, it will be a huge improvement for a country's strength. At almost the same level, you can press and rub against the ground without an Imperial artifact. Defeat the allied demons. Lu Qianfu shouted. At this moment, a bloody figure appeared in the blood sea of Blood Shadow sect. This figure is Blood 11. Blood 11 is a very special kind of flesh and blood puppet. It is made of the flesh and blood of a demon. It can draw endless blood to strengthen himself. Xuanhuan built a blood altar in the Blood Shadow sect and condensed it into something like a blood demon. The army was aggressive and charged fiercely. Dao's recent annexation of the Xuanhuan dynasty was when his morale was at its strongest. On the other hand, although there are many strong forces in the allied demons, they have no morale, and they also underestimated the strength of the great martial army, and they all showed a state of fighting each other. After all, it is a gathering of large and small forces, and they can be brave and fight alone. Deal with that demon cultivator. Yu Qing sensed the 4 directions, and he knew that there were some powerful demon gods hidden in the middle of the void. With his order, many true gods came together. Their mana gathered together, forming countless magical powers, tearing the sky, breaking mountains and rivers, and attacking Ning Xiuqian. A group of little devils also want to join forces to deal with this seat. If I am at my peak, I don't know how many I can kill with a wave of my hand. Seeing Yu Qing leading the crowd towards him, Ning Xiuqian only felt that his dignity was being provoked. The strong killing intent swept out, and a grim smile appeared on his face, striding forward, waving the hand of the devil to kill. Although there are many people besieging him, he doesn't care at all. Killing, he likes the devil the most. Kill. Yu Qing also felt a strong depression from Ning Xiuqian. The pressure from this person is not like a true god at all, and his temperament is more like a god, but how is this possible? If Dao had a god, he would have been unified long ago, the beginning of the real world. Humph, you alone want to challenge many true gods. Do you think you are a god? Today, you will be beheaded here as an old demon. Yu Qing provoked Ning Xiuqian. His voice contained a hint of magic, can shake the hearts of others. Old demon? A cruel cold light flashed in Ning Xiuqian's eyes. With your words, you can die. #C366 in my domain, no one is spared. On the battlefield, the fighting was fierce. The army is fighting, and every moment does not know how many people are killed. The shock brought by this countless people's rush is far more shocking than the conspiracy of the sea demon world. The Dao Corps has recently expanded a lot, and this time it is to let them familiarize themselves with Dao's tactics. Brilliantly arrogant. Fighting on the battlefield is a fearless courage. Practicing at home, not on the battlefield, is just a group of flowers in a greenhouse. If Xuanhuan wanted to get soldiers, he dared to fight and kill, not afraid of death. The tyrannical qi and blood swept straight into the sky, and the fierce force directly shattered the opponent's demon qi. Under the rush of the army, these allied forces of demons in front were divided into pieces, and then annihilated inside. Fighting on the battlefield, conspiracy are all used. The shadow-killing army has expanded to tens of millions, and Chen Jian is the commander. Under the order of Xuanhuan, Ning Xiuqian taught them a lot of ruthless assassination methods, supplementing their shortcomings, making them the ones that make the enemy most fearful on the battlefield, and they must always pay attention to their heads. Although there are millions of people, these millions of people are lurking on the battlefield. This is the power of the great martial army. People from all countries watched from a distance, and they were also frightened. If our legion charges against the great martial legion, it will be crushed directly, and it will not be their opponent. First bombarded with huge artillery, disintegrating your morale and combat power, and then the army charged. Everyone is equipped with extremely powerful individual equipment. When placed on the battlefield, these advantages will be infinitely magnified until they completely crush the opponent. Now, the source of Dao's troops comes from the 6 domains. Don't go to war with Dao casually. This is the idea of the messengers of the nations. Judging from the combat power shown now, it is not too difficult for Dao to destroy a country in the early realm. A single country, no one can stop them. Kill Emperor Wu. Just when everyone's eyes were on the battlefield. There was an extremely dangerous aura in the void, and 7 or 8 shadows jumped. Their power seemed to form a kingdom of demons. A realm of broken souls suddenly enveloped Emperor Wu. The army was fighting, and some people went directly to the rear to deal with Xuanhuan. The power of lore swept across, and black light waves continued to descend, and the airflow cut towards Xuanhuan like a sharp knife. Then there appeared the runes of killing souls, crossing the distance of the void, and descending directly. These people are. When someone saw this power, they exclaimed, the soul-breaking demon sect, one of the 7 great demon sects in the sea demon realm. This is their soul-breaking field, killing souls. Although the sea devil world has countless forces, and many strong people, in general, there are 17 strongest forces. These 17 strongest forces are the 10 great dynasties and the 7 great demon sects. The people of the broken soul demon sect suddenly attacked Xuanhuan while the allied demons and the great martial army were fighting, wanting to assassinate the emperor directly. Breaking soul demon sect. Xuanhuan's mana was boiling, his eyes contained thunder light, and there was a thunderous sound. With a wave of his big hand, there was a vision that turned the world upside down, and said indifferently, "You dare to assassinate me and seek death." Humph. The 8 people snorted coldly. Now many of Dao's masters are fighting with the allied forces of the demons, and there is no one to guard the side of the Dao emperor, which is a good opportunity to assassinate him. The killing technique came instantly. They all came from the same sect, and their forces were united together. An existence like the Blood Shadow Demon Lord would be killed in an instant without guarding, and there was absolutely no chance of escape. The glory of the gods. Xuanhuan stepped out in one step, with a magnificent momentum, and the glory of his god shrouded him, making him the god of gods, the emperor of emperors. As soon as the glory of the gods came out, the supreme supernatural power immediately shattered the soul-shattering field that the 8 people displayed, causing the 8 people to make a muffled sound, and all of them retreated backwards. His strength. Seeing Xuanhuan in the glory of the gods, the faces of these 8 people changed dramatically. The wheel of death. But Xuanhuan did not give the enemy a chance to react. At this time, his realm has reached the 5th level of the false god. As soon as the death wheel came out, the color of the world changed, as if the void was turned over by his will. Break this roulette. The appearance of the chakra of death in all the days created a strong threat in their hearts. In an astonishing scene, their magical powers were killed, but they couldn't shake the roulette. Seeing this scene, the people of all countries also had a strong shock. Great battle technique, there is no emperor in heaven and earth. The wheel of death is behind Xuanhuan. At this moment, he used a great battle technique to mobilize the death wheel of all life, and it seemed that he crushed them inch by inch, and the tyrannical force shook them away, and immediately shrouded the 2 of them. No, go back. The soul-breaking demon sect powerhouse realized that it was not good, and shot out 2 forces, and instantly retreated backwards. But it's too late. Cutting the void with the big cutting technique and opening the space shuttle, Xuanhuan came to the two people in an instant, and swept the two people to the roulette wheel that dominated death with the wheel of life and death, and sentenced them to death. They were suddenly crushed by the death wheel of the heavens, and the eyes of these two people stared out, and then the whole body shattered. The two true gods were beheaded, which brought a great shock to the powerhouse of the Soulbreaker demon sect. This time they assassinated. They originally thought that 8 people would attack at the same time, and there was more than enough to advance and retreat. Even if the Emperor Wu was powerful, he would be able to withdraw immediately, but he did not expect that the terrifying ultimate move he performed would directly kill 2 people. Evacuate. Get out. The 6 retreated. Looking for death, I will fulfill you. Sacrifice. Hell. 2 boundless forces enveloped Xuanhuan. Void Traveler. He stepped out, but the whole person had actually been shuttled in the void, and he appeared in front of a person in an instant, as if bringing the power of hell. A big golden hand grabbed at his head. Directly to him the body was bombarded. With a flick of his hand, it was an infinitely distorted thunderbolt. Then, in the thunder and lightning, a distorted figure appeared, which was a mysterious application of the power of space. A powerhouse of the soul-breaking demon sect stared out in fear, watching Xuanhuan's big hand obliterate him. Come on, how can this Emperor Wu's strength be so powerful? What power he controls is far beyond our expectations. Damn, don't entangle with him, otherwise all will die here. 4 of the 8 were left. Seeing Xuanhuan beheading their 4 companions neatly, the souls were scared out, and they quickly urged the greatest strength to flee quickly. Where can you go? In my domain, no one is spared. Xuanhuan hides like a mountain, with a majestic and magnificent shore. With a wave of his hand, the river of human origin swept out, and it instantly seemed to have transformed into a heaven, enveloping the 4 of them. The power of humanity is infinitely powerful. What is this? These 4 people were shrouded in the river of humanity, and they were extremely terrified. What kind of means did Emperor Wu control? And each of them was so terrifying that true gods like them were powerless to resist. Don't force us, let us leave. The Soulbreaker demon sect promises that it will not fight against De Wu in the sea demon realm in the future. The 4 made hoarse voices and were still struggling. #C367 2 purposes. Xuanhuan didn't say much. Assassinating the emperor was a capital crime. What about the 10 kingdoms and 7 sects? The soul-breaking demon sect dared to take revenge, so they sent troops to take them up and down and wipe them out. Yes, Tiao is so domineering. With a big move of his hand, he struck violently, causing the 4 of them to vomit blood, especially the soul level, which was severely injured. If you are so domineering, you will die. The countries and sects of the sea demon realm will not swallow their anger. Let you go, you are going to stir up the anger of the sea demon realm. Their roar was to arouse the anger of all the forces in the sea devil world towards Tiao. I killed you, I see who will avenge you, say no. Xuanhuan approached in 1 step, and the human Tao river turned into the human Tao domain. His great devouring technique was activated, and a black vortex appeared. When he walked over, he immediately saw a person screaming and being swallowed into the vortex. If you swallow it, you will die. The great devouring technique, devour all, and leave your power to me. Xuanhuan was indifferent, waving his terrifying supernatural power. Only fight. Although the remaining 3 were gnashing their teeth and terrified, they also knew that Xuanhuan would not let him go and would kill them. When the supreme magic power was exerted, countless demonic energy was shot out from within one person's body, and the energy of destruction erupted, like a leaking ball, slammed hard, and killed Xuanhuan with the body of a demon god. Eternal Seal. Xuanhuan used the Great Sealing technique to seal his magical powers, and the countless rune chains condensed, making him freeze in place, and suddenly the black hole turned into a deep black giant mouth, which swallowed him directly. Although the last two people were dying, they were in vain, and they were swallowed by Xuanhuan again and again. Die. Here, Ningxiuqian looked disdainful in the face of being surrounded and killed by all the demons. He used the supreme power of the devil to slaughter the surrounding devils, and even Yu Qing, one of the 5 generals of the Shaling dynasty, was bombarded by him. The blood fog was swept across the sky. 6th False God. The heaven and earth oven swept the blood on the battlefield. A vision appeared in the oven. The high-level true God energy was swallowed into his body by him, breaking through to the 6th level of the false God. And those low-level energies didn't have much effect on him, they didn't devour him, they were put into the furnace of heaven and earth to be refined, turned into billowing yuan force and mixed into the river of humanity, along with the tributaries, all the people of Dao could benefit. This is to support the war with war, and to transport the whole country with the long river of humanity. After all, the true God pill must be exchanged for fate points, and by beheading the true God, they can extract their true God law, deposit their law in the oven of heaven and earth, and reward them to the soldiers who have done great deeds. The more you kill, the stronger. Not only Xuanhuan can benefit, but also the people of a country. He actually killed all the true gods of the soul-shattering demon sect. Looking at his appearance, he didn't use all his strength at all. How terrifying the strength of this Emperor Wu! Yu Qing, one of the 5 generals of the Shaling dynasty, was also beheaded by that demon cultivator. This time the sea demon world has suffered heavy losses. People from all countries were shocked when they saw Emperor Wu beheading the true god of the destruction soul sect, and when they saw Ningxiuqian beheading Yu Qing, they were even more terrified and unable to extricate themselves. They were shocked by the powerful fighting power of De Wu. The soul-breaking demon sect and the Shaling dynasty belonged to the 10 kingdoms and 7 sects, and even they were defeated. Lu Qianfu immediately sent someone to clean up the battlefield. See the Holy Emperor Wu. The envoys from the various countries also looked at each other in dismay, and hurriedly came to Wuqing to meet Xuanhuan and respectfully said, "Congratulations to His Majesty Emperor Wu for his great victory, which made all the demons tremble." "You can't do such a great victory." What they said was true. After this battle, De Wu's foothold in the sea demon world also stood firm. Looking at it like this, Dao's focus in the future will be placed in the sea demon realm, and he will not compete for hegemony in the Qinchu realm. It is a good thing for the sea demon realm to contain De Wu. After all, the demons of the sea demon realm have been looting for years, and they are also very annoying. After this war, I will hold a grand celebration banquet, so you should not leave yet. Attend this banquet, and bring back some special products of Dao, and I still have some letters, and I also need you to bring them back and give them together. Lords. Xuanhuan opened the gate and let these people from various countries enter through the city gate. Then it's better to be respectful than to obey. The group of people looked at each other in dismay, knowing that there was no good banquet, and there was nothing good in the letter they brought back. In the letter that Xuanhuan asked them to bring back, the meaning is very simple, that Dao's strong soldiers will only be hoarded in the sea demon world recently, so as to knock the mountains and shake the tigers, make the countries more stable recently, and don't make trouble behind Dao's back. Naturally, the nations of the Qinchu realm will not be in trouble. They wished that the more lively the fight between Dao and the sea demon world, the better. Even some emperors want to send strong men to trouble the sea devil world. Fighting this battle with the sea demon world and shocking all countries is one of the goals. There are other too. Xuanhuan wanted to open the Dao Chamber of Commerce. Although Xuanhuan occupied the land of the 6 domains, it was not enough. It was terrifying to consume so many Dao people. Without medicinal herbs, cultivation would be slow. Although Yao Linger's nourishing family can provide part of it, it still needs to be imported from other dynasties. And his purpose is also very big, to make Qinchujia become his source of medicinal materials. In the sea demon world, he can use war to support war, and use the situation of launching war to seize. On the Chenchijai side, he is going to take over the situation with the Chamber of Commerce. Of course, Chuyuan knew that countries would not easily sell the medicinal materials to him. After all, giving Dao so many medicinal materials would invisibly enhance the strength of Dao, which would not be good news for all countries. But Chuyuan's purpose is not on them at all. He wanted to let the entire Chenchu realm know that Dao was buying, and as long as he sent things, they would settle the bill with divine pills. Not all powers belong to the dynasty. Not everyone thinks the same way as the kings of various countries. Under the reward, there must be a brave man. There are always people who can't stand the temptation and give him the medicinal or for the medicinal pill. Replacing medicinal herbs with medicinal herbs is too ruthless, and there is no good way for the emperors of various countries to restrain their own power and not give the medicinal herbs to Dao. It is not difficult to find medicinal materials, but it is actually an alchemist who is difficult to find. Moreover, the battle with the sea demon world also made them aware of Dao's hegemony. If any of them dared to stumble in secret, Dao's fleet would launch a revenge of destruction. There are even some people who are not good at disobeying orders on the surface, and secretly do business with Dao. Without strength, there is no way to buy pills safely. This is Chuyuan's dual purpose. In this way, the strength of his great martial arts will become stronger and stronger. As for the Chankuan Chamber of Commerce, we cannot rely entirely on them. On the one hand, we need to do business with them, and on the other hand, we need to open our own acquisition channels. Sure enough, not everyone was of the same mind as the nations. After some people exchanged a lot of medicinal pills from Dao, they all wanted to seize the opportunity, and secretly promised to cooperate with Dao and send the medicinal materials that Dao needed. Chuyuan's goal was achieved. The First World War shocked the sea demon world, so that Dao had a base for training troops. The first battle shocked Chenchujia, making them not dare to act rashly. Otherwise, they can't bear Dao's thunder and anger. #C368 A new branch, conquer the Sea Devil world. The situation in the Sea Devil world was initially determined. After this battle, the allied forces of the demons were defeated, and Dao was able to gain a firm foothold in the Sea Demon world and could carry out his own plans. And this battle also allowed the Sea Devil world and the Chenchu world to see the strength of Dao. The Blood Shadow City is based here, like a nail, making it difficult for the army of the Sea Devil to enter the territory of Dao on a large scale. The demons naturally want to pull out this nail. But some are more than enough. With the strength of Dao, the combination of 1 and 2 countries cannot be defeated, unless it is the entire Sea Devil world, 10 kingdoms, and 7 sects, plus many large and small forces. Can you fully grasp it and fight Dao? But they also know that if they start a formal war with a big country, the losses will be huge and unacceptable, and they will not be a united whole. The Blood Shadow City stands here, and most of the elite legions stay here to guard. The recruits will also go to those magic cultivators under the leadership of the strong. Ding! The current side quest has been released, Conquer the Sea Devil world. At this time, Chuyuan received another side quest to conquer the Sea Demon world. Conquer the Sea Demon world. Chuyuan thought, this is also one of my plans. In the situation of training troops, we will gradually occupy the Sea Demon world, but now we focus on training and recruiting troops. Although it is used as a military training, Chuyuan is also absorbing the strong. The Demon God Army recruited, and spread the benefits of Dao, and selected qualified soldiers to enter the Demon God Army. The Demon God Army is all demon cultivators, but Chuyuan is not afraid of these demon cultivators doing things. He doesn't care how unruly they were in the past, but as long as he joins his corps, he must abide by the rules of Dao, otherwise he will be punished by military law. Ning Shouchen was the leader of the demon army. With the strength of his demon god, he was not afraid that he would not be able to suppress this group of rebellious demon cultivators. There are many demon cultivators in the sea demon world, and sure enough, after knowing that Tiao was recruiting troops and learning about various lucrative treatments, a large number of people flocked to him soon. Whether it's cultivating demons or cultivating gods, it's just a difference in cultivation techniques. Tiao has resources here, and they have strength, so they can naturally attract people. The demon god army is very fierce, and it is an easy-to-use knife if you use it well. Knowing that Xuanhuan not only used the sea demon realm to train troops, but also recruited experts from the sea demon realm, all countries and sects were also very uncomfortable, but he had no choice but to watch a large number of masters join the great martial army. Those who don't follow the rules will be driven out of the army by the light ones, and the heavy ones will be beheaded in public. Tiao has military regulations, and military regulations are strict. Those who joined the demon god's army did not dare to cause trouble, because those who caused trouble were severely punished. Under the training, they have gradually adapted to the fighting style of the army. The matter of the demon god army was settled in this way. Although the refining Holy Land has not been fully built, but it has already opened, and it has begun to recruit refiners in a small area. If you want to join the refiner, the national strength must be strong, and the treatment must keep up. Needless to say, the treatment of Tiao, there is no country in the entire Chinchu realm that can match it, and in terms of national strength, a battle in the sea demon realm is enough. After receiving the news, many refiners came to Tiao and joined the Holy Land. Your Majesty, the first stone statue core has been successfully built. A few months after the end of the war, Xuanhuan received news from the 9 great elders. Stone statue core. Xuanhuan moved the puppet division of the Holy Land of Refinement. I have seen the Emperor. The 9 great elders looked excited, and they stayed up all night, digging into the forge to really solve the puppet chapter, and using countless materials, they finally lived up to the entrustment of the sage and delivered the first batch of stone statue core. On the vast square of the puppet division, at this moment, there are 1,000 stone statues of soldiers with no difference from those found in the ancient city. The strength of these 1,000 stone statue soldiers corresponds to Yunshin. Your Majesty, this is our first batch. According to His Majesty's request, we don't need to have too much speed, we only need stronger defense. When the army is charging, as a front line, after all, we have a faster speed. Sky Soldier. Du Yuanlao introduced, now, with the power of the gods, the puppet company has been skilled enough for mass production, and the gods and above are also conquering. To be honest, there is no shortage of materials, and it is even more lacking in manpower. Building stone soldiers is hard work and requires a lot of people. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Xuanhuan was still very happy to see the stone statue soldiers built by Qianzu Dao himself. You have done a great job, and you will be rewarded. Xuanhuan Longyan Dayue, from the torrent of heaven and earth, there are many laws of the true gods falling on the body of the 9 great elders, and each person is rewarded with a bottle of Imperial elixir. Thank you, Your Majesty. These large numbers of true god laws make them more confident to break through to the true god realm. The 9 of you will stop the work at hand first, retreat with all your strength, and break through the true gods. We will give priority to the supply of resources, and leave the work to others to do first, and we will give you more people. Xuanhuan needs 9 great elders to break through the true gods and build stronger stone statue soldiers. He left the puppet division and walked in the holy place of refining. The Holy Land of item refining is in full swing, with places responsible for item refining and places to learn and communicate. Recently, there have been many great weapon refiners who have taken refuge in them, even those at the true god level. These true gods were attracted by the treatment at first, but when they came to Tiao, they randomly took out a few pages of the true solution of the weapon to show them. They were all shocked and addicted to it. They never thought that Dao would be so terrible. Things. The true solution of refining, the knowledge and experience of many refining masters above the god level. This is the supreme treasure in the eyes of the refiner. And this is the purpose of Chu Yuantai's painstaking efforts to create a holy place for refining. He doesn't force you either. He wants to put these benefits in front of you and let them come in. If you want to get these things, you need to do things for Chu Yuan's item refining and obediently make your contribution. Once there are more refiners, a sanctuary can be formed, attracting people from other realms. As soon as there are more talents, Chu Yuan can choose, forming a terrible siphon effect. Although his artifact refining holy place is only the beginning of a small-scale opening, many idle artifact refining masters in the Chinchu world have already come over. Very good. Chu Yuan was very satisfied with the development of the holy land of item refining. In the future, this will be a holy place for the world's refiners to communicate. Then, he went to Dao Academy. The academy located in the Imperial city of Dao has gathered the most geniuses from the 6 domains. As long as your talent is superior enough, you will be sent to the Imperial city all the way. Chu Yuan arrived at the academy. This time he came to a small class in the junior academy. He saw many young and energetic young girls practicing martial arts under the leadership of one tutor. The youth is strong, and the great Wu is strong. These geniuses who have been cultivated since childhood will be the most loyal people in Dao in the future. From them, Chu Yuan feels a strong belief in Dao. The spirit of these teenagers is very strong, and the faith condensed is extremely pure, like a diamond, crystal clear. They will be the best soldiers in Dao in the future. #C369 College Genius springing up. In the academy, you can see false gods and even true god-level tutors at any time. Dao Academy is different from Zhongmen. The sect selects geniuses, and the true gods are high above the ground. The rare elders will not come out to teach them on weekdays. They will only accept them as direct disciples and teach them when they encounter geniuses that they like very much. But it's impossible to teach them every day without doing anything, and more often they comprehend it by themselves. However, Dao Academy does not have a master or a master. Every true god is their mentor. If you encounter difficulties in cultivation, you can directly come to the mentor in the academy. The country will not train a single talent, but will train a batch of them. The dynasty has always valued its people. I have seen your majesty. An old man came in the distance, with white hair and kind eyes, always looking cheerful. This true god is called Sun Gu True God. The true god has 4 levels of cultivation, and is very conscious of appearance. When Dao attacked the Xuanhuan dynasty, he took the initiative to take refuge, and often taught students in Dao Academy. He is one of the chief mentors. If there must be a chief dean in the 3 colleges of Dao, there is only Emperor Wu. After Sun Guzhenshan took refuge in Chu Yuan, he found that even if he taught students every day, the speed of cultivation was faster than when he was in Sun Wangqing. After all, Dao could supply him with enough medicinal pills. This day, he is very satisfied. No need to be polite, this time I'm looking at these young men. Chu Yuan said with a smile, seeing these energetic young men, he was also in a good mood. Your Majesty, I have seen more geniuses in the Great Martial Arts Academy than I have seen in my tens of thousands of years of living. The old minister actually saw a lot of people with special physiques, and some with excellent roots. Seeing these young people, I can't wait to teach them every day. True God Sun Gu saluted and said to Chu Yuan. During this period of time, he saw too many geniuses, which made him feel numb. In the past, if there was a person with a special physique in each royal city, he would be trained by Yi Wangcheng as the highest genius, but he was seen in groups in the Great Martial Arts Academy. I don't know where De Wu came from so many tyrannical geniuses. Xuanhuan smiled. Dawu had a special physique. It is mainly because the nourishment of the long river of humanity has stimulated the special physique of some people, and there will be a mushrooming surge. The long river of humanity is infinitely useful, and it is the power of the strongest man, which can awaken the ancient constitution of some people. There are a lot of people with special physiques, but 99% of them cannot be stimulated. True God Sun Gu, teach these young men well, they will be the mainstay of Dao in the future. Xuanhuan said. At the same time, inside the Dao Imperial City. At this time, the river is constantly flowing. 7 people appeared on the crowded street. These 7 people are of extraordinary strength and aloof, and the weakest among them are all false gods. The leader was a black-haired old man with a cold look in his eyes. The Great Wu dynasty has recently gained a great reputation, attracting many strong people. Uncle Master, this is the Dao Imperial City. It is rumored that a few years ago, this place was still a trivial small area. In just a few years, there have been such amazing changes, and when they went to the Sea Demon Realm, they actually built a base and let the Sea Demon Realm all over the place. The devil is helpless. These people looked at the old man. The national fortune of Dao is indeed extraordinary, and it is prospering, just like the great sun in the sky is at its peak. The old man narrowed his eyes and watched the fate of Dao, which was much stronger than the other dynasties he had seen in Chenchu realm, and said, "This time, under the order of Zonman, I will wait to select geniuses in Chenchu realm. Other dynasties are all I've been there, but I haven't found much, and there are too few that meet the requirements of the sect. After all, there are no gods in the realm of Chenchu, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth cannot be compared. It is too difficult to give birth to a genius who defies the sky. When it comes to Chenchujia, these people are dismissive. They come from the Rainbow Sect, and the sect master is a true god of the gods. They traveled to various countries to select geniuses under the order of the sect. In fact, many sects will come to other dynasties to select talents. The dynasty has a large population, and the more people there are, the greater the number of geniuses born. For these sects to blatantly choose geniuses, some dynasties are helpless, just like this Tianhongzong has gods. The countries of the early realm dare not speak out. It's just a matter of picking. It is their ability to find some missing geniuses. After all, those who have been highly anticipated have already been absorbed by the court, and it is not easy to offend the heavenly god sect because of this. He also pinched his nose and asked them to pick up the leaks. This time, people from Rainbow Sect came to Dao. There is an academy in Dao, which gathers many young people from the dynasty. Let's go there and see. The old man said. Then Emperor Wu is a domineering existence. If we go to the academy, will it arouse the dissatisfaction of Dawu? Someone frowned. Haha, my Rainbow Sect owns the god of the sky, and will he be concerned about his great martial arts? I am afraid that there are some crooked melons and jujubes in this great martial arts academy, and they can't get into our eyes. Some were dismissive. Indeed, possessing the gods can be ranked in the entire eternal world, and even Chenchujia does not pay much attention to it. This is the bottom line. Let's go to the Great Martial Arts Academy to see if there is a genius who would refuse the invitation of the Tianqian sect. The old man walked quickly towards the Dao Academy. At this time it was evening and it was time for school. The system of the Dao Academy was formulated by Xuanhuan, and it was similar to what he used to go to school in the morning and dismissed in the afternoon. However, here they not only need to study literature, but also practice martial arts, and sometimes there will be mentors to take them to experience. As soon as the academy door opened, countless teenagers came out. Chen Lu, this time you entered the top 1,000 of your grade in the quiz. The tutors praised you for your rapid progress and are willing to open a small kitchen for you, and have applied to the Imperial court for resources specifically to train you. As soon as it is time for school to end, it will be the same as Xuanhuan's previous world. Some good friends go home together and talk about things in the college on the way. The first 1,000 of my age is nothing. Xuanhuan is amazing. The tutors praised him for his patience, not arrogant or impetuous. This time he even achieved a grade of 100, and he practiced for a few years, and even hit the top 10 in his grade. There are countless opportunities for you. There are countless young people in the Tao Academy, and even the top 100 are all dragons and phoenixes among the people, and the Heavenly God sect should try their best to cultivate the existence. When he spoke, he looked at a boy who walked steadily and looked only 13 or 14 years old. This young man seems to be a little lonely and doesn't talk much to people. Xuanhuan, you will develop in the future, don't forget us classmates. Someone gathered around Xuanhuan and said with a smile. Definitely, no. Xuanhuan nodded. This is all thanks to the benefits that His Majesty Emperor Wu has brought us. Without Emperor Wu, how can we be qualified for admission, and where can we get medicine pills every day? My wish is to join the army in a few years and make contributions on the battlefield, mentioned Emperor Wu. Their faces are full of faith. That boy. The group of people from the Rainbow sect also came to the Tao Academy. Especially when the old man looked at Xuanhuan, his eyes lit up. That boy actually has a special physique, with red flames and golden pupils. I didn't expect that when I came to the academy. I saw a genius with a special physique. #C370 Eternal Life is a great warrior. The old man was very surprised. As soon as he came to Tao, he met a special genius. Scarlet flames and golden pupils can also occupy a place in special physiques. A pair of eyes can be cultivated to an extremely advanced level. They can control the furnace of heaven and earth and manipulate the tyrannical flame power, which can break the power of cold and cold. True God is also a high level in Rainbow sect. Even in the Rainbow sect, special physiques are very rare, and everyone is held in their hands, and as soon as they appear, they are taken as a personal inheritance by those powerful true God elders. Where can they get him? Master is like a father, he is really a great genius, and many true gods are also willing to accept apprentices. It's a waste. How can such a good talent learn with a group of mediocre talents? This great martial arts is really a tyrannical gift. If it is given to this old man, I will definitely accept him as a close disciple and teach him all my money. The old man said, however, the foundations of this young martial artist are very solid, and they are stronger than their peers. No, such a good seedling must be brought back to my Rainbow sect. I can't watch him fall. He will be by my side in the future. Help! The sect battle is also very fierce, and he also needs a capable assistant by his side. A mentor is a good relationship. Young man, what's your name? Unable to hold back, the old man appeared in front of Xuanhuan and asked him. Are you a tutor? Xuanhuan looked at the old man and knew that he was very strong, but it was not surprising that there were many strong men who came to Dao recently, and some of the instructors had never seen him. He respectfully said, I have seen the tutor. The student's name is Xuanhuan. What is the matter with the tutor calling the student? In the face of the teachers in the academy, the teenagers are very respectful. The old man's name is Gulin, and he is not your mentor. Are you willing to worship me as your teacher? The old man looked up, his eyes fiery. The tutors in the academy are all our teachers. Xuanhuan said. Haha, what are those mentors? To tell you the truth, the old man is from the Rainbow sect, and the sect master is a real giant of the gods. In this great martial arts, it is to bury your talents and waste your talents. A genius like you, should stay here. Gu Lin disdained De Wu, but said enthusiastically to Xuanhuan, this old man will give you a chance to leap into the dragon gate today and make you become a dragon. His Majesty. Gu Lin's appearance naturally couldn't hide from the masters of Dao. True God's son Gu looked at the front, his face was very displeased and said, that is the master of the sect, they are openly recruiting the talents of my great martial arts. Damn, these sects are looking for geniuses everywhere, and they came to my great martial arts today to take away special physiques. The minister will drive him away. No hurry. Xuanhuan said, look, if Dao can't keep a genius, then it's Dao's problem. Tianhong sect. Suzhen said in shock, you are not the tutor of the academy. Good. Come with me, the old man will give you a wider world, and the rainbow sect is suitable for you. Gu Lin was proud, with a sense of superiority that came from the heavenly god sect. I'm not going, I just want to stay in Dao. Suzhen didn't hesitate at all. Why? Gu Lin wondered, this is your chance to jump into the Dragon Gate. I am a person of great martial arts, and death is the soul of great martial arts. It was His Majesty who gave us the opportunity to cultivate martial arts. Without Emperor Wu, I would be an ordinary person, and it would be impossible to lead great martial arts. Suzhen was originally just an ordinary teenager in Wuyu. It was the rise of Dao, Emperor Wu opened an academy, and his red flames and golden eyes were inspired by the long river of humanity. His greatest wish is to enter the army, become a general of the unified army, expand territory for Dao, and be loyal to Emperor Wu. Even if there is a god in the rainbow sect, it can't tempt him. Xing is a great warrior. Death is a great martial spirit. Forever forever. You. Gu Lin was extremely angry, why is this Suzhen an elm head, and he said patiently, what's better than staying in Dao, is it better than Tianhongzong and Tianshenzongmen? Dao is good anywhere. Suzhen Dao. This Suzhen is very loyal to Dao. Sun Guzhen said with satisfaction, the young men who came out of Dao Academy have a special temperament. What if the old man insists on bringing you back to the rainbow sect? Gu Lin's eyes became more and more gloomy. Death will not leave Dao. Although he knew that the old man in front of him could crush him with just one finger, Suzhen had no fear on his face, instead he held his head high. Humph. The old man is going to take away a genius, and no one can stop the old man. Gu Lin decided to forcibly take Suzhen away first, and when he arrived at the rainbow sect, he knew how good it was, and only then did he know his painstaking efforts. Let's go with the old man. He grabbed Suzhen with a big hand, but he wanted to forcibly kidnap people. You can be presumptuous here too? But at the moment when he shot, a field locked him, making his big hand unable to land, and then his pupils shrank. In his eyes, a person appeared in his world and slowly walked towards him. Emperor Wu Wu. Only the great Emperor Wu can have such power. You are going to take away the young man of my great martial arts. Xuanhuan said indifferently. If Suzhen couldn't stand Gu Lin's temptation to lead by himself, he would not stop him, but if he was forcibly taken away, he would not agree. Your Majesty. Suzhen saw Xuanhuan, with burning reverence in his eyes, the student has seen His Majesty. The student has seen His Majesty. When the teenagers in the Dao Academy saw Xuanhuan, they all saluted respectfully. He is Emperor Dao, and is nominally the chief dean of the 3 academies. These teenagers say that they have no problem with being a student. Be flat, you don't need to be polite. In the eyes of the young man, Xuanhuan was smiling and kind, but in the eyes of the old man, he was cruel. He gritted his teeth and said, Emperor Wu, today I just want to take this young man away, and I have no intention of offending Emperor Wu. Are you willing to go with him? Xuanhuan asked. Students don't want to. Suzhen shook his head and refused. He doesn't want to. If he does it in Dao, he violates the law of Dao and should be punished. Xuanhuan said. Humph. Although your Dao is strong, my rainbow sect is not a vegetarian. Our sect master is the real god of the gods, the sect of the gods. These 4 words are enough to suppress your Dao. If you don't hurry up, treat us as guests and choose talents at will. A false god disdain. Indeed, relying on the false god behind them, they are not afraid of Dawu. Gu Lin said, "Okay, I don't want to offend Dao today. As long as I take this boy away, my rainbow sect is willing to protect Dao. What do you think of Emperor Wu?" Madness. The honor of the gods of Chunyuan enveloped these people, the air of the gods emerged, and the big hands of the gods appeared, grabbing them. "Emperor Wu, what do you want to do?" Gu Lin said in alarm and anger, "Dare to do anything to us, it is to violate the majesty of my rainbow sect. I represent the sect and seek for geniuses. I am sheltered by the sect, you dare." Walking in various countries and selecting geniuses for sects, they all seem to have imperial edicts on their bodies, and they will be protected by imperial officials. With the rainbow sect as their backing, the nations of the Chinchu realm did not dare to offend them too much. Take them to the heavenly prison. Chunyuan didn't bother to listen to the roars of these people, so he grabbed them directly and sealed the mana with the eternal seal. "If you want me to release people, let the rainbow sect take out enough things to atone for their sins, or they will be locked up in the sky prison forever." #C371 Facing the Nations, the Tournament. Chunyuan sealed a group of people from the rainbow sect with the seal of eternity, and captured them in the prison. It seems that I still underestimated the attractiveness of these geniuses to those sections. The purpose of Chunyuan's establishment of the Dao Academy at the beginning was to enable the people of the whole country to practice martial arts, to select qualified soldiers for the dynasty, and to enhance the strength of Dao. However, because of the emergence of the great river of humanity, a group of geniuses with special physiques emerged in Dao. He has to make good use of these geniuses with special physique. True God Sun Gu. Chunyuan said. "Your Majesty, what is your will?" True God Sun Gu respectfully asked. "I want to hold a martial arts conference, and the Great Martial Arts Academy is ready. First, we will compete internally and select powerful talents. This martial arts conference will not only be held in Dao, but also for the entire Chinchu realm and Sea Demon realm. There will even be people from other realms coming to Dao." Seeing what happened today, Chunyuan decided to hold a martial arts tournament as a tradition in Dao. "Follow the imperial decree," Sun Guzhan said. "As for the specific rules, we will notify you later after I have considered it," Chunyuan said. He announced to Jin Qiyang, and said, "Jin Qiyang, I order you to lead the people of the construction department to build a very high-level competition venue, built on the scale of the Holy Land. This competition venue will not only be hosted for one session, but will become a symbol of great martial arts. Spread it out, and announce the fact that Dao holds a martial arts conference to the beginning of the world. I welcome all countries in the Imperial City and compete with my Dao genius." Chunyuan started to prepare. The battle of the Sea Demon world is a battle to fight against the mighty power of heaven and gain a foothold. The martial arts competition is a battle for fame, a battle to establish the pride of the people. The rules are preliminarily set. Xiaobi, Zhongbi, and Dabi correspond to Dao Junior College, small class, middle class, and large class. Under the age of 20, enter the junior class, enter the middle class at the age of 20 to 50, and enter the senior class at the age of 50 to 100. For the first place in each competition, the winner can get many divine pills and artifacts. The reward is very generous. Once the news came out, the world of Chinchu was shaking and boiling. What did this great martial artist want to do? After the battle in the Sea Devil world, a competition will be held again. The forces have speculated. Dao held a martial arts conference, and invited Chinchu realm and Sea Demon realm to gather him to compete in Dao. Do you think of yourself as the master and leader of the two realms? Should we participate and give him this face? Genius represents the future of the dynasty. If we don't participate, won't people say that not only the army does not dare to fight against others, but even geniuses do not dare to be compared with others? Isn't it helping others' prestige and destroying our ambitions? Since Dao is compared, we will compare with them. It's better to win. If they lose, they should also be motivated to improve their hearts. The competition was faced with geniuses from all over the world, and it was a competition among geniuses. All countries responded one after another, saying that they would attend Dao as scheduled. On the other side of the Sea Demon realm, representatives from the 10 kingdoms and 7 sects also sent representatives to participate. Recently, Dao took the powerhouses of the Sea Demon world to train, which also made them very angry. Both worlds became lively because of the martial arts conference, and some forces closer to the two worlds also expressed that they would come to Dao. Anyone who understands knows that the reason why there are so many forces responding is not only for rewards, but also to see how powerful the genius of Dao is. Look carefully at the strength of this dynasty that has risen not long ago, but is extremely overbearing. The big competition will be held in 2 months, and all the forces are preparing. The Rainbow Sect is not in Qinchu realm, but in Tianhong realm. The suzerain Tianhong, the existence of the celestial realm. The rainbow is bright and the weather is galloping. This day, the Rainbow Sect has a strong spiritual energy, as if it is boiling. It is built on an imperial vein and is a rare paradise. Ha 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 ha, what kind of great martial arts actually hold a martial arts tournament and invite all countries to participate? A person without the power of the gods will cultivate some powerful geniuses. I don't think they are even qualified to give us shoes. A group of disciples of the Rainbow Sect gathered together, arrogant, and when they heard the news of the competition, they showed disdain. Indeed, the fact that there are gods in the sect means that they are superior, and the resources they get are not comparable to the 6-star forces, and they don't look down on the countries in the early realm, such as small places in the countryside. My Rainbow Sect can send just a few senior brothers, and I can beat them to the point where they lie on the ground and can't find their teeth. It's boring, it's really boring. What kind of powerful characters can there be in the battle between the 6-star forces? I heard that the sect is holding a meeting of elders to select talents to participate in this competition. Why would Zoman be interested in participating in the martial arts competition? I heard that Elder Gu Lin went to Dao and was caught by Dao. The sect was furious, and he took advantage of this competition to slap Dao in the face. How could they have such courage? When everyone heard the news, they felt incredible. This great martial artist was too domineering. He dared to arrest the elders of the Heavenly God sect and openly held a martial arts competition. 3 days later, under the age of 100, there will be 3 levels of 20-year-old, 50-year-old, and 100-year-old to hold the Zoman Grand Competition. Suddenly, the voice of the sect elder came. Humph. It seems that the elders have discussed the countermeasures. It's fine, let's go to the Dao to participate in the competition and see how powerful Dao's genius is. It is best to rub them on the ground and step on them. Their faces. Yes, prepare well first and stand out from the sect. I really can't wait to step on Dawu's face. When the disciples of the Rainbow Sect learned that the sect was going, they all showed their eager and excited expressions. After all, the popularity of Dao has been in the limelight recently, and even some sect dynasties outside the realm of Qinchu knew about it. All want to see their style. Now not only the Rainbow Sect, but many forces are boiling with great martial arts, preparing for this great competition 2 months later. Dao is a mysterious country for them. Dao domestic. The selection of the big competition is also being held. From each age group, 10 people will be selected, that is, 30 people will be selected from the people under the age of 100 in the whole country to participate in the great competition among the countries. There are also rewards for domestic competitions. Starting from 6 Domain Academy, 1 domain selected the best 30 people and sent them to Dao to participate in the final selection. These geniuses from the Junior Academy knew that Dao was going to hold a competition, and they were all full of energy and gearing up. Everyone knew that this was an opportunity to change their destiny. Once they stood out, they would immediately enter the eyes of His Majesty. Who doesn't want His Majesty to look at him? This is the first tournament. It may not be the largest, but it is the most important. Because this tournament was presided over by His Majesty, he would come to the arena of the tournament, watch them with his own eyes, win glory for the country, and defeat the geniuses who crushed other forces in a destructive posture. And their names will also be imprinted on the history of Dao. #C372, the coming of the Muyuan dynasty. The date of the national competition is approaching, and more powerful people from various countries have come to Dao. Great talent, they like it too. Although the various countries also communicated from time to time, the scale was not large, and there was no one with the courage and convening power like Dao, who called the powerhouses of the two worlds into one country to compete. Dao ministries are also in full swing to prepare. In order to welcome people from all over the world, there is also a special meeting place in Dao Imperial City. A country's demeanor and majesty must make others feel the majesty of Dao. In the palace, Ning Xiuqun, Xuanhuan, called out. Your Majesty, call me here, what's the matter? Ning Xiuqun's breath became more and more terrifying, and his cultivation became stronger and stronger. He was originally at the 10th level of the gods, and there would be no bottlenecks before he recovered to the peak state. He only needed to gradually recover his soul injuries with a large amount of Imperial elixir. Recently, people from all over the world have come, and many true gods have poured into the city. You lead a group of law enforcement teams to enforce the law, and those who violate the laws of Dao will be dealt with according to the law. This matter is handed over to you, don't let me down. Xuanhuan is clear. This time, not only the Qinchu realm, but also the Sea Demon realm, participated in the competition. So many people were mixed up, and when they arrived in the Imperial City, it would inevitably cause chaos. Your Majesty, you value me very much, Ning Xiuqun said. Ning Xiuqun, without Jin, you will never be able to recover to your peak. Xuanhuan said, follow me, listen to me carefully, it doesn't matter if the injury is healed, I can also let you break through the mysterious god, eat so much Emperor Shendan, you should have this consciousness. Break through profound god? I'm also looking forward to this day. Ning Xiuqun left and led the law enforcement team to enforce the law. The more he followed Xuanhuan, the more he felt that Xuanhuan had a terrifying magic power, and that his strength increased too fast, mastering many incredible magical powers. Dao Imperial City has arrived. A group of people came from outside the city gate, looking at the prosperous Dao Imperial City. It was the people of the Rainbow Sect. This is the Imperial City of Dao. It has a big layout. It looks more magnificent than other imperial cities. Someone looked at Dao Imperial City and made a voice, but this is nothing, it can't compare to my Rainbow Sect. Let's go, let's enter the Imperial City, this time we have to see the Emperor Wu first. The leader of the team was a powerhouse of the Eightfold True God, called Gong Sun Hong, with cold eyes. People from outside? Report your origins. We have to register and report to the court. Some defenders saw the arrival of the Rainbow Sect and stopped them. Where did you get something, and dare to stop us? Some disciples said angrily when they saw someone stop them. Humph. I don't care where you come from, but when you arrive at Dao, you must obey my Dao rules. This place is at the foot of the Imperial City. The rules are strict and inviolable. The soldiers guarding the city naturally saw that this group of people was very noble and extraordinary, but so what, this was Dao's territory, and they couldn't help but be presumptuous. All right. Gong Sun Hong also didn't want to make a fuss about this trivial matter. We are from the Rainbow Sect, and this time we are here to participate in the competition. Tian Hongzong. The defending soldier nodded, go in, someone will guide you to the embassy, where you can register the list of participants in this competition. Humph. When the Rainbow Sect people walked into the Imperial City, some disciples were dissatisfied and said, "Elder, why are you being so polite to those soldiers? Damn, you must know that we are from the Rainbow Sect, and you dare to stop us. This is not taking us seriously. Damn, this Dao is too presumptuous. What's the use of fighting with a few soldiers? This time you are here to defeat the genius of Dao. Gong Sun Hong is not as youthful as a young man. The elders are right. Dao dares to hold a competition. Obviously, he is very confident in his own genius. If we press them to the ground and rub them hard, it will be wonderful. That's right, this time I'm going to teach the so-called geniuses of Dao hard. The Heavenly God sect is the Heavenly God sect, and they can't be compared. I can't wait, I can't suppress my strength. And you didn't see that, although there are many strong people in the city, the order is not chaotic at all? Gong Sun Hong saw more. In the Imperial City, there are many powerhouses from Chinchu Realm and Sea Demon Realm walking around, as well as ordinary people from Dao. Mixed together, their cultivation bases look very unequal, but they are all honest. This is enough to show Dao's control. I had a feeling that there was an eye on me all the time, it was terrifying. Gong Sun Hong looked up at the sky and felt like he was being spied on, but he couldn't find the source of the snooping. People of the Rainbow Sect, I heard that one of your true God elders was suppressed by the Emperor Wu and is still imprisoned in the heavenly prison. Haha, it's really useless. Suddenly, a mocking voice came from Gong Sun Hong. Who is it? Gong Sun Hong looked sharply, and saw a group of people coming. One of them was wearing a jet black robe, with a deep breath like abyss, exuding a billowing devilish energy. The strength of this old man is also the 8th level of true gods, and he looked at Gong Sun Hong with provocative eyes. Moyuan Dynasty, Tingsun. Gong Sun Hong looked at the old man and said coldly, Tingsun, I didn't expect you to come, but you can also see the jokes of my Rainbow Sect? These people actually came from the Moyuan Dynasty. Chu Yuan is no stranger to the Moyuan Dynasty. Back then, it was their army that went abroad to conquer the martial realm. They once went to the Hanging Sky Zone and started a monstrous slaughter. The Moyuan Dynasty was not very far from the Sea Demon Realm. When I got the news, one was curious about Dao, and the other was to join in the fun. The Rainbow Sect is no stranger to the Moyuan Dynasty. One country and one sect have the power of the gods, and there have been many frictions in order to compete for resources on weekdays, and even their gods and powerhouses have fought hard. Haha, who is uncomfortable watching jokes? This is the genius you brought. It is really vulnerable, like flowers in a greenhouse, far worse than the genius of the Moyuan Dynasty. Tingsun laughed, and his words were full of sarcasm. Yes, they are all weak and vulnerable, and we only have to die when we meet. The battle between the Rainbow Sect and my Moyuan Dynasty has always been about losing more and winning less, but each of them is still very arrogant. The strongest genius is in the Moyuan Dynasty. The geniuses of the Moyuan Dynasty ridiculed the Rainbow Sect, with an obvious meaning, just provocation. If you have the ability, you can do it directly. How could the geniuses of Rainbow Sect endure this kind of provocation? Each and everyone was furious. Tingsun, I have endured you for a long time. Gong Sun Hong's tone was full of murderous intent, and his hands were constantly clenched. He couldn't stand being mocked like this in person, especially when he was their old enemy, the Moyuan Dynasty. If you can't take it, then shoot, I'll wait for you. Temsun didn't care. But his demonic energy was released, forming a terrifying demon abyss. Then try. If he is provoked like this, he still doesn't fight back. He doesn't care what the face of the Rainbow Sect is, he doesn't care whether it is in the Dao Imperial City, and he first takes a shot and teaches Tingsun a lesson, and tells him to shut his mouth and talk about it. If Emperor Wu was in charge of heaven and earth, could he still be in charge of his Rainbow Sect? Stop, in the Imperial City, private fights are not allowed. A law enforcement team noticed the fluctuation here and quickly came to stop it. C-373 pressed on the ground and rubbed hard. Dao Imperial City, at the foot of the Emperor, has strict laws. Gong Sunhong and Ting Sen are both giants of the 8th layer of True God, and their combat power is so terrifying. If they are allowed to make a move, the entire Imperial City will be affected. You dare to stop us? Ting Sen saw the law enforcement team coming, although there were several True Gods, but he dismissed it. Let's go, this has nothing to do with your great martial arts, this is the battle between my Muyuan dynasty and the Rainbow Sect, don't get involved, we have no intention of and you fight hard. Although he knew that Dao was powerful, Ting Sen came from the 7-star dynasty, and he didn't pay much attention to Dao. This is the pride from the 7-star dynasty. This place is the Imperial City of Dao. We don't care if you fight, you will leave by yourself and leave the realm of Dao, but if you fight here, you will be controlled by Dao and sanctioned by the law. The law enforcement team really knew that Ting Sen was strong, but there was no fear on his face, but he directly reprimanded. But the second level of the True God, you dare to yell at me, do you really think you are something? Ting Sen shook his head, Dao is too arrogant, even dare to take care of his Muyuan dynasty's gossip. It's time to teach them a lesson about what to do and what not to do. His momentum was shocked, and he turned into an endless magic abyss. The hurricane swept in all directions, and it actually enveloped the law enforcement team. Humph! An even more terrifying magic power came and shattered the hurricane. Then Ning Shouchen appeared and looked at Ting Sen impatiently. What are these things? And dare to be presumptuous in front of this seat, let you not if you move, don't move. Dao's magic powerhouse. Ting Sen knew that Dao had a powerful demon cultivator, and it seemed that it was this old man. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Ning Shouchen. Who are you? Sign up. You deserve to know the name of this seat too? Ning Shouchen said disdainfully, to make trouble in the city is to provoke the majesty of this seat, be honest, give this seat a few bangs, admit your mistake, and let you go today. To make him kowtow to admit his mistake. Ting Sen was also stunned. He is the 8-fold True God, a big man in the Muyuan dynasty, and coming to Dao is already a face for Emperor Wu. And this old man who appeared actually wanted him to kowtow to admit his mistake. What kind of thing? This is simply humiliating him and not taking him into his eyes. If he hadn't known that the old man was very strong, he would have killed someone long ago. This great martial arts cultivator dares to say such a thing to Ting Sen. The arrogance is limitless. In the Imperial City, people from all over the world have gathered to watch this lively event. That demon cultivator is very powerful, and he killed Yu Qing, one of the 10 generals of the Shaling dynasty, but this is from the Muyuan dynasty. How can the Shaling dynasty be compared with him? True God Ting Sen will definitely not kowtow and admit his mistake. He is still too unscrupulous. If this matter is not handled well, I don't know how it will end. De Wu is arrogant, and he is arrogant to the limit. If True God Ting Sen leaves, Dao will definitely become a joke today, his face will be swollen, let alone re-establish his majesty. The onlookers at the scene talked a lot, and they all wanted to see De Wu's jokes. It is not a good thing to face such a sharp-edged country. Are you serious? Ting Sen was not angry, but rather joking. He wanted to see how Ning Shouchen made him kneel down and admit his mistake. Your words are very arrogant. If you dare to talk to me like this, I will also give you a chance to let your law enforcement team admit my mistake and accept me softly. Today, I will retire and not continue to make trouble in Dao's Imperial City. Why? Sample? Ting Sen said lightly. Admit wrong? In Ning Shouchen's dictionary, there was no wrong word. When Ting Sen spoke to him like this, he also felt that his majesty was being challenged. If you are asked to kowtow and confess your guilt, you will kowtow. Why is there so much nonsense? Today, if you are not pressed to the ground and rubbed against the ground, you are not worthy to stand here. Ning Shouchen was also angry. As a demon cultivator, he does things at will. With a flash, he suddenly walked towards Tingsun, intending to do it directly. Can't you stand it? Tingsun has a backstage, so he dared to be unscrupulous. When he saw Ning Shouchen shot at him, a smile appeared on his face. Let me see how powerful your demon cultivator is. Tingsun shot, he is the 8th level of the true god, and it is enough to rank in the entire Chinchu world, and suddenly a sense of magic swept out. With this little magic power, you dare to be presumptuous in front of the seat. Ning Shouchen grabbed it with a big hand, and shot out 10,000 magic lights, as if forming a cage, forming a seal, and immediately trapping Tingsun inside. You want to trap me, naive? Tingsun said disdainfully. The power of eating souls, the devil is boundless. Ning Shouchen's eyes shot out an extremely cold brilliance. A dark vision of a demon god appeared behind him, and directly enveloped Tingsun with boundless power, sealing all his magic power. What power is this? Tingsun shouted, and a wave of fear swept over. This Ning Shouchen was not like a true god, but more majestic than a god. To the next moment, a huge magic hand grabbed him, and immediately destroyed all his power. In front of everyone, he pressed him to the ground, his face touched the ground, and it rubbed fiercely. Its friction over and over again. Ning Shouchen had obtained a large amount of Imperial pills from Xuanhuan. Although he had not recovered to the strength of the gods, he was still infinitely close to the gods. You. Tingsun's face was pressed to the ground and rubbed back and forth, shocked and angry. Being stared at, His Majesty was obviously lost, and he became the object of ridicule by everyone. What he never expected was that Ning Shouchen's strength would be so strong, as if facing the strongest old antiques in the country generally. A little devil, dare to speak wildly in this seat. Ning Shouchen is a demon, and he does whatever he wants. When he is angry, he will not give Tingsun any face, and he has many ways of torturing people. You are optimistic about this seat, this is the end of the trouble. Ning Shouchen stepped on Tingsun's left face, making his right face close to the ground, stepped on a few feet, and said to the law enforcement team, your face is very thick, this seat. If you don't listen to what you say, I will teach you a lesson and let you remember it firmly. What? Tingsun let out a scream of grief and indignation. After being stomped on his face one after another, he has become a joke, and when it is passed back to China, he is the object of ridicule by everyone. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't. Ning Shouchen's strength was too strong, and he seemed to have the majesty of a god, so he could only let out an incompetent roar. In the future, you guys should be honest with me, it's best not to let me do it. Having stepped on his face enough, Ning Shouchen stomped his foot hard, shattering half of Tingsun's face, and one eyeball was about to fall out, terrifying. He abused Tingsun for a while, and then he sighed with satisfaction and left with the law enforcement team. Invincible strongest god-level selection system. #C374 People are not ruthless. Ning Shouchen started without any scruples. He was domineering and ruthless, and he didn't kill Tingsun. But rubbing Tingsun's face on the ground is more uncomfortable than death. The face of a true god is completely gone, and it will become a shame that cannot be washed away. It will become a big joke. He was too lazy to talk about this group of people, and he had to use ruthless means to stand up, so that he would have to take action on some trivial matters in the future. Seeing the law enforcement team leave, everyone's face twitched, and they were all stunned. Ning Shouchen was warning them that if they dared to make trouble in the Imperial city, they would be trampled on the ground and rubbed. What level of strength is this demon cultivator so strong that even true god Tingsun is not an opponent, that is from the Moyuan dynasty, with the powerful existence of the gods, this great Wu must not be offended, it is not something we can afford, best to be honest. A true god made a frightened voice. Ning Shouchen's hand made them never dare to change. Gong Sunhong was also shaking. Fortunately, I didn't provoke the Dao law enforcement team, otherwise it would be him who was stepped on the ground. Seeing Tingson who couldn't get up for a long time, he looked at each other. Let's go, let's visit that His Majesty first. Dao Palace. My Gong Sun Hong pays respects to Emperor Dao. Emperor Dao will be eternally safe. When he saw Chu Yuan, he no longer dared to show any contempt, but respectfully performed the grand ceremony of seeing the emperor. The same is true if people are not ruthless and stand firm, and the country is not strong. No one is afraid of weak countries, and there is no confidence in diplomacy. Gong Sun Hong was a little afraid of Chu Yuan. He looked at the existence on the throne. Although it was still, there was a pressure of heaven collapse. Tian Hongzong Gong Sun Hong. Chu Yuan said lightly. He also learned about what happened in the Imperial city, and knew that Ning Shouchen's cruelty frightened this group of people. I'm here to participate in the competition this time, and the second is to ask the Emperor Dao to release Elder Gu Lin. If there is anything wrong with him, I will apologize for him. Look how honest Gong Sun Hong is now, and he doesn't dare to be presumptuous at all. If it wasn't for being frightened by Ning Shouchen, seeing Emperor Dao, he would definitely speak out loudly. Gu Lin shot and robbed the genius of our great martial arts in the Imperial city, and violated the law. It is not impossible for me to let me go. Chu Yuan said, 1. If your rainbow sect can win 1-1 in the big, medium and small 3 competitions, I will release the people, and the second is that your rainbow sect will provide enough compensation to redeem the people. 2 requests, I understand. Gong Sun Hong didn't say much, didn't dare to say more, and then withdrew. This requirement is not harsh, and Gu Lin's arrest is indeed somewhat self-inflicted. There are still 5 days until the big competition. During this time, I have to prepare. After Chu Yuan finished handling state affairs, it was already night. Yao Linger was inspecting the various medicinal fields in Dao, not in the palace, only Luo Fei's bedroom was still lit. Chu Yuan smiled and walked into Luo Fei's bedroom. One of his 2 beloved concubines has to cultivate magical medicine for him, the other has to train soldiers for him, and also serve his emperor, which is also very hard. The drunken beauty wakes up from her knees and holds the power of the world. How can an emperor be without a confidant? Tournament time is getting closer. Jin Qiang has long led the manpower to build a large-scale arena in the Imperial city. At this time, many people came here. On the arenas, although the day of the big competition has not officially arrived, there is already a person fighting on it. The competition area is divided into 4 areas, corresponding to large, medium and small areas, and an area where there is no difference and no age limit. Smaller than the area. There was a young man, it was Su Zhan, who shot 2 firelights from his eyes, and knocked a warrior from the Sea Devil world off the ring. I won again. More than a dozen geniuses from the Sea Demon world have challenged him. He was defeated by him, and he is about to complete a 20-game winning streak. When everyone saw Su Zhan's winning streak, they exclaimed in amazement. This young man is very good, and the genius of the Sea Demon world is also very powerful. He is too strong, and no one is his opponent. I come. Another person came to the stage to challenge. But after fighting a dozen moves, he was knocked off the ring. The geniuses of Dao are nourished by the river of humanity. They eat Lingyuan rice, drink Tianyuan tea, drink Baihua brew, and use a lot of medicinal herbs to polish their foundations. Many teenagers refused to accept it and challenged Su Zhan, but they were all defeated, allowing him to win 20 consecutive victories. It's almost the end of the day. I have made great progress against them. I can step down after a 10-game winning streak. I will fight tomorrow. Su Zhan's eyes are tough, he belongs to that kind of ascetic cultivator, he only wanted to cultivate martial arts and serve the country at a young age. This young man is amazing. Is he the one from Xiaobi sent by Dao this time? Before the competition, come here to practice his skills. Many people looked at Su Zhan, and in which sect, it was definitely a genius who had been cultivated with all his might. The genius of Dao is not in the competition field at all, but is training in secret. This young man was eliminated and is here to hone his skills. What? It's not the strongest lineup, but with such strength, how powerful is Dao's strongest lineup? This time, all the forces are thinking of defeating the great martial genius. It seems that this time there will be a battle between dragons and tigers. There are too many geniuses in Dao, and everyone who comes to power can be accepted as a direct disciple. Many people discussed that Su Zhan was so powerful that he was eliminated. They couldn't help but think, how powerful people will Dao send this time? Is it to sweep all countries and all sects? If you are really swept away, you will lose your face. What if there is an accident when going up to the competition? Suddenly there was a discordant voice. In the distance, people from the Muyuan dynasty came, and Ting Sen was here too. The footprints on his face were long gone, but the imprinted in his heart could not be expelled. His face was extremely gloomy. However, no one dared to laugh at him at such a time. Ning Shouchen could trample on his dignity. If they dared to say a word to him, they would definitely suffer vicious retaliation. Fortunately, Tingsen is thick-skinned, cultivates magic Dao exercises, and does not pay attention to any rules, so he can withstand these strange eyes. In the competition arena, there is a real god to suppress, and someone said, every competition, I have strong supervision in Dao, and I will save people before anything goes wrong. Don't worry about that. Then if something goes wrong, the sword has no eyes, and the juniors sometimes can't hold back their power. What if they die? Tingsen was gloomy. It's normal for casualties to occur in the competition. You can only do your best to control it. When you enter the arena, you can sign a life and death certificate. If you die, you can't blame anyone. If you are afraid of death, don't enter the ring. This is True God's answer to Tingsen. Okay, I see. Tingsen looked at the genius behind him, and said, go, experience the strength of Dao genius, use all your strength when you shoot, don't keep your hands, so as not to make people laugh, you don't need to use all your strength, look down on them. Yes. A disciple came to the stage and faced Su Zhan. #C375 second line genius, Rick Muyuan. Tingsen has a thick skin, ignoring the strange eyes of those people looking at him, and brought his disciples to the competition arena. Being pushed to the ground by Ning Shouchen was a shame, but it still couldn't defeat his will. He wants to turn insults into motivation, and he will come back with revenge in the future. This time, he will bring his disciples to the arena to show off his prestige, so that the world can see the genius of his Muyuan dynasty. Su Zhan, you can compare with him, use your full strength, and the court will take care of you if there is an accident. The Muyuan dynasty took the initiative to provoke, and Dao naturally couldn't be afraid of fighting, that true god said coldly. Follow the instructor's orders. Su Zhan looked towards the opposite side, please advise. The genius of the great Wu dynasty? Can you compare with me? Today I will let you know what strength is. This person has just turned 20 years old, just at the limit of Xiaobi, a genius who has been cultivated for Emperor Mo Yuan towards recultivation. He took a step forward, and suddenly bombarded with a palm. The rolling demonic energy raged, and he used a powerful magical power to turn the entire battle into a demonic realm. The genius of the Muyuan dynasty. Many people gathered to watch the battle. The 7-star dynasty has gods, and the 6 stars are only true gods. The national strength is very different, so it is difficult to compare the talents they cultivate, whether they are resources or supernatural powers. Now it's time to end Su Zhan's winning streak. Everyone guessed. The gap is a bit big, after all, the two are also 5 years apart in age. The Great Sun Golden Crow. Boom! A golden divine light swept out, and a large golden crow appeared behind Su Zhen. He took a few drops of the divine essence of the golden crow and visualized the golden crow's skeleton, and realized a supreme supernatural power. On the competition stage, the golden crow devoured the genius of the Moyuan dynasty in an instant. The demonic energy burned, and with just one move, Su Zhen defeated the opponent. The genius was swallowed up by the golden crow, and he let out a terrifying cry. Defeat the opponent with one move. That supernatural power is so overbearing. But Su Zhen is still the one who was eliminated from the domestic competition in Dao. He can only be regarded as the second tier. Second-tier geniuses have this kind of strength, so how strong are their main teams, and the genius of this great martial arts is too powerful. Everyone was talking about it. The Moyuan dynasty would not be weak if it sent a genius to play, but it was still a one-shot defeat. If the main force has this kind of strength, that's fine, but this Su Zhenli is not even qualified to represent Dao in the competition. Is it even better? The true god of Dao smiled and said. Continue. Tingxin's face was always gloomy. This man is powerful, be careful of his supernatural powers. Another person stepped onto the competition stage. He was afraid of Su Zhen's use of the golden crow's magical power, so he pulled the distance, and a big bow turned into magic appeared in his hand, which was actually thinking of consuming Su Zhen from a distance. But Su Zhen's body flashed with flame-condensed armor, and he just relied on his tyrannical foundation to charge over and smashed the Moyuan dynasty down the battlefield with one palm. Dao genius has a solid foundation, which is not only reflected in resources, but also the most important thing is the long river of humanity. The long river of humanity is not found in other dynasties. Compared with supernatural powers, Dao is not bad. Ning Shouchen just takes out some supernatural powers, and it is enough for these geniuses to practice. Go up. I originally wanted to defeat the place with the strength of my disciples this time, but I lost 2 games in a row, making it a bit difficult for Tingxin to ride a tiger at this time. If he doesn't win the next game, he will not only lose his face. Su Zhen took the medicine pill, recovered his vitality, and continued to accept the challenge. Another 2 people came to power, but they were both defeated by Su Zhen. Su Zhen, if you win another battle and get 5 consecutive victories, you will take a rest. After all, you have to give the guests some face and let them. True God Da said with a smile. His polite words fell into Tingxin's ears as a strong sarcasm, which aroused the anger of the Moyuan dynasty, looked at the person behind him, and said, Go ahead, if you can't defeat him, you don't want to. Came back. Ji Xian, one of the main forces of the Moyuan dynasty in this battle. You've been showing off your power for so long, you should step down too. Ji Xian's eyes were cold. Swish. Between his thunders, a black magic energy rolled out, and there were condensed cyan divine thunders, and the mana was extremely domineering. Devil Thunder Slash. The magic energy turned into a knife, and the divine thunder added a bit of combat power, showing the strength of the peerless genius of the Moyuan dynasty. The terrifying power erupted, and the void trembled. This is the strength of the main force of the Moyuan dynasty. Awesome, indeed, the geniuses cultivated by the 7-star dynasty are truly extraordinary. But even if the great martial genius loses, it's not ashamed. To win 4 consecutive victories is already proud. When everyone saw Ji Xian's shot, they knew that even if Su Zhen lost, his record would be enough to make him famous. Golden Crow shines the sun. His special physique was inclined towards the flame attribute, and suddenly a golden crow appeared again, resisting the spinning magic knife. Ji Xian attacked Su Zhen fiercely, but what made him angry and annoyed was that no matter how fierce he attacked, Su Zhen seemed to be fighting Xiao Chong, who couldn't kill him, but he couldn't defeat him. As soon as he thought of the words of true God Tingxin, he gritted his teeth, and a cold brilliance brewed in his eyes. Since that's the case, then it will completely solve you. Boom. A blood-red beam of light erupted from his body. It turned out that he did not participate in the big competition, and he had to kill Su Jin when he used the forbidden technique. Forbidden technique. Everyone's face changed. He is too decisive. Supernatural blood sacrifice, blood light slash. In an instant, his power condensed a jet-black blood knife, which was several times stronger than before, with a full blow, a cruel smile on his pale face, and his mouth moved, as if to say that you were doomed. Red flame golden eye. Of course Su Jin knew the power of this blow. He didn't hesitate, his eyes suddenly turned into golden red color, his eyes stared, as if a vortex appeared in front of him. It was the power to refine everything. Scarlet flames and golden pupils, special physique. Everyone was shocked. Can anyone with a special physique be the main force of the great martial arts team? Deaf to me. Ji Xian roared. He also felt the pressure brought by the red flame and golden pupil, but at this time, he had no way back. He could only slash at the opponent with a blood knife. Su Jin was extremely decisive. He actually took the knife directly with his own body, and a deep bloodstain appeared on his body. But in his eyes, two golden red lights also shot out, hitting Ji Xian's head. Boom! The golden red light flashed, like a laser beam, piercing through the body. Ji Xian, froze in place, as if frozen, opened his mouth, and then slammed. His head exploded like a watermelon, leaving behind a headless corpse. The spin was chopped off. The crowd was stunned. 5-game winning streak. Su Jin, you have done a good job. This time your results will be included in the Academy's assessment in exchange for more resources. You should step down and return to the Academy for healing. True God Dao looked at Su Jin, who was on the verge of collapse. His face was full of satisfaction and satisfaction. He was swept away by gentle mana. #C376 tournament begins. Timson's face was gloomy and terrifying. He didn't continue to send people up to fight, and he lost 5 battles and 5, and was beheaded by 1 person, which is already very embarrassing. Even if everyone is sent, the opponent is just a genius who has been eliminated, and it is not interesting to win. He was slapped again in the face. He touched his face, already numb, without feeling. Walk. Timson took the people away. The only way to wash away the shame now is to defeat the main team of Dao in the competition. There is a prize for the winner. The Dao arena is open all day, and everyone can get on the stage for a fight. Time flies, and soon the day of the competition will come. Huge arenas have been erected in the vast competition venue, and the entire venue is large enough to accommodate tens of millions of people watching the battle at the same time. And this competition venue is still expanding, opening up more arenas, to make this place a holy place for geniuses. At this time, under the leadership of the people of great martial arts, the powerhouses from various countries and sects were led to their respective positions. The competition has finally started. So far, I still don't know the main team of Dao. However, in the recent competition, Dao has thriving in the arena. Although he is a genius who has been eliminated, his strength is still very strong. Yeah, those who have been eliminated have this kind of strength, and you can imagine the power of the main force. How did this great martial arts cultivate so many talents? There are many people who come to Dao, and this genius competition is full of excitement. Even the true gods can't hold back and will come here to watch. With so many forces gathered together, there were many contradictions in the past, but seeing the law enforcement team wandering in the arena, they all shrank their necks and felt a little pain in their faces. They were very honest and did not dare to make trouble, otherwise they would be arrested, press, and rub on the ground. The Rainbow Sect's team is here. The arrival of Rainbow Sect attracted the attention of many people. This is the Heavenly God Sect, and the geniuses it has cultivated are extremely powerful. The Moyuan dynasty is here too. The Moyuan dynasty has recently become famous. In the face of the strange eyes looking at each other, the geniuses of the Moyuan dynasty clenched their palms one by one. This is a shame, and they will use victory to wash them away. Tingsen, I thought you had left Dao, but I didn't expect you to be still in Dao. Gong Sunhong was a little gloating about the misfortune. Although they were imprisoned by De Wu, this time as an elder, the Moyuan dynasty was obviously more embarrassing than them. Seeing Tingsen's disgraced appearance, he also felt all kinds of joy in his heart, and he let out a sigh of anger. How can I leave before the big competition starts, Gong Sunhong, you want to see my joke? Timsen's face was dull, and there was an obvious murderous intent. Haha, it's not a joke, I just hope you don't lose so badly, this time. Before the competition started, a genius was beheaded, and only you can do it. Gong Sunhong sneered. You. Timsun was furious. The land of Dabi is not allowed to fight at will. Someone from the law enforcement team reminded them coldly. Okay. Our account will be settled later. Tingsen knew that he dared to make a move, and the demon cultivator dared to rub his face on the ground again. The Holy One is here. Half an hour later, just after everyone gathered, suddenly in the void, a coercive, shining figure in Kyushu, wearing a black imperial robe, descended on the highest throne in the competition arena. This statue is shrouded in holiness and holds a powerful power. Is that Emperor Wu? What a terrifying aura, the real master of Dao. I heard that he killed the 8 true god elders of the soul-breaking demon sect in the sea demon realm. His strength is shocking, and his aura is so majestic and infinite, it even makes people dare not talk to each other. He fights. This Emperor Wu sees him as if he sees the ruler of humanity, a supreme existence. How strong is he? Seeing the appearance of Chu Yuan, everyone looked at them intently. The title of supreme humanity made him have a strong sense of shock. Even if the existence of the true god realm, under his coercion, he felt that the mana was difficult to operate. With a slight movement, he has the means to kill the true god easily. Thousands of people will worship and kneel to him. Meet Emperor Wu. There was also a monstrous voice in the competition arena, and the arrival of Chu Yuan caused the place to boil. Shadow formation open. Through the shadow formation method, the battle in the arena is spread to every corner of the 6 domains, so that any citizen can see it and cheer for the genius of Dao. The big competition is on. My great martial arts genius will definitely be able to sweep all directions, no one will be their opponent. Yes, this is a good opportunity for them to show their prestige for the country and let them see the strength of my great martial arts. The people of the 6 domains all gathered in the main cities, watching the pictures transmitted in the sky. All of them were boiling with enthusiasm, cheering with excitement, waving their fists and shouting cheers. Hearts unite. At this time, Chu Yuan suddenly realized that the speed of faith condensing was faster, and it was like 100 steel refining. He knew very well that he had the casting department spend a lot of engineering in the 6 domains to build this shadow formation, so that the people of the 6 domains could see it, feel the same, and unite their people's hearts. If the genius of Dao can achieve good results this time and be proud, the beliefs of the people of the 6 domains will be more condensed. It is good. Chu Yuan also nodded. His eyes looked at the people of the nations in the arena. Everyone, I am very happy that the various countries and sects can send talents to participate in the competition held by Dao this time. This competition is to let the various countries and sects compete with each other, a tempering between geniuses, and I will not say anything else more to say. I will be the chief referee of this competition. Chu Yuan made a rolling sound. The competition will be divided into 3 competitions, large, medium and small. You already know some of the rules. Now it's up to me to announce the specific rules. After Sun Guzhan met Chu Yuan, he was the host of this competition and said, "Everyone, please see, there will be 10 arenas in each competition, and 10 battles will be held at the same time. People from various countries will come to the stage to draw lots. You won't be drawn together, don't worry, the cannibalism won't happen, whoever the genius stands on the top at the end will be the first in the competition." Boom. 3-ratio area. 30 arenas made of divine iron appeared, flew into the sky, turned into a floating arena, and countless rays of light focused on it. This time, each faction has 10 people in each competition, and the 3 competitions are 30 people from one force. The rules of the game are simple and detailed. The rules are simple. Whoever stands at the end is the final winner, and there will be no people of the same power fighting together in the lottery. This is a good rule. Looking at Dawu's aggressive appearance, he wants to win 3 to first. How is this possible? Coming here are the leaders of all countries and sects, the geniuses that they focus on training, especially the 2 powers that possess the gods. No matter how strong their geniuses are, it is impossible to win 3 to first. We don't know what Dawu's strength is, but the competition is about to start. We will wait and see if Dawu has such strength in the battle of geniuses in the arena. As soon as the rules of the competition came out, the audience was in an uproar, and they all looked forward to the genius of Dawu. #C377 Proud of Dawu. The rules are simple. Take the country and the sect as the unit, and each will send 30 people into the random drawing. And those who belong to the same country and clan will not encounter each other, avoid their own infighting, and the one who stands at the end will be the winner of this battle. The rules are very fair, and everyone has no opinion. Whether you can win depends on your own strength. After all, this can avoid cannibalism. Now the fight begins. Everyone sent the list of the battle to Dawu, and then the battle began. His eyes first converged on Xiaobi. 10 battles will start 10 battles at the same time, and there are at least dozens of forces in Dawu this time. In the first battle of the 10 battles, no genius from Dawu was drawn, but one person from the Rainbow Sect and the Muyuan dynasty each played. As expected of the power of the gods, the genius of this country's sect is extremely tyrannical, and their opponents are all powerful 6-star geniuses that are not inferior to the Xuanhuan dynasty. In the second match, Dawu only played 1 day. This person is called Xingshan. At the age of 19, he has reached the divine position under the training of Dawu. He is the top 10 selected under the age of 20 in the 6 regions of Dawu. In fact, the cultivation base corresponding to the 3 ratios is the god position, the spiritual power, and the false god. This Xingshan is as strong as a cow, and his body exudes a savage aura. Since he was a child, he has infinite strength, rough skin and thick flesh. Under the influence of the long river of humanity, he has actually inspired a kind of a special constitution called the Savage Eucharist. Savage Eucharist. Chu Yuan looked at Xingshan. Ever since he knew that Dawu had a lot of special physiques, a plan had surfaced in his mind, to send out officials from the household department to check the population and report the special physiques in the country. He has to make a good selection. Dawu's opponent in this battle has met the genius of Rainbow Sect. The Rainbow Sect is a powerful heavenly god sect after all. Their genius quality is 1 level higher than that of the 6-star forces. There is no doubt about it. Only a few talented enough to defy the sky can compare with them. Let's see. How powerful is Dawu's main team? People are looking forward to it. They saw the Rainbow Sect walk out of a young man dressed in gold onto the battlefield. People go to high places and water flows to low places. Most geniuses gather in stronger forces, and rarely condescend to weaker ones. It would be mediocre to say that it is better to be a chicken head than a phoenix tail. The genius of Dawu. Although the genius of Rainbow Sect is arrogant, he also does not dare to be careless. This Dawu person is too weird. Looking at Xingshan, He has a feeling of facing a wild beast, as if his generous palm can smash a mountain into pieces. Destroying mountain palm. Rainbow Sect Genius Mana Shock. He just turned 20 years old, he has already reached the god position, he is proud enough, when the mana shock, a mana force disperses, and it bombards Xingshan in an instant. Xingshan's skin changed suddenly, turning into the color of rocks. He puffed out his chest, looking like he was about to strike. He doesn't even flash. Everyone flashed. Good chance. The mountain-destroying palm is like a violent storm, turning into countless palm prints. But the next moment, what made the Tianhongzong genius unbelievable was that his palm print seemed to be slapped on a piece of steel, and the opposite side did not shake at all. With a big wave of Xingshan's hand, his savage holy body was aroused, and he slapped the Tianhong sect genius with one palm, directly pulling him out of the battle stage. He still kept his hand, otherwise this person's body would have turned into a rain of blood. The Rainbow Sect genius was defeated, and Xingshan was sent flying with one palm. The genius of Dao is too powerful. Everyone looked at Xingshan. This was the strength of the main team. It wasn't that the Tianhongzong genius was weak, but that the Dao genius was too strong. The two were not at the same level at all. The competition continued, and the geniuses selected by Dao this time came on the field one after another. Their strength shocked everyone. No matter whether they met the Rainbow Sect or the Moyuan dynasty, no one could withstand a blow from them. It was as if the geniuses of the gods were just paper, and they could not show their power at all. Chu Yuan sat firmly on the throne and saw this scene, not surprised. The great river of humanity is the most powerful humanitarian force, and it has fully developed the potential of these teenagers. And Dao has too many medicinal pills. After selecting geniuses during this period, Chu Yuan specially selected several medicinal formulas suitable for them from the Taidan furnace. He taught them according to their personal physique, and cultivated more painstakingly than other geniuses. Decades of achievements are even greater. Why are the geniuses of the Tianqian sect so powerful? Isn't it just because of the abundance of resources? But no matter how rich their resources are, they will not be willing to give these geniuses the Imperial pill. The momentum was like a rainbow, and bursts of cheers broke out on the competition arena. The geniuses of Dao have crushed the rest, defeated their opponents strongly, and displayed their power for Dao. Your Majesty, this is Jingwei, the genius of my moon-covering sect. Luo Yueying pointed to a 17 or 18-year-old girl on the battlefield. When Jingwei was in the covering moon sect, she was a genius they had cultivated with all their might, but now that she has been nurtured by Dao, she has made rapid progress. Her opponent was from the Moyuan dynasty, and when she saw Jingwei, she immediately used the forbidden technique. He was instructed by Tingxin to immediately use the forbidden technique of the Moyuan dynasty when he met a person of great martial arts. After the meeting, the sect would make up for his loss. There is no way, Dao is like a rainbow, standing up to now, no one can stop their streak of winning. Tianhongzong and Moyuanzong are like their stepping stones, being stepped on by Dao to raise their reputations. The Moyuan dynasty was naturally unwilling. This person used a forbidden technique to rush to Jingwei, showing an extremely barbaric style of play. He exchanged blood for blood and a tooth for a tooth. But Jingwei used a set of moon-covering swordsmanship, extremely graceful and graceful. She turned her gaze towards Emperor Wu on the throne, and showed admiration in her eyes. This Jingwei is good and worth cultivating. Chu Yuan recognized. He saw that Jingwei was calm from the beginning to the end, despite facing the stormy play of the genius of Moyuan, and the figure was constantly dodging. A knife. There is no doubt that the genius of Moyuan was defeated. Gong Sunhong and Ting Sen's faces were gloomy. At this time, they have a feeling of being in trouble. Originally, they were confident that with the strength of their sect, they would be able to deal with Dao easily, but the fact has educated them hard. When their people encountered Dao geniuses, they were defeated one after another, and they were not opponents at all. How did this great Wu cultivate such a powerful genius? They can't figure it out. But Xuanhuan knew that resources were only one of them, and the biggest difference was that they had no humaneness. The long river of humanity is the key to pulling them apart. And as the national strength of Dao continues to increase, the river of humanity will become more and more majestic. Just imagine how terrifying it would be for people from a country to soak in a long river of origin, and it is the most suitable long river for the human race. Big Wu. Big Wu. Big Wu. The Imperial city was boiling, and the first small match ended very big. The image of the battle was clearly conveyed by the shadow formation method. Dao defeated all the geniuses, with the momentum of destroying the dead and taking the first place. There are cheers everywhere. Excited people everywhere. Countless people saw their genius standing high on the ring, as if they were standing on it, proud and proud. #C378 5 lines of spirit, shocking everyone. There are many ways to conquer the hearts of the people and make them fully recognize the country from the bottom of their hearts. Benefits are one of them. And let more people see the geniuses of Dao to win glory for the country and overcome the arrogance of other forces, and they will be proud of their hearts and enhance their cohesion. The small competition is over, and then come in the middle competition. Sun Gu is true to the divine way. Slow. Ting Sen's face was dull. He knew that the geniuses from Zhongbiao Dao would also be very powerful, and he would not be able to take advantage of the fight, so he said, Emperor Dao, I suggest changing the gameplay to reflect the strength of both sides. Say. Xuanhuan said. It's boring to challenge like this. My Muyuan dynasty is willing to send 10 people to challenge 10 people of Great Wu, and come to a battle of 10 people. 10 people battle, Muyuan genius has cultivated and tempered together since he was a child, maybe this can break the deployment of Dao. 10 people battle? This is interesting, much more interesting than one-on-one. Dao probably didn't prepare such a comparison this time. The Muyuan dynasty wanted to break Dao's deployment and be caught off guard. Indeed, that's the only way. After all, Dao geniuses are very strong, and ordinary comparisons may not necessarily be their opponents. People talk. Your proposal is good, I accept it, but I have something to add here, which is more interesting. Xuanhuan did not refuse, reflecting the demeanor of a great country. I also like to use soldiers to set the world in one battle, so let's all participate in 3 to 30 people, and I allow people from the Rainbow Sect to also participate in this battle. 60 versus 30? Everyone was taken aback. This great martial artist was so strong that he wanted to use the people of one country to fight 60 geniuses from the 2 great powers of the gods. But they can also see that if this battle is won, it will be a complete victory, and it will be a complete fame and prestige. Although I don't know what Emperor Wu has prepared, but if this is the case, he will not accept it. They are the real shame. Gong Sunhong thought for a moment, and looked at Ting Sen. In this case, all the geniuses of my Rainbow Sect will fight. Please battle stage. An incomparably gigantic battle platform, incomparably magnificent, appeared in the air, very large, not like a ring, but more like an island. Moment. All the 30 geniuses of Dao flew into the battle platform. 30 people wore the clothes of Dao Academy. The breath is extremely fierce, as if condensing a martial character. Glaring eyes look at Tianhong, Muyuan, fighting spirit, and at the same time say, please. De Wu is actually ready. Everyone looked at the 30 people on the battlefield. These 30 people showed their sharp edge. Even though they knew that they were about to face the 2 great powers of the gods, there was no fear on their faces, but the desire to fight. This is good, the first battle completely played their reputation. They all looked at Xuanhuan on the throne at the same time, with admiration in their eyes, and all of them wanted to express themselves in front of His Majesty. Rainbow Sect and Muyuan Dynasty came on stage. The two major forces are like yin and yang, one bright and one dark, and they are fighting each other on weekdays, but at this time they are united together. Let's start. Xuanhuan, said a voice. Challenging the two major sects of the gods with the power of one country, in my opinion, this will be a hard battle. Although it was a hard fight, the great martial geniuses are extraordinary and have a solid foundation. It is not so easy for the two major forces to win. If Dawu can win this, then he will be famous in the first battle. I'll look forward to it. And at this moment, the battle stage blasted a curtain of light. If the eggshells were shrouded in it, Sun Guzhan said, if you blast away from the battle stage, you will lose. Jointly deal with them, and directly blast them off the stage, with the strongest force. The people of the two forces looked at each other and attacked in an instant. They had 20 false gods, twice as strong as the other party. Suddenly, the power of the false god shook the battle, covering the 100-mile large battlefield, such as stormy waves swept through. Stop them. But the people of Great Wu are very calm. I saw a small, but very strong false god walk out, and he waved his hand with a strong earth light. The Great Thick Earth Technique, the wall of mysterious yellow. Boom. The explosion came and the opponent's power slammed on an earth-colored wall. What a powerful earth-type supernatural power. There was no shortage of true gods present. Looking at the man, he said in surprise, this person is actually a body of earth spirit. Naturally, he is close to the earth and can gather earth elements. Dagung Alchemy. Great Aoki Technique. Big Black Water Technique. Big Flame Technique. At this time, 4 people walked out again, standing with the body of the earth spirit. They were all false gods, and the brilliance of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth radiated from their bodies, and the rainbow light filled the sky, actually forming a chaos-like color. This color condensed a small world. Gold spirit, wood spirit, water spirit, fire spirit, earth spirit. A true god made a shocked voice, how is this possible? This is a 5-element physique, and there are 5 people, with 5 attributes. Where did the great martial arts find so many geniuses with special physiques? Gold, wood, water, fire, and soil, these 5 people's physiques complement each other. After finding them from Dao, Xuanhuan taught them the great 5 elements. Once these 5 people join forces, many times people are not their opponents. They suddenly looked at Emperor Wu, as if they had expected such a situation long ago. The physique of these 5 elements alone is not as good as that of Xingshan's wild saint body, but when the 5 people gathered together, they burst out with power far beyond their realm. 5 elements world, deal with false god. Behind the 5 people suddenly opened a pair of void-colored wings, which were Dao's virtual wings. The void escape wing is a special artifact. The more precious the material, the more powerful it is, and what they are equipped with are all the spar spit out by Kongmi Dao Kuan, the empress of the true god. The 5 disappeared instantly. Where did they go? Damn, why did he disappear in an instant? It's hard to find their breath in the void. The Rainbow Sect and the Muyuan Dynasty were furious. They knew that these 5 people were still on the battlefield, hiding in the void, but they couldn't find their existence. Kongmi Daokuan didn't spit out many spar of the sky-splitting god's body. He first equipped them with equipment, and they couldn't find it. 5 elements are coming. Wu Dao Guanhua suddenly appeared beside one person, and all the 5 forces were blasted away, and one person from the Rainbow Sect was instantly bombarded out of the battlefield. This is still in the arena, in a life-and-death fight, it has long been a corpse. Hidden again. The 5 disappeared, then reappeared, appeared in front of one, and joined forces to push one out of the battle again. The battle has just begun, and the 2 gods have already been eliminated. The true gods are looking at each other, and the situation is a bit too strange. They originally thought that this would be an extremely fierce battle, but at the beginning, Dawu had not used any strength to eliminate the two, which was too tyrannical. Press it directly. The two geniuses of the gods couldn't bear it either, and the mana exploded. The remaining 58 people completely covered the battle platform, not giving Dawu any chance to play tricks, and directly crushed it with the strongest force. But what did they see this time? Dawu's people all grew wings behind them. #C379 tournament, once every 3 years. The dark blue color shone with the power of the void. The people of the two great powers just rushed over when they saw the wings of Dakakai flashing behind them, dragging them with the special effects of the void, and they were instantly invisible. Seeing this scene, there are quite a lot of true gods, and it is natural to see that these wings are very powerful, and they are like fish in water in the void, and they are not made of ordinary materials. Don't waste time with them, make a quick decision, and show the might of a great martial artist. His Majesty is still watching us. A sharp voice came out. Boom. A terrifying sword light swept over, and one person held a king-grade divine sword, carrying a divine sword intent, and suddenly descended in front of Hongzong Yirao, killing him directly. Through the sword body, the kendo is extremely strong. The sound of shock came out again. Those who possessed the sword body practiced extremely fast in the kendo, and their attack and killing power was powerful. There was a great hope that they could cultivate to the true god. Can't let them continue to be rampant. The Moyuan dynasty was furious. The threat posed by this sword body was too great, casting a shadow on their minds, and several false gods immediately attacked the sword body. But they just came, and the 5 people with 5 spirits and physiques evolved into the 5 elements world, and they blocked them directly. They saw Tongjian again holding the sword and smashed one person out of the battlefield. In Dao's battle in the false god realm, 6 out of 10 people have special physiques. I thought it was a hard battle, but I didn't expect it to be a crushing battle. The strength of Dao is too strong. It is necessary to rely on the background to cultivate so many. Even the power of God is not their opponent. Where did these come from? I don't know how Hongzong and Moyuan dynasty will break the game. If you lose the chat like this, it will be a great shame and you can't lift your head up. It is not shameful for the 6-star forces to lose to Dao, but the gods are ashamed. Those true gods from the 6-star forces are watching the battle. They were also very puzzled. How did Dao cultivate so many talents? Look, the Moyuan dynasty has displayed their magical powers. I saw it on the battlefield. The people of the Moyuan dynasty exuded billowing demonic energy, condensing the hell of Moyuan. A terrifying hell hand emerged from the demon abyss, pale and with a stern voice, as if it could kill countless creatures. At the same time, the strength of the people of Hongzong condensed, and a sword light of 10,000 feet swept through the air. Hand of Demon Abyss. Rainbow Sword. Senran demonic energy, scorching sword light, and 2 completely different forces swept across the void at this moment, causing tyrannical shocks and sweeping towards the great martial arts. National Luck, God of Emperor Wu. 30 people in Dao said in unison. Brilliant. The tyrannical mana turned into a splendid brilliance, and a stalwart existence appeared in their mana, with a blurred face. It was the Emperor Wu of the Great Wu dynasty who was motivated by their mana to evolve. Great martial arts, great martial god's mansion. People were amazed. With the evolved Wu Dishindi, suppress the magic hand and the rainbow sword. Supreme Sword. Emperor Wu's divine residence suddenly pulled out a lightsaber, the human emperor sword condensed by the power of the earth, and slashed a sword in front of him. The brilliant brilliance seemed to leave a gap in the universe and collided with the rainbow sword. Boom. The rainbow sword actually collapsed and dissipated. The magic hand grabbed it in the air, but a scorching star-like power radiated from the Emperor Wu's mansion, and then it was suppressed with a sword, dispelling all evil spirits, and this magic hand couldn't bear the force of the joint efforts. Collapsed. Although this combined power struggle did not eliminate one person from several parties, it was a blow to morale. The false god is against the false god, the spirituality is against the spirituality, and the godhead is against the godhead. The three-party battlefield appeared on the battlefield. The morale of the great martial arts talents was like a rainbow. They took decisive actions and destroyed the dead. The 10 false gods faced the false gods of both sides. All kinds of special physiques appeared in the sky, emitting brilliant powers one after another. A lot of special physiques. Seeing Da's outbreak, these true gods were stunned, so fierce, they didn't give face to the two great gods. Mighty! 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 The hearts of the people were condensed, and the Dao people screamed at their throats. Don't waste time. True God Sun Gu looked at the battlefield and made a sound. Could it be that De Wucai has not used his full strength yet? Follow the orders of the teacher. The big warriors shouted in unison. All the combat power was turned on. During this time, they were all in special training. Under the order of Xuanhuan, Ming Shouchen would sometimes teach them. When all the fighting power broke out, the two powers of the gods couldn't take it anymore. This endless means, and the power of crushing drove the people of the two powers out of the battlefield one after another. Incredibly violent. Among Dao's virtual gods, there is a taller man who is even taller than Xingshan. He has the physique of a giant spirit and has the power of an ancient giant spirit god. He was also developed by the power of Reincarnated, giving him infinite potential. The palm is like a grinding disc, and it is difficult for anyone in the same realm to withstand his power. Of course, they could see that the most difficult ones were the 5 who possessed the 5 elements physique. They trapped people in the 5 elements world domain and created opportunities for their companions. It didn't take long before the two great powers were blasted away. 1. Against an opponent who was many times more than himself, Dao only handed over a satisfactory answer to Xuanhuan. They destroyed each other in a destructive way, achieved proud results, and made people see Dao's majesty. Just one like that? Is it that the Muyuan dynasty and Hongzong didn't use their full strength, or is Dao too strong? This time Emperor Wu held a martial arts competition to tell us how powerful Dao is, and he really stepped on the two gods to reach the top. They all know that this competition is over. Although there are still many 6-star forces that have not played, it is meaningless, and it is impossible for them to be opponents. Ting Sen and Gong Sun Hong's faces turned black, but they couldn't. Now the competition continues. Although true God Sun Gu knew that the overall situation had been decided, he still had to continue the rules. Haha, no comparison. We admit that this time, the great martial artist is the strongest, even more powerful than ours. Yes, this time it really opened our eyes. If you don't mind, can you tell us the secret of cultivating talents? Yeah, this competition is too exciting. Let's see that the talent from the 6-star power can also crush the 7-star power. Dao is indeed strong, and the talent is strong, and the country is strong. Everyone made a sound, and they could see the strength of Dao from the quality of his talents. There is no country in the Chinchu world that can compare to them, and it is not so easy for the gods to deal with Dao. Although the big competition is over, the competition field will be permanently open. People from all forces can come to the stage to compete at any time, and I will give out extremely generous rewards. Xuanhuan got up from the throne and looked at everyone with majestic eyes. Another I decided to hold a competition every 3 years. This is the first time, and the rules are not perfect. In the next time, many rules will be subdivided, and rewards will be given. Richer. #C380, the Army of the Gods, the Army of the God Emperor. Every 3 years, still want to hold it? To turn the competition into a continuous event, do you still want the geniuses of various countries and sects to come to Dao to accompany the geniuses of Dao? You must know that even the geniuses of the 2 major gods are not their opponents. didn't they come to abuse them? But if you don't come, the news will be passed on, which will make the people of your own country feel that their genius is not the opponent of Dao, and they will not dare to fight in connection. Dawu's move is indeed ruthless. The only thing that ends today is the championship ranking. The top 10 rankings will start tomorrow. Those who are on the list will be rewarded by me. Xuanhuan said, after passing the review, you can also enter our Dao Academy to practice and receive Dao education. Hearing this, everyone's face was in an uproar. Is this Emperor Dao openly recruiting talents? With the reputation of Dao in this competition, I don't know that there will be geniuses who come here. Being able to defeat the geniuses of the Rainbow Sect and the Muyuan dynasty is enough to show that Dao is more suitable for genius cultivation. People go to high places, geniuses who don't want to go to a place that suits them. This trick is straightforward enough to tell you directly with proud facts that it is necessary to attract geniuses from all over the world to Dao, creating a tyrannical siphon effect. I will hold a banquet in the palace tonight, everyone can have a banquet, and at the banquet, I will also hold an event, and there will be rewards. Xuanhuan continued. My Muyuan dynasty will not participate in this banquet, so I will leave. Where did Tingxin have the face to stay, and he left Dao with the people of the Muyuan dynasty? Gong Sunhong did not leave. After the big competition, he met with Xuanhuan again, and finally spent a lot of resources to take away the group of Gu Lin before leaving in a daze. The Rainbow Sect has no choice. Although it is the power of the gods, if they fight for a Gu Lin and Dao, even if they can win, they don't know how many true gods they will die, enough to make them break their bones. 30 geniuses entered the palace to attend the Imperial banquet. He was entertained by the sage and rewarded by Xuanhuan. The Dao Academy is also celebrating the first martial arts conference, with each student doubling the resources within 1 year. The Military Academy and the Civil Academy are also celebrating. Other than that, the people also celebrated and cheered the genius of Dao for defeating the power of the gods. This incident brought glory to their faces, and it was also very good to speak out. Great country style. The strength of his own country is strong, and the people will be respected when they walk outside, just like the 7-star dynasty sent a messenger of the true God to the 6-star dynasty, and the emperor will give him a very grand treatment. The river of humanity is condensing faster and faster. Xuanhuan looked at the long river of humanity. The river was rushing, the water waves were splendid, and every drop of water was as bright as a diamond, enveloped by an infinite power of void, and it was about to change into a different time and space. When the river of humanity grows to a certain extent, it will form a domain, and the domain will become the heaven of humanity, and it will master the power of the first layer of heaven. Xuanhuan pondered. Humanity is infinitely useful, and I don't know what incredible new abilities will be brought about by the unblocking of human sovereign sword's next ability. Your Majesty, this is the list sent by the Ministry of Household. Duke Wei was fair. Set it here. Xuanhuan looked at the long list on the desk, and wrote down a personal name, age, background, and cultivation base in detail. Call the people on the list into the palace and see me. After Xuanhuan checked, he asked the Duke of Wei to send someone to call. This time, many talents with special physiques, seeing their battles on the martial arts stage, gave him a lot of inspiration, and decided to make a big move. On the palace performance field. At this moment, 40,000 to 50,000 people gathered here. They are male and female, old and young, and their cultivation is different. The older ones are tens of thousands of years old, and the younger ones are only 10 or 20 years old, all of them appearing in the palace at this moment. Meet your Majesty. These tens of thousands of people knelt down in front of Xuanhuan and said respectfully, Wei Jian, I know you, it's the sword body that penetrates the sky. Xuanhuan looked at a young man. Wei Jian was sincere and frightened. Although he had the Tong Tian sword body, he was a little restrained now. Seeing Chu Yuan looking at him, he quickly said, "Go back to your majesty, my Tong Tian sword body is used for the Imperial dynasty's expedition, and I am willing to kill the enemy's soul, for the dynasty. Move your Tong Tian sword body to the extreme, let me see." Chu Yuan said. "Yes." After receiving the order from Chu Yuan, Wei Jian made a clanking sound of sword cries. Although he didn't use a sword, he was a sword himself. Suddenly, a sword light swept across the sky, and the void was shattered into two halves in front of him. He beheaded straight away. Yes, the heaven-penetrating sword body, the sword energy is fierce, suitable for killing, we must focus on training. Chu Yuan looked at a young woman who was only 20 years old again. "You have a sound physique, and your sound waves oscillate." "Yes, your majesty." Chu Yuan asked her to use her vocal ability. The woman took out a piece of guzheng, and when she played it, invisible sound waves radiated out, which could actually pass through the defense of the body and directly kill and deal with the soul. "Huanongying, you are good at illusion." Chu Yuan walked up to an enchanting woman this time. Her cultivation base has reached the realm of true gods. She was not originally from the Chinchu realm, but from other realms. She said, "Let me see your illusion." Huanongying didn't speak or move, but there was a red light flashing in his eyes. The scene in front of Chu Yuan's eyes changed, and he saw that he was in a palace full of red veils, with warm fragrance and warm jade. In his eyes, many beautiful women appeared, dancing in various poses. Illusion changes. Chu Yuan waved his hand, and the picture disappeared, but what appeared immediately was a battlefield where countless armies were fighting. Illusion within illusion, like a dream within a dream, one link after another. What is the real truth? Chu Yuan was waving his hand, and the scene in his eyes changed again. "Your illusion is very good, Huang Liang Yi Meng, Zhuang Zhou Meng Dai." One layer of illusion will be followed by another layer of illusion. It seems to be a layer of dreams, that is, the true God, the soul is not high, and it is very likely to fall into your illusion. Get out. Chu Yuan also sent his appreciation. His breath was shocked, all the illusions disappeared, and the time was just a blink of an eye. A few seconds passed. "Your Majesty is the most powerful. Although I have used multiple illusions, your Majesty can break the first illusion. My illusions can't confuse your Majesty." Huanongying looked reverent. "This is His Majesty's strength, even if the sky collapses. Your illusion ability must be well cultivated. It is of great use to my great martial arts. According to rumors, there are people with advanced illusions who can weave a dream world for people. The outside world is a moment, but the dream is a lifetime." Chu Yuan said to Huanongying. "Your Majesty, I will." Huanongying nodded. "It is an honor to be named by His Majesty in person. About some of your abilities, I have seen some with my own eyes, and some I have seen from the memorials. They are all very good. They are all talents that are available to me. Therefore, according to your abilities, I plan to establish a special corps." Chu Yuan looked at these tens of thousands of people with majestic eyes, "So that you can give full play to your special abilities. Abide by His Majesty's decree." Tens of thousands of people worship Chu Yuan, all of them are talents with special physique, and if they are placed in other dynasties, they will definitely shock people's attention. "I will organize you independently, and this independent army is called the God Army, and it will be the most elite and powerful army in Dao." Chu Yuan said, "The action of the Xinjun is not subject to the mobilization of the Ministry of War, nor the order of the Imperial Court, and only listens to the mobilization of me. I will be your only commander. The Army of the Gods, the Army of the God Emperor." #C381 Tenshin Strength Experience Card. The Divine Army is the core that Chu Yuan wants to build. One by one has the power of a god's mansion. The gods and demons tread the sky, and those recruited into the army of gods and demons must have special physiques, or special methods that they have cultivated. This legion is different from the elites of the Xuanhuan army and the demon god army. They do not participate in the frontal attack and kill on the battlefield, but perform special tasks for Xuanhuan. For example, specifically killing the leader of the opponent, or breaking through the enemy's Imperial city across borders, all kinds of things that conventional legions can't do. The Legion of God is not dispatched by the Ministry of War, and only listens to the strength of Xuanhuan alone. If the Xuanhuan army and the demon god army are the elites of all the armies, then the Xuanhuan army is the elite of all the powerhouses. God army. Everyone was shocked, and then there was a strong excitement on their faces. Of course, they knew that being able to join the divine army was also their destiny. In the future, under the direct rule of His Majesty, it would be the sharpest knife in His Majesty's hand. Ningxochen, during this period of time, you have trained the army of gods and demons. According to their different strengths, let them cooperate with each other, give them the most suitable exercises, and give full play to their powerful strength. Xuanhuan asked Ningxochen to train the newly formed army of gods and demons first. He is a 10th level god, with extraordinary knowledge and a lot of magical powers. He can see the ability of this group of people at a glance. Let him first integrate this group of legions that have not yet formed combat effectiveness. The formation of the Legion of God, each with different abilities, is interesting. I have not seen so many special physiques in my life of hundreds of thousands of years. I will do this, for your majesty. There was also a hint of expectation on Ningxochen's face. There were very few special physiques and special magical powers, and there was not one in 100 million people. Now Dao has appeared so many, so that he, the old demon, also wants to train this group of people. Your medicinal pills are directly prepared by me. Xuanhuan said, in addition, write down your own special magical powers to me in detail, and I will let the people in the foundry department customize them for you, and specially create artifacts that are suitable for you. The God Legion is different from the Standing Legion, and it must be tailored as much as possible to maximize its combat power. Yes, Your Majesty. These tens of thousands of people knelt down in front of Xuanhuan. I am extremely excited. This is the opportunity to directly become His Majesty's pro-military. How can we not seize this opportunity? The Legion had decided that Ningxochen would train them personally, and he didn't need any training until he recovered to the peak. In the Dao Imperial city, Xuanhuan specially let Jin Qiang cultivate a training base for the Legion of God. Ouyang Ming ate the true God pill, and now he is a true god. He was specially responsible for leading the refiner team to build equipment for the God Legion. Sometimes Ningxochen would personally lead them to the Sea Demon realm to get the experience of demon cultivation. Of course, his training method is extremely cruel and cold-blooded. Some people will be beheaded by demon cultivators if they fail to pass the training. Xuanhuan also knew his training methods and was indifferent. If he wanted to build a strong army, casualties were unavoidable. Nothing happened recently. At the beginning of the world, no country dared to take the initiative to provoke Dao. In the Sea Demon world, with the frontier base, the daily life of the Dao army is to take the magic training experience of the Sea Demon world. The 7th layer of the false god. A few months later. The hearts of the people are more and more solidified, and the long river of humanity is like a vast ocean. Xuanhuan took a lot of imperial pills, and he consumed at least 50% of the pills he had recently refined, so that his realm broke through to the 7th level of false gods. Too slow. Xuanhuan shook his head. Or the fate point or swallowing the true god will come faster. There are still 2 random lottery opportunities that have not been used. Xuanhuan started a random lottery. The stronger the national power, the stronger the things drawn out. The host starts a random lottery. Ding. The host obtained the Ice Spring Wine Brewing formula through random lottery. Ice Spring Wine Brewing recipe an extremely cold ice wine. After drinking it, the whole body will feel frozen, as if you are in a very low place, but drinking it in moderation can make your soul calm, and your soul will enter a more sober one. State, suppressing demons, and the speed of absorbing vitality will also increase accordingly. Note, Bingquan wine is too extreme. According to the realm, each person cannot take more. Extreme ice wine. Chu Yuan's eyes flickered. He looked at the brewing materials. It happened to be in his system space, so he immediately brewed some. As expected of ice spring wine. He shook the wine in the glass. The wine was as clear and transparent as it was taken out of a cold pond, and the cold air that permeated it made a layer of frost form in his palace. After taking a sip, it was like swallowing a piece of ice in the belly, and it was about to freeze. But the power of this ice wine made his soul sober at this moment. This is a good thing. It will have miraculous effects when combined in practice. When a strong person breaks through, sometimes there will be a fire in their hearts, which will lead to unsteady breath and a situation where they go crazy, but drinking this wine can suppress some of them. This ice spring wine is the same as Baihua brewing. The formula is changeable. The more cherished the materials used, the stronger the wine. Chu Yuan is also preparing to brew a little. This kind of wine cannot be drunk casually, only a little. There was another chance to draw a lottery, which Chu Yuan used immediately. Ding! The host will get the Heavenly God Strength Experience card X1 through a random lottery. Deity Strength Experience card. After using the Deity Strength Experience card, the host can have the deity's power for half an hour. During this period, various magical powers and powers will be increased to the deity's strength. Remarks: after the time has passed, the power will disappear after the experience card, the host will not use any side effects, and it will not be superimposed with the human emperor sword. God Strength Experience card. A brilliant card appeared in Chu Yuan's hand. Tension Strength Experience card. Looking at the introduction of the system, you can actually give yourself the power of the gods for an hour. Although it is only an hour, but if you use it well, you will get unexpected effects. This card came so well. Chu Yuan laughed. Now Dao lives and works in peace and contentment, prospering and developing. Since the end of the competition, the news has been passed. In the past few months, countless geniuses have come from all over the world, and they all want to go to the Great Martial Arts Academy to cultivate. The power of Dao genius has become famous, and who does not want to go to a stronger and better place to cultivate in the golden years of cultivation? Dao is like a magnet, not only attracting geniuses, but also attracting many strong people, including some true gods who have no background. Others of the dynasty were jealous when they saw the welfare of Dao. Every citizen of Dao could go to the academy to practice for free, and the imperial court provided resources. Moreover, the welfare of each of Dao's subjects is so good that it is simply hated. The court is responsible for the basic cultivation resources, and completing various tasks can also exchange for more cherished medicinal pills. Although some people are not in Dao, their hearts have drifted to Dao. Seeing this, the nations of the Chinchu realm have no choice. If Dao is weak, they will inevitably join forces to destroy Dao and seize their resources. But Dao's national strength is too strong. Who dares to send troops? If Dao did not make an army, it was already considered good. The national strength is not as good as that of a human being. There is no other way but to bear it silently. The invitation letter sent by Yuan Lingzong specifically stated that I and concubine Ling were invited to participate. One day, Chu Yuan frowned and received an invitation letter in front of him. #C382 Yuan Lingjie. Yuan Lingzong sent an invitation, and Chu Yuan was also a little strange. If it was the Rainbow Sect or the Moyuan dynasty who sent the invitation, he would not be surprised. But what is the origin of this Yuan Lingzong? He is very strange. And it is a bit strange that Yao Linger is specially marked to invite. I have seen your majesty. Yao Linger came to Chu Yuanyu study. Concubine Ling, look at this invitation. Chu Yuan said. Looking at the invitation card of Yuan Lingzong, Yao Linger thought about it. I seem to remember the origin of this Yuan Lingzong. In the ancient times, it was the era of the 5 emperors, the realm of the sea demon realm at the beginning of the Qin dynasty, and the territories of many 7-star dynasties. It belongs to the Aoki Longevity Empire. In other words, this Yuan Lingzong once belonged to the Qingmu Chongqing Empire. Chu Yuan said. It should be. My clan has ancient books that record the power of many empires in those years. The founder of Yuan Lingzong is the ancestor of Yuan Ling, a warrior under the command of Emperor Qingmu Chongqing, but it should be taken. Yao Linger opened the invitation and said, the Yuan Lingzong will hold a feast for the Yuanhai Tianqian after 3 months, and invite his concubines and his majesty to the banquet. The banquet of the gods is generally a banquet held by the true gods after breaking through the gods. That is to say, there is not only one god in the Yuanling sect. There are thousands of true gods in the Qinchu realm and the Sea Demon realm, and none of them have a god. This shows how difficult it is to break through the gods. Your Majesty? The Aoki Longevity Empire has become history. This feast is not a good one. Yao Linger said. Option 1. Decide to participate in the celestial banquet with Yao Linger. After arriving at Yuan Lingzong, you will get 1,000 fate points, and the progress of building the Gate of Heavenly Thunder will be 10%. Option 2. Do not participate in the Feast of the Gods, deal with it silently, get 1,000 fate points, and a random lottery chance x2. The system popped up a selection, and Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed. Since this invitation has been sent to me, and there is another god of the gods, I will naturally be interested, and I suspect that they deliberately invited you, concubine Ling, to have something to do with the Aoki Longevity Empire. Chu Yuan said. The Feast of the Gods is one purpose, but his most fundamental purpose is to build the progress of the Gate of Thunder. Your Majesty suspects that there will be someone from the Qingmu Chongqing Empire. Yao Linger said with a frown, in ancient times, Emperor Qingmu Chongqing and the other 4 emperors seem to have negotiated and left the eternal world, and the 5 major empires also collapsed. Do they want to make a comeback? Thinking of this, she frowned. The ancestor of the nourishing medicine family was a woman next to Emperor Aoki Chongqing, and if she deliberately invited her as the patriarch, you could see some clues. Don't think so much, this time I will go to Yuan Lingzong with you to see. 3 months left. Not in a hurry to go. Time flies, another month or 2 has passed. Chu Yuan observed the capital of Dao. Jin Qiyang seemed to have opened up his talent as a great architect. During this period of time, he expanded wildly, and even thought that the area of Wuyu was not large enough. And Wuyu moved a lot of divine veins, and the spirit-gathering formation method was initially formed. Especially in the Imperial city, it is even more strict, with many restrictions and continuous reinforcement. Usually this is a gathering spirit formation, but in the event of a big war, it will be a terrifying killing formation. Your Majesty, this is the god army I trained for you. They were all trained by me in the Sea Devil world. On this day, Ning Shouchen brought back tens of thousands of god soldiers and horses, and there was some pride on his face, which he trained himself. According to Chu Yuan's instructions, these gods specially made armor for them, dark black, with some blood-red stripes. Is the color of killing. See your Majesty. Tens of thousands of strong men of the divine army took off their helmets and saluted Chu Yuan with a fierce voice. Although it has been a few months, they seem to have been reborn, exuding a fierce aura, and everyone has a determined look. This is a murderous army. Although there are only tens of thousands of people in the army of gods, they are all strong people. Chu Yuan's selections are all above the gods, and there are many real gods among them. It's an image of them training. Ning Shochen took out a shadow stone and recorded the events of the sea demon realm in detail. They train very cruelly, and take the initiative to choose powerful demons to fight. At the beginning, the cooperation was not good, and Ning Shochen didn't try to save many people, but as the battles increased, they cooperated better and better, and brought out all their abilities. They have only been to the sea demon realm for a few months, but the name of the god army is like a fierce devil, and everyone in the sea demon realm is afraid of it. This kind of training method is cruel, but it is also very effective. What Xuanhuan wants is not a kind teacher, but a fierce army. Let go of the Shinjun thing first, and go to a place with me tomorrow. Xuanhuan said to Ning Shochen. On the second day, Xuanhuan summoned Kongmi Daokuan and brought Yao Linger and Ning Shochen to Yuanlingzong. Yuanlingzong is far away from Dao, and it will take some time for the true god to travel across several great realms. But now, Kongmi Daokuan's strength is very strong, swallowing the divine body of sky-splitting god, relying on his arrogant racial talent. Without the strength of God, he can no longer suppress it. The eternal world is vast and boundless. Although I am the 10th level of the gods, I have not been able to break through the mysterious gods. The mysterious gods are too difficult. Ning Shochen stood on the Kongmi Daokuan and sighed. This time, Yuanlingzong held a feast for the gods to celebrate the new gods, and invited many forces to witness, many of which were at the level of gods. Xuanhuan said. He participated in the Feast of the Gods, and the progress of the building was one aspect, and he also wanted to see how powerful the gods were. And staying in the capital all day, where is the fate and choice? The world is very big, and he also wants to go out and see what the outside world is like. His main quest. It can't be done without conquering some 7-star forces. Heaven's God's mansion, God's existence is enough to cross the universe and go to other big worlds. Although I haven't fully recovered the power of the gods, it is almost impossible for the new gods to kill me. Ning Shochen said proudly, I have a hunch that if I recover to the 10th level of the gods, I will be sure to break through the mysterious gods and fight against the sky-splitting gods. I have already found a breakthrough inspiration. When Dao reaches 7 stars, I will have a way to help you restore your full strength. Xuanhuan knew that the healing potion that Ning Shochen needed could not be refreshed until the 7 stars. Half a month. Xuanhuan crossed several realms and arrived at the Primordial Spirit Realm. Primordial Spirit Realm is a sect with gods, even more than one, and has a long history. It existed in ancient times, and it has always been replaced by gods. Although the family of nourishing medicines was once brilliant, they were in decline, and it was not until they joined Dao that they began to slowly recover. When he was about to arrive at the Yuanling realm, Xuanhuan asked Ning Shochen to inquire about the information. Your Majesty, after passing through the continuous mountains here, you can reach the territory of Yuanlingzong. I have inquired about it, and there is a Ningyun city there. Ning Shochen said. There is no hurry to go to Yuanlingzong. It is not too late to go when the Feast of the Gods is held. This journey is also very hard. Let's go to Ningyun city to rest. Xuanhuan entered Ningyun city. #C383 Muliu Tenjin 1 family. Ningyunqing is very large, and its scale is like an imperial city. This is a big city in the primordial spirit realm, and there is a true god sitting there. Xuanhuan walked into Ningyun city. There were many people in the city, and there were also many experts. The world was full of vitality. After all, it was the realm of the gods, and there were many experts here. It's completely different from Dawu. Yao Linger said. Dao's national strength is rapidly rising, and the people have a feeling of being sharp-edged. Everyone is madly cultivating martial arts, and everyone who pulls in can immediately join the army and be high-spirited. And this Ningyun city is much quieter, less madness like Dawu. Your Majesty, I have already inquired. The Ning family in Ningyun City is the ruler, and its strength is a little worse than that of the Xuanhuan dynasty. On the street, Chu Yuan walked at the forefront. Yao Linger gently pulled his arm. Ning Shouchen was like an old slave, walking at the back. Although he has also reached the peak, he has already set his mentality. His current soul source is controlled by His Majesty, and sometimes he still sets his attitude. It's hard to come out, take a good stroll here, and relax. Chu Yuan knew that Yao Linger was in a dignified mood, probably because he knew the relationship between Yuan Lingzong and the Qingmu Chongqing Empire. His Dao was so far away from the Yuan Ling realm, and he specially invited Dao, obviously with some kind of purpose. Hearing Chu Yuan's words, Yao Linger nodded and smiled. Smile more to look good. Chu Yuan said. They were walking in Ningyun City. Sure enough, I saw a lot of customs that are different from Dao. The people of Dao were influenced by Emperor Wu, and they all turned to Wu. They were not afraid of death, they were extremely fierce, and they liked to expand. Because only by expanding out can we get more resources. The temperament of an emperor is enough to affect a country, and a cowardly emperor makes his subjects cowardly. Chu Yuan is so strong. Being so rigid, the people of Dao are also very rigid. When they practiced in the sea demon world, they were even more brutal than those demon cultivators. This is also what Chu Yuan wants to see. After all, he didn't want to see that his people were all little sheep. Lu Family Restaurant. At this time, Chu Yuan came to a restaurant. Many people entered the restaurant to eat. Although a martial artist has reached a certain level of strength, he can breathe in the vitality of the world to be able to go fast, but there are some delicious food that some people won't enjoy. In Chu Yuan's palace, there are also many royal chefs, who make royal meals for him in different ways every day. Is the emperor a powerful empire, but also to enjoy the benefits of power? If you don't enjoy rights, you might as well be an ascetic and control an empire. Although the name of this Lu family restaurant is ordinary, there are many people. Let's go in and have a taste. What is the difference between eating and eating? Chu Yuan walked into the Lu family restaurant, and immediately someone came over to receive him. He smiled and said, "Are the three of you dining downstairs or private rooms upstairs? Find a quiet place and serve the best things from your restaurant." Ning Shouchen said. "Okay, the three guests please take your seats." Soon, the three of Chu Yuan walked upstairs to the private room. The dishes were served quickly. Ning Shouchen stood by the side. He didn't eat. Chu Yuan ignored him, and enjoyed the food with Yao Linger. This Lu family restaurant is really good. Even my mouth is used to eating delicious food. It's no wonder that so many people come to eat here. Chu Yuan appreciates it. Your Majesty's praise is really rare, and the concubine also thinks it is delicious. Yao Linger also took a few more bites. If your Majesty likes it, the concubine will find the boss here and ask them if they are willing to move to Dao. If you are willing to move to Dao, I will open a restaurant in a prime location for them. Food should also be enjoyed by others. If Qinqi's glutton knows that I eat alone, I will definitely be annoyed. Chu Yuan laughed. 3 guests. At this time, a woman who looked to be in her 30s walked in the private room, and her cultivation base reached the false god. Is the food in this restaurant suitable? This woman is the owner of the Lu family restaurant. She noticed when the three of Chu Yuan came in. Especially this man, although he didn't radiate any power, but his temperament, there was a feeling of swallowing mountains and rivers, so she knew that these three were not ordinary people. She couldn't see through that old man. But she is not surprised. Yuan Lingzong held a feast for the gods, inviting people from various forces, and even the gods came specially, causing many strange guests to appear in the Yuan Ling world. As the boss, she has to come to say hello when a strong person from the outside world arrives. This dish is good, I was still discussing just now. Let your Lu family restaurant move to my Imperial city. Xuanhuan looked at the woman. Although she is not perfect, she has a unique demeanor and an outstanding temperament. Especially the most striking thing is that there is a willow leaf mark on her eyebrows, which adds a mysterious and hazy feeling. Your Majesty is very polite. My restaurant has been open in Mingyan City for a long time. Self-proclaimed I, it seems that I am the lord of a country, but I don't know which country's His Majesty. Your willow leaf mark? Only at this time did Yao Linger pay attention to the mark of the willow leaf, and she kept thinking about it, and suddenly she asked tentatively, people from the Lu family, when the Qingmu Chongqing Empire, the Moliu Tianqian family? Although the herbal medicine clan was in decline, her ancestor was also the concubine of Emperor Aoki Chongqing back then. Naturally, she was very clear about the strength of the empire and left a lot of records. Moliu Tianqian is also a woman. At that time it was also the 10th level of the gods, and she had a good relationship with her family of nourishing medicine. The imprint of the willow leaves represents the rich blood of the god of Moliu, inheriting her magical powers. You still know my Lu family? The woman was a little surprised, but then smiled and said, it's no secret, my name is Lu Qing, and I am indeed from the Lu family as mentioned by the distinguished guests, but the god Moliu has long since been transformed, and it is no match for the power of the years, and the current Lu family is not the same as it used to be. The Lu family, I will stay in Mingyunqing to open a small restaurant and earn some divine stones. Yao Linger said her ancestor's identity, and Lu Qing said a few more words. Many people have not mentioned Moliu Tianqian, and even she sometimes forgets. The gods are powerful and suppress one side, but who should fear and fear the dead gods? Hey, it seems that Moliu Tianqian's lineage has not fallen. Yao Linger said, how brilliant was the Qingmu Chongqing Empire back then, there were many gods under his command, and there were even more existences above the mysterious gods who were loyal to Emperor Qingmu Chongqing, but after the collapse of the empire, many of the gods' families died out, and it is very important to be able to lead blood descendants. Rare. Just like her, without Xuanhuan, she is still trapped in Nanqianyu. Although the Moliu Tianqian family has not fallen, it seems not bad that Lu Qing can open a restaurant in Mingyan City. Who are you? Lu Qing looked at Yao Linger. My family's ancestors also came from the Qingmu Chongqing Empire. If you know the classics, you should know the Yangyao family, and this palace is the current patriarch of the Yangyao family. Yao Linger smiled. The Nourishing Medicine Clan, for the great Emperor Aoki Longevity's great medicine. Lu Qing was shocked, so, this is the Emperor of the Great Wu Dynasty. #C384 You cook well. The Great Wu Dynasty has a great reputation, even if she is in Mingyan City, she has heard of it. This dynasty rose like a comet, emitting a dazzling light. She didn't know much. She knew that Dao was very strong, and even the 7-star forces had to be afraid. Medicine family. Her eyes flashed brightly. During the Aoki Chongqing Empire, her Lu family was also incorporated into the empire. At that time, the relationship between the ancestors and the ancestors of the Yaoyao family was excellent, like sisters. I can still see people from the Nourishing Medicine family. Lu Qing exclaimed. The Yangyao family has integrated into Dao and become the people of Dao, and this palace is also the concubine of Dao. Yao Linger said. The Yaoyao family has already arrived at Dao. She looked at Yao Linger incredulously, and knew that the Yaoyao family had the power to cultivate a peerless medicine. If it wasn't for the ancestors of the Yaoyao family who bred a big medicine for Emperor Aoki Chongqing back then, they lost a lot of real energy. Otherwise, with her power, she could have broken through to the mysterious god realm long ago. It can be said that the Nourishing Medicine family has paid too much for Emperor Aoki Chongqing. How is the Lu family now? Yao Linger asked. As concubine Ling saw, there are not many people in my clan anymore. In order to earn more divine stones, even I had to open a restaurant and other meager businesses in Ningyan City to cultivate clan people. Lu Qing shook her head. When the glory finally fell, the last god of her Lu family had been in decline, and now, there is no true god. The false god is not bad in the 5 profound realms, but it is not enough in the Yuanling realm. Your Majesty, the Molyu family has the bloodline of the Molyu heavenly god and is proficient in the wood-type magical powers. They can transform the Molyu method and plant a special spiritual wood to give the land a stronger spiritual energy. It can be combined with the spirit gathering method. Spirit wood, this property is milder and easier to absorb, and they are also a must for delicious food. Yao Linger's voice transmission to Chu Yuan. As expected of his beloved concubine. The voice transmission is to hope that the Lu family can merge into Dao, plant the special spiritual tree of the Lu family into Dao, and strengthen the strength of the dynasty. You guys cook very well. I like it very much. I can give you the Lu family a chance to move the Lu family restaurant to Dao, and cooperate with the nourishing medicine family to plant spirit trees and become my subjects. Chu Yuan was sitting on the seat, with an aura like sitting on a throne. His gaze made Lu Qing's heart tremble, and the endless Imperial might oppressed him. He only said it once, and if Lu Qing didn't want it, he didn't bother to force it. The opportunity has been given to her, it depends on her willingness to seize it. Move into Dao. Lu Qing's eyes flickered. What else do you have to hesitate? You will be able to develop your Lu family if you stay in Ningyan City. Now is not the period of the Qingmu Chongqing Empire. If you join Dao, perhaps your Lu family will have a period of glory again. Yao Linger shouted, now you only have this opportunity to meet your Majesty in person. His Majesty likes your Lu family's cooking very much and is willing to let you enter the Imperial City. Lu Qing was silent, took a deep breath, her eyes flickered with determination. My Lu family is now only 2 or 3 big cats and kittens. It's a great blessing to be invited by your Majesty, and even the chief of the medicine clan is here. If I don't nod my head, that's not giving face. If she was the master of Ningyunqing, she would definitely not agree. But what qualifications does the current Lu family have? Could it be that he will always rely on his cooking skills to survive in Ningyan City? The opportunity is right in front of her, and she has to seize it and give it another go for the Lu family. Your Majesty, I still have clansmen outside the city. I also want to inform about the relocation. Please give me some time. Lu Qing knelt down to see Chu Yuan. This may be the only chance for her Lu family to rise. Okay, I came to the Yuanling world this time to participate in the Feast of the Gods. You still have time to prepare. Chu Yuan said. Your Majesty is invited to the Heavenly God Banquet. Lu Qing said, I heard that this time the Heavenly God Banquet seems to have people from the Qingmu Chongqing Empire, but it's not exact, maybe it's just a rumor. The more rumors spread, the more they will become true. This kind of thing would rather be trusted than not. Also, is your Majesty going to Yuanling's own now? Lu Qing said. Don't worry, I will take a look around in the Yuanling world. Chu Yuan will not be in a hurry to go to Yuanling's own, but will come to the day when the Feast of the Gods is held. Okay, I will send someone to lead the way for His Majesty where he wants to go. Lu Qing was here, and after listening to Chu Yuan's orders, she hurried back to the clan. In the past few days, Chu Yuan has been wandering around in the Yuanling realm. To be able to give birth to the gods, this spirit world is 10 times richer than Qinchu world, and whether it is magical medicine or minerals, it is much more than Qinchu world. The prosperous world makes people yearn for. If this world can be controlled by me, how many medicine pills and how much equipment should I be able to refine to strengthen the strength of my great martial arts? Chu Yuan looked at the landscape of Yuanlingji and let out a sigh of emotion. Ning Shouchen and Yao Linger's eyes narrowed, knowing that the emperor in front of him was moved again. His favorite thing is to expand and conquer. But if Chu Yuan didn't like to conquer, Dao's land would not have become so big. How difficult is this? If I recover to the peak, or even break through the profound god, I will not be able to capture several great realms. Ning Shouchen said. Back to Ningyun City, there are still a few days before the Feast of the Gods. It's time to prepare to go to Yuanlingzong. Chu Yuan returned to Ningyunqing, wanting to see how Lu Qing was preparing. Since she is willing to submit to Dao, she is a subject of Chu Yuan, and her attitude towards the subjects is completely different. And her Lu family's cooking skills are really good. She could be recruited into the palace to be a royal chef, or she could have her Lu family open a branch in Dawuduoduo. The Lu family restaurant is closed. Chu Yuan saw the restaurant with the door closed. No, it was sealed. Yao Linger frowned and said, "It seems that in the past few days since we left, something big happened in Ningyun City. Who of you knows what happened to this Lu family restaurant?" Ning Shouchen suddenly grabbed someone who was watching. "No. Don't kill me." The man said in fear. I said, "It was done by the city lord's mansion. I heard that the Lu family restaurant is going to close, and there are signs of migration of the family, so the city lord's mansion sent people to seal up the restaurant, and then sent people to arrest the shopkeeper. It seems that don't let them go. Take Lu Qing away." Chu Yuan's expression was indifferent, and he could not see his anger. "Okay, get out of here." Ning Shouchen threw the man away. This city lord's mansion is so bold that even people who join Dao dare to arrest them. I really don't know how to write the word death, so I'll go their city lord's mansion, tell them not to mess with people of great martial arts. Ning Shouchen is a demon god, he is domineering in his work, and he becomes even more domineering after joining Dao. The Lu family is already a subject of our great martial arts. Whoever dares to move our great martial arts subjects is to move me and go to the city master's mansion with me. He said it very easily, as if he was going to his own back garden. He would come and go as he wanted, and he would go straight to the city lord's mansion. #C385 Step into Ning's house. Ning Yunqing's Ning family. Although the Ning family is only 10% of the primordial spirit realm, there are not a few true gods who are strong, and their strength is also very strong, and they can also occupy a place in the primordial spirit realm. Have you found out the reason? That Lu Qing was fine in Ningyun City, why did she suddenly move her clan? It's because I'm not good here, or some big force is recruiting them. A stern-faced True sat on the hall, his face was like a cruel official, interrogating a person in front of him. This true god is called Ning Xing, and he is mainly responsible for all kinds of things in the city. That is, he sent someone to seal up the Lu family restaurant and capture Lu Qing. The woman's mouth is very hard. I won't tell her no matter how I ask her, but someone must have told them to leave. After all, there are still a few days before the Feast of the Gods. There are many forces from the outside world, and the fish and dragons are mixed, but I don't understand, is it worth our fanfare? Someone wondered. Although the false god is considered a strong man, it is really nothing in Ningyun City. Humph, what do you know? Ning Xing sneered, a false god is nothing, but this Lu family had a god in the time of Emperor Qingmu Chongqing, and it was stronger than Yuanlingzong. Although it is now in decline, it is also in my Ningyun City, watching the once glorious family of the gods lingering in my territory, like a dog, I can deal with it how I want, I feel comfortable, they flow with the blood of the gods, but they have become ants in my eyes, and they want to go, I don't agree. I see. The man replied. Come on, let's go meet the woman. Ning Xing came to a prison and met Lu Qing. Tell me, where are you going to move out of Ningyunqing? Are you unsatisfied with your life here? Or am I, Ningyunqing, not as good as the other party? Ning Xing stood tall and looked at Lu Qing with dominating eyes. A being more powerful than your Ning family can destroy your Ning family with a snap of your fingers. Although Lu Qing was caught by the other party, her expression was calm. Haha, my Ning family's family can take a liking to your little false god. Ning Xing laughed disdainfully, seeing as your Lu family has lived with me for so many years, today I will give you a chance to kneel at my feet, consider yourself my slave, kowtow a few times, and I will all let you go, and I won't be held accountable. He was not looking at the Lu family. It is the blood of the gods in his body. His character is crazy and cruel, and he wants to see the once powerful and glorious family of the gods kneeling at his feet, wagging their tails and begging for pity. Watching the weak struggle in front of you and torturing those who are weaker than you is also a pleasure to relax the hardships of cultivation. I won't kneel when I die. Lu Qing clenched her hands tightly. Strength, if you don't have strength, you will be bullied by others. If she is a true god, would Ning Xing dare to deal with her like this? The phoenix that falls to the ground is not as good as the chicken, and the tiger falls and Ping Yang is bullied by the dog. It's okay if you don't agree, I have already sent someone to arrest your Lu clan. Ning Xing could make Lu Qing kneel down with one hand, but it was meaningless. He wanted Lu Qing to kneel down willingly, and said lightly, whenever you give in to me, when you let go, tell you, your Lu family, it is impossible to leave Ning Yunqing, even if you die, you will die here, and your bones will be buried in the ground of Ning Yunqing. You. Lu Qing glared at Ning Xing angrily. Although the blood of the gods brought her glory, it was also the reason why Ning Xing wanted to torture her. My lord, someone came to my Ning's house. It's very unfamiliar and I don't know each other. Suddenly someone reported. Your Majesty has come down. You caught me. With that Majesty's domineering, he will not let you go. Lu Qing laughed loudly. Your Majesty? Humph, let me see who your Majesty is, dare to come to my Ningyun city, to be a wild man. Ning Xing strode out, and he suddenly saw 3 figures coming from outside the city lord's mansion. The man was very young, and he had the temperament of being valiant and arrogant, and an extremely tyrannical oppression shrouded the entire Ning family. Who are you? This is the important place of the Ning family. No outsiders are allowed to trespass without notice. Suddenly someone broke into the Ning family, and suddenly there was a figure in the Ning family floating in the air, extremely vigilant. They all knew that there were a lot of strange powerhouses in the spiritual world recently. My people can also be moved by you? Chu Yuan's gestures contained supreme authority, and his voice was indifferent, which made people's hearts tremble. Zhen? There is no dynasty in the Yuanling world, where are you from? Seeing Chu Yuan, Ning Xing said coldly, you are here for the Lu family. Your Majesty is coming, don't you kneel down to greet him, do you want to die? Ning Xiuchen shouted. I saw Chu Yuan, carrying his hands on his back at this time, step by step, walked into the Ning family. Before Lu Qing didn't express her attitude, before he joined Dao, life and death had nothing to do with him, but now he was a citizen of Dao, and he couldn't ignore it. Stop him. Seeing that Chu Yuan didn't take the Ning family seriously and stepped directly in, everyone in the Ning family was also angry, and they came from everywhere. But as soon as they approached Chu Yuan, there was an incomparably magnificent force that directly shook the group of people away. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The Ning family made an extremely harsh alarm sound. Although there were only 3 people, everyone could see that the strength of these 3 people was extremely strong, and they were even enough to destroy their Ning Yunqing. Damn, who did Lu Qing rely on? Ning Xing's eyes flashed with anger. Bold. At this time, some old antiques from the Ning family were also alerted from the retreat, and they saw the 5 true gods walking out at the same time, looking at Chu Yuan, who is your excellency, and why did you trespass into my Ning family? We don't seem to have any grudges against you. I didn't have it before, but now I have it. Chu Yuan glanced at him, my people are not to be humiliated. What happened to Ning Xing? These real gods asked Xiang Ningxing. Humph, I don't know who he is, but I probably understand why he came here, that is, the Lu family living in Ningyan City. Ning Xing was also very unhappy. This Lu family wants to leave Ningyan City. I manage all matters in the city, and the false god family is going to be relocated, so I naturally want to ask the reason. I didn't expect this person to come directly, too domineering, can't let him be presumptuous here. Lu family? The former heavenly god family. These true gods probably understand the matter, and also know the character of Ning Xing, who must be torturing people again, but this is the matter of the Ning family, and said coldly, Your Excellency, the Lu family is a family in Ningyan City, this it's our own business, and it doesn't seem to have anything to do with Your Excellency. The Lu family has taken refuge in Dao and has become a citizen of Dao. Do you think it has anything to do with it? Yao Linger said at this time. The Great Wu Dynasty? Are you the famous Emperor Wu? The name of Emperor Wu has spread to several circles, and they are so famous that they have heard of it, and they would never have thought that the person who came to his Ningyan City today would be Emperor Wu. They don't know much about Emperor Wu, but they know one thing, this person is very domineering, he is very direct in doing things, and he has the courage to swallow mountains and rivers. Let the people go, today's events can be put aside, the Lu family has already taken refuge in Dao. Yao Linger said. Let's just let people go? After such a commotion, many people already knew that Lu Qing was caught in the Lu family, and was directly beaten at the door. If you just let it go, where will the Ning family's face go? Emperor Wu, this is in the Yuanling realm, not your Great Wu dynasty. There is a doubt that the Ning family true god has a bad tone. It's all the same. Chu Yuan said indifferently, I cleaned them up. #C386 Yuanling 10 cities. Chu Yuan took a step, as if entering a realm of no one, without putting them in, he walked directly into the oldest hall of the Ning family. This aura was exuding, and was extremely oppressive. The people of the Ning family seemed to think that Chu Yuan was the master here, and they were just slaves living here. You go one step further and try. The Ning family's faces were angry, and anger burned in their eyes. Although the name of Dao has been widely spread during this period of time, this place is in the realm of Yuanling, not the world of his Dao. Do it, stop him. Every step of the way is trampling on the dignity of his Ning family. Immediately, more true gods appeared from the Ning family. Dare to do it. Ning Shouchen saw these people take action. Without Chu Yuan's action, he took one step. The moment the magic power swept, the wind blew up, and a true god was directly blasted out by Ning Shouchen. This person is extremely powerful, so don't be careless. The Ning family's true gods and people were numerous, and immediately urged the formation arranged in the city, and immediately saw a 10,000 zhang sword light under the formation of the formation, exuding the power to kill everything. Emperor Dao, if you are taking a step, we will stimulate the background. The Ning family roared wildly. But Chu Yuan ignored them, and still walked forward slowly, his footsteps stepped on the ground, and his voice fell into the ears of everyone, like the sound of thunder. Move the background and cut it directly. This is the foundation of the Ning family's family protection formation, which once sheltered them and resolved many dangers. When they saw this sword light slaughtering everything, even the masters of the 8th level of the true god should be afraid of it, and dare not directly attack. I'm here to stop everything for your majesty. Ning Shouchen was dismissive. He doesn't care what the background is. A jet black ring was urging on his hand, and it shook lightly in the void, but when he saw that the background seemed to be paper pasted, it shattered easily. This is an Imperial artifact. The Ning family was shocked. Only the Imperial artifact can explode this kind of power. With this little strength, I have the courage to stop it. At this time, Ning Shouchen acted as a thug and directly broke into the Ning family. There are quite a few true gods in the Ning family, there are more than 20 gods, but these more than 20 true gods faced Ning Shouchen alone, but they were easily swept away by him, and they were not his opponents at all. God! What kind of master did the Ning family encounter? But someone else hit the door. The true god of the Ning family is not a match for one person. What the hell is going on? In Ningyunqing, countless people were attracted by the fight. The ruler of this city was 3 people stepping on the door, and the strong family members were all out, but they were still no opponents at all, which made countless people make sounds of fear and fear. Don't force us. He was knocked on the door by 3 people, but he was powerless to stop it. Seeing Xuanhuan walking towards the most majestic hall of the Ning family step by step, it made the Ning family go crazy. This is your own door. Emperor Tiao, you are too presumptuous. An angry voice came out. In the depths of the Ning family, a white-haired old man suddenly flew out. His cultivation reached the 8th level of the true god, and he was the strongest ancestor of the Ning family. Big waves. As soon as this ancestor appeared, he immediately used his big move. His hands danced wildly, his mana turned into monstrous waves, the void was shaking, and a peerless power seemed to be carrying the power of a family to rage against Xuanhuan. The other true gods of the Ning family also attacked Ning Shochen at the same time. Tiao is too strong, and quickly issued a request for help to the other 9 cities, and this ancestor blocked them. This ancestor made a voice, and his face was extremely solemn. He had heard a little of Tiao's reputation, and he was domineering and arrogant. Xuanhuan was indifferent to the killing of this ancestor. Glory of the gods. The brilliant light of the gods radiated from Xuanhuan. He was the master of the gods. As soon as this ancestor fell into this glorious power, he felt that he was under an endless pressure and wanted to worship. The Emperor of the Gods. Boom. With a big wave of Xuanhuan's hand, the power of the gods turned into a heavy fist and slammed into the ancestor's body. What power is this? This old ancestor vomited blood, and he was defeated in one move at the 8th level of the true god, and roared, Emperor Tiao, what are you trying to do? If you want to take Lu Qing with you, I can give it to you now. Ningxing's scalp was also numb, knowing that Lu Qing was going to take refuge in Tiao. He would not rob Lu Qing at all. Don't force us too hard, we can let you go if you want someone, and we can also compensate you for your losses. The ancestor of the Ning family is also clenching his teeth, his face is hideous, and he would rather pay a huge price to send this god away. It was possible before, but now it's too late, it's not enough. Xuanhuan said indifferently. Emperor Tiao, although your strength is terrifying, you probably don't know that the 10 cities of Yuanling have the same energy, and you are only facing the power of one city. I have already sent them a request for help, and many experts will come soon, it won't be easy to leave then. The ancestor of the Ning family brought out the 10 cities of Yuanling to persecute Xuanhuan. Not to mention 10 cities, 100 cities are useless. Xuanhuan enveloped the ancestors of the Ning family with the glory of the gods. The entire Ning family was enveloped in a brilliant light. In the glory of the gods, he is the king of gods. Fight. The ancestor of the Ning family gritted his teeth, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. His power suddenly increased several times, as if he had burned some kind of secret technique. Scratch the manipulation. What? The ancestor of the Ning family suddenly screamed and fell from the air. Countless runes appeared strangely on his body, and then these runes turned into chains and disappeared into his body, so that all his true god mana was sealed, and he couldn't display it in a short period of time. His face was frightened and he tried his best to attack, but Xuanhuan's power was still blessing. Great sealing technique. Ning Shochen's eyes flashed. At this time, Xuanhuan pressed his palm, and the Ning family patriarch's knees softened, and he actually knelt down facing Xuanhuan. Do not. Not only the ancestors of the Ning family, but also all the true gods of the Ning family let out humiliating roars. The ancestor of the Ning family kneeled down, and the dignity of the Ning family was lost. The dignified true god family, with the true god 8 layers in charge, can also occupy a place in the spirit world. When the opponent stepped on it and rubbed it hard, the strongest ancestor of the family knelt down. Some people even glared at Ning Xing, scolding him for robbing a little Lu Qing and offending this terrifying existence. Emperor Dao, what do you want my Ning family to do? The ancestor of the Ning family roared in humiliation. He wanted to fight with Xuanhuan, but the Eternal Seal gave him no chance to fight. I need your Ning family to do something for me. Xuanhuan walked into the oldest hall of the Ning family and sat on the main seat. Ning Shouchen mentioned the ancestor of the Ning family, brought him into the hall, put him on Xuanhuan's feet and continued to kneel. #C387 Leave them, I will be of great use. This hall was the place where the Ning family discussed important matters on weekdays, and only the ancestors could take that seat. But at this time, the seat was changed to a different owner, and the ancestor of the Ning family was sealed by the Great Sealing Technique and knelt at the feet of Xuanhuan. This is His Majesty Dao, to whom my Lu family is loyal, so domineering. Lu Qing was taken out and stood beside Xuanhuan, quietly watching the young man. Powerful, domineering. The overlord of Ning Yunqing was trampled by him at will, and he was extremely protective of his shortcomings. As soon as he was caught in the Ning family, he directly stepped on the Ning family. Emperor Dao, what are you trying to do? The ancestor of the Ning family lowered his head and made a desperate voice. The news has been passed to other 9 cities? Xuanhuan suddenly asked. Yes, the news has come out. Once the people from the 9 cities come, even if you want to leave, it will be difficult to leave. The dignity of my Yuanling 10 cities cannot be trampled on. The only hope of this Ning family ancestor is that other people from the 9 cities will come. After Xuanhuan heard it, he leaned on the seat and narrowed his eyes slightly. Yao Linger was behind him, gently kneading his shoulders for him. In the hall, I fell into such a strange scene. The true gods of Ning Yunqing were terrified. There was an old man with a deep demonic energy beside him with an expressionless face. On the other hand, His Majesty was leaning back on the majestic throne, enjoying a massage from Yao Linger, and seemed not to care about the threat of Yuanling 10 cities. The true gods of Ning Yunqing didn't even dare to say a word. This His Majesty was too terrifying, for fear that if he said one more word, he would be executed by him. But the strange scene didn't last long. In the sky above Ningyun City, there were many terrifying auras that covered the sky, and the sun turned into rolling thunder, and the endless momentum enveloped the entire city. Brother Ning, here we are. What kind of opponent did you Ning Yunqing meet, and sent an urgent signal for help? Why is it so quiet? Could it be that the crisis has been lifted? Walk. Let's see what exactly happened. At that moment, dozens of people appeared outside Ningyun City. All of them were strong in the realm of true gods. There is no sound, but there are traces of fighting. The situation is strange. These dozens of people belonged to 9 towns, and they were all at the helm of 9 towns. As soon as they received the news of the Ning family asking for help, they rushed over immediately. The 10 cities of Yuanling are not far apart and are connected to each other. In the eternal great world, where there is no strength, it will be trampled and humiliated by others. Therefore, if these 10 cities are united, as long as one city is in trouble, the 9 cities will immediately come to support. Although doing so, the resources obtained by the 10 cities will be divided equally, but at the same time their strength will also grow. Brother Ning. As soon as they saw the main hall, they immediately saw the ancestor of the Ning family with his back to them, kneeling at the feet of one person, which made their eyelids jump, and they asked, "Who can tell us what happened here?" "Everyone from 9 towns is here, it's good." When Xuanhuan saw Jiuqing people coming, a smile appeared on his face. "Who are you?" The ancestors of Jiuqing walked out at the same time. The weakest of them are the 8th level of the true god, and the strongest 2 have reached the strength of the 9th level of the true god. He is the Great Wu Emperor of the Great Wu Dynasty. Someone from Ningyunqing made a fearful voice. Emperor Dao. Someone was shocked and made a surprised voice. Could it be that the Dao dynasty in Chenchujia held a talent competition and defeated Tianhong Muyuan? How did Ji Ningyunqing offend the Dao emperor? The ancestors of Jiuqing were puzzled, but Jiuqing had the same spirit, and faced difficulties together. Looking at Chu Yuan at this moment, one of the true gods, Jiuzhong, made a cold voice. I don't care how Ningyunqing offended you, but if you ask old ancestor Ning to kneel, this touches the bottom line of the 10 cities, and we cannot tolerate it. That's right, we want to get back the humiliation that old ancestor Ning suffered. Another old ancestor made a cold voice. Although Chu Yuan in front of him revealed an unfathomable temperament, their ancestors from the 9 Kings city gathered, confident that as long as they did not encounter the existence of the gods, they would be able to fight. You. The ancestor of the Ning family was moved and roared, my 10 cities are like brothers, we will advance and retreat together in any difficulties, and no one will be bullied. That's right, the Emperor Dao has actually spread wildly into our territory, and our 10 cities will not agree. Ancestor Ning, you persist for a while, we will rescue you, and let him suffer the feeling of being suppressed and humiliated. Suppress this Emperor Wu. The ancestors of Jiuqing shouted angrily, and immediately moved with the mana of their respective powerhouses, and the laws of the true gods condensed violently, like a surging river, turned into countless magical powers, and suppressed the man on the seat. How to do it, I don't need to say more. Chu Yuan stood still. Haha, I understand, 9 towns teamed up, TSK, this momentum is big enough. The aura on Ning Shouchen's body became more and more terrifying, turning into an endless demonic abyss, and the people in 9 City were so suppressed that they could hardly breathe. This is the true God's law, and the body has been suppressed. Although he has not fully recovered to the realm of gods, he is very close now, at the limit of true gods, and with his past experience, he can fight with the existence of the first and second layers of gods without being killed. At this moment, his thoughts were completely different from when he was just subdued by Chu Yuan. Now what Chu Yuan asks him to do, he will do it. This force is so tyrannical. The face of the ancestor of Jiuqing changed drastically. This old man's aura was so strong that it was as if he was not looking at a true god, but a high-level god. Although the gap was only a word, his strength was a distance, like a gulf, insurmountable. He is not a god, even if he has the ultimate power of a true god, we can still fight him. The ancestors of Jiuqing were extremely solemn, knowing that this time they encountered a strong enemy, but they had to fight. Suddenly, the strongest 9 ancestors displayed their peerless supernatural powers and turned them into 9 terrifying techniques, arranged in a formation. Severely suppressed Ning Shouchen. The people from the 10 cities have always communicated closely on weekdays. If the ancestors of the Ning family were added to form a great formation, the true god limit would not be able to easily defeat them. Ning Shouchen let out a cold voice, not caring about the alliance of the 9 city powerhouses. He pressed one hand, and the tyrannical strength turned into a terrifying general trend of the world, and suddenly saw a huge magic hand appear in a black vortex. When this devil hand suppressed the 9 great ancestors, it swept away everything and exploded all the mana condensed by the 9 city powerhouses. Although the 9 ancestors tried their best to resist, the unparalleled coercion in the hands of this demon still caused their mana to collapse. The 9 people shot back at the same time, and there was a strong fear on their faces. This person is too strong, and they finally know why Ningyunqing is defeated so quickly. If they encounter such a strong person, even if they join forces with 10 cities, the battle will be extremely difficult. Devil suppression. Ning Shouchen exuded a monstrous devilish aura, and walked towards the 9 city powerhouse step by step. Ning Shouchen, suppressing them, keeping them, I still have great use. Chu Yuan sat firmly in his seat, calm, watching the battle with indifferent eyes. Hashtag C388 sow a spell. And suppress us. Hearing that, the ancestor of Jiuqing, the mana surged even more, and felt an extremely strong danger from Ningxuochen, especially that His Majesty had not yet shot. Join us. Fortunately, they joined forces every time they acted, and there were a large number of people. No matter how powerful the old man was, it would not be so easy to suppress them all. Soul-devouring domain, the demon realm is coming. At this moment, Ningxuochen's voice was extremely gloomy, as if the most terrifying great demon god had descended in the ancient demon abyss. The demonic energy in the sky has evolved into a world of demons. Among the clouds of demons, Ningxuochen is the only one. He opened his soul-devouring eyes, and his eyes shot black brilliance. Wherever he saw, there was a bite. The vortex of the soul. Soul Eater. Within this realm, there are also strange eyes, staring at them wide open, sinister and evil, which can devour souls. The gods, the true gods, are not just a word gap. Their power has been able to change and transform the void, exerting a world power unique to the gods, and opening up a very stable secret world. The strength of the gods is the ruler of a small world. If you kill a true god, you can only extract their true god laws and refine their flesh and blood. However, the gods can refine the more cherished divine essence liquid from their bodies. The difference is too big. This method, the domain world. The ancestors of Jiuqing also retreated in fear at this moment, and the power of the devil that Ningxuochen erupted completely suppressed them. Oops, this power is not something we can contend against at all. Even if the strength of this magic cultivator is not a god, it is very close. Damn, how can Dao have such a strong person, and if we continue to fight now, it is very likely that he will be suppressed. The thoughts of the ancestors of Jiuqing flickered, and countless thoughts flashed in their hearts. The pressure brought by Ningxuochen was too great, and they were all retreating, not wanting to be pulled into the domain world. They come, the security. Domain world is something you can avoid too? Ningxuochen strode forward, and wherever he went, he was transformed into a demonic realm. His strength is fully displayed, showing his proud strength. Repression. The realm world was suppressed, and it was like a sky. True God Jiuqing was under unparalleled pressure, and his body was rattling. Some of the weaker ones couldn't stand it anymore and fell down. Can't let him continue to suppress the real God domain, break his domain world. The face of the ancestors of Jiuqing changed horribly, and they simultaneously cast the real God domain, turned into a skybreaking attack, and roared. Does that work? Ningxuochen waved his hand lightly. He possessed infinite power, and immediately, the ancestor of Jiuqing was also shaken back. His face was rosy, the blood was pouring out, and he almost didn't spit out. This gap made it impossible for so many true gods in 9 towns to suppress Ningxuochen alone. Have you had enough? Xuanhuan suddenly made a voice. Play? 9 towns' ancestors have the urge to vomit blood. They blocked it so hard, but in the eyes of Emperor Dao, they were just playing. Break! The ancestors of Jiuqing shouted loudly, wanting to break the domain world of Ningxuochen. I haven't used the realm world for a long time, and I feel a little itchy. Now that I have regained my strength, I will try them out. Since your majesty has played well, I won't play with them. Ningxuochen's eyes narrowed, turning into 2 black hole vortexes. Now is the real beginning. His eyes turned into vortexes, and some of the true gods felt dizzy under the 3rd or 4th level, and their primordial spirits had to be extracted, that is, they looked at the souls and forced them to be extracted from their heads. Suppression and stay alive. Xuanhuan said 4 words. Don't worry, your majesty, I have my measure. Ningxuochen laughed. He first took a step towards the ancestor of the 9 city, and a peerless ghost shot out into the sky. He immediately saw that the ancestor of the 8th level of a true god tried his best to resist, but the gap between him and Ningxuochen was too great, and he was suppressed by a palm. No, you can't let him suppress it at will. Their eyelids jumped, knowing that every time they lost one person, their combat power would be greatly reduced. I still want to resist. His Majesty had already spoken, he was impatient, and Ning Shouchen wanted to make a quick decision. Immediately, his demon god's hand swept across the sky, sweeping across the sky, and another ancestor of the 8th level true god was involved in it and was suppressed by the demon god. How to do? We are no match for them at all. Do you want to ask Yuan Lingzong for help and let them send the gods? The ancestors of these cities were terrified, and they wanted to quit but couldn't. All suppression. However, Ning Shouchen would not give them so much time to think. The eternal demon prison was transformed into the power of heaven to suppress. In this demon realm, he is the strongest demon god. Unless someone can break his realm, obviously this group of people cannot do it. In fact, if it wasn't for Chu Yuan's need for suppression, not beheading, he wouldn't be so troublesome. Suppression does not take life, and the opponent loses the resistance, which is more troublesome than simple killing. Go fight and bombard Ning Shouchen's domain. Chu Yuan's eyes suddenly turned to the trembling Ning family true god. Yes, yes, yes. These Ning family true gods dare not ask why. Didn't you see that the ancestors of 9 towns didn't fight back? To be able to control this demon god, this His Majesty, is obviously even more terrifying. Boom boom boom. The true god of the Ning family blasted Ning Shouchen's domain. What is your Majesty doing? Ning Shouchen was slightly puzzled, but quickly understood. I see, that's what happened. He deliberately weakened the power of a part of the domain world, so that the Ning family's true god's action could create a violent sensation, and suddenly saw the collapse of countless buildings in the entire city lord's mansion, and they were all razed. There is a big battle in Ning Yunqing. Even the ancestors of Jiuqing have come to support. The ancestors of the 10 cities started together. This is a rare event in the world. Leave the city quickly. This is the joint attack of many true gods and powerhouses, and was swept away by the aftermath. Even the virtual gods will fall. When the people of Ning Yunqing saw the battle in the city lord's mansion, a real god launched a tyrannical attack, and launched a siege against the several people who rushed in. They screamed in horror. Immortals fight and mortals suffer. Even a false god would not dare to be swept away by the aftermath of a true god. Emperor Dao, what are you going to do to the people of our 10 cities? Don't force us and you to die. 9 city powerhouses let out a voice of grief and indignation. Under the suppression of Ning Shouchen's domain, even though they were numerous, it was of no use. Cage. Ning Shouchen, plant a spell on them. I allow you to use any method. Chu Yuan said indifferently. A curse. The 9 city powerhouse twitched and said in horror, this is the magic cultivator uses to control the soul. You want us to become your slaves. Obviously so a spell, there is still a way to survive, or bang. The soul will burst. Ning Shouchen grabbed a true god with one palm and planted a spell on his head. #C389 Internal response. Kind of a spell. They all trembled in fear when they heard these 3 words. This kind of magic spell will control your life and death in the hands of others, and you will no longer be yourself. If you want to die, you will die, and if you want to live, you will even live. Even your own thinking will be controlled, and it is impossible to resist. Chu Yuan didn't do it, and let Ning Shouchen do it. Just be honest if you don't want to die. Ning Shouchen suddenly mentioned a true god in his domain world, and he grabbed his face with one palm, and immediately countless dark and strange magic patterns were about to enter. No. I don't want to be planted with a curse, I don't want to be your slave. The true god cried out in fear. He struggled desperately to resist Ning Shouchen's power. As soon as he struggled, the magic spell could not be planted, and there would be a strong rejection. That is, when he saw that under a tyrannical force, the body of this true god exploded directly. Look at this is the end of the resistance. Ning Xiuquan flicked the blood on his hand and didn't care. Continue. Qu Yuan said coldly. This old ancestor resisted and died, and his body, Qu Yuan, was not wasted. He waved a great devouring technique, and swept it directly into the oven of heaven and earth, turning it into many laws, and enhancing the cultivation of the dynasty. Great devouring technique. Ning Xiuquan is also very envious. He can only devour his soul, but he cannot devour all power like Qu Yuan. Who does not want to control this kind of cultivation technique that devours the flesh and blood of others and strengthens himself? And he could see it. Qu Yuan's great devouring technique is much more powerful. It seems that he can devour and refine everything and turn it into energy that is beneficial to him. His murderous eyes suddenly looked at everyone. Those who resist will undoubtedly die, and if you don't resist, you can still live. Let me see how tough you are and how you are not afraid of death. He caught someone again. The man's face was full of fear, seeing Ning Xiuquan planting a curse on him. I was frightened for a long time, especially when I saw the tragic state of the true god blowing his head just now. He didn't struggle and let all kinds of spells be planted. You are honest. Ning Xiuquan patted his head, very satisfied with his obedience. Emperor Dao, you have to forgive people and forgive them. We are willing to pay the price, and even rely on you to be your Dao people, but we must never plant such a curse. The men backed away in fright. Who wants to grow something that is controlled by life? They can take refuge, but they don't want to be slaves. You are not qualified to negotiate conditions with me. Qu Yuan said indifferently, if you don't plant it, you will die. Naturally, he wanted to subdue the lives of the people in 10 cities, so that they would be of great use. However, 10 cities was too far away from Dao. As soon as he left, 10 cities would betray immediately, and he would not listen to his orders honestly. Only by casting a magic spell can he rest assured and use it for him. The 10 city powerhouses feel sad in their hearts. Today is under the control of the great Wu Emperor. If he doesn't listen to him, he really dares to kill the powerhouses in 10 cities, and all true gods will not be spared. Ning Xiuquan grabbed the ancestor of the Ning family at this time. He knelt down until now. His heart has been devastated for the longest time. I planted the past one by one. Is it because your brains are hard, or my spell is more powerful? Ning Xiuquan was cruel. We surrender. In addition, the people of Jiuqing looked at Qu Yuan, who was still standing still, and could no longer hold on. They knew that if they didn't plant it, they would surely die, but if they planted it, there was still a way to survive. There is no choice to live. Isn't it better to be honest earlier? Ning Xiuquan said with a charming smile. He planted them one by one, seeing that even the ancestors had succumbed, and the other true gods did not dare to resist, and soon everyone became his slaves. What does your majesty want us to do? The people in the 10 cities have been planted with a curse, and at the moment they are all powerless, and there is a sense of sadness in their hearts. One moment ago, he was the ancestor who dominated a city, but the next moment he became a tool for others to play with. Gather all the true gods of your 10 cities. Qu Yuan looked at an ancestor. Which city are you from? Being subdued by others, others still don't know his origin. The ancestor said bitterly, Your Majesty, I am from Wenyun City. Wenyun City. Qu Yuan got up. I will go to Wenyun City first. After you 2 days, all the true gods of the 10 cities will gather in Wenyun City. Wenyun City. It was even more prosperous than Ningyunqing. The ancestors of the 10 cities built a city not far from each other. Usually, when one city is in trouble, 9 parties support it, but they did not expect to meet Qu Yuan, and only one Ning Xiuquan would suppress them all. The 10 cities add up to a lot of true god powerhouses, as many as 200 people. Chu Yuan asked Ning Shouchen to cast a spell on them, and under the toughness of his ancestor, he controlled them all. I won't promise anything. As long as you serve me faithfully, I will let Ning Shouchen take back your curse, and if you dare to disobey me, all the true gods of the 10 cities will be killed by the devil, and not one will be left. Chu Yuan stood on the throne of Wenyun City, looked down at the more than 200 true gods, and said in an extremely cold tone. What does your majesty want us to do? Wen Yunqing's ancestor said. I asked you to do it very simply. On the surface, you are still the 10 cities in the Yuanling world, but secretly you have already surrendered to the great martial arts. I need you to release news. I will fight with your 10 cities. You 10 cities are angry and want to buy countless magical medicine and magic, want to take revenge on our great martial arts. Chu Yuan said lightly, you can also go to Yuanlingzong and ask for their help to deal with Zhendao. Look for Yuanlingzong. The true god of Shiqing is not a fool. After thinking about it for a while, he understood and immediately said, we know what to do. This is the fog bullet that Chu Yuan fired. If he directly released the news of the true gods of the slave 10 cities, the entire primordial spirit realm would be shaken, and these 10 cities would not want to continue to stay in the primordial spirit realm. But now Chu Yuan does not need them to take refuge in the open, but let them do the business of acquiring resources for Dao, and release the news, in order to retaliate Dao, and take the initiative to find the strong of Yuanlingzong and seek their help. In this way, it makes sense that 10 cities spend their wealth and acquire a large number of divine medicines. If it is directly in the name of Dao, it will not only be too eye-catching, but many people will not even sell it to them. Ning Shouchen said, do your work well for your majesty, harvest the magic medicine, and get his majesty's pardon, this seat can lift the curse for you. Primordial spirit realm is a great realm of gods and gods. There are many magical medicines that are not available in Qinshu realm. Ning Shouchen can't wait to need this magical medicine. Are you a god? Someone looked at Ning Shouchen in fear. It's a god, not a god. Ning Shouchen said. We get it. These people knew very well that they heard that Ning Shouchen was supposed to be a god, but due to some kind of accident, his realm fell. If they lost in the hands of a god, they were not wronged. And this His Majesty can surrender to a god, is the most unfathomable. Okay, let's go to work. I will go to Yuanlingzong soon, and then spread the news, and find the strong Yuanlingzong. Chu Yuan said, Lu Qing, I will ask the 10 city powerhouses to escort your Lu family to Dao, hold my gold medal and this imperial decree, they know what to do. #C390 Feast of the Gods. When the news came out, the Yuanling world shook. This Emperor Wu is really a restless person. Wherever he goes, big things will happen. Not long ago, the competition was held, which made the 2 major gods lose face, came to the Yuanling world, and suppressed the 10 cities of Yuanling. The people of 10 cities also quickly went to Yuanlingzong to cry out that Emperor Wu was unreasonable, and directly suppressed them, making them pay a great price, before sending this great god away and asking Yuanlingzong to send out the strong to suppress Emperor Wu. Yuanlingzong just promised that the next time this Emperor Wu dared to suppress them in the Yuanling realm, he would definitely send the gods. 10 cities were not convinced, and immediately announced that they would unite with the powerhouses of the 10 cities, and use all their resources to purchase a large number of magical medicines. Not to mention the reaction of Shiqing, Emperor Dao actually directly suppressed Shiqing. This strength can't help, but they are not cautious. After all, although Shiqing has no gods, it is not weak. The time is up, it's time to go to the Feast of the Gods. Ignoring the outside world's discussions, Chu Yuan left Shiqing and headed to Yuanlingzong at a very fast speed when the Feast of the Gods came. The Yuanling sect, the Heavenly God sect, has existed since the time of the ancient Qingmu Chongqing Empire. Although the gods have fallen from generation to generation, there are still breakthroughs made by the gods, making this sect also enduring. The endless mountains, shrouded in thick fog, and the dazzling rays of light scattered out, look like a fairyland. Amidst the clouds and mists, there appeared palaces floating in the air, majestic and magnificent, showing the demeanor of the heavenly god sect. This time, Yuan Lingzong has one more god, which has greatly strengthened their strength, and they have invited many people this time. It is rumored that they are making a lot of preparations for the reappearance of the eternal world of the Qingmu Chongqing Empire. As the day of the banquet arrived, countless strong men came from all directions. Yuan Lingzong has had countless years of ups and downs. Today, they are adding gods. One more statue means that they will still be the gods of the gods for millions of years in the future. Yeah, Yuan Lingzong has followed the Qingmu Chongqing Empire and experienced the style of Chongqing Emperor. There are other purposes behind this banquet. Many powerful people gather. Some are powerhouses in other realms, and the fact that Yuan Lingzong has an extra god is not good news for other forces. The Moyuan dynasty, the demon Jin Tianshan, is here. Tianhongzong, the rainbow is coming. Outside the gate of Yuanlingzong Mountain, the auras of two gods came almost at the same time, carrying a large number of disciples, and the elders of the true gods came to entertain them immediately. The demon Jin Tianshan and the rainbow Tianshan are here. My Yuanlingzong is very honored. Please come this way. I have prepared a large seat for you. Yuan Lingzong elder respectfully said. As the power of the gods, they are not too far away from the Yuanling realm. The Moyuan dynasty and the Rainbow sect received invitations. In order to express their importance, they naturally sent strong gods to the banquet. In addition to them, there are also a few gods who come here to feast. Okay. Ma Jin Tianshan's eyes swept away, coldly. I heard that Emperor Wu was also invited to Yuan Lingzong. I don't know if Emperor Wu is here. His Moyuan dynasty's participation in the martial arts competition this time can be said to have lost a lot of face, and it has become a big joke. He also wanted to see who this Emperor Wu was. This god also wants to see this Emperor Wu. The Rainbow Sky god of Rainbow sect, a middle-aged woman, also made a sound at this moment. Even though Emperor Wu received the invitation, he did not come. The two gods, please take your seat first. I think Emperor Wu will definitely come. Yuan Lingzong is the true Taoist. Emperor Dao is here. But at this moment, three figures suddenly came from outside Yuan Lingzong, two men and one woman, the man in the middle with his hands on his back, heroic and domineering, exuding a strong emperor's aura, making everyone to be eclipsed. Emperor Wu. Everyone immediately looked at Chu Yuan and felt a boundless majesty from him. What a domineering Emperor Wu, you also came to this Yuan Lingzong. I thought you would not dare to come. As soon as Ma Jin Tianshan saw Chu Yuan, he immediately stepped forward and made a cold voice. The genius of your country is so powerful that even the Moyuan dynasty can't deal with it. I don't know how powerful you are, but I would love to have a lesson. Emperor Wu came to attack? This demon Jin Tianshan is worthy of being from the demon dynasty, and he is also very domineering, and he doesn't like to swallow his voice. Rainbow Sky God is also smiling. You want to block the way? Chu Yuan was calm. He raised his hand. Ning Shouchen walked over, and immediately said to them, Go away, whoever dares to stop His Majesty's affairs, I will blast them away. Ding. The host completed the choice one, and obtained 1,000 fate points. The progress of building the Gate of Thunder is 10%, and the current progress is 90%. The system prompts. Go away? Demon Jin Tianshan's pupils contracted violently. As a god, being told to get out of the way is like blaspheming His Majesty and angering a god. He looked at Ning Shouchen abruptly. The pressure of the gods turned into a terrifying realm world, but Ning Shouchen let out a cold snort and looked at the god of heaven. The eyes of the two demon gods touched, and waves appeared in the void, and there was a cracking sound. The old man beside him was able to resist the pressure of the demon Jin Tianxian. Is this old man also a god? Could it be that Dao has an existence comparable to the gods? The deep exclamation resounded, no matter how many true gods you have, but as long as there is a god of war power, the status is completely different. At this time, Chu Yuan also became a bit taller in their eyes. Good strength. Ma Jin Tianxian waved his hand, his momentum was surging, and he said coldly, "This god still underestimates your great martial arts. Although your strength has not yet reached the level of the gods, you have already realized the realm of the gods, and there is hope to break through to the gods in the future, the limit of true God." At the limit of the true God, he realizes the power of the world, but his own laws have not completely transformed into the gods. He thought that Ning Shouchen was only the limit of a true god. It's not even a god. At this time everyone was relieved, and it turned out that it was not a god. Let's just say, how can Dao have a strong god, and there are God's words? If you have enough background, you can be promoted to 7 stars, and it will not be 6 stars. Although the true God limit is also very powerful, there are still some in the Yuanling world, but it is not so unacceptable. Hey, it's enough to deal with a god like you. Ning Shouchen didn't argue with them, he really just returned to the limit of the true God. However, he has a Soul Eater ring, his foundation is in the 10th level of the gods, and his understanding of the law is extremely close to the mysterious God. Hey, you're not ashamed to say it, because you want to compete with the Lord God, you think too much of yourself, to the limit of a true God like you, Lord God has killed several gods. There was a true God behind Ma Jin Tianxian who made a disdainful voice, you never know the gap between the true God's limit and the gods. The gods take action, and it is easy to destroy your great Wu dynasty, and it is very easy to kill you. The gap between the gods, this seat is far better than you know. Ning Shouchen's soul-devouring demon eyes suddenly looked at this true god who spoke out. #C391 Overpower. Silently, the true god who spoke behind the demon Jin Tianxian actually fell down without warning. There were no wounds on his body, but his pupils were dilated, as if he had seen something terrifying. Died. Everyone was horrified that a true god died so silently. You. The demon Jin Tianxian glared at Ning Shouchen. Of course he knew that Ning Shouchen killed him. What made him extremely annoyed was that he didn't even realize it, and he killed a true god of his dynasty in front of his own face. Hit him in the face. What are you talking about? Ning Shouchen looked at Ma Jin Tianxian lightly at this moment. Who dares to have the courage to kill me, the true god of the Moyuan dynasty? Demon Jin Tianxian clenched his hands tightly, and the terrifying killing intent permeated, and there was a nameless anger in his heart that had nowhere to be released. Whose eyes saw that this seat was killed? Ning Shouchen didn't care. Several. Today is my Yuanling zone holding a banquet for the gods. The time for the banquet has arrived. I also invite you to take a seat and give us this face. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Yuanlingzong's true god hurriedly came out to ease the situation. When such a strong man fought, his Yuanlingzong would be destroyed. Okay, today is in Yuanlingzong, and I swallowed this breath. Looking into the depths of Yuanlingzong, there was a terrifying aura that shocked him. The demon Jin Tianxian resisted his anger. He did not see Ning Shouchen doing it, but he also knew that he used an extremely tyrannical soul secret technique. Hong Tianxian's eyes flickered, also thinking. And those who saw it also sighed at the arrogance of Dao, and dared to cut the true god in front of the demon Jin Tian. The emperor of Dao also went to Yuanlingzong leisurely. At this time, in a fairyland-like square in Yuanlingzong, there were many tables and chairs, and there were many delicacies on it, and people were already seated. The Yuanlingzong people welcomed Chu Yuan to a very forward position, just opposite the Moyuan dynasty. Emperor Dao is here. It is said that when he arrived at Yuanlingzong, The guards around him used a very powerful soul method to kill the true god of the Moyuan dynasty. The Moyuan dynasty has suffered this big loss? Will you swallow your anger? No one saw the old man kill, and there is no evidence, and the demon Jin Tianshan can't do it in Yuanlingzong. The Emperor Dao is still very leisurely. Everyone's eyes were on Chu Yuan, and they kept making comments. Ning Shouchen stood behind Chu Yuan. Although he was strong, he didn't sit still, knowing that the focus of today was Chu Yuan. Emperor Dao. Suddenly, a voice with fear came out. It was the ancestors of Shurcheng. When they saw Chu Yuan, they immediately made a sound. Isn't it suppressed enough yet? Chu Yuan said lightly. Emperor Dao, this is the Yuanling Zone, not a place where you can run wild. If you want to suppress us here, you are not qualified. The ancestors of the 10 cities shouted fiercely. Ning Shouchen found it very interesting to see this. This is naturally a scene that Chu Yuan deliberately arranged to let the ancestors of the 10 cities appear here. If Chu Yuan directly purchased resources in the name of De Wu, not many forces would be willing to sell them to him, so many powerful dynasties secretly cultivated spokespersons to let them hide their identities and do things that are not easy to reveal their identities. His Majesty Emperor Wu, the old man Yao Tao, came here to meet you. At this time an old man in green clothes came to Chu Yuan. What's the matter with you? Chu Yuan looked up at him. This person is not weak, reaching the 10th level of true god. I heard that Dao has many medicinal pills and can refine many kinds of king-grade pills. I, Yao Tao, are also an alchemist. Although I'm not talented, I can also make half-Wang-grade pills. When I visit at this time, I also want to see Dao. The magic of alchemy. Yao Tao is proud. There are many strong people in the eternal great world, but there are fewer talents with special skills such as alchemists and artifact refiners. They are the focus of the recruitment of major forces, especially a true god 10th level alchemist, which is also very important to the power of the gods. Show him the elixir of Zhendao. Chu Yuan said. Yao Linger understood, and took out a Wangpin Shendan. This king-grade divine pill. Yao Tao took it and carefully observed it. It was only the size of a broad bean, with a round body and a color like a peeled egg. After observing for a while, he was surprised. Your Majesty, what kind of Wangpin Shendan is this? I don't seem to have seen it before. But flawless, perfect. Of course. There are many pill recipes from the heavens collected in the Tai pill furnace. He is a true god, and it is normal for him to not know. This is the special pill of Zhendao. There are many pill recipes. If you want to know, it depends on whether you have contributed. Chu Yuan said. If I become a great martial artist and concoct pills for your Majesty, can I get pill recipes? Yao Tao's brilliant light flashed. He loves to collect all kinds of pills, and with his 10th level of true god strength, even the heavenly god sect will be very respectful and invite him as an honored guest. I don't need an alchemist. Chu Yuan paused, seemed to think for a moment, and said, but if you go to my great martial arts and help my great martial arts grow herbs, you can. He really doesn't look down on an alchemist. However, alchemists can use medicine, they can go to plant medicine, and help the medicine family manage the medicine garden. You actually want me to grow medicine? Yao Tao suspected that his ears had heard it wrong, and felt a little unbelievable. He guessed that Dao might have a secret alchemist, which made him even more interested. I will consider Wudi's suggestion carefully. Yao Tao didn't say anything. I have seen His Majesty Emperor Wu, the old man Lu Lian, who is not talented, and has some means of refining. It is said that Dao opened a holy place for refining, and recruited refining masters from all over the world. There is an ancient inheritance of refining. Another powerhouse of the 10th level of true gods said to Chu Yuan that he had a craftsmanship on his body, which was the smell of refining for many years. My artifact refining holy place is open to all rivers. If you go to Tiao, I will naturally welcome you. I have the ancient artifact refining method, but if you want to get it, I will talk about everything by contribution. I don't want to say more about the specifics. No. His item refining Holy Land has become more and more famous as the prestige of the Great Wu dynasty is getting stronger and stronger. Refiners have their own circles, and if they get a word in the true solution of the refiner, they will pass the news to their friends, creating a terrifying siphon effect. Lu Lian got the news from his friend. Every refiner hopes to have a stronger inheritance. Okay, if I have the chance, I'll definitely see it. He visited Xuanhuan in order to get a glimpse of Emperor Wu. You won't regret going. Xuanhuan nodded lightly. Even a powerhouse like the 10th level of the true god was attracted by Tiao. At this moment, there was a very strange scene at the Tianshan banquet. The others were deserted, but Xuanhuan's side was crowded like a sea, and they kept coming to him one by one. Most of these people are artifact refiners or alchemists, all attracted by Tiao. They want to know the situation from Xuanhuan. However, these people are also very smart. They just came to know Xuanhuan today, but they didn't make any promises. They all knew that Xuanhuan had offended the god of demon Jin. Xuanhuan didn't care either. The reputation has spread. Are you afraid that these people will come uninvited? The faces of Yuan Lingzong's people were ugly. The protagonist of the Tianshan banquet they held seemed to be Xuanhuan, who organized it for him. Many of the powerhouses invited were attracted by him, and it became a recruitment meeting for Tiao recruiting parties. #C392, a guest of the Aoki Chongqing Empire. There is nothing more than this, the Tiao Emperor has become the focus. Yuan Lingzong is also helpless. They can't expel everyone and keep them from getting close to Emperor Wu. Wouldn't that make them stingy? Fortunately, it didn't take long for a breath as vast as the ocean came from the depths of Yuan Lingzong, and a peerless figure came over from the void. This person wears dark blue clothes and has an unparalleled aura. It is a sacred existence. Its aura oscillates and radiates out, causing the void to resonate. Countless vitality condenses, and the light of the deep sea surges under his feet. Exist. This person is the new celestial god of Yuan Lingzong, Yuan Hai celestial god. The powerhouses in the heavenly god realm have the power to reverse the laws of the void. Their power has completely surpassed the true gods, and they have reached another level of existence. They are also absolute overlords in the eternal world. As soon as this Yuan Hai Tianshan came over, a spotlight seemed to gather on him, making him dazzling. The gods control the power of the sky and have infinite rights. Participate in Yuan Hai Tianshan. When everyone saw Yuan Hai Tianshan, they all greeted him respectfully. God exists. A gleam of light flashed in Xuanhuan's eyes. The power of this person is really different from that of a true god. When he is in the universe, he can freely breathe the violent force of the outside world, which is much stronger than that of a true god. Just now, the demon Jin Tianshan did not use his mana to evolve a vision, and the aura of this Yuan Hai Tianshan was like a vast ocean. In Xuanhuan's eyes, he is not a person, but a sea with infinite power. I am very happy that you can come to Yuan Lingzong to participate in the Feast of the Gods of the Gods. Today, I have prepared all kinds of food for you. The gods will also explain this banquet in person, breaking through the exchange of ideas of the gods, and I hope to have an effect on you. Yuan Hai Tianshan smiled, and his voice contained infinite power. It is too difficult to break through the gods. There is no god among the thousands of true gods in the Chinchu realm and the Sea Devil realm. And each god's breakthrough experience is different. Maybe it is just one sentence that can find the opportunity for breakthrough. Is this the Emperor Wu? Sure enough, he is full of heroism. the emperor of a country, the god has also heard about it. Yuan Haitian's eyes first looked at Chu Yuan, a strong pride seemed to see through Chu Yuan's secret. In the recent period of time, apart from his breakthrough to the gods, the biggest thing was the rise of the great Wu dynasty. In the face of Yuan Haitian's eyes, Chu Yuan emerged with a devouring power, and said calmly, "Heavenly gods are indeed terrifying and powerful." Yuan Haitian smiled and looked at Yao Linger again. "The patriarch of the Yang Yao clan, Yao Fei, the ancestor of your clan, assisted Emperor Aoki Chongqing back then, and gave up the opportunity to become a mysterious god. It can be said to be a great achievement. For so many years, nourishing medicine has the clan still exists, so that the god also has a kind of joy like seeing an old friend." Although the ancestor of the Yao Yao clan was not a profound god, her status was higher than that of the profound god, and she was favored by Emperor Aoki Chongqing. It's all an ancient thing. Even the Aoki longevity empire has disappeared. There's nothing to mention. Yao Linger replied. Really? The empire will come back after all. Yuan Haitian only said this sentence, but he revealed a lot of information. The Qingmu Chongqing Empire is an empire that is above the dynasty. There are not a few strong gods, and there are even mysterious gods who are loyal to Emperor Qingmu Chongqing. How majestic and powerful. Although Emperor Aoki Chongqing disappeared and eventually disappeared, there are still many strong people who have not forgotten the glory of the empire. As long as they raise their arms, many people will respond. Could it be that the Aoki longevity empire will reappear? Today's Feast of the Gods, communication is the first priority. This god opens up a battle platform, and everyone can go up and fight. If you don't understand anything about cultivation, you can ask this god today. Yuan Haitian Shinto. There are few gods, and it is not easy to see the gods, let alone get their guidance. When they compete, the gods can see the shortcomings of their cultivation, and a little guidance will benefit them endlessly. At this time, Yuan Haitian waved his hand, and his divine mana generated a power of the world, as if he was opening up a secret realm in the void, and a space suddenly appeared, allowing the true gods to compete. Although this Yuan Haitian has broken through not long ago, his strength is extremely strong. This Yuanling sect is worthy of being from the Qingmu longevity empire. Demon Jin Tianqian said secretly. In Yuanlingzong, there is also the inheritance method of Xianqian. I'll have a match. Secretly instructed by Chu Yuan, one of the first ancestors of the 10 cities to play, his eyes swept across. Who will fight me? I will fight you. Immediately, a true god came on the stage and fought against this ancestor. The true gods in the space were fighting fiercely, and Yuan Haitian was also giving advice when he saw this. When a true god comes on stage, Yuan Haitian can always see the key problem and point out the wrong path they have taken in their cultivation. A god of the sky, or even a mysterious god, is of great help to the country. Chu Yuan thought in his heart that when the dynasty was upgraded to 7 stars, he would be able to refresh the healing potion of the gods and bring Ning Shouchen back to his peak state. Gaining powerful combat power is one of them, and he also needs him to instruct those true gods on how to break through the gods. Emperor Wu, won't you go up and take action? Yuan Haitian suddenly asked Chu Yuan, and wanted him to do it, and then added, under the gods, I can give pointers. I'm not interested. He is the head of a country, how could he go up and be surrounded by everyone, and then let this Yuan Haitian point him? This Yuan Tianqian seems to be saying something casually, but in fact, it has hidden evil intentions, and is deliberately targeted. It seems that this god made a mistake, and the guards around you can also go up. Yuan Haitian Shinto. He didn't go up to communicate, but to meet blood. Chu Yuan said. It doesn't matter to me, it's okay to let me come on stage. I'm willing to fight even if it's a god, but once I go up, I can't hold it without seeing the blood. I don't know which one of you here will dare to fight me. Ning Shouchen doesn't care, he does whatever he wants and likes to kill. Yuanhai Tianshan's eyes narrowed slightly. The breath conveyed by the old man in front of him made him even feel threatened, and it was not as simple as the limit of true gods said by Demon Jin Tianshan. If that's the case, then forget it. When other true gods compete, he can still control the overall situation, but when the old man goes up, he can't control it, and he can't control the killing of a few true gods. In the space, the competition is fierce, and many true gods are seizing this opportunity. Chu Yuan was indifferent, and he always behaved very calmly. It seemed that what happened at the celestial banquet had nothing to do with him. Occasionally, he lowered his head and whispered a few words to Yao Linger, making it difficult to figure out what he was thinking at this time. Biddy didn't last for a short time, and Yuanhai Tianshan's guidance was also very attentive. This exchange is temporarily over. Seeing that it was almost time, deity Yuanhai looked at everyone, and suddenly announced a message. Today's deity banquet is not only a celebration of this deity breaking through deity, but also a distinguished guest will come here. He represents the Aoki Longevity Empire. #C393 Holy Empire. The people from the Aoki Longevity Empire have arrived. This is definitely an extremely exciting news. But everyone was not too surprised. Yuanhai Tianshan, on behalf of the Imperial dynasty, this deity congratulates you on breaking through the heavenly gods and adding more heritage to the empire. I am gratifying. This longevity medicine is a congratulatory gift from the Imperial court. A majestic voice penetrated from within the void. It's the Qingmu Chongqing dynasty. It seems that all the rumors are true, and the empire established by Emperor Aoki Chongqing will reappear in the world. See you today, Yuan Lingzong has been classified as an imperial dynasty. The great medicine for longevity, this is the reward that can only be obtained by the most loyal ministers of the Aoki Longevity Empire. People kept talking. Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he saw that the void was split open, and a statue was wearing a cyan royal robe. Embroidered on it was not a dragon and phoenix totem, but a cyan tree of the gods, which seemed to be the tree of the world. Then a noble and extraordinary man came to the sky. This young man is also a god. The first level of the gods, but the breath is very strong, and it is the powerhouse in the first level. Ning Shouchen whispered in Chu Yuan's ear. After this person arrived, he looked proud. He held a cyan wooden box, and when he opened it, there was a sky-high blue light, accompanied by dazzling lightning, which was a great medicine. The great medicine for longevity. Yao Linger said, it can prolong life by 100,000 years. Although the lifespan of the gods is long, the existence of the gods just broke through is only 1,000,000 years, and 100,000 years is already a very long number. It takes a long time to live for a long time, before it is possible to break through to a higher realm. Li Xian Tianshan, this longevity medicine is accepted by the god. Yuanhai Tianshan greeted him with a smile. Yuanhai Tianshan is a loyal minister of the empire, and the empire will not treat any loyal minister badly. This person is called Li Xian, a descendant of the great emperor of the Qingmu Chongqing Empire. The Qingmu Chongqing Empire was not attacked to destroy the country back then, but with the departure of the great emperor, the entire empire disintegrated voluntarily, and its power was hidden in the restricted area, and there was no loss. Is the Aoki Longevity Empire really going to appear in the eternal world again? Someone couldn't help but ask. The situation is changing, the empire is to reappear, to compete for the eternal world again, to be the master of this world. Li Xian said proudly. Emperor Aoki Chongqing didn't fall? After all, Emperor Aoki has disappeared for so many years, and many people think that he has fallen. How powerful is the emperor, how can he fall? The emperor left the eternal world, his strength is stronger than in the ancient times, and the emperor has sent the emperor's decree, and will return to the eternal world soon. Order us to prepare and welcome the emperor. Come back. Li Xian Tianshan glanced at everyone with majestic eyes. Today, through this divine banquet, it is to announce to the world that the great emperor will return. If you join the emperor dynasty now, you will be a hero and will get unimaginable benefits. When everyone heard the words, they were all silent. Emperor Aoki Chongqing is a more terrifying existence than the gods and mysterious gods. He has reached an extremely powerful realm. If he returns, he will definitely set off waves of the eternal world. They all know that the fundamental purpose of Li Xian's announcement today is to create momentum. Emperor Aoki Chongqing. There was a rare solemnity in Ming Wuchen's eyes. It's not that simple. Chu Yuan suddenly looked outside Yuan Lingzong. Emperor Aoki Chongqing is indeed very powerful, but now it is not his era. If he returns forcibly, he will surely encounter disasters. Today, I, Xiao Wuya, will come to congratulate Yuanhai Tianshan. I wish Yuanhai Tianshan's achievements in the great Tao of Tianshan. Another terrifying aura came from the sky, and it was also a god. This person is a middle-aged man, and he has a strong sense of luck on his body. Xiao Wuya. Li Xian looked at this person coldly. Holy Empire. The Holy Empire is an imperial power. Haha, such a lively thing, how can I not come here? I also admire the great Emperor Aoki, but I still say that, the era that belongs to him has passed. If you want to forcibly reappear, you must, there is trouble. Xiao Wuya laughed. Most of the territory of the Holy Emperor dynasty belonged to the Qingmu Chongqing Empire in ancient times. If they returned, they would definitely be impacted, so they would not agree. The return of the great emperor is unstoppable. Li Xian said coldly, if your Holy Emperor dynasty wants to forcibly stop it, you must first eradicate it. What a big tone. Xiao Wuya said, this seat depends on what you do to eradicate it. Nature is strength. When Li Xian spoke, he was extremely proud. I'm afraid your strength is not enough. Xiao Wuya carried his hands on his back. The gift has been delivered today, and my Holy Heaven Empire is waiting for you, the Aoki Longevity Empire. The void around him suddenly blurred, and he was about to leave the Yuanling zone. This god sends you. Li Xian looked at Xiao Wuya, and suddenly a celestial realm shrouded him. He immediately reached the extremely high sky, and a celestial force directly bombarded him. Want to fight with me? Xiao Wuya smiled. He is not afraid of this Li Xian. God of War. Everyone present was looking forward to it. Before the exchanges and fights between the true gods were just appetizers, the fight between gods on this day was the most grand event. With a wave of Li Xian's hand, countless turbulent airflows turned into a vast power of divine essence. In his hand, an imperial artifact appeared, a sky-shattering halberd, carrying an incomparably mighty power. A shattered black hole appeared. The void is damaged so badly that the black hole is difficult to repair for a while. Xiao Wuya is not afraid at all. He also has his own imperial artifact, which is a long sword, and the light of all swords spreads out like a barrier. When the gods fought against each other, the fluctuations caused were too violent. Even though the two were fighting on a very high sky, the power still caused the world to shake, the mountains and rivers shattered, and the void was being madly destroyed. The breath conveyed made people feel extremely depressed. The crowd was shocked. It is difficult for tens of thousands of true gods to make a god. From this terrifying difficulty, we can know that gods are rare, and each god is extremely important in an empire. There is a god, it means prosperity. Boom. The two gods battled madly, almost every second madly confronting tens of thousands of tricks, and a huge black hole appeared in the void. The infinitely bright brilliance spread out from the black hole, as if the power of one world after another appeared. Aoki Longevity Technique. Seeing again at this time, a huge ancient tree burst out into the sky, like the legendary tree of the world, pulling up the sky, holding up the sky, and directly suppressing Xiao Wuya. The Qingmu longevity technique of the Qingmu longevity empire. Xiao Wuya's voice came out, but my Xingtian empire also has Xingtian Wuji Gong. The two forces clashed wildly. The void first turned into the color of a black hole, and then an incomparably dazzling white light burst out in an instant. Those present under the true God felt that their eyes were about to go blind, and they could not see what was happening inside. But those above the true gods can see that the two gods are fighting frantically, destroying all the laws. Haha, your strength is really powerful, but it's not enough to keep this god, we still have a chance to fight in the future. Xiao Wuya did not fight Li Xian to the death. He was not afraid of Li Xian, but after all, this is the territory of Yuan Lingzong. They still have a few gods, which are of no benefit to him. #C394 Send Emperor Wu to leave. Xiao Wuya left. Li Xian returned to Yuan Lingzong with his face as usual. He also counted the people who would come from the Holy Heaven Empire. It's a worthwhile trip to come to Yuan Lingzong today. Seeing such a wonderful scene, since the Feast of the Gods has ended, the god should also leave. Rainbow Sky God got up. This god should also leave. Demon Jin Tian said. The faces of the two gods were also very solemn. When the Holy Heavenly Empire came, Li Xian told them in a positive tone that Emperor Aoki Chongqing would return. The joy is that when the two empires fight against each other, they have no time to take care of them, and it is best to lose both. Sadly, this eternal world will never be so peaceful again. I hope you can join the empire. Li Xian looked at the two and said. It's not something we can decide to join. Hong Tianqian didn't say much, but this already explained her attitude. Once they joined the Aoki Longevity Empire, they would not be as dashing as they are now, and they would be restrained. The two gods immediately took people away, and the other powerhouses said their goodbyes. Let's go. Chu Yuan didn't have any thoughts left. This time he came to Yuanlingzong to gain a good harvest. He accidentally suppressed the strong men in the 10 cities, and he could make them his undercover agents, first to collect various resources, and secondly to inquire about intelligence. Wait a minute. Li Xian shouted, other people can go, but the current patriarch of the nourishing medicine family, you better listen to the god to finish, it will not hurt you. Speak. Yao Linger said. In those days, the great Emperor Yaofei came from a family of nourishing medicine, and Yaofei was the emperor's concubine. Now the emperor is about to return. As the current patriarch, Zidong will also bring the Yao Yao family back to the empire, and you have become the concubine of Dao. What is this? Is it a betrayal of the empire? Li Xian was cold, and his tone could not be rejected, leaving Dao today, returning to the empire, and once again contributing to the rebirth of the empire. The Yao Yao family is very important to the Qingmu Chongqing Empire. The magic medicine they cultivated is very anti-sky, and the ancestor of the Yao Yao family was Yaofei, who was originally the person by the emperor's side. Now what is the matter of the patriarch taking the family to join the Great Wu? My ancestor is a concubine of medicine. It is an ancient thing. The ancestor has died, and I have entered the Imperial Palace and become your Majesty's spiritual concubine. I am your Majesty's woman. The ancient things have passed, and now will I return to the Qingmu Chongqing Empire? Yao Linger refused directly. It was Chu Yuan who gave the Yang Yao family the future, and she was His Majesty's pillow, a woman close to Emperor Wu. How could she once again join the Qingmu Chongqing Empire? The ancestors chose Emperor Aoki Chongqing. And she would only choose Chu Yuan. You really have to go back to the empire? Li Xian looked cold and was very dissatisfied with Yao Linger's answer. There is no need to come back. People die and the Tao disappears. The Qingmu Chongqing Empire has nothing to do with this palace. Yao Linger said. What if this god insists on letting you stay? A power of the gods turned into a cage and suddenly enveloped the three of Xuanhuan. Then see if you have the ability to keep us. Ningxuochen sneered and shouted, and a cloud of demonic energy swept out, directly breaking Li Xiantian's mana. Presumptuous, you demon cultivator dares to act in front of this god, courting death. Li Xian grabbed it with a big hand. His power was infinite. A big hand of the gods grabbed it like a collapse. The terrifying oppression caused the void to explode suddenly. Am I presumptuous? Being provoked by Li Xian, Ningxuochen was also a little annoyed. When he was at his peak, he also killed a lot of such gods. The big palm print of the holy devil. At this time, Ningxuochen used a powerful supernatural power. Not only did he have no demonic energy, but it was extremely sacred. His holy demon palm print and Li Xian fought fiercely, and he actually broke Li Xian's god's hand. This demon cultivator has weird strength. Xuanhai Tianchen stepped forward, his light scattered like a lens, carrying a monstrous power like the ocean, and the monstrous pressure came. Your Majesty, leave Yuan Lingzong first, they can't stop us. Ningxuochen shouted loudly. Although he had not fully recovered the power of the gods, the power that erupted at this moment actually resisted the joint efforts of the two gods. The realm of the gods. When Xuanhai Tianchen saw this, a wave of Tianchen domain swept through, trying to trap Xuanhuan and several others. But when Xuanhuan saw this, his eyes froze. Instead of dodging, he drew out the human emperor sword, and a turbulent river swept out. The sword raised 1,000 zhang sword light and slashed directly at the heavenly god domain of the Xuanhai heavenly god. Moment. Like stars colliding, the power of Xuanhuan's human sovereign sword carried the vastness of a dynasty, and smashed the realm of the gods. Many floating palaces also fell. Hateful. Xuanhai Tianchen was furious. Xuanhuan's sword is too powerful, and Yuan Lingzong will be destroyed. I want to make a move here, and I like it very much. A cold light appeared on Ningxuochen's face, soul-devouring domain, demon world. When he started in Yuan Lingzong, he was very open, even if it was completely destroyed, it didn't matter. Suddenly, the soul-devouring domain expanded, and the impact of the debut magic light was complete destruction. Li Xian's face was also a little ugly. He wanted to keep Yao Linger, but he didn't expect that Ningxuochen looked only at the limit of the true god, but the power that burst out made him unable to suppress it. You're a little worse than this, boss. Ningxuochen laughed. What do you think you are? Li Xian held the Imperial halberd, and the halberd came out of the sky. The immortal power hit the mountains and rivers and shattered. The entire Yuan Lingzong fell into the shaking of the earth and the mountains. The power of the gods cannot be completely resisted by some formations. Do you have an Imperial artifact? Soul Eater had cultivated an Imperial artifact for Ningxuochen for hundreds of thousands of years. Its might was stronger than Li Xian's Imperial halberd, and there was a look of disdain in his eyes. The two forces attacked, the void collapsed crazily, the earth was terrifyingly split, and the entire Yuan Lingzong was about to sink. You are not an ordinary true god limit. Li Xian greatly underestimated Ningxuochen's strength. Don't do it in Yuan Lingzong. Xuanhai Tianchen also shouted anxiously at this time. His sect could not withstand the impact of the god level. Just this moment of fighting, the entire sect fell into destruction. You still want to do it? Xuanhuan pointed at them with the human emperor sword. He also has a heavenly god strength experience card on his body. If he uses it, his strength will be improved to the level of heavenly god, and he can completely destroy the Xuanling sect. The breath of Emperor Wu also made Li Xian's face extremely gloomy. He didn't gain anything at all when he went out to the mountains this time, and said coldly, Patriarch of the Nourishing Medicine clan, I hope you will not regret it in the future. For your Majesty, I will never regret it. Yao Linger said. Send Emperor Wu. Xuanhuan Tianshan no longer dared to fight, and his sect suffered extremely serious damage in this moment of confrontation. Who dares to stop? Qu Yuan left directly from outside the broken gate of Yuanlingzong, under the eyes of Xuanhuan Tianshan and Li Xian. There are still gods in Yuanlingzong, and they are also staring here, but they have no absolute certainty. They know that if they force a shot, Yuanlingzong will be destroyed, no disciples will survive, and the foundation of thousands of years will also be destroyed. Moreover, they looked at Qu Yuan, who seemed to be hiding a whole card. #C395 The 10th level of true gods, come to seek refuge. In front of the gods, he had to respectfully send them away from Yuanlingzong, which made Li Xian angry. Since he broke through the gods, he has not been so aggrieved for a long time. But he also knew that even if he did it himself, the gods of Yuanlingzong would not do anything with him, and would even dissuade him. Li Xian, what should we do next? Yuan Haitian's face was also ugly. I have already said that the great emperor will return. What we have to do is to build the Qingmu Longevity Empire before the great emperor returns. The Holy Heaven Empire will definitely block it. Power, the empire will send people from the Chongqing restricted area. Li Xian was very calm at this time. How to deal with Dao? Yuan Haitian said. Humph. This god is mainly responsible for the power of this territory. I will sit here. This great martial artist is also the target to be eradicated. The patriarch of the family who dares to take medicine is his concubine. Just this, I don't put my longevity empire in my eyes, it will be troublesome in the future. The order Li Xian received was to focus on the primordial spirit realm and eliminate the forces of the surrounding realms that did not obey the empire. Yuanlingzong is willing to obey the mobilization of the empire. Xuanhuan Tianshan deeply knows that the eternal great world will be violent again, even if it is his Yuanling sect. If he is not careful, he may even destroy the sect. Now the main force of the empire is to deal with the Holy Emperor dynasty. There is not much power to support here, and we need to worry more about things here. At this time, after leaving Yuanlingzong, Qu Yuanxian secretly went to Shicheng. The ancestors of the 10 cities were already waiting for him, and respectfully handed over the resources collected recently to Qu Yuan. They have collected a lot of resources, and Qu Yuan is very satisfied. You have done a good job. I am very satisfied. I guess that Yuanlingzong will soon gather strong people to join his army in the Yuanling realm, and it will not be calm in the future. Qu Yuan said. Your Majesty, what should we do then? The ancestors of the 10 cities were also very nervous. They are now people of great martial arts, especially if they still stay in the Yuanling realm as undercover, walking on thin ice. If they are discovered by accident, it will be a tragic disaster. You continue to stay in the Yuanling world, collect resources, and inquire about information for me. My orders will be relayed through Komi Daokanwai in the future. As long as you are loyal and work for me, I will not treat you badly. Qu Yuan took out 10 bottles of divine pills. Imperial divine pill. The ancestor of Shicheng smelled the incense, his face changed drastically, and at the same time he knelt down and said, Obey all orders of your Majesty. If you control their souls, you must also give them corresponding benefits, otherwise, who will work hard for you? How far are you from the gods? Qu Yuan looked at Ning Shochen and knew that Dao was in urgent need of a god-level combat power to shock him. It's a big threshold for a true god to recover to a god, but I'm just recovering, not a breakthrough. I only need a lot of imperial pills to repair the soul. Within a few months, I will restore the strength of the gods, enough to serve your Majesty. Ning Shochen knew better that he could not leave Qu Yuan. Okay, then you will do your best to recover from your injury. I have the medicinal pills here. After Qu Yuan explained what the ancestors of the 10 cities should do, he returned to Dao Imperial City. Dao Imperial City is prosperous. As the name of Dao became bigger and bigger, many people came here because of it, and sometimes even the true gods took refuge. They saw that Dao was in a period of rapid development and might face powerful enemies, but it was also the best time to join. The icing on the cake is never as good as the help in the snow. His 3 colleges are also developing very well now. The 6 domains are equipped with powerful mentors. Dao Academy is also a good place for him to discover special physiques. With the development of humanity, he can find some almost every day. These special physiques record their abilities, send them to Xuanhuan, and then incorporate them into the Divine Army for training. Liujia Restaurant. It also opened in Dao Imperial City. Lu Qing entered the palace and became the royal chef of Dao. Your Majesty, you are here. When Lu Qing arrived in Dao, she was very satisfied with Dao's life. Some of her clansmen planted spiritual trees with the Yao Yao tribe, and some of them set up restaurants all over the 6 domains. Your Lu family's cooking is very good. Not only I am satisfied, but also my imperial sister, very good. The imperial city is not only a holy place for cultivation, but also a holy place for leisure, so that people can enjoy delicious food after they are tired of cultivation. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your praise. After receiving the praise from Xuanhuan, Lu Qing's face was delighted. This sentence is the supreme glory, a golden signboard. And she found that Xuanhuan was completely different in the Yuanling realm. At this time, he was a benevolent holy emperor who was very tolerant of his own people. Time flies, and now the time has reached the 39 years of Dao. Your Majesty, there are 2 people outside the palace gate asking to see you. Eunuch Wei was in the imperial study room and told Xuanhuan, these 2 call themselves Yao Tao and Lu Lian. Yao Tao, Lu Lian and the others are still here. Xuanhuan was not surprised, but said, Xian, they see me. Inside the imperial study, Yao Tao and Lu Lian went to Xuanhuan's study and saw an emperor who was dealing with state affairs sitting on the throne. The 2 looked at each other. I have seen the Holy One. In fact, the 2 of them wanted to join Dao in Yuanling Zone, but they still had scruples. They also noticed the brief confrontation that happened in Yuanlingzong. When they saw Xuanhuan Tang and Huangji leave the Yuanlingzong mountain gate, they made up their minds and thought about the Dao Imperial City to see if they could stay here. When I came to the Imperial City, I was also shocked. Dao is very prosperous and has a great pattern, especially the national fortune, which is strong and majestic. Especially the people of Dao, that temperament also surprised them. Flat body. Xuanhuan said, seeing me today, have you considered joining the great martial arts? I learned that His Majesty's Holy Land of Artifact Refining is open to all rivers and recruiting artifact refining masters from all over the world. I also have the intention to join, but although I want to join, I must also see the temptation enough for me to join. Although Lu Lian was respectful, there was also a sense of pride in his words. It makes sense. Xuanhuan said, take him to the Holy Land of Item Refining and ask him to meet Ouyang Ming, saying that it is what I mean, visit the Holy Land and see if it is worth his stay. Your Majesty, I, Yao Tao, have loved alchemy all my life, can you let me see the alchemy recipe? Yao Tao was the only one left in the imperial study. After he came to Dao, he was stunned after learning about Dao. Where did he get so many medicinal pills and supply them to the whole country, and he could not refine them by himself? Take it and see. Xuanhuan gave Yao Tao a jade bottle and a piece of paper. Imperial Divine Pill. This is the real Imperial elixir. Yao Tao stood on the spot in shock. That mellow and flawless Imperial elixir, that thick scent of elixir and that flawless means. He could see that it was more perfect than the imperial pills he had ever seen in his life. Especially that Dan Feng, which he had never seen before. Dao must have an extremely terrifying alchemist. Your Majesty, if I join Dao, can I get the pill recipe and divine pill? Yao Tao tentatively said. Yes, making enough contributions can be exchanged for contributions, and everyone has basic benefits every month. Xuanhuan said, I welcome talents from all over the world to join Dao. Xuanhuan and Yao Tao didn't talk for a long time before Lu Lian came back excitedly to meet him and knelt directly in front of Xuanhuan. Your Majesty, I, Lu Lian, would like to die for Dao and join the foundry department, not just to be a worshipper in the holy place of weapon refining. #C396 Chaos. Lu Lian went to the casting company, and when he came back to see Xuanhuan, he knelt down and expressed his loyalty. His visit this time was extremely shocking. Then Yangming casually took out a little knowledge in the true understanding of artifact refining, which is the supreme insight of a god-level artifact refining master, and he immediately became obsessed with it, and he couldn't extricate himself at all. Seeing his reaction, Xuanhuan was not surprised. The true artifact refining explanation was compiled by many artifact refining masters above the god level. There is so much experience in it. As long as he has studied it thoroughly, he may even break through the gods. You should know that giving and getting are directly proportional. You can come to the holy land of item refining as you want, and leave as you want, but the casting department has to give everything and obey the dispatch of the dynasty. Xuanhuan said to him. I understand, I am willing to pay. He deeply knows that only in the foundry department can he get the real solution of the real core of the refining tool, so it is better to bet on this one. Although Yao Tao didn't know what Lu Lian saw, he knew that it was obviously something that could make a 10th level true god item refiner so crazy, and he immediately said, I'm also willing to join Dao. Entering our great martial arts, life is a great martial artist, death is the soul of great martial arts, and those who betray great martial arts are killed without mercy, and I will not be soft-hearted. Xuanhuan said, Lu Lian, you report to the casting department. Yao Tao, you report to the Yang Yao family. I need you to cooperate with the Yang Yao family to cultivate the magic medicine for me. He likes talent. He doesn't need an alchemist, but the addition of an alchemist at the 10th level of the true god can relieve the pressure of the nourishing family. Is this His Majesty testing me? Yao Tao's brain got up, and he felt more and more that Xuanhuan was unfathomable. There must be an extremely powerful team of alchemists behind him, very mysterious, so he respectfully said, I am willing to cultivate magical medicines and contribute to the dynasty. If you have a refiner or other talents you can also join our great martial arts. Xuanhuan continued to handle state affairs. Recently, Dao has expanded a lot, accommodated a lot of strong people, and the state affairs are also very heavy. The court can make decisions on small matters. And some really big things still need him to decide. Kongmi Dao Kuan, in addition to communicating with the 10 cities of Yuanling for me, I also have to give you a task to collect all kinds of materials in the chaotic days. Xuanhuan knew that the gravitational force of the eternal world was very strong, and some stars were attracted and crushed by heavy pressure, and a large number of fragments fell into the chaotic sky. Moreover, there are even many ancient powerhouses who have opened up secret realms in the vast sky, leaving behind their own inheritance. Kongmi Dao Kuan is very powerful, and he is the overlord of space, so it is the most suitable for him to go there. Kongmi Dao Kuan went back and forth, going back and forth between Chaos Heaven, Primordial Spirit Realm, and Dao. Fortunately, it's fast. Yuan Lingjia also brought news. Sure enough, the Yuanling realm is integrating the forces of one realm, recruiting troops and horses, and playing the banner of the Aoki Eternal Life Empire. Xuanhuan asked the 10 city powerhouses to join their army. In this way, Shiqing seems to have one heart with the Yuanling realm, but behind it is doing a business of collecting resources for Dao, and the Dao court secretly provides Zijin. On the side of Chenchijai, the countries are also very unstable. Dao is like a big mountain, the pressure on them is too strong, and they all want to move this mountain away. Sea Demon Realm. Xuanhuan sent a large army to fight again and again. This time, it was not as simple as simply training troops. Instead, he started to attack the city, clear some small demons first, and open up a battlefield. The 10 kingdoms and 7 sects also felt great pressure against Dao. The reason for such a big move is that Xuanhuan also knows that there will be a big battle when the Qingmu Chongqing Empire returns, and he naturally has to strengthen his own strength. The first true god Sky Soldier has finally been refined. At this moment, in front of Xuanhuan, a mechanical soldier with silver light appeared. This is also a Sky Soldier, but his strength has reached the terrifying real god realm. At first glance, this is the most perfect high-tech machine. His left hand is equipped with a laser sword, and his right hand can emit a series of laser rays. The Sky Soldier, the limit is the extremely delicate high-tech machinery that can create the strength of the true god. Xuanhuan's eyes were hot for a long time. He unified the 6 domains, and obtained materials from the Yuanling realm, Qinshu realm, Sea Demon realm, and relying on Kongmi Daokuan from the Chaos layer to create the first true god-level Sky Soldier. This Sky Soldier is not afraid of death and can be used as cannon fodder, which is his favorite. With the materials I have now, I can build several true god warriors. Xuanhuan looked at the materials in the system space. Ding! The current branch has been released, create 1,000 true god Sky Soldiers. It was a new side quest again. After Xuanhuan saw it, he was also full of smiles. Anyway, the Sky Soldiers also needed to be built, and a quest represented an additional reward. The resources are still not enough, and the speed of conquest in the Sea Demon world will also be accelerated. In the chaotic world, only one's own strength is strong. Xuanhuan thought. He issued an imperial decree to let the foundry department speed up the refining. Yangming also made a memorial. The materials needed by the true god Sky Soldiers are not only cherished, but also more difficult to purify. There are still not enough people in the casting department, and progress will be very slow. The 9 great elders in the puppet department also put in the book, and more people are needed to build the puppet soldiers, and I hope your majesty can replenish them. People are still missing now. Xuanhuan decreed that the Holy Land of Artifact Refining could hold a great competition of artifact refining masters, publish news, and let the artifact refining masters from all over the world come to participate and absorb artifact refining talents. However, since the Holy Land of Item Refining has not been fully developed and opened, this item refining competition is only a small-scale competition. But the rewards are still huge. Yangming was left to prepare for the item refining competition, and he didn't need to worry about it. Another 2 months passed. Ding! The host completes the side quest, builds 1,000 catastrophe cannons, gets 40,000 fate points, magic fruit x4, and random lottery chance x1. Thousands of heavenly tribulation cannons have finally been built. Every heavenly tribulation cannon is a weapon of war for Dao, and it is extremely important. Before Xuanhuan conquered the Xuanhuan dynasty, he had been building a giant cannon for calamity. Thousands of heavenly tribulation cannons simultaneously produce heavenly tribulation punishment, which can even cause a devastating blow to the existence of true God. 40,000 fate points, he did not use it to improve the realm, and now the situation is chaotic, and it can devour the real God to improve the realm. Improve the Great Sealing technique with 4 supernatural powers. Immediately, the 4 magical powers turned into rolling power, and Xuanhuan's eyes turned into endless runes, each of which contained extremely powerful sealing power, which could seal everything, even the trajectory of the universe. The Great Sealing technique can suddenly seal other people's mana when they fight. Ding! The Great Sealing technique has been upgraded successfully, and the host has obtained the title Sealing God Emperor. Sealing God Emperor Level 4, the Sealing God Emperor was promoted, condensed the seal runes, turned them into thousands of dazzling lights, locked people and forbidden souls, and obtained the eternal seal of magical powers. #C397 Blitzkrieg, go to Xuanhuan. Don't be in a hurry this time, just stay. 6-star national power, too much is used by true gods, and only when it reaches 7-star, will more powerful treasures appear. The number of robbery cannons is still not enough. Xuanhuan counted the number of equipment in the dynasty. Even though he has 1,000 cannons, he has a large army, and each army is divided into only 100 guns. Fortunately, he asked Ouyangming to hold the great item refining competition too. Inside the refining Holy Land. Crowds of people. A large number of refiners have gathered in Dao from various domains. Although the artifact refining city has held a big competition in the past, compared with the scale of Dao, it is not enough to watch. This time, many existences of the true god level have been attracted. And Dawu's reward is also very rich. A page of god level refiners' perception is the championship reward. Your Majesty, you are here. Ouyangming saw Xuanhuan in person at the holy place of artifact refining, and quickly went to him respectfully. You will preside over this competition, and I will only watch from the sidelines. Remember, the purpose of this competition is to select more refiners for the dynasty. Xuanhuan laughed. Seeing so many artifact refiners gathered in his artifact refining holy place, his face was also very satisfied. After all, so many artifact refiners from all walks of life were enough to absorb some of them into his casting department. Of course, he could also see that there were chess pieces buried by other dynasties among these refiners, and the purpose was to obtain the refining method of great military equipment. But their plan was doomed to fail. This group of people came to his foundry department, and they should be his tools and refine materials for him. The artifact refining competition is very exciting. Xuanhuan is purely a layman watching the fun, and only pays attention to the final result. The big competition will continue for a few days, and Xuanhuan just watched it for a while and then left. King Loyalty, what's the situation on the other side of the Sea Demon Realm? Dao. Inside the military aircraft office, where military situations are handled. Xuanhuan came here and saw Lu Qianfu, who was busy. Recently, the situation has been unstable. His spies reported that people from the Aoki Chongqing Empire often appeared from all walks of life. There are some 7-star forces that have already fought frontally or on the bright side. It is an open and secret battle between the Qingmu Chongqing Empire and the Holy Heaven Empire. Sooner or later, there will be a shocking battle. All in all, one word, mess. Wars are breaking out almost everywhere. But chaos is good. Without chaos, there is no chance for Dao to develop. Just imagine a stable situation, suddenly a dynasty suddenly rises, it will definitely be the focus of attention, but it will not be so conspicuous when it is chaotic, and it will be placed on the Aoki Longevity Empire and the Holy Heaven Empire. Go back to your Majesty. Everything in the Sea Demon Realm is going according to plan. While attacking the city and looting the land, it absorbs the powerhouses of the Sea Demon Realm and strengthens the Demon God Army. The 10 Kingdoms and 7 sects dispatch troops frequently, but before the Yuanling sect. What's going on inside also shocked them. Lu Qianfu continued, but the minister estimates that if the battle continues, the 10 Kingdoms and 7 sects may unite, and even the Moyuan dynasty will end. It's not a possibility, it's a necessity. Xuanhuan nodded and said, continue to oppress and wait until Ning Xiuqian exits the border, which is to conquer the Sea Devil world. As it concerns the completion of his branch line, Xuanhuan cannot be careless. Commander Feng is now leading people to complicate matters in the Qinchu realm. She told the minister that the atmosphere in the Qinchu realm has been very unusual recently. The speed of our acquisition of resources is very slow. The reason is that countries are strictly prohibiting domestic exports to Dao. Resources, transactions everywhere have been banned. Xuanhuan was not surprised by this news. When countries see the threat of Dao, they will not export materials to them to see Dao become bigger. There is another piece of news. Originally, many forces secretly exported resources to my Dao, but now I can't contact them. The minister sent people to investigate. Most of them are dead. Export resources to my Dao Chenchijai forces. Lu Qianfu continued to report, on the surface and in the dark, they have been targeted. There are resources, but no one dares to sell them. Other dynasties are also secretly supporting the Yanchuan dynasty. Xuanhuan said coldly, the Yanchuan dynasty knows that its strength is comparable to that of the 7 sects of the 10 kingdoms, but they are not so bold, and there is obviously a force behind them to support them, otherwise they would not dare to go against me with 100 courage. There is only one case that can support Chenchujia. Your Majesty is talking about the Rainbow Sect. Lu Qianfu was awestruck. The Rainbow Sect is the sect of the Heavenly God, and its strength is extraordinary. If it were not for the powerful forces of Dao, the Rainbow Sect would have attacked Dao long ago. The current Rainbow Sect is like a chess player behind the scenes, starting to manipulate the forces in Chenchu realm to gradually deal with Xuanhuan. Lu Qianfu knew that with Dao's national strength, no forces in Chenchu realm could pose a threat to them, but with the support of Rainbow Sect, the meaning would be different. By the way, I also know that there are some powerful demon cultivators in the sea demon world, but they do not belong to the 10 kingdoms and 7 sections. Lu Qianfu said, it is very likely that they are the powerhouses of the Moyuan dynasty. It is not surprising that the Moyuan dynasty will take action against Dao. After all, Dao and the Moyuan dynasty are separated by a sea demon world. If one side expands, there will be pressure there. The 2 powers of gods and gods are now trying to use the power of the 2 realms of the sea and the demons in Chenchu to consume my great martial arts. On the sea demon realm, the dynasty has already launched troops there, and the Chenchu realm can't let them mess up. Dao unfavorable. Xuanhuan said coldly, I didn't want to attack the Chenchu realm so quickly, but the countries in the Chenchu realm have already started to fight against me, so I can't ignore it. The Yanchuan dynasty is so bold that they dare to use a knife behind their backs. I want to destroy the country. Xuanhuan couldn't bear to target it behind his back. If this goes on, he won't be able to receive a little material from Chenchu realm, and he won't be able to create more powerful equipment, and the development of the dynasty will be held back. Pass on my order, the demon god army will not move, transfer Gung Jin, Li Hua, and the 3 legions of Hutu will all enter the sea demon realm. King Zhongyong, you continue to fight against the sea demon realm. Xuanhuan declared, to mobilize the 2 armies of Shenwu army, Heishui, and Qingmu, pull the sky battleship into the Chenchu realm, and let the Shenjun also start preparing to participate in a war to destroy the country. Ningshouchen retreats, will not participate in this battle, but I will let Kongmi Dao Kun come back and participate in this battle to destroy the Yanchuan dynasty. Kongmi Dao Kun don't look at its lazy appearance, but it swallowed the divine body of sky-splitting God, and only God can suppress it. This battle does not occupy territory, and directly enters the imperial capital of Yanchuan in the form of a blitzkrieg. Yes, Your Majesty. Lu Qianfu got the order and went to prepare immediately. The Great Wu dynasty is now the focus, and every move will be watched by people. This time, I saw that they were deploying troops on a large scale, and a large number of troops were mobilized into the Sea Devil world. This is Xuanhuan's plan to hide the sky and cross the sea. He wants everyone to think that the purpose of his battle is the Sea Devil world, not the forces of Chenchu world. Kongmi Daokuan's body has become a chaotic space, exuding the power of void chaos, covering up the traces of the action of the great martial army. Before Xuanhuan moved, he sat in the Dao Imperial city. There is a light curtain in front of him, which is a shadow formation. The army is arranged along the way, which can transmit the military situation of the front line to him as quickly as possible. There is only one way to destroy the Xuanhuan dynasty this time, that is, to destroy the opponent's imperial city directly. #C398 Canon Truth. Since it is impossible to carry out trade in a normal way, the only way is to bring the truth into the range of the cannon, and use the cannon to blast open their country. In wars between nations, there is no good or evil, only interests. The ancient country of Xuanhuan, one of the big countries in the early realm of Qinchu, has many domestic powerhouses. The imperial capital is prosperous, the center of the country is located, and the place with the most powerful people. The imperial capital of the Xuanhuan dynasty was divided into 5 cities as if viewed from a high altitude, with one city in each of the south, and northwest as deputy capitals, guarding the imperial capital in the middle. At this time, in the imperial palace, a majestic figure sat on a majestic throne at this time. He was the lord of the Xuanhuan dynasty, and he had a 10th level cultivation of the true God. Recently, according to the Rainbow Sect's news, we have repeatedly attacked and destroyed dozens of forces that sold resources to Tiao. Now there is a lot of turmoil in the world at the beginning of the day. Everyone knows that selling resources to Tiao is only a dead end. Recently, the world is in a turbulent situation, and the Xuanhuan dynasty is also holding court meetings every day. There are still some people who are still quietly selling resources to Tiao, but how can they hide from the Rainbow Sect? And other countries in the Qinchu realm are also providing information to the Rainbow Sect. It won't be long before there is no place for Tiao in the Qinchu realm. Some ministers looked at the existence on the throne and said, "Your Majesty, are we going to take action next?" The Tiao soldiers are extremely sharp and aggressive, and the momentum has been too great recently. It is impossible not to make a move. The Xuanhuan emperor affirmed, "As much information as the Rainbow Sect provides, we will kill those forces, but remember not to enter the territory of Tiao." "Your Majesty, I have a sentence that I don't know whether to say or not." A minister said. "I know what you want to say. You are dissatisfied with the fact that the Rainbow Sect, as the power of the gods, did not take action on their own, but let us, the Xuanhuan dynasty, take action. This is a game between the Rainbow Sect and Tiao has an existence comparable to the gods." The Xuanhuan emperor naturally knew. In the Yuanling zone, there was a god who attacked Emperor Wu, but in the end, the Yuanling zone obediently let Emperor Wu leave. "Exactly, Your Majesty, if we do this, we will be the first to offend Tiao, which is not good for us." Although other dynasties targeted it secretly, they did not directly take action. Some ministers still hope that the Xuanhuan dynasty will not emerge first, but wait and see how the situation develops. How can you achieve great things with such a small courage? The Xuanhuan emperor's eyes were cold and stern. "The Rainbow Sect has promised me that after the destruction of Tiao, the territory of Tiao will be ruled by me, and we can also share their equipment. If other dynasties want to intervene at that time, they will not get any benefits. And the reason for letting me take action, I also received other news, enough to destroy his great martial arts. The Yuanling realm is also gathering troops and horses, and the purpose is to point directly at the Tiao dynasty." The Xuanhuan emperor said. Although the strength of the Yuanling realm is similar to that of the Rainbow Sect, there is the Qingmu Chongqing Empire behind the Yuanling realm. The situation is interesting now. The Rainbow Sect, the Yuanling realm, and even the Muyuan dynasty all want to use Tiao first. Start a war. Some ministers kept thinking about it. The 3 major forces of the gods all wanted to destroy his great martial arts. There is no reason for Tiao to be immortal, so it is no wonder that the Emperor Xuanhuan agreed to obey the dispatch of the Rainbow Sect. "What is Tiao doing over there?" someone asked. "I just received the news that Tiao is fighting in the Sea Demon world. Recently, he has adjusted his army and increased his strength. He is fighting fiercely with the various countries and sects of the sea demon world. Someone said. Haha, Dawu chose to attack the sea demon world. This is really a bad move, and now he is trapped in the quagmire and can't escape. Yes, if Dao chooses to develop himself in a low-key manner, he may not fall into this predicament. If this is the case, we will be able to expand our fists and fight against the Great Wu, and enjoy the fruits of victory after waiting for the destruction of the Great Wu Kingdom. The officials of the Xuanhuan dynasty were excited, and the spies sent out recently saw that Dao and the Sea Demon realm had started a battle after another. Everyone, the general situation in the world is confusing and confusing. If the Xuanhuan dynasty wants to protect itself, the most important thing is to be strong. During the recent period, all the ministers have worked hard. The Emperor Xuanhuan said solemnly. Everything obeys His Majesty's orders. The ministers responded. Boom boom boom. But at this moment, an endless fiery divine light suddenly erupted in the distance, and the violent sound shook the sky, and it seemed that an earthquake had occurred on the earth. What happened? Look at the direction of the wave is Dongqing. There seems to be a shelling in Dongqing. Who dares to shell my Xuanhuan dynasty? Dao, only Dao will send troops suddenly. The sound of siege came from the direction of Dongqing. There are also several true gods guarding the land of Dongqing, equipped with a tyrannical formation. Even if more than a dozen true gods shoot at the same time, they cannot break through in a short time. But a huge Kuan in the sky ignored the restrictions of the formation and destroyed it directly from the inside. The ban was immediately forced, and Dawu's huge artillery bombarded directly into the North City. No matter how strong the defense of the North City was, it couldn't compare to the Imperial City. It didn't take long for the North City to collapse, and more than half of the army guarding it was killed. God Army, kill it. The 50,000-strong army of gods is the elite of the elites of the great martial arts, and everyone is equipped with the best equipment. The army of gods descended, and the helmets on everyone covered their faces, and they rushed into the city first. The Shenwu army, the Blackwater army, and the Aoki army followed closely into the North City. The city was full of wind and rain, and the Beiqing was full of miserable and wailing voices. How could the Xuanhuan dynasty army guarding the Beiqing be compared with the elite troops of Dao? It didn't take long before they were beheaded cleanly. Blood was everywhere in the city, and there were tragic traces everywhere. Breaking through the Beiqing at the speed of thunder, the Dao army entered the Beiqing and took a short rest. Based on the Beiqing, they immediately built a shelling position, moved the front forward, and included the imperial city of the Xuanhuan dynasty into the bombardment range of the giant artillery. Your Majesty, I just received the news that Beiqing soldiers fought bloody battles, but Beiqing is still broken. Some people trembled and climbed into the court hall. Their faces were full of horror, and they made a cry. The soldiers in the North City were destroyed, all the soldiers were beheaded, and the corpses were piled up. What's the matter? A minister said in alarm and anger. Dao's army entered the dynasty. Why did no one find out and prepare in advance? The people of Dao are like magic soldiers, and I don't know how they got to Beiqing. They didn't receive any news about the void ban they arranged. Magic soldiers, they are all magic soldiers, and they came to destroy the imperial city of the country. The informant was horrified. This is the ability of Kongmi Dao Kuan. It escorts the Dao fleet and shields the fleet's traces. Dao has now built a shelling position in the northern city, and will soon hit the imperial city. We should not be against them, they will really destroy the country. Dao artillery is famous in all countries. Who is not afraid of their artillery? Those who disturb the heart of our army, behead. Although Emperor Xuanhuan's face changed drastically, he quickly calmed down and said coldly, I sent an order to fight against the Dao army. I don't believe it. I guard the capital, and I can let them break through my imperial city, put on a stance, and fight Dao. #C399, break the city, Lord Kuan. Dao Imperial City. Xuanhuan is sitting on his throne, and in front of him, there is a huge light curtain, showing the battle in Yanchuan Imperial City, watching the live broadcast of the battlefield. Although he is in Dao, he can still know the situation of the war, and he sits in the Imperial City and suppresses the background. Inside the Imperial City of Yanchuan. Although the Yanchuan Emperor was furious, he did not dare to be careless. Dao was aggressive and wanted to break through his Imperial City. He also immediately mobilized the army stationed in the city to fight with all his strength, and at the same time sent a message to Tianhongzong for help. Dao's artillery position was quickly constructed, advancing forward, shrouding the Yanchuan Imperial City into the bombardment range. Kongmi Dao Kuan was in front, flashing the color of emptiness, disdainful of the defensive restrictions in the Imperial City. Your Majesty has ordered that this battle should be used to smash the Yanchuan Imperial City with a blitzkrieg, and kill the masters in the city. The purpose of this battle is not to siege the city and loot the land, but to destroy the Yanchuan dynasty to the greatest extent possible and destroy the city. Although the number of the divine army was small, all of them were powerful and exuded an extremely ferocious aura. They saw a warrior wearing a black thunder armor looking forward. This person is called Qin Lei. He has the body of a thunder demon, and the cultivation of the true God is ninefold. During this period of time, his heavenly father has been stimulated to the extreme by the power of the long river of humanity. Originally a strong man in the sea demon world, he later took refuge in Dao. He is full of king-grade artifacts, and it is a matching king-grade artifact specially created according to his thunder demon body. Although the Dao Foundry Division does not yet have the ability to refine imperial artifacts, Qin Lei and other true god-level warriors are equipped with top-grade imperial artifacts. When it is necessary to fight quickly and cause the greatest damage in the shortest time, there is the shadow of the Rainbow Sect behind the Yanchuan dynasty. If the Rainbow Sect comes to help, this strategic strike will fail. Yao Tao and Lu Lian are both here. Both of them are true gods of the 10th level of combat power. Although they are special talents, they also require to go to the front line. Xuanhuan did not veto it. If they want to make a contribution to the great martial arts, then let them go. Master Kuan, in half a quarter of an hour, we will launch a siege battle. At that time, I hope that Master Kuan can break the ban on Yanchuan Imperial City, and I will wait for the army to kill. Although Kongmi Dao Kuan was the mount of Xuanhuan, he was the Emperor Kuan of great martial arts, so he did not dare to call him by name directly. Qin Lei was also very respectful, knowing that the main force in this battle was actually Kongmi Dao Kuan, without which he would not be able to break the ban on Yanchuan Imperial City in a short period of time. The whole army of Dao, start the attack. All the generals shouted in unison, and all the great armies went to the front. The billowing aura of war was approaching. The Emperor Yanchuan stood on the city wall, with a very unsightly expression on his face. His imperial capital was beaten to his door, for no apparent reason. Although he quickly defended, the morale of the soldiers of the dynasty was very low, and the fact that the North City was broken made them feel the strength of the great martial army. Facing the approaching army in front, it was like a collapse in their chests. The people in the Imperial City shivered even more. With me guarding the Imperial City, what are you afraid of? The Emperor Yanchuan swept his gaze coldly, pulled out his heavenly sword and pointed forward. They can't break the Imperial City. Dao seems to be powerful, but in fact it is just like the sun that is about to set, and now it's just their last struggle. Will lead you to kill the enemy. It has to be said that his motivation also made the sluggish morale start to boil. Having the emperor chauffeured to go on a personal expedition not only served as a powerful combat force, but also inspired the morale of the soldiers. Having said that, the Emperor Yanchuan did not dare to be careless. He made the Imperial City formation to the strongest possible. In this battle, he did not want to fight Dao to the death, but to delay the time, disintegrate the morale of the opponent, and make the opponent's goal of blitzkrieg unreasonable. To the effect: the Imperial City is very strong, and various restrictions are also arranged. Your Majesty, the great martial artillery is about to start bombarding, a courtier said solemnly. This time, in order to break through the ancient city of Yanchuan, Xuanhuan directly equipped them with 800 cannons, forming a powerful firepower. Boom! There is no need for any nonsense in the confrontation between the two countries, and the strategic purpose is very clear. Immediately, the mighty artillery on Dao's side began to cover the Yanchuan Imperial City. Although there are only 800 cannons for robbery, there are many thunder cannons and magic cannons, and the cannon fire poured out is enough to cover the entire Imperial City. Great martial artillery. Although they have long known that Dao cannon is powerful, and have seen it in the sea demon world, but when the artillery fire fell on their heads, their faces changed. What kind of immortal power is this? And the hundreds of the strongest beams are already qualified to kill false gods, and even threaten true gods. Don't be afraid, the Imperial City has experienced wind and rain. How strong the defense is. I let them bombard them for 3 days and 3 nights, and they can't break it. The Yanchuan Emperor stared straight ahead, and there was always a threat in his heart. The Imperial City is shrouded in the light of prohibition, and the bricks and stones of the Imperial City are also specially made. Giant cannons bombard it. Although it can destroy some city bricks, it is difficult to destroy and level it directly. Keep it for a few days, and when the Rainbow Sect sends troops over, you will be able to form a siege against Dao and kill him. The Emperor Yanchuan ordered, stand firmly in the Imperial City, no matter how provocative Dao is, he will not leave the city to face it. Then it's up to Lord Kuan. Qi Lei said. The greater purpose of such a large artillery fire is to attract the attention of the enemy and cover the Kuan Lord to destroy. Haha, Your Majesty, Dao made another bad move this time, wanting to destroy my Imperial City like lightning, but he didn't think about it. The Imperial City is so easy to break, and now part of their army is contained again. Here. A minister of the true God realm laughed loudly. But suddenly, he couldn't smile anymore. In front of him, suddenly a behemoth appeared in the Yanchuan Imperial City in an extremely strange way. The moment it appeared, a wave of chaos god thunder was densely intertwined, and the prohibition placed in the Yanchuan Imperial City was destroyed one after another at the speed of annihilation. Moreover, its chaos divine thunder spread out, and the soldiers guarding the city walls were electrocuted into coke one by one, and even the false god could not bear the power of Kongmi Daokuan. What is this? The Yanchuan dynasty powerhouse was shocked and angry. Kongmi Daokuan broke into the city wall in an extremely sudden way, and it was extremely tricky to break the ban. Kill it. The Emperor Yanchuan was furious. The 10th level power of the true god slammed into Kongmi Daokuan fiercely. Kongmi Daokuan is extremely disdainful, its skin is rough and thick, and it is difficult to kill it at the 1st and 2nd levels of the gods. When the power falls on it, it shakes its body gently, without pain or itching. Kongmi Daokuan looked at the closed city gate, and suddenly slammed into it. No, its purpose is to open the city gate, stop it, and can't let it succeed. Many true gods of the Yanchuan dynasty killed Kongmi Daokuan and wanted to stop him. But Kongmi Daokuan was so powerful that he slammed into it directly, and many true gods were shaken open, and the closed city gate was also slammed, and was knocked into the distance. The city gate has been broken, enter the Imperial City, cover with huge artillery, today we'll slaughter all the true gods of the Yanchuan dynasty. #C400 Your Majesty has a purpose to destroy your dynasty. The Imperial City gate has been smashed. Countless people from the Yanchuan dynasty made a sound of fear. When war comes, no matter how prosperous things will be reduced to ruins, they will no longer exist. Kill. The Dao regiment sounded the horn of the attack, and a group of troops came from the sky. Under the leadership of the generals, they attacked the Imperial City of Yanchuan. The artillery continued to bombard the Imperial city as cover. Defense, can't let them rush into the Imperial city. When the Yanchuan Emperor saw this, he also knew that the most critical time had come. The huge Kuan smashed through their Imperial city, making their defense line flawed. Seeing the great martial army rushing in from a distance, he was in a very bad mood, but he couldn't back down, but fought back. The army of the Yanchuan dynasty also drove out from the city and fought with the army of the great martial arts that rushed over. Destroy the god crossbow. The rocket crossbow clears the way, consume the opponent first. The materials of the god-destroying crossbow and rocket crossbow have now been greatly improved, and the power is great, and the gods can be threatened. Wave shot. Like opening wuxuan and cutting rice, the dense crossbow arrows are connected together, like a butcher's knife, causing the opponent to fall in batches. These two weapons of individual warfare are too terrifying for ordinary killing. Enter the Imperial city. Break Yanchuan. The rushing speed of the Dao army is not fast. But this pressure is like the end of the day, the sky will collapse. From a distance, it can be seen that it is infinite black, which is the color of Dao's armor. There is a thick blood mist on the ground that day. In the eyes of the people of the Yanchuan dynasty, the Dao army is like coming to a terrible hell. Boom! The two armies soon fought together outside the Imperial city. The Dao legion was too fierce, and all of them were incomparably fierce. They had all experienced in the sea demon world with countless demon cultivators, and they were cruel and cruel. Entanglement, the true god of the other party, don't be afraid, this place is an imperial city, there are a large number of strong guards, some of them are in the sea devil world, and there are not so many strong people here. The Yanchuan emperor shouted loudly, stabilizing the military's heart. The strength of the opponent's army also made him tremble. Everyone was not only powerful, but also equipped with equipment that crushed his Yanchuan dynasty. It's time for us to take action, that His Majesty is still watching us in the Imperial City. Boom! Yao Tao and Lu Lian released their own true god, 10th level mana, to overwhelm many of the other true gods. Two true gods of the 10th level. The face of the Emperor Yanchuan changed dramatically. God's army is dispatched. Qin Lei drank coldly. The 50,000 divine army directly entered the middle of the enemy camp. The divine army is the emperor's personal army formed by Chu Yuan, specially selected talents, with special physique and special supernatural powers. Once the 60,000 divine army joined in, it was a massacre. Who are those tens of thousands of troops? Some people shouted in horror when they saw the divine army's action on the battlefield. The strength of the divine army was far beyond their imagination, and their ordinary soldiers were killed instantly when they encountered the divine army. Qin Lei was holding a pitch-black thunder sword, and the dark sword light passed by. A true god was terrified, but the next moment, his body was cut in half. Although he is only the 9th level of the true god, his lethality is far more terrifying than Yao Tao and Lu Lian, and he exists entirely for killing. These 50,000 are the divine army, created by His Majesty. It is rumored that only special physiques can join the divine army. Their combat power is too fierce. Yao Tao and Lu Lian trembled in their hearts. Dao has so many special physiques that he can form an army, so it is no wonder that he does not like them very much. However, although the divine army is ferocious, they cannot fall behind. Aggressive, morale is like a rainbow. This is the god army participating in the battle to destroy the country. All of them are holding their breath, wanting to kill more enemies. The appearance of the divine army, the continuous killing of the opponent's high-end combat power, the false god, and the true god's high-end combat power, an unstoppable scene. I don't know how many people were scared to death. Not long after the war, the Yanchuan dynasty army collapsed. Besieged the past. Behind the Shinjun, the Xiaomi Dao Kuan wings were opened, and the speed was extremely fast. They attacked even more ruthlessly. Illusion, Lost City. Xuanhuan opened her 5 fingers, and suddenly a strange brilliance flashed through. A true god yelled, killing, killing, but actually spinning in circles, as if trapped in a labyrinth, unable to find a way out. A long spear struck through the air, pierced the head of this true god directly, and killed him. Well done. True god Yu Shenjun laughed loudly. Although Xuanhuan's illusion is only an auxiliary ability, it can help his true god to kill his opponent. Magic, they are all demons. A minister saw this scene and was terrified. The battle seemed unequal at all. He turned around and was about to run away. To mess with our army, and those who dare to retreat, die. The Yangchuan emperor was furious, raised his hand, and smashed the one who turned and fled into slag. Enter the Imperial city. The army of the Yangchuan dynasty was retreating, and they knew that they could not bear the impact of the great martial army in the plain battle. At this moment, they were also retreating again and began to withdraw into the city. Stand for help. The Yangchuan emperor's face was dull. After the battle with the Dao army, he finally understood why the ferocious devils in the Sea Devil world could not gain the upper hand in the face of Dao's strong army. He would never have imagined that the 60,000 elites who appeared on the battlefield would be so powerful, killing them with high-end combat power. The Stone Statue Corps entered the Imperial city first, and the Sky Corps covered it from the side to prevent traps from existing in the Imperial city. Although he achieved a great advantage, Dao did not rush to kill indiscriminately. The stone statues with the strongest defense rushed into the cannon fodder, and the extremely fast sky soldiers also entered the Imperial city, and they first began to fight with the enemy who were stuck in the city. God's army strikes. The other armies entered directly into the various parts of the Imperial city and strangled the enemy corps. But the divine army entered the palace directly under Qin Lei's order. Dare to mess with the palace. The Emperor Yangchuan was also furious when he saw Qin Lei, who was wearing black armor and flickering with magic thunder, and he also pulled out a sword, mobilizing the realm power of the 10th level of his true god, and suddenly turned into the sword of destroying the sky and Qin Lei. Ray fights. Boom. The strength of the two collided, the unparalleled power broke out, and the towering palace siege collapsed crazily at this moment. The Yangchuan emperor's face was not good-looking. This Qin Lei was very powerful, and he didn't take advantage of the collision just now. Does your Dao need to destroy the Imperial city and the dynasty today? Yangchuan emperor raised his sword and looked at Qin Lei coldly. Your Majesty has a purpose to destroy your Yangchuan dynasty and turn it into ruins. Qin Lei was cold, his face was wrapped in a specially made helmet, he couldn't see clearly, and he made an extremely cruel and bloody sound. #C401 Killing the background. The Great Wushan Army, the most elite army of the dynasty, directly entered the Yangchuan Palace. In the Yangchuan Palace, there are also strong men rushing to block it. But how can the Divine Army be an ordinary army? It was Chu Yuan's special corps that was specially built, with a special physique and at a huge cost. Suddenly, he saw a strong man of the Yangchuan dynasty being beheaded, and the palace was stained with blood. In the Imperial city, the Dao army was also strangling and gathered in the palace. The Yangchuan emperor's hands trembled. The foundation of his Yangchuan dynasty was being rapidly harvested by the great martial army corps, and more than a dozen true gods had been killed. Your Majesty, let's leave, leaving the green hills, not afraid of running out of firewood. A minister was persuading the Emperor of Yangchuan to leave the Imperial city, and he heard a loud shout, Please, Your Majesty, don't stay here, it is left for us to fight Dao to the death. As long as Your Majesty does not die, the dynasty will not be over, and there will be a chance for a comeback. Even if the Dao dynasty only sent part of its troops, it was not something that the Yangchuan dynasty could stop. Destruction is imminent. I'm not leaving. The Yangchuan emperor did not want to be the king of the subjugated country, so he said savagely, Where are you people from the Rainbow Sect? Didn't you say that if Dao dealt with us, there would be gods against them? What about your people? Rainbow Sect knows that Dao has the power of the gods. But Ning Shouchen didn't make a move, and he wasn't in the Sea Demon realm, and the heavenly god of Rainbow Sect didn't dare to make a move at will. Your Majesty, it will be too late if you don't leave. The minister is anxious. Beacon fires erupted in the Imperial city, and in just a short time, all the soldiers and horses were forced into the small place of the palace. Dao had formed a siege of the palace, and the country was destroyed in the blink of an eye. I understand, Dao Tianquan's combat power does not dare to shoot at will, we still have a chance. The Emperor Yanquan said savagely, so we still have a chance, please reveal the last details of the dynasty. He roared and roared, took out an object in his hand, and crushed it violently. Suddenly, a rainbow of light intertwined in the sky. Under the ground of the Imperial city, a rumbling sound exploded, and then 3 terrifying peerless forces rushed out. The final foundation. The Yanquan Emperor has a long history, and naturally has their heritage. At this moment, Dao forced him not to use it in advance. The foundation is out. Immediately, I saw 3 extremely old figures appearing in the palace. Their faces were wrinkled, their hair was withered, and there was a smell of decay, but their aura was extremely tyrannical. 2 true gods are 10th level. Qin Lei looked at the 2 of them, and then at the tallest old antique among the 3, and said coldly, there is also a true god limit, this is the final heritage of your Yanquan dynasty. 3 patriarchs. The dynasty encountered a national disaster. If the Imperial city is destroyed today, Yanquan will destroy the country, and the foundation will be destroyed. The Yanquan Emperor looked at the 3 people. They are all old antiques that existed when the Yanquan dynasty first established the country. The years have reached the limit, and they usually seal themselves underground to delay their death. After this appearance, it will certainly not live long. I already thought about the day I might be awakened when I declared myself, but I really don't want to be awakened. The old antique of the true god limit shook his head, looked at the bloody Imperial city, and also made a voice, for the sake of the dynasty, even if you sacrifice yourself. 2 true gods are handed over to the 2 of us to deal with at the 10th level. The limit of true gods will be troublesome for Lord Kuan. Yao Tao and Lu Lian came out and took the lead to deal with the 2 old antiques with the 10th level of true gods. Kongmi Dao Kuan made a sound, its mouth opened, and suddenly a rolling torrent of void sent out chaos divine thunder and smashed to the limit of true god. Kill. Qin Lei raised his sword and told everyone not to stop the offensive, and he himself killed the Emperor Yanquan. A true gods fight broke out in the entire Imperial city, the aftermath of terror spread out, and the Imperial city was madly destroyed. Naughty beast, even if you fight for this life today, I will let you die. True God shouted at the limit, and the whole person almost burst into flames. He also knew that he would decay and die soon after this battle, so he was not afraid of death at all when he started his hand. Suddenly, his big hand carried a huge power, surging like a tidal wave, and bombarded it down. Kongmi Dao Kuan didn't care. Its body instantly crystallized, like a huge gem crystal mountain, which was directly attacked by this old antique. Boom! The power of the big hand fell on it, but it did not shake it in the slightest. So tough. The old antique was startled. The Kongmi Dao Kuan family is the overlord of the void, and it is difficult to grow up, but once it grows, it is an existence that can swallow the dragon and swallow the phoenix, especially Chu Yuan, which is even more incredible, swallowing the body of the sky god. It shook slightly, tore through the void, and hit the old antique directly. He stepped back frantically, trying to avoid it, but he seemed to be locked around him, and a huge Kuan tail slammed on him. Puff! This old antique was blasted out immediately, spitting out blood. If it weren't for his strong realm, his entire body would be blasted. If this beast is not eliminated, my Yanquan dynasty will die. today, my body is lingering. For the dynasty, I am willing to give everything, even my life. He deeply knew that the Yangchuan dynasty was on the verge of extinction, and he could also see that Kongmi Dao Kuan was extremely strong. If it were tens of thousands of years ago, he could still fight, but now he is no longer as brave as he used to be. Sacrificial secret art. Sky-splitting wild sword. His whole body was on fire, and the qi and blood beams rose like wolf smoke. At this moment, he is no longer like a human being, but more like a mad sword. Ancestor. The people of the Yangchuan dynasty were in grief and indignation. Everyone knows that this old antique will be in chaos within a few days after casting the sky-splitting crazy sword, and his body can no longer allow him to withstand this kind of secret technique. Even if I can't kill you today, I will make you hit hard so that my Yangchuan dynasty can survive this crisis. This old antique is ruthless, his body is feathering. The terrifying breath was suppressed, Yao Tao and Lu Lian's complexion changed greatly. If this attack was to kill them, they would definitely die without a place to be buried. One Chinese website omega.chi1z.c. Kill. This is to cut off his body as a sword artifact. The terrifying power is comparable to the Imperial artifact. With the mana burned out by the limit of his true god, at this time, it actually reached the full blow of the gods. Kongmi Daokuan made a cooing sound and dismissed it, it crystallized itself and stood there. Hit. Boom. This sword hit Kongmi Daokuan's body, and countless crystal brilliance splashed around, but Kongmi Daokuan just shook his body, there was only a trace of a crack, and he was not seriously injured. Of course, unless the gods made a move, it was impossible to catch this Daokuan at all. Is this the end? I'm not reconciled. This old antique roared with grief and anger, and wanted to borrow his fate from heaven, to do it again. But Kongmi Dao Kuan opened his mouth, and a rolling torrent of void swept out, condensed and divided into 10,000 chaos gods, and directly smashed his body under the unwilling gaze of the old antique. #C402 Attitudes of Countries. This old antique was killed, his true god law was collected by the heaven and earth oven, and the blood energy laws on the battlefield were also collected by the heaven and earth oven. The other two 10th level true gods were also killed with the help of Kongmi Daokuan. Once these three old antiques died, the Yangchuan dynasty would no longer have its heritage. The ancestors are dead. The ministers were afraid, some people fled, and some people surrounded Yangchuan emperor, roaring, "Your Majesty, go, even if you fight to death today, you must cover your Majesty to leave the Imperial city, the Yangchuan dynasty can be without us, but not without us. His Majesty." But as soon as a minister was roaring, Qin Lei's knife had already slashed on him, shattering into two halves. There was no chance, the divine army rushed to kill, and many masters gathered around, leaving only the Emperor Yangchuan alone. It was impossible to resist the strong army of Dao. Ha 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 ha. Seeing one of the ministers around him being beheaded, Emperor Yangchuan let out a shrill laughter. "Emperor Wu, you are ruthless, I lost to you and lost our country's foundation, but even if I die today, I won't die in your hands. Your Dao Imperial city will one day be as miserable as it is today. The way of heaven has reincarnation, and who will be spared?" His body swelled up completely and exploded, like a star emitting the most dazzling light. A true god was forced to commit suicide at the 10th level. Although it was miserable, the Emperor Yangchuan also preserved his final dignity. Although the Emperor Yangchuan is dead, there is a lot of wealth accumulated in the Imperial city of Yangchuan, all of which are brought back to enrich the treasury. Lu Lian had the intuition of an artifact refiner and shouted, "Generals, there are still a lot of remnants in the Imperial city, so I'll leave it to you to deal with it." Kongmi Dao Kuan swayed gently, sensing the prohibition in the Imperial city, and went to open the treasury in the Imperial city of Yangchuan. The Dao army built a battlefield, and no surrender was accepted in this battle. One of the ministers of the Yangchuan dynasty was counted as one, and they were all killed. The once prosperous imperial city is now in ruins, with bright red blood everywhere, telling the cruelty of this war, but the war between countries is so cruel, every war is piled up with countless bones. The members of the Divine Army were expressionless, slaughtering the powerhouses of the Xuanhuan dynasty. The treasure house was found and opened, and a large amount of resources were swallowed into the chaotic space within its body by Komi Dao Kuan, and all were taken away. After cleaning the battlefield, the army left directly on the battleship, leaving behind a dead imperial city. The Eightfold False God. And in Dao Imperial City, there is a tyrannical light of breaking through on Chu Yuan's body. He swallowed the laws of the higher true gods into his body, and the laws of the lower true gods were converted into energy, and as the river of humanity flowed, it was sent to the whole country of Dao. Every war is a plunder of wealth. Just like this time, all the wealth accumulated by the Xuanhuan dynasty fell into Dao's treasury, which was more than what they had worked so hard to collect during this period of time. And resources are only one aspect, and the more important thing is to let many forces know that Dao has the strength to easily destroy a country. Who is not afraid? Although the Xuanhuan dynasty cannot be considered the strongest in the Qinchu realm, it is definitely not weak. But just like that, De Wu broke through the imperial city and killed the emperor. Although a large area has not been invaded, it is no different from destroying the country in the hearts of the nations. #C4033-Way Movement. The Moyuan dynasty, the important place of the military. During this period of time, countless orders were issued from here, and the gods who were closed in the past were all sitting here. The latest battle report, Dao destroys the Xuanhuan dynasty. At this time, a large number of soldiers and horses are hoarding in the sea demon world. It seems that there will be a big move. Check. Quick check, the origin of the great martial god army and the mighty Kuan. The envoys from many countries in the Sea Devil world are here and are requesting an audience. The Moyuan dynasty was also very restless. Today, the situation in the world is unclear. The Aoki Eternal Life Empire has caused tyrannical oppression, and the newly rising force of Dao is also radiating tremendous pressure like a comet. The offensive they were going to use has also been slowed down. Demon Jin Tianshan, the great martial god army, has vaguely found some information. It is said that this army is the army of Emperor Wu, the elite of the elite, and all of them have extraordinary combat power. From the news we got, it is rumored that all of them have special physiques. There was a true god who looked at the demon Jin Tianshan, who was sitting at the military plane, and told him, "Emperor Wu, this god has met once, but what this god did not expect is that he sent troops to attack Xuanhuan Imperial City directly at lightning speed. Mo Jin Tianshan Dao, the intelligence investigation of Dao cannot be relaxed. Dao will become a serious problem in the abyss. Regarding their various equipment, the strong should also investigate clearly." The Moyuan dynasty wanted to launch an army against Dao, but it was not a matter of lip service, but a careful investigation. Lord Tianshan, Tianhong Zonghong is visiting. Suddenly someone reported. Hongming Tianshan? It seems that he is also here for the sake of great martial arts. A smile appeared on the face of Ma Jin Tianshan. Please come into the temple, and this will receive it in person. Inside the hall, where the envoy was received. Recently, your Moyuan dynasty has been very busy. Hong Tianshan smiled when he saw Ma Jin Tianshan. Isn't that the case with your rainbow sect? Mo Jin Tian said, Ming people don't say secret words. This god knows that the purpose of your arrival today is nothing more than for Dao. The Xuanhuan dynasty supported by your Tianhong sect was destroyed by Dao, and the war in our country in the Sea Devil world is also very serious. Not smooth. The Qingmu Chongqing Empire is now focusing on the battle with the Holy Heaven Empire. Right now, the two major forces of you and me are still the great martial arts. If the great martial arts are not eliminated, you and I are uneasy. Hong Tianming directly pointed out the threat of Dao, saying, I don't know what plans your country has. Although there were gaps in the past, at this time it is best to get rid of contradictions and join forces to deal with Dao. Okay, direct enough. Mo Jin Tian Shindao, the most important thing is to join forces to deal with the great martial arts. The plan of my Muyuan dynasty is not a secret. It is nothing more than to move troops to the great martial arts in the Sea Demon world, gather the power of the countries of the Sea Demon world, and form an oppressive strength. My Rainbow sect will also have a plan, starting from Chenchijai, and deploying troops against Dao. Hong Mingtian said, I have received news that the Yuanling realm is also preparing to launch an attack on Dao, which is equivalent to the three major forces of the gods. Yuanlingjie? Ma Jing Tianshan sneered, it seems that the more important purpose of Hong Tianshan's coming here this time is for Yuanlingzong. Well, Dao's resources and treasures can be divided equally with your Tianhongzong, but Yuanling can't be used for it. Zong got it. We think so too. Rainbow Sky God smiled. Sometimes it's better to open the sunroof and talk brightly. #C404 War in the Sea Demon World. The war is coming, and the whole country should be actively preparing for war. Fear the warrior cut. Those who shake the hearts of the army / Although Dao used his achievements to show during this period that they were the most powerful dynasty in the Sea Demon realm of Chenchu realm, they were facing the two major gods of the Rainbow sect, the Muyuan dynasty, and even the three major gods of the Yuanling sect. Although these great god forces regard Dao as a turtle in a urn, they do not dare to take action lightly. After all, it can be known from Yuanlingzong that Dao has the power of the gods, and without overwhelming power, it is likely to cause great casualties to them. In the Sea Devil world, Dao has a large number of soldiers and horses hoarding in the Blood Shadow City. The enemy was outnumbered, and the Dao Legion did not attack at will, but arranged a large number of huge artillery in the city outside the city. On the opposite side of Blood Shadow City, looking at each other from a distance, there are also many cities towering up, and a large number of troops and horses are constantly gathering. At this moment, in a great hall, 19 figures appeared. There is another person by the side of true god Ma Jin, who is also a god, the god of the devil in the Muyuan dynasty, who was also transferred here this time. The other people in the hall are the emperors and suzerains of the 10 kingdoms and 7 sects. The two gods have come, and those in power cannot but come. Dao has placed a large number of cannons in the direction of Blood Shadow City. These cannons are very powerful, and the virtual gods can tear apart, and the most powerful ones can even threaten the true gods. An existence wrapped in black robes is the sect master of the Soulbreaker demon sect, and said coldly, if you are a strong player, the casualties will be huge. The great martial arts are extremely powerful. Although there are few people, it is not easy to deal with. This time, the 10 kingdoms and 7 sects have sent a large number of troops and horses. But they are an alliance, and in their hearts, they all hope that the soldiers and horses of other countries will be cannon fodder, and they are taking advantage of the fishermen. Ma Jing Tianshan naturally saw their thoughts at a glance, and said dissatisfied, what do you want to say? Their cannons are so powerful, how many people can they kill? With our strength, all the powerhouses will be crushed, and there will be no blood shadows for a few days. The city is bound to be breached, wasting time here? Who is the pioneer? Good. Who is this siege pioneer? As long as there is a vanguard, my Shaling dynasty is willing to be the first to follow. There is a lot of talk, but no one wants to be the vanguard. All right. Emotsong Tianshan said, this god brought the Emotsong army this time, and I am willing to be the pioneer. After 3 days, don't talk to me about any excuses, all the army must be dispatched, oppressed, uprooted the Blood Shadow City, and broke the territory of Dao. Have you heard, this time I am the Muyuan dynasty taking the lead. Mo Jin said coldly, don't talk nonsense at that time, you can get as much as you pay, and I will give you 3 days to prepare. Haha, naturally the Muyuan dynasty is willing to take the lead, and of course I will follow. 3 days is enough. The Great Wu dynasty will be destroyed. These rulers quickly left, and there were only 2 gods left in the hall, Mo Jin and Mo Tsong. These damned sea demon world demon cultivators are better than monkeys. If it wasn't to deal with Dao, they needed their strength to be consumed, how could they be tolerated? Demon Jin Tianshan was extremely dissatisfied. Ma Jin, the 7 sects of the 10 countries are not fools. They sent troops here. In fact, they have formed an offensive and defensive alliance. If you deal with them, the 7 sects of the 10 countries will unite against the water. Now they still need their strength. The demon god is very calm. Although they are nothing to my Muyuan dynasty, but at this critical period, they still need to be used, otherwise this god will be so polite to them? Mo Jin Tian said. It's nothing to take the lead. Once you are in a stalemate with the great martial army, it's not up to them to decide if they want to retire. Mo Tsong Tianshan said coldly, Mo Jin, the purpose of you and I sitting here this time is that demon cultivator, this person you fight with him, his strength is very strange, not a god, but more like a god, that's a big problem. This person may be at the juncture of breaking through, but he has not broken through without seeing the vision. Mo Jin Tian said, the combination of you and me is enough to kill him, and then there is only Emperor Wu left in the great martial arts. Must die. Notify the Rainbow Sect that we are launching an attack on our side, and they can't be idle on their side. 3 days passed in a flash. For the first time in history, the coalition forces of the 10 countries and 7 sects have united. Magic Abyss Demon Song Army. In front of the 10 kingdoms and 7 sects, there appeared a group of large armies wearing ferocious demon armor, orderly, and their combat power was indeed a level higher than theirs. There are too many troops gathered this time. Every country has dispatched a large number of elites. They are densely packed. From a distance, they look like the ocean, and they can't see the end at all. Ning Lao, the other party, is about to attack. The strong martial artist looked at the opponent's army with a very solemn expression. If it were another dynasty, seeing such momentum, they would have collapsed in fright and fled in all directions, but Dao is still stable and not chaotic. Then wait for them to arrive, and this seat's hands are also itchy. If you don't respect the gods, how can you be worthy of their loudness? Ning Shouchen also felt a little strange. He has been alone for hundreds of thousands of years, and today he has become the head coach of the Great Wu dynasty. Magic Blue Army, attack! The Muyuan dynasty had to set an example, otherwise no one would believe them, and suddenly a large number of Mo Tsongjuan let out a low roar, urging the extremely arrogant magical powers to rush towards the Blood Shadow City. The cannon is ready, let it go. Although the number of Dao dynasty is not as large as that of the other party, the huge artillery is their biggest advantage, and it is only comparable to the army of hundreds of millions. The endless energy and rays of light are intertwined, and the robbery cannons have also been mobilized here in large numbers. These cannons are sprayed out. Even if the Motsong army is the elite of the Muyuan dynasty, it can't bear it. I don't know how many people were killed on the way. Dao's cannons are getting more and more powerful. The hearts of the 7 powerhouses of the 10 kingdoms are also trembling. In the previous battle of Blood Shadow City, De Wu had not used so many powerful cannons at all. This time, he saw that the Demon Blue Army was bombed and killed. You still don't know how to press it? Demon Jin Tianshan drank coldly. The people from these 10 countries and 7 sects are still here to watch the fun, which makes him very dissatisfied. Follow the Demon Blue Army, follow them, and the army will press on. The rulers of the 10 kingdoms and 7 sects also know that when the Demon Blue Army is on, they don't need to join, but they also have a few hearts, that is, their charge will not surpass the Demon Blue Army, and they will follow them closely. These people. Demon Jean Tianqian said angrily, if it is suppressed in all directions, with the advantage of the number of people, this Blood Shadow City will be filled long ago. It's better to count on yourself, Mo Jean, press up with this god, and lead out the demon cultivator comparable to the god of the sky to destroy the Blood Shadow City. This time, the giant guns in the city will be brought back to the Mo Yuan dynasty. This kind of war weapon, right? A big battle helps a lot. The demon god of heaven suddenly rose into the air, and in an instant, he came to the sky above the Blood Shadow City, and the terrifying demon god's hand slammed into it. Remember the mobile version URL. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C405 Dinghei Shenzhen. The two gods instantly appeared in the sky above Blood Shadow City. Divine power is like the sky, mighty. Their majesty is huge, and they deduce the power of many kinds of gods, and the terrifying shadow roars. Just standing there is an unshakable force. You must know how terrifying the power of the gods is. Even the existence of the first layer of the gods can easily destroy a 6-star dynasty. They are all unique existences. The 10,000 and the 10,000 refers to the true god, and even if it is said that 10,000 true gods can give birth to a god. Destroy Blood Shadow City. Ma Jing Tianqian and Mo Tsang Tianqian shot at the same time, their power intertwined and turned into two incomparably huge demon hands, directly shrouding the Blood Shadow City. If these two demon hands are slammed, the Blood Shadow City will inevitably be razed to the ground, and countless troops will be buried with it. The power of the gods is so terrifying. Boom! The sky and the earth are shaking, the void is crumbling, the sky above the Blood Shadow City suddenly darkened, and the power of the devil roared and suppressed. The devil makes a move, and the great martial arts will die. The army on the other side of the sea demon world saw the two demon gods attacking together, and their faces showed a fanatical emotion. Even if this large army was powerful, it was still vulnerable to the attack of the demon gods and would be completely defeated. Humph! Using the power of the gods so quickly, I really thought that this seat was a vegetarian. Good, the power has been weakened for so many thousands of years, and finally the power of the gods has been restored, and I will have a good time with you today. Boom! At the moment when the two big hands of the demon gods fell, a rolling torrent rushed out. Ning Shouchen stepped into the sky and looked at the two gods with a faint smile on his face. He waved his hand and collided with the power of the two gods. We also have god-level combat power. Countless people in the great martial army saw that with a wave of Ning Shouchen's hand, the power of the two gods was destroyed, and all of them burst into cheers. Sure enough, it's no wonder that the Yanling Zone wants to send you out. The demon heaven god looked cautious. Don't dare to be careless, this Ning Shouchen gave him an extremely strange feeling. Kill. The three faced off in the void. At this time, the combat power of the gods is reflected in the state of mutual restraint, and no one can do anything about the other. And the countless armies of the Sea Devil world are also attacking the Blood Shadow City at this moment. Due to the large number of people, some people are close to the city, and some people are far behind, still shrouded in the range of the cannon. Dao had Chu Yuan in charge and was suppressed by the national movement. Therefore, 90% of the various puppet soldiers have been sent to Blood Shadow City recently. 50,000 God of War soldiers and 50,000 prison guards are also here. Shanming Devil's Palm. Demon Jean Tianqian's eyes flickered, he directly attacked Ning Shouchen, a terrifying magical force condensed. Under the shock of his power, Tiandu was pierced, showing the arrogant ability of the god of heaven. The demon heaven god also swiped with power, and the power was like a mountain. Ning Shouchen bombarded with both palms, and with him at the center, a huge force appeared. The power was incomparably vast, and the two gods slammed together. They fought frantically, and the world followed them, turning into a big hole that could not be repaired in a short time, and countless billowing vitality rushed out. Turn on the formation. The Blood Shadow City was originally built on the basis of the Blood Shadow sect, and there will be countless refiners to reinforce the city day and night, and the formation will be opened immediately to resist the aftermath of the power from the gods. The Dao Legion held on to the city and did not attack. Ning Xiuquan obeyed Xuanhuan's instructions. He did not fully reveal his full strength, but controlled to the extent that he would be able to fight against the two gods. He deliberately led the battlefield to the battlefield outside the Blood Shadow City, so that the aftermath of the three people's power could kill the opposing coalition as much as possible. How terrifying the power of the gods! The true god can still resist, but when the true god is bombarded, it will explode immediately. Damn, this person is definitely in the realm of the gods. Damn, when did he break through? We didn't receive any news. The demon Jin Tianshan was angry, but the strength of the Tianshan was absolutely unable to resist the alliance between him and the demon Song Tianshan. What made him even more angry was that De Wu was guarding the city, and the aftermath of his power could not destroy the city, but it was enough to kill countless coalition forces. Sure enough, the two gods were unable to win the battle against Ning Xiuquan, and the coalition forces suffered heavy losses. One by one, they were blown to pieces, and their hearts collapsed, and there was already a rout. The strength of these coalition forces is really unreliable. Withdraw the troops and fight again tomorrow. Emode Songtian's face was cold. He and Ma Jin Tianshan wanted to kill Ning Xiuquan first this time, but they obviously failed. The morale of the coalition army was low, and they would run away if they didn't withdraw their troops. Retract. Ma Jin Tianshan made an unwilling voice. Ma Jin God, send a message back to the country and ask the military aircraft department to send more troops. This group of coalition forces is unreliable. It is best to send a god-level powerhouse. After the demon god of heaven had withdrawn his troops, he advanced to the divine way against the demon god. God strong again. Mo Jin Tian said, for the sake of a great martial arts, 3 gods must be dispatched, and many powers of our country are contained here. Although the Moyuan dynasty is strong, their opponents cannot only be Dao. If they send too many gods, and the stalemate is too long, the domestic strength will be empty, and they will not have enough power to suppress, and their enemies will even make trouble at this time. The emperor guards the country, and no Xiao dares to make trouble. Emode Songtianshan said coldly, don't stop suppressing Dao here, let the existence above the rank of God use mana, instead of giant cannons to bombard the Blood Shadow City. I think the Rainbow Sect has also received the news and started to take action. If the great martial arts are broken, the strength of my Moyuan dynasty will be greatly increased, and everything is for the dynasty. The countries of the Sea Devil world temporarily withdraw their troops. Since this battle was held in the city, there were no casualties. And Ning Xiuquan's violent fighting power made everyone angry. With this seat here, they can't break into the Blood Shadow City. Ning Xiuquan sits here, like a needle for calming the sea. The news came back to Dao, and the Sea Demon realm moved quickly, but it was not shocking at all. Your Majesty, the Moyuan dynasty, continues to exert pressure. Every day, a large number of soldiers and horses are transferred from the Moyuan dynasty to the Sea Demon realm, and the 7 sects of the 10 kingdoms are also increasing their troops. Now they bombard the city with magic power above the god level day and night. During this time, there were too many military situations, so Chu Yuan simply sat in the Dao military aircraft. Lu Qianfu bowed and sorted out the military information he had received. The Sea Devil world is not in a hurry, there is Ning Xiuquan guarding, I don't worry, in addition to the whole country, a large number of recruits, but this soldier is different from the Dao army, it belongs to the self-warning army, and enjoys the treatment of the army during the war. Reward. At this time, the superior system of Douhuman College is reflected. When there is no war, they are ordinary people's warriors, but when they encounter war, they can immediately organize into corps and participate in the battlefield. Your Majesty, after receiving the military report, the Rainbow Sect has also started. Remember the mobile version URL. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. #C406 I prefer killing gods. The situation continued to escalate. The war in the Sea Demon world never stopped. Tianhongzong mobilized the troops and horses of various countries in Qinshu realm, and also formed a coalition of all countries. A large number of troops and horses appeared near the territory of Dao, but they were not in a hurry to launch an attack. Obviously, on the one hand, they want to put pressure on Dawu, and on the other hand, they are waiting for the Mo Yuan dynasty. At the same time, in the spirit world, the Yuanhai Tianshan, the forces of the Yuanling world have been mobilized, and they can go out to attack Dao at any time. There is Yuanlingzong, strong report. Li Xiantian, it is not difficult to destroy Dao. It is rare for the Moyuan dynasty and Tianhong sect. They also launched an attack on Dao, and even wanted to plot against us. Yuanhai Tianshan said on the side. This god knows this. Obviously, this country will not surrender to the empire so easily. If we don't send troops, they will divide up the resources of great martial arts. If we send troops, they will definitely want us to be cannon fodder. Li Xiantian remembered what happened that day, and there was a coldness in his voice. However, we can't help but mobilize the army, press Dao, and wait for the opportunity. I heard that the gods of the Moyuan dynasty are already fighting with the Dao powerhouses. Well, let them kill as hard as possible. We can add more fire. The mobilization of troops and horses this time went well. After all, the Yuanling realm has been in business for so many years, especially the 10 cities of Yuanling, and even the elites of the city have been dispatched to destroy the great martial arts. Yuanhai Tianshan laughed. You can't live, because of your own sins. These 10 cities have been suppressed by the Emperor Wu, and they have suffered a great shame. Now they have an opportunity for revenge, how can they not grasp it? Li Xiantian said, it should be sooner rather than later. Mo Yuan, Tianhong has already made a move against Dawu, and our people will also oppress them. The Yuanling realm moved together, and this time Li Xiantian and Yuanhai Tianshan led the crowd to Qinshu realm. At this moment, in the Tianhong sect's camp, receiving the news that Yuanling realm sent troops, Hong Tianming also smiled and said, sure enough, Yuanling realm can't be silent anymore, and now the army is on its way, this great martial arts will never return to heaven. The power of the power is extinguished, and they are like the most dazzling meteors, burning the most dazzling light, but only for a moment. It is true that the existence of Dao is very short compared to the years counted in thousands of years by various countries. Hongming Tianshan, don't be careless, the more desperate the more crazy, you wait and see, Dao will pull a large number of people to accompany them to death. Jinwen Tianshan said, and this battle seems to be a battle with Dao, but it is actually a confrontation between the Qingmu Chongqing Empire. Your Majesty, the soldiers and horses of Yuanling realm have arrived in Qinshu realm. In the Dao military aircraft office, someone like Chu Yuan delivered the latest military information. Now, the people of the Rainbow Sect and the Yuanling sect have all arrived, just waiting for the Moyuan dynasty to break through the Blood Shadow City, and after the 3 parties gather together, they will launch the final attack on Dao. The people from the Yuanling realm are finally here, I've been waiting for them for a long time. Chu Yuan had to stand up from the seat, his eyes blazing with incomparably fierce divine light, and he immediately conveyed the order to Ning Shouchen with the sound transmission method. King Zhongyong, you pay attention to the people of the Rainbow Sect, and I will leave Kongmi Daokuan to you. Chu Yuan looked outside the military aircraft department. This time I will personally lead the army of gods to deal with the Yuanling world first. He snorted and suddenly disappeared in the Dao Imperial city. At this moment, in a place in Chenchijai, there are countless large armies stationed, and the existence of true gods is counted in thousands. Li Xian Tianxian looked forward and speculated, Yuanhai Tianxian, the latest news, the number of Tianxian the Muyuan dynasty has invested in this battle has reached 3, and more elite troops have been mobilized, and the city will be broken in these days. 3 gods broke his blood shadow city, the Muyuan dynasty has already valued the Dao dynasty. Yuanhai Tianxian nodded, it's time for our people to get ready. I have a hunch that when Dao is destroyed, it is when we play against this one country. It's not difficult to destroy Dao, this is a dead end, and he has no chance of breaking the game. Li Xiantian's eyes are extremely sharp. I have to say, this Emperor Wu is a talent, but unfortunately, he has no chance of growing up. This god brought a lot of medicinal pills and treasures this time, and distributed them all to inspire this group of people to fight for the empire. Li Xiantian continued, if in ancient times, you could still recruit this emperor, but now you can only kill it. Boom. But at this moment, there was a sound of vibration in the void, and a huge vortex appeared, and an army wearing black slaughter armor appeared. This is the great martial god army, and they actually appeared here. Yuanhai Tianxian said in surprise. You're so brave, you dare to show up, is it because you don't die fast enough? Li Xiantian looked at the void, and said coldly, Emperor Wu, this god knows you are coming, don't hide, this god thought you would stay in the palace and wait to die, but I didn't expect that you actually came to die on your own initiative. Break this mortal situation? Emperor Wu, he's here too. Yuanhai said. I'm here. Their voices just fell, and within a swallowing vortex, a powerful figure descended. The moment he appeared, the light of the divine martial arts swept in, like the god of the gods, slowly appearing in the sight of everyone, looking at them with a pair of infinitely oppressive eyes. This is to defeat the army of my primordial spirit world to gain a chance of life. Li Xiantian stared at Chu Yuan stubbornly. This person gave him an extremely strange feeling, especially an extremely confident aura came from him, as if everything was under his control and could not escape his calculations. A faint smile appeared on Chu Yuan's face, a chance of life, it's not that much, I came here today to take your lives. What an arrogant tone, who do you think you are? Do you still want to take the order of the gods? I think you are driven mad by reality, and you are so confused that you can't see the situation in front of you. Dao dynasty, what else can you do? A true god limit let out a disdainful laugh. Emperor Wu. Li Xiantian raised his hand and said, you are indeed talented, and this god appreciates you very much. In fact, you still have a way to not die, and that is to rely on our Qingmu Chongqing Empire. As long as you hand over all the resources of Dao, this god can guarantee. You don't die, you live in peace. It was a marvelous experience for him. You can keep Chu Yuan from dying, but don't think about it if you want to dominate the world in the future. Even if I give it to you, you won't be able to use the Xuanhuan Eternal Empire. Chu Yuan said slowly. Li Xiantian, this person will not give in even if he dies. Yuanhai said. It's a pity, it can't be used by the empire. Li Xiantian sighed first, and then his eyes shot out endless cold light. If possible, I will kill you here. I prefer to kill the gods, you are my wealth. Chu Yuan looked at Li Xiantian and Yuanhai Tianxian, and suddenly there was an extra card in his hand, and then he crushed it directly. The power of a god, like a billowing wolf smoke, rumbled, directly shaking the sky. Remember the mobile version URL. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C407 sudden reversal. This is the power of the gods. At this moment, Chu Yuan crushed the strength experience card of the gods, and his realm increased to the realm of the gods in an instant. Since it is not its own realm, the human emperor sword will not be amplified. Between his gestures, he possesses the power to destroy the sky and the earth, and even a star can be shattered in front of him, and his whole body exudes a sacred and magnificent light, which is unpredictable. The god of the sky, possesses an incomparably powerful force, with a lifespan of up to 1 million years. Xuanhuan now has an hour of experience time, which is enough. The breath of the gods. Li Xian and Yuan Haishanshan's expressions changed, and the power transmitted from Xuanhuan made them feel great oppression, and shouted, "No, what treasure did he use to make him have the power of the gods? This great martial arts actually, it even has this kind of background." Forcibly possessing the power of the gods, he will obviously bear great pressure, and even his body will not be able to bear it. As Li Xiantian spoke, a palm suddenly slashed, testing Xuanhuan's power. The void split into two halves, and the power shook wildly. Xuanhuan's realm at this time has reached the first level of the gods, and his great swallowing technique, great thunder and lightning technique and other magical powers have also been increased to the strength that the gods should have. He saw that Li Xiantian was killing him, sending out a terrifying aura, and immediately greeted him with a palm, and two terrifying forces collided fiercely. Li Xiantian snorted, he couldn't bear Xuanhuan's power, and took a few steps backwards. The sea is boundless. Yuan Hai Tianshan stepped forward with infinite power, as if dragging a deep blue ocean. Great battle technique. Xuanhuan slammed away with one punch. The fighting spirit was in the battle of heaven and earth, and his strength was almost unlimited. He smashed the ocean with one punch. This Yuan Hai Tianshan was the first layer of gods. Completely surpassed him. He is invincible. What a powerful force. Yuan Haishan's face was extremely solemn, his power is much stronger than mine. Li Xiantian, now we can only hold him and wait for his strength to recede. At that time, it is the best time for us to kill him. Want to procrastinate? Xuanhuan naturally knew that they were calculating, but he had an hour of time, which was completely enough, and was extremely indifferent. Great thunder and lightning technique, heaven and earth thunder. His eyes narrowed, and he fell directly above the many strong men wearing Yuanlingzong clothes. Immediately with him as the center, countless thunderbolts came, each of them flashing with a purple-blue divine light, like a judgment from heaven. Ah! Countless screams came out. This is a god-level thunder, how could they bear it, and several true gods were killed in an instant. You Yuanlingzong also dare to gather a large army to deal with me, and I will kill all your true god combat power here. Xuanhuan's attack was extremely ruthless. He grabbed it with a big thunderous hand, and several true god-level existences were like weak chickens being grabbed and pinched to death. He slashed with one palm, carrying the incomparably fierce power of the gods, and turned into a raging flame and burned out, and was radiated by this light, as if it had been thrown into the star, all evaporated, and there was no slag left. God's Big Madra. He shot too fast, staring at the limit of the true gods of several Yuanlingzong, suddenly grabbed, an unparalleled big handprint of the gods was caught, and he saw these people screaming. Even if they are at the limit of true gods, it is impossible for them to be promoted to the realm of the enemy country to Xuanhuan, the god of the gods. They are crushed to death and thrown into the oven of heaven and earth. These high-level true god laws are precipitated in the heaven and earth oven, and they can be used to improve their realm after this experience card is over. However, in a short period of time, a large number of strong people were beheaded by Xuanhuan, and there were not many weak ones, and their army was even more empty. This is too strong. Seeing that Xuanhuan killed the true god limit at will, the powerhouses in the Yuanling realm were afraid. Even the Yuan Hai Tianshan could not kill the true god limit casually. Then there is only one way of saying that Xuanhuan's combat power is too terrifying. Quickly disperse, this person is extremely powerful, you are not their opponents. Seeing such a scene, Yuan Hai Tianshan was also extremely heartbroken. These were all masters trained by his Yuanling sect, and they were slaughtered like this, shouting, Li Xiantian, let's stop him, we can't let him kill. Void whirlpool, countless sea water gushing out. Yuan Hai Tianshan condenses a deep-sea domain world. Swish! A dark blue longsword appeared in his hand. It was the sword of Xuanhuan, an Imperial artifact. It was said to be refined from the essence of the deep sea. Suddenly, a terrifying sword intent enveloped Xuanhuan, and the law of the void all twisted. This sword seems to cover Xuanhuan with the sea. Humph! Li Xiantian also made a cold voice. With a shock of his spear, the sharp point of the spear stabbed to Xuanhuan, breaking the void. His combat power was far more terrifying than that of Xuanhuan. The two Imperial artifacts came to kill Xuanhuan, but Xuanhuan's expression remained unchanged. Suddenly, the human sovereign sword swept across the vast river of humanity, directly forming a killing move that shook off the power of the two gods. Now everyone looks at Xuanhuan and has a feeling that the two gods cannot be Xuanhuan's opponents. The big palm print of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan Tianqian slashed with a sword in his right hand, and blasted out a big palm print in his left hand, like a god of the ocean. Everywhere he passed was turned into the realm of water, and he did not dare to hide anything. After all, the breath that Xuanhuan conveyed was too oppressive. Kill! Li Xiantian also used all his combat power to surround Xuanhuan with all his strength. If you want to let it perish, you must first make it crazy. In the eyes of the two gods, Xuanhuan was already crazy. The power of the two heavenly gods enveloped Xuanhuan at the same time. Xuanhuan Tianqian sent a message and shouted, "This god and Li Xiantian have trapped him temporarily. Although you condense your strongest supernatural powers and bombard him, you must kill him here today." Kill! Many powerhouses in the Yuanling realm heard the voice of Xuanhuan Tianqian, their whole body's power surged to the limit, and their mana roared violently. Although one person is nothing, if the power of so many people is all bombarded on one person, even a god can't stand it, and dare not bear the power of so many people to bombard at the same time. Kill Emperor Wu! They condensed all their strength to the limit. Just as he was about to burst out, the situation changed drastically. Kill! Another roar of killing sounded behind them. They suddenly saw the power condensed by the masters of the 10 cities of Yuanling. Not only did they not bombard Xuanhuan, but they turned their mana and directly bombarded the powers of Yuanling world. Remember the mobile version URL. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. #C408 Sack of the Gods. Just when the powerhouses of the Yuanling realm were condensing great magical powers and the great mana was about to bombard Xuanhuan, the 10 cities of Yuanling suddenly turned against the water and launched an attack behind them. They would not have thought that the 10 cities of Yuanling would suddenly start. This time, the 10 cities of Yuanling responded to Yuanlingzong and sent a large number of true gods, occupying a large number. And these true gods have become the other side's reminders. This attack, bloody storm, I don't know how many people were killed. What are you doing? Xuanhuan Tianqian said angrily, and Tianqian's eyes were fixed on this group of people. Haha, I didn't expect it. We have already taken refuge with Emperor Wu, and it is impossible for me to make my Yuanling 10 cities work for you. The true god ancestor of the 10 cities of Yuanling laughed wildly. If you dare to betray the Yuanling realm, aren't you afraid of encountering the disaster of genocide and massacre? Xuanhuan Tianqian's face was very ugly. Humph, we have already relocated a large number of clansmen away. Do you really think we are responding to you? It's just cheating. Recently, the mobilization of troops and horses in the Yuanling realm has been ordinary, and these actions in Yuanling city have not been cared about at all, and they have long been absent in the 10 cities. Kill! Xuanhuan waved his hand, and the 50,000 divine army directly entered the opponent's strong camp. The 50,000 gods descended the mountain like tigers, and immediately cooperated with a large number of Yuanling 10 cities, and began to contain the opponent's offensive. Although there are many troops in the Yuanling world, they suddenly encountered the rebellion of the 10 cities of Yuanling. They were damaged in the first wave, and their morale was already weakened. These hateful 10 cities of Yuanling, when this god returns this time, they will be slaughtered cleanly. Yuanhai Tianqian's eyes were about to split open. Of course, he could see that if it wasn't for the sudden revolt of the 10 cities of Yuanling, which disrupted their deployment, the large number of powerhouses they brought would be able to help them kill Chu Yuan under the leadership of him and Li Xianqian. As soon as Chu Yuan waved his hand, the long river of humanity turned into a rolling torrent, slashing out thousands of bright rays of light, and wherever he slashed, there was a large blank. Today, you 2 gods will be beheaded. Infinitely bright and radiant, Chu Yuan came in the footsteps of the Divine Master. Everywhere he went, it turned into dazzling traces, so magnificent that the whole world seemed to have become a domain under his control. Yuanhai Tianqian and Li Xianqian stepped back again, and there was also a feeling of fear in their hearts. The divine breath conveyed by this person seemed to be unstoppable. He must be dealt with. If you don't kill him today, it will be a big problem in the future. Li Xianqian's eyes narrowed, and countless thoughts flashed through. He came with a halberd, and the halberd light is vertical and horizontal, each of which is a tyrannical blow from the gods, and a huge hole will be penetrated when it falls on the stars. Yuanhai Tianqian also waved his arms, and the manufacturing field restricted Chu Yuan's actions. Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed, and with a wave of his hand there were thousands of seal chains, turning it into a seal domain with the Great Seal technique. Can't let him go wild, break the army and kill. Li Xianqian's combat power is tyrannical. He used a halberd to kill the army, and he came violently, and his destructive power increased several times. But Chu Yuan's face was extremely calm. He slammed it away with a palm, and the god of war's grip exploded with infinite golden light. The golden light penetrated like a sharp sword and directly shook the halberd. The whole body was trembling, and Li Xianqian slammed thousands of punches with his left hand in an instant, and countless fist shadows appeared, and the airflow was crazy. Yuanhai Tianqian's eyes flashed, and between his breaths, a sea rushed in, mighty, and turned into a giant deep-sea palm to cooperate with Li Xianqian. Both of them have only one idea now, that is to delay as long as possible until the increase in his power disappears. Pity. The Heavenly God Strength Experience card is to truly enhance Chu Yuan's power to the Heavenly God within 1 hour, possessing all kinds of powers of the Heavenly God. Chu Yuan's expression did not move, he pulled it with a palm, and saw the endless thunder and lightning swept over, directly suppressing. The 2 gods also retreated again and again at this time. No matter what magical powers they displayed, they could not shake the existence of Chu Yuan. The Eye of God. Li Xianqian's eyes suddenly brewed with supreme divine power, and 2 void-like divine lights pierced through Chu Yuan. Great fighting technique, Thunder Fist. But Chu Yuan clenched his fists fiercely and slammed it away, millions of thunder scattered, and the rolling torrent spread wildly. Ah! My eyes. Although this punch didn't directly hit his eyes, the strong force made Li Xianqian let out a scream, his eyeballs exploded, and 2 lines of blood and tears flowed out. The exploding eyes made his face full of ferocious pain. Li Xianqian. Yuanhai Tianqian exclaimed in shock. I'm fine, deal with him. Li Xianqian suppressed the pain and sensed the outside world with his soul, deal with him. It is good. Yuanhai Tianqian nodded. Great battle technique, 9 fighting styles, I am the only one. At this time, Chu Yuan didn't want to delay with them any longer. He directly exerted his incomparable power, and took the lead in locking the weaker Yuanhai Tianqian, killing him first, and then killing Li Xian. God. The power of the deep sea. Whoa whoa whoa. The power of the ocean is condensed into the battle armor on Yuanhai Tianqian. But when Chu Yuan's great combat power violently bombarded Yuanhai Tianqian, it shattered his deep-sea battle armor directly, and the power of destruction turned him upside down again, and the whole body was cracking at this moment. Before he could recover, Xuanhuan displayed another supreme supernatural power. Endless origins. Glory of the gods. The countless gods appeared and accompanied Xuanhuan. As soon as his eyes opened, it was the light of the terrifying ruler, scorching hot, and the breath of this magical power spread out, causing Yuan Haishanshan's complexion to change drastically. He is like a member of the gods, except for submission, he cannot resist the power that dominates this god. His soul, his mana seemed to be bound at this moment. Retreat, retreat, quit Chenchajai and talk about it. Yuan Hai Tianshan has a feeling of scalp tingling. He was afraid. He didn't dare to gamble with Xuanhuan, betting on when his rising power would end. The gods gave an order, and the army of the Yuanling realm completely collapsed. Li Xian Tianshan also knew that Xuanhuan was difficult to compete with at this moment. For today's plan, he had to avoid the edge for a while and make a comeback. It's better to be at peace when you come, or it's better to be buried here, don't leave when you come. Xuanhuan's mana blasted, and the sky suddenly became dark, forming a swallowing realm. Li Xian Tianshan and Yuan Hai Tianshan were trapped in a dark world. Devour, devour everything, even the power of the gods. This is it. Yuan Hai Tianshan's eyes widened in anger. God slaying. At this time, many big hands that only represented the gods flew out, and when they saw the big hands of the gods, they slapped on the body of Yuan Hai Tianshan, and almost smashed his whole body in an instant. Remember the mobile version URL. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. #C409 True God Realm. Puff. The palm prints of these gods made Yuan Hai and Tianshan bounce. The whole person bowed in pain like a prawn, spitting out thick blood of God, and the whole body seemed to be cracked by glass, shocking. Am I going to fall here today? How is this possible? Yuan Hai Tianshan roared, took a large amount of divine pills, and recovered his injuries. The sea is boundless, the god of the deep sea. His breath swelled up again, and the huge gods attacked Xuanhuan. The glory of the gods, the sovereign of the gods. Boom. Xuanhuan's voice was rolling, and his figure was unimaginable. It was like a giant that opened the sky, and countless sacred rays of light spread out from his body, turning into a realm like a martial god, with the immortal ability to dominate the life and death of the gods. A big hand blasted out again, as if it was condensed by the gods. Lightning and thunderclouds, extremely violent. Yuan Hai Tianshan watched the big hand fall on him, and he increased his defense to the limit. But his defense was useless, the big hand fell, as if crushing tofu. Yuan Hai Tianshan immediately had an indescribable pain that swept his soul. The whole person would be shattered, and he would die under the power of this person down. The wheel of death for all the heavens, the gods will also die. Xuanhuan continued to display incomparably magnificent magical powers. The wheel of death appeared, and the terrifying vision evolved, as if in the universe, there is a huge roulette that can overturn many great worlds, and the vast world can't resist it, let alone a god. No. Yuan Hai Tianshan roared. If you dare to kill Yuan Hai Tianshan, the Qingmu Chongqing Empire will never let you go. Li Xian Tianshan's scalp was numb at this moment, and he was extremely afraid. This Emperor Wu is too terrifying now, and the life of Yuan Haishan is actually under his control. But Xuanhuan ignored him and pushed the death wheel to the limit, and then saw that the Yuan Hai Tianshan was absorbed on the roulette. Countless seals and chains tied him tightly, as if he was on the gallows. Li Xiantian, save me! Yuan Hai Tianshan made a desperate and terrifying voice. If he could do it all over again, he would definitely not choose to go against Xuanhuan. He had just broken through the gods, and it was time for him to spread his ambitions. I grant you the death penalty. Xuanhuan's icy voice came out, and he slammed his palm on Yuan Hai Tianshan, who was locked on the roulette, and a shocking explosion immediately swept through. Yuan Haishan's body suffered a devastating blow. In just a moment, his body exploded, and the whole person turned into powder, and was swallowed into a swallowing black hole by Chunyuan's big hand. There is no one in 10,000 true gods, and only one god can be born by tens of thousands of true gods, so he was killed here by Chunyuan. He just held his own feast of the gods not long ago to celebrate his breakthrough in the gods, how high-spirited, and looked down on the world, but at this moment, he was beheaded, all his power was swallowed by Chunyuan, and he really died without a place to be buried. You killed Xuanhuan Tianqian. Li Xian Tianqian also showed incomparable fear. He knew that it was useless to say more threats at this time, but to escape from here and save his life. Escape. Li Xian Tianqian flashed, used the way of void, and disappeared here. Where can you escape to? Chunyuan was incomparably cold, raised a finger, and said coldly, great cutting technique. He used the strength of the gods to perform the big cutting technique. How terrifying, the void was directly cut in half, and a blood-stained figure was suddenly split out. With a big wave of his hand, it seemed like an eternal exile, the supreme power of the void swept through, and Li Xiantian was bombarded with continuous shocks, and there were tragic traces all over his body. Only fight. Li Xiantian revealed that the blood-red light, he burnt his blood, and also knew that if he survived in a desperate situation, he would really be killed here. You don't want to kill me. Li Xiantian was resolute, since seeing that it was difficult to escape Chunyuan's clutches, he simply went to fight directly, and charged directly at Chunyuan with blood-red eyes. It's decisive enough. Chunyuan's expression did not change, the thunder in the sky condensed, and he seemed to have drawn out a long spear that flickered with thunder, like the judgment of God, and directly killed Li Xiantian. What? Blood stained on the spot. A huge blood hole pierced through his chest. Chunyuan attacked again with his big hand, and countless thunder lights enveloped the world, including Li Xiantian. He struggled desperately in this sea of thunder, but he couldn't escape. Li Xiantian roared again, and he would never give up until he was beheaded, and hit the big move to destroy the world. Burn yourself, sacrifice me, in exchange for the strongest power. He burned himself completely and completely exchanged for the strongest power. How could Chunyuan allow him to burn himself? This is all the power of the gods, and all the energy he needs to break through. Immediately, he raised his hands, and countless chains of seals tightly bound him. This great sealing technique sealed the violent mana of Li Xiantian. Li Xiantian's expression changed wildly, and he was extremely sad. At this time, he wanted to fight Chunyuan desperately, but he couldn't do it. This great sealing technique sealed all his strength. Die. Chunyuan's fingers condensed incomparably terrifying power, the light was pitch black, and it was a great cutting technique that shook the universe. In this big cutting technique, nothing changed in the void, but just saw that Li Xiantian's divine body appeared a black blood line around his waist, and then the divine body was broken into two pieces and separated. Li Xiantian was cut in half, and his face was horrified. Chunyuan grabbed it again, shrouded in a vortex of darkness. The two halves of the body were swallowed by the great devouring technique, and they completely disappeared from the world, turned into rolling laws, and would never appear again. Two gods were beheaded. The news spread, I don't know how many people will be shocked. God, dead. The army of the Yuanling realm saw Li Xiantian and Xuanhuan Tianqian both fall, and the whole person was paralyzed, and the fear on their faces was pouring out of the sky. All true gods will be beheaded. Chunyuan's eyes froze. There is still some time before the Heavenly God Realm experience card disappears. He slaughtered out, and the devouring domain opened. Wherever he went, it turned into a blank space, and all was swallowed into it. This time, the Yuanling realm gathered at least 1,000 true gods, and Chunyuan stared at the killing of these true gods, cruel and ruthless. These more than 1,000 true gods, Chunyuan, were not spared, and they were all killed. After they were killed, they were thrown into the furnace of heaven and earth for refining. The vitality of the two gods, plus many high-level true gods, Xuanhuan, can already hit the true god realm at this moment. Remember the mobile version URL. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C400 slime silver. False god 9th layer. The false god is tenfold. Xuanhuan first devoured a large amount of true god energy and raised his realm to the 10th level of false gods. At this time, the energy of the two gods was also swallowed up by him at this moment. The rolling laws of the gods are like giant pillars supporting the sky, intertwined with threads one after another. He used the energy of two gods to help him break through the true god. What a luxury. True god breakthrough. His power aura underwent an earth-shaking change. False gods are always just false gods, but true gods have a real character. Although they are not as good as gods, they can also show signs of gods, and call them true gods. True God Breakthrough. Xuanhuan now does not need the Heavenly God Strength Experience card, and with the blessing of the Human Emperor Sword, he can also overwhelm the existence of the Heavenly God Level 1 and 2. The realm of true gods has broken through. Xuanhuan waved out a force, that is the real law of the true God. His eyes looked at the vast void, and what he saw was completely different. The whole world was a condensed of infinite laws. Ding! The host completed the side quest to break through the true God, and obtained 50,000 fate points, the advanced card of the Imperial artifact, the supernatural power fruit X8, the 10% creation of the Gate of Thunder, the summoning card of the God of the Gods, and the destruction of the myth of the supreme supernatural power. The current fatality point surplus is 102050. Incomparably rich rewards were distributed to the system space. After each major realm breakthrough, the reward will be more generous than the ordinary branch line. Destruction of myths. The ancient supernatural powers, the appearance of a myth, turned into a legend to tell, but it will be destroyed in the end, destroying the myth with supreme power. At this moment, from the supreme supernatural power, the shattering feeling of the myth poured into my mind. In his eyes, at this moment, he saw a figure in the myth, which was obliterated by a terrifying big hand and shattered within the long river of history. The endless origins, the death wheel of the heavens, the glory of the gods, and the destruction of this myth, the power of each supreme divine power is no less than that of the 3,000 avenues of divine power. Ding! The current branch has been released, and the host has broken through to the God realm. Unexpectedly, after Xuanhuan completed the true God, he came to the branch of the gods. Clean up the battlefield here. Xuanhuan flashed, and he appeared in a vacuum. In exchange for fate point, in exchange for realm. Xuanhuan said. The breakthrough of the true God realm requires 50,000 fate points per level. The system reminded. In exchange for 2 realms. Xuanhuan now needs stronger power. After deducting 100,000 fate points, he just reached the realm of the first realm of the true God and broke through again, hitting the 3rd level of the true God at once. Ding! The progress of the Gate of Thunder has reached 100%. Do you want to build it immediately? System hint. Build it now. Xuanhuan had long been looking forward to the Gate of Heavenly Thunder. Ding! The Gate of Thunder is under construction. Ding! The Gate of Heavenly Thunder has been successfully built, and the host has obtained the special divine object, the Gate of Heavenly Thunder. The Gate of Heavenly Thunder, a special divine artifact, containing the power of infinite thunder and lightning, extracting the power of the source of thunder and lightning, possessing the Gate of Heavenly Thunder, amplifying the power of the thunder system, activating the power of Heavenly Thunder, and conducting the trial of Heavenly Thunder. The thunder is rolling, and the Gate of the Thunder is used to command the thunder of the world, and activate the power of the thunder. Communicate with the long river of thunder and lightning, and summon the power of the source of the long river of thunder and lightning. The host can freely mobilize the summoning power, but it cannot exceed the limit that it cannot bear. The Gate of Heavenly Thunder is an extremely special divine artifact. After reading the introduction, he himself can actively control the strength of the thunder and lightning source, the Long River, that is, he can use it to do many things. At this moment, an ancient portal appeared in front of him. The color of thunder was like a gate. There were mysterious lightning patterns on the closed portal, as if some ancient text had been formed. The Gate of Thunder. Xuanhuan's eyes turned into the color of lightning. As soon as he thought about it, the door was gently opened, and an infinite dazzling thunder light burst out. Across the portal, Xuanhuan seemed to see another world, as if there was a long rolling river. There is also a royal artifact advanced card. After receiving the Heavenly Thunder Gate, Xuanhuan looked at the Imperial artifact experience card, and without thinking, he directly upgraded the most important God of War grip, except the human Emperor sword, to an Imperial artifact. The grip of the God of War has been upgraded to the Imperial grade, the attributes have been upgraded in an all-round way, and the system rewards the power of the artifact. In addition to the mystery of the divine artifact, the grip of the God of War is not inferior in power, enough to kill the existence of the gods. And the grip of the God of War has been upgraded, and the God of War pond has also been upgraded from the 2nd level to the 3rd level. Xuanhuan looked at the introduction. The 3rd level War God pond is configured at the highest level to be a commander of the God of War army in the profound God realm. In Xuanhuan's current state, the strength of the commander of the God of War army is in the 3rd layer of the gods, and it will increase with his strength and enhance the ability to sacrifice. Very good. Xuanhuan was wearing the grip of the God of War, he grabbed it gently, the void rumbling, and an endless black hole appeared. God Creature Summoning Card? Xuanhuan was a little strange. The Celestial Creature Summoning card is obviously not the same as the Celestial Puppet. Creatures are living things, and puppets are dead things. Xuanhuan crushed the summoning card, and suddenly heard the system's voice. The host uses the Celestial Creature Summoning card X1 to get the Celestial Creature X1. At this moment, a very strange thing appeared in front of him. This thing is like a person wearing silver white armor, but he has no face and facial features, but suddenly, his whole body softens like mercury, showing a mass of liquid, and then condensed into a mass. This thing? Xuanhuan's face was also a little exciting, and a word suddenly appeared in his head. Slime? That's right, except that this thing is silver white, it's not bad like the slime in his memory. This thing is a special god creature with special characteristics and can be freely deformed. The system reminded. Transform freely? Transform into something else. Xuanhuan thought about it. This slime suddenly turned into a set of silver white armor, which was worn on his body, and the defense was extremely powerful. Then he waved his hand and condensed into a divine weapon. And this thing is not a puppet, just like some kind of special creature, it can not only be turned into a weapon, but also into a ferocious warrior, exerting the strength of the gods. Since it was summoned by the system reward, he completely listened to Xuanhuan's words. Special creatures can be cultivated, and they can evolve by swallowing a large number of divine stones. The system reminded. You can evolve by swallowing the god stone, but you don't have to be picky. Xuanhuan played with this special creature and smiled lightly. Whether it is used for defense or offense, it is very good. The value is far greater than summoning a god puppet. In the future, I will provide a lot of god stones to evolve to be stronger. I'll call you Xiaoyin from now on. With a wave of him at any time, this special creature turned into a ball and was taken into his sleeve by him. #C401 Kill the gods again. The army of Yuanlingji collapsed. Li Xian Tianshan and Yuanhai Tianshan were beheaded in Chenchu realm, and the news caused a violent earthquake. In the eyes of all. This time Dao was besieged by the three major gods, and it was only a matter of time before the country was destroyed. But who would have thought that Emperor Wu would personally lead his troops and horses, and kill them directly, beheading the two powerful gods? The news was so shocking that it was unbelievable. Xuanhuan Tianshan just finished his own Tianshan feast and died like this? It's too easy to die. But the news spread like a hurricane. The kingdoms and sects in this land have not fallen to the level of the gods for a long time, but now there are two when they die. At the beginning of the morning, all the countries in the realm were the first to get the news. The government and the opposition were shaken, and the army was about to be pressed into the territory of Dao. However, after knowing this battle, they did not attack themselves, and countless armies were scattered, and they did not listen to the mobilization of the Rainbow Sect. Jingwen Tianshan and Hong Tianshan knew, and they were scared and immediately returned to Tianhong sect. If they can kill two gods, they have the means to kill them, and they don't dare to gamble with their own lives. The war in the sea demon world has already broken out. Kill. At the same time, a fierce battle is breaking out in the sea devil world. They don't know what happened in the Chinchu world. Their army is pressing on the Blood Shadow City from all directions, and they want to break the city in the shortest time. Finally, I can display all my combat power. Ning Shouchen faced the alliance of the three gods of the Moyuan dynasty, with a hideous smile on his face. Before Chu Yuan took action to kill the god 2 days ago, he received the order to do his best. Today I am waiting for the three gods to join forces, and I will definitely be able to kill this demon. With the combat power of one god, I want to compete with the three gods of me. Go directly to Dao, and join forces with the Rainbow Sect. The genius who had just been transferred from the Moyuan dynasty looked at Ning Shouchen with a sneer. Join teachers? He doesn't know yet. The thinks that the people of Rainbow Sect have already run away. Just do it. Demon Jin Tianshan is also a little impatient. The delay here is too long, and the country has long been dissatisfied. Even the emperor is urging them to break through the Blood Shadow City as soon as possible, and they must not delay here. The power of the gods is unstoppable. Let the three gods deal with you. Even if it is you, you are proud enough. This newly arrived god and devil swallowed the sun and the moon, with the momentum of shaking the 8 wastes. Emergency military situation, something big. Just when the three gods wanted to deal with Ning Shouchen, an urgent military situation suddenly came, echoing in the major armies. The Rainbow Sect retreats, and the allied forces of the nations disperse. The true gods who sent troops to the Yuanling realm were all beheaded, and Li Xiantian and Yuanhai Tianshan were beheaded. When the news came out, everyone had an incredible look. How can that be? Will the gods fall? This military situation is too urgent, and no one dares to conceal it. Report. A military order came from the capital. On Dao's side, he also received news. The Rainbow Sect's coalition forces were defeated, Li Xiantian and Yuanhai Tianshan were beheaded, and Dao's armies were rushing to the Blood Shadow City, so Ning Shouchen was commanded for this battle and attacked and killed the Sea Demon World Coalition. Fight against the gods. What, Your Majesty, he actually killed 2 gods. Ning Shouchen's face was stunned, and he couldn't believe it. He had also seen those 2 gods when he was in Yuanling Zone, but now they have become dead. His thoughts were also turning quickly, and he always felt incredible and even more difficult to accept. He originally thought that Chu Yuan had let him sit here in the hope that he would block the Sea Demon Realm Coalition, but how could he have thought that His Majesty killed 2 god-level beings quietly, and how did he do it? Being able to kill the gods, burst out with power that even he can hardly believe. Ning Shouchen believed at this time, Chu Yuan not only allowed him to recover to the peak, but also allowed him to break through to the profound god. Fake, this must be fake news. Demon Jin Tianshan does not believe. It's true, the spies of the Moyuan dynasty in Chenchu realm saw with their own eyes the collapse of the Yuanling realm army, and there was a vision of the fall of the gods. It is rumored that Emperor Wu is heading to the Sea Demon realm at the fastest speed. If he comes, we will all to die. The Moyuan dynasty also deployed spies in Qinchu realm to set up a sound transmission array. No matter whether the news is true or false, the army of the Sea Demon world is already scared and withdrawing. Retreat. Demon Jin Tianxian was extremely unwilling. After preparing for so long, he was defeated because of a piece of news. But at this time, his morale was gone, and it was impossible to fight again. The news was also passed down by the people of his Moyuan dynasty. He couldn't believe it. If you want to leave at this time, I'm afraid it's too late. When Ning Shouchen saw that the other side wanted to retreat, he also took the initiative to kill him. He hasn't revealed his full strength all this time, and now he understands that His Majesty wants to play the next biggest. You wanna die? The three gods were furious. Seeing Ning Shouchen killing them, he simply didn't take them seriously, and killed them. In the battle of the sea and demon world, the four god-level existences fight frantically. The sea will be turned into a mulberry field, and the heaven and earth will be annihilated. Ning Shouchen's moves carried a mysterious artistic conception, mysterious, unpredictable. Why is his power so powerful? What kind of power is this? Why did he burst out with a power that does not match his realm? The gods of the Moyuan dynasty were also shocked. This battle is very intense. Ning Shouchen is not hiding his strength. Although his strength cannot reach the peak, his realm perception is there. In the end, a god of the Moyuan dynasty was beheaded, the god of Jin was seriously injured, and the god of the devil fled in panic. Unfortunately, if you give me a few months, they will all die. Ning Shouchen beheaded a god in this battle, and also cast the unstoppable blood of Dao. Messaging, shaking again. It wasn't enough for Emperor Wu of the Great Wu dynasty to kill two gods. Another god was beheaded in the Sea Demon world. These were three gods who fell in just a few days. When did the gods become so fragile? But no matter how they guess, the fact is the fact, and both the Qinchu realm and the Sea Demon realm are in a state of anxiety. The Rainbow sect also burst into panic. When the little sheep in their eyes suddenly exploded into a big tiger that can eat people, can they not be frightened? Heaven and earth oven. A god was beheaded, this is a huge wealth. Xuanhuan took it in with the heaven and earth oven, and then, under the endless flame refining, it turned into a lot of divine essence liquid. The divine essence liquid is the condensed essence of the law and essence of the gods and gods. It has extremely powerful power. Xuanhuan will give it down and use it to improve the realm of the great warriors and soldiers. With the divine essence liquid, there will be a large number of people who will break through from psychic to false god. And as long as there is a large amount of divine essence liquid, it can greatly increase the probability of breaking through the gods. Fight for war, kill the enemy gods, and enhance your own strength. Da did not stop here either. A large number of legions entered the Sea Demon world and began to issue orders to conquer all countries. Remember the mobile version URL. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. #C402 Conquer the 7 Star Forces. The Dao army officially set off to the Sea Demon world. In the past, when the army set out on an expedition, it would have been madly blocked by the 7 sects of the 10 kingdoms, but now, wherever the Great Wu army went, it was invincible. There is no way, who is not afraid? If Dao only has the combat power of the gods, it would be fine, they can fight together with the 10 kingdoms and 7 sects. But in the battle of the Sea Demons, the 3 gods joined forces to fight against Ning Shouchen, 1 died, 1 was seriously injured and 1 escaped, and the Emperor Wu also beheaded 2 gods, which scared their courage long ago. How to fight, there is no way. Beat. Some of these forces directly surrendered to Dao, while others simply abandoned the city and fled. Evil Imperial City. One of the 7 sects of the 10 kingdoms, It was originally extremely prosperous, the powerhouses were like clouds, and even had the background of the limit of true gods. But at this time, the huge imperial city was extremely calm, and the families were closed. The royal family of the Shaling dynasty had long been scared and fled, leaving a completely undefended imperial city for Dawu. I have never played such an easy account in my life. The dignified 6-star dynasty actually fled without a fight and escaped from the Sea Demon realm with members of the royal family. On the way, we didn't receive any resistance. Come in. When the Dao army arrived in the Sea Demon world, some generals made a sigh of relief. It's too easy, there's no obstacle at all, it's easier than walking into your own back garden, and everyone who can run has already run. Not only here, but also in other places. You can send a few people to receive a city. None of these forces in the Sea Demon world dared to set traps and ambush, and they knew that if anyone dared to do so, they would not be able to withstand Dao's anger. The Moyuan dynasty was also silent, killing a god in battle and injuring another god, the price was too high. There are not many strong gods in the entire Moyuan, and they dare not send troops into the Sea Devil world to fight with Dao indiscriminately. In fact, if the gods were defeated and left, it would be nothing. But beheading this is too scary. Speedy. The battle of conquest of the Sea Demon world. It was easier than expected. Dao came in to conquer these territories, and then the imperial court sent people to take over them, establishing a system of Dao, and subduing the people of the Sea Devil world into Dao's subjects, who could recruit troops for their own use. In fact, almost all people in the Sea Devil world practice the magic way. Although all of them are arrogant, their personal combat power is very sturdy. If they are used well, the soldiers here will improve the overall combat power of Dao. Ning Shouchen is the lord of the Sea Demon realm. He is in charge of the affairs of the realm. He recruits and forms a coalition of various demons. Those who perform well can join the Dao Standing Legion or even the Demon God's army. Open the academy system at the fastest speed. Xuanhuan sent out the imperial decree to deal with the demon cultivator and subdue the group of people in the Sea Demon world. Xuanhuan was a little surprised that the distribution of Dao resource benefits, especially the ice spring wine, was actually maddened by a group of monks in the Sea Demon world, and the speed of subduing them was greatly improved because of this ice spring wine. It turns out that all the cultivation methods in the Sea Devil world are magic methods, and the inner demons are often haunted, and there are many people who go into the devil. Your Majesty, most of the Sea Devil world has been incorporated into the Dao territory, and now is the time to reset the Sea Devil system. In the Xuanhu Hall, the court meeting was held, and the ministers were very busy during this time, reporting the war to the Sea Devil world to Xuanhuan. All the countries in the early realm of Chen are very quiet, and they dare not move at all. Don't be in a hurry in the early realm of Chen, first bring the Sea Demon world into Dao, and use the heavy code in the chaotic world. Set up a guard army in the Sea Demon world to maintain order. I heard that during this period, the Sea Demon world was in chaos, and many magic cultivators were there. Taking advantage of the fire, looting, massacres, chaos and stability. Xuanhuan sat on the throne and listened to the report. With Ning Lao, except for a few troublemakers, everyone else is very honest. Some courtiers nodded. Let Ji Fuling lead the staff to set up a Dao Chamber of Commerce in the Sea Demon realm to maintain the basic transaction order. The people from the household department also went over to check the resources in the treasuries of various countries, make a detailed list, and send it here. In addition, the Sea Demon realm needs make 2 lists of personnel, one for all the people, and one for the peeping gods and above, and those above the peeping gods will be sent to me, and the Bureau of Officials will handle them. Xuanhuan said. Your Majesty, there are many people in the Sea Demon realm who are waiting outside the palace for the Holy Spirit. They are all forces that have surrendered, including the emperors and suzerains of the 10 kingdoms and 7 sections. Minister of Rights said. Although a lot of the 10 kingdoms and 7 sects have run away, such as the Shaling dynasty and the soul-shattering demon sect, some have not run away. Knowing that the sky and the earth are big, there may not be many places for them. It is better to surrender directly to Dao. I heard that the people who took refuge in Dao were doing quite well. Xian into the hall. Xuanhuan said. My emperor is eternal, my emperor is safe. This time, the 7 sects of the 10 kingdoms have surrendered to the great martial arts, and there are 4 sects of the 6 kingdoms. They suddenly saw 10 people walking into the Xuanhuan hall with nervous and fearful expressions. Respect exists. This existence is a ruthless man who can kill the gods. You, the 6 nations and 4 sects, are aware of the current affairs and return to Dao. I am very pleased. Once you have become a Dao person, you are the people of our Dao. All the armies of the 6 nations and 4 sects are disbanded and re-registered. I will reorganize, and Ning Shouchen will arrange for you. Xuanhuan handed over the group of demon cultivators to Ning Shouchen to deal with. Ning Shouchen. Hearing these 3 words, these people all trembled. Everything obeys His Majesty's orders. The powerhouses of the 4 sects of the 6 nations can only listen to Xuanhuan's orders and dare not have any objection. It didn't take much time to destroy the various forces of the sea demon world, but it was very troublesome to conquer a world and re-establish the order. This is a world after all. Although there are no gods, there are countless people and many strong people. Dao wants to reorganize them and conquer the hearts of the people. Fortunately, Dao has a god-level existence to shock and exude the magnificent power of the gods. But this time, what Xuanhuan has to do is not to conquer people's hearts first, but to first incorporate the powerhouses of the sea demon world into the army of all demons, and then assign them to the armies of Dao to prepare to attack the 7-star forces. Ding! The host completed the side quest, conquered the sea demon world, and obtained 50,000 fate points, supernatural power fruit x8, random lottery chance x1, and the progress of the mysterious god puppet creation is 10%. The lift of the system sounded. Another branch completed. Improve the first realm. Without hesitation, Xuanhuan immediately spent 50,000 fate points to raise his realm to the 4th level of true god. He looked at the system space and already had 16 magical powers. It takes 8 supernatural powers to raise a 4th level title to 5th level. The Great Devourer devours everything. The great combat technique combined with the grip of the god of war can exert infinite combat power. Xuanhuan consumed all the magical powers and raised the 2 titles to the 5th level. After the 5th level, Xuanhuan found that the title has not changed, but the attributes of each title have been greatly increased. The host will continue to improve the title level, and the title will change its title. The system reminded. So. Xuanhuan's eyes flashed. This time adding the remaining one before, Xuanhuan still has 2 random lottery draws that are useless. Wait until the Dynasty 7 stars are drawn, and it's time to prepare to be promoted to 7 stars. Xuanhuan said, Profound God Puppet is 10% of the construction progress, a mysterious god-level existence. Xuanhuan knew that Xianxin was powerful enough to create an extremely powerful 8-star force. Ding! The current branch has been released, conquering or destroying the Yuanling sect, the Muyuan dynasty, and the Rainbow sect. Remember the mobile version URL. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C403 Scourge. New branch line released. Conquer or destroy Yuanlingzong, Muyuan dynasty, Tianhongzong. Indestructible. Several 7-star forces obviously cannot be recognized by the system. A cold expression appeared on Xuanhuan's face. He was about to send troops to attack the Muyuan dynasty first. Pass on my will, prepare to send troops to the Muyuan dynasty, and expand the troops of each army, especially in the sea demon world, the allied forces of the demons will also expand rapidly. Xuanhuan ordered to prepare the interior of the dynasty as quickly as possible. The soldiers are very fast, and now the morale is like a rainbow, and they will use this battle to completely integrate the forces in the Sea Demon realm and establish the national strength of the Dao 7-star dynasty. The news is sent, and the whole country is ready. I have seen your majesty. Feng Lei was also summoned by Xuanhuan at this time. His cultivation base has reached the true god with the resources of Dao. Feng Lei, I have already recruited a large number of elites in the whole territory of Dao. This time I want to build an army, and this army I intend to give you to lead. Xuanhuan said to him. Let me lead an army alone. Feng Lei was shocked, and then his heart was ecstatic. In addition to the garrison army, Dao now has Gingjin, Aoki, Heishui, Lihua, Hutu, Battleship Corps, Shenwu Army and Demon God Army, as well as the God Army led by His Majesty himself. Since the end of the Xuanhuan dynasty, he has actually become the commander of the garrison army. Although his cultivation has improved rapidly, there is no joy in fighting. This army is a bit special. You learn the lightning technique from me, and I will let you control it. Xuanhuan said, Come with me, the soldiers that this army needs to choose are somewhat special. Feng Lei respectfully followed Xuanhuan to a place outside the Imperial city where the army was stationed. Inside the barracks, there were many people waiting here, and when they saw Xuanhuan's arrival, they all greeted Emperor Wu. Only those who endure my test can join the new army. Those who cannot bear the test are sent to other standing regiments. When Xuanhuan looked at these countless people, he suddenly made a big move, and an infinite thunder light spread, and then saw a stalwart portal appear, emitting a mysterious and infinitely strong thunder light. This is it. Feng Lei was shocked, a terrifying fetish that contains the power of Tianlei. It is the gate of Tianlei that suppresses the sky. On that day, Xuanhuan's summoning at the gate of thunder, a thunder river with surging thunder water emerged from the portal, which immediately submerged the place and turned it into a world of thunder and lightning. As soon as this thunder and lightning river appeared, the terrifying oppression made it hard to breathe. Here, Xuanhuan also built a number of huge thunder pools, which were divided into several parts. Go in. Xuanhuan ordered to let everyone enter the thunder pond. Follow your majesty's order. This group of people also knew that if they were able to pass the screening and enter the new army, their fate would also be changed. Boom boom boom. As soon as this group of people entered the thunder pond, the thunder water immediately submerged them, and one after another thunder and lightning turned into calamity and struck them. Depending on their cultivation realm, the thunder pond they entered was also different. Your Majesty, what is this? Feng Lei asked in shock. This is the water of the gods and thunders. They enter the thunder pool created by me. They can withstand the bombardment of the gods and thunders. They are the most powerful warriors. Only by mastering the power of the gods and thunders can they enter this newly recruited army. Xuanhuan said coldly, looking at the many soldiers struggling in the thunder and lightning river, and using the cruelest method to select the army. Feng Lei was shocked, how tyrannical the army selected by this cruel method would be. This is not comparable to the standing army of the Five Elements army, but the most elite army under the God army. Your Majesty, what is the name of this army? Feng Lei asked cautiously. Tianlei. Xuanhuan remembered several names. This army is called the Scourge Army. After he obtained the special divine artifact of the Gate of Thunder, he had the idea of forming an army that was proficient in the power of thunder and lightning. The dynasty is getting bigger and bigger, and the Legion is bound to continue to expand. Everyone who joins the Scourge Corps must be baptized and bombarded by the water of the gods and thunders, and realize the power of thunder and lightning. If they cannot meet the two requirements, they must be eliminated. The Scourge Corps must select only the most powerful soldiers and give the enemy the most terrifying effect. The blow. Xuanhuan said coldly, looking at the soldiers struggling in the divine thunder water, which contained expectations for them. Divine Scourge Army. You must meet His Majesty's 2 requirements, day and night, to cultivate with this water of divine thunder. How powerful this Scourge Army will be. Feng Lei's heart was shaking. He was about to lead such a powerful army, and suddenly said, God's condemnation, God's punishment, the Emperor's anger. Give you a month to train the Scourge Army, and the dynasty will launch an army against the Muyuan dynasty. Xuanhuan said. He left here and let Feng Lei deal with it. Dao is also preparing frantically during this time. The 5 elements and 5 legions are the standing army of Dao, which can expand infinitely. At this moment, they are also recruiting troops all over the country. Originally, my great Wu dynasty was about to face the might of destroying the country, but who would have thought that His Majesty would kill 2 gods, and Ning Lao, a peerless master, would kill 1 god? Yes, they think my Dao is just a little sheep, but when we show our strength, that is the most vicious existence. The great martial arts society will exist forever. Everywhere in Dao, there are continuing discussions about the recent World War I, and all of them are excited. Since Dawu ruled them, the benefits they obtained were not available before. Who wouldn't want to endure such a good day forever and ever? Especially this time, killing the 3 gods gave them an invincible belief in their hearts. In the early days of Chen, the kingdom scattered without attacking, the Rainbow sect retreated, and the Muyuan dynasty also retreated. This time, His Majesty issued a military recruitment announcement across the country, recruiting a large number of troops, and forming a civilian army. It seems that there will be another big move. I think in the near future, Dao will have a battle, either to attack the Rainbow sect or to attack the Muyuan dynasty. I heard that during this time, some countries in the Chinchu realm have sent surrender documents, and they are willing to surrender to Dao. Do they dare to disobey? His Majesty's current target is the 7 star forces, and he is too lazy to do anything to them. The power of the dynasty is going to expand again. Your Majesty will increase the formation of the corps. This is a good opportunity for us to join the army. Everywhere in Dao, the people were boiling, and they were very excited when they heard the news that the dynasty was going to expand its army. They all knew that although they entered the army, they would face a war, but the resource treatment was incomparable to others. Especially now, looking at it like this, it is another good opportunity to obtain meritorious deeds. The emperor is not afraid of war, and the people are not afraid of war. The temperament of the emperor is enough to affect the people of a country. Dao Court. Civil and military officials are also frantically busy. They have all received some orders to deploy troops against the 7 star forces, but deploying troops is not a joke, it is to make countless preparations. In the military aircraft office, the mobilization of the army is also very frequent. The Scourge Army has been training for a month. It's time for me to review their training results. Xuanhuan looked at the time, got up, and stepped into the barracks of the Scourge Army. Remember the mobile version URL. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C404 The magic abyss is not broken, the army is not returned. Inside the Scourge Army barracks. In the Thunder Pool, at this moment, there are only tens of millions of people left to bear the power of thunder and lightning, and lines of thunder and lightning appeared on their bodies, which submerged into their bodies and turned into lightning supernatural powers. This time, Xuanhuan has found hundreds of millions of people from the country to accept the test, and these hundreds of millions of people were also selected from the whole country. Now only tens of millions of people can barely meet Xuanhuan's requirements. These tens of millions of people are all warriors selected by Dao, each with a strong physique. Your Majesty, I led the Scourge Army to meet Your Majesty. During this time, Feng Lei was also honing in the Thunder Pond. His Thunderbolt technique became stronger and stronger, and his cultivation became more advanced. Very good, I will launch a war against the Muyuan dynasty. Xuanhuan said, Commander Fong, tomorrow the court will start to adjust the army, and lead your scourge army to prepare, fight this battle, and use war to sharpen it. Itself. Yes. In the Hall of Divine Martial Arts, the court meeting was opened. Reporting to Your Majesty, the Foundry Division is running day and night, creating all kinds of fetishes, enough to meet the needs of the country. Ouyang Mi reported. The 5 elements and 5 armies are also ready. Each army expands and can go to war at any time. Lu Qianfu is also reporting. I can fight anytime. Ning Shouchen said. Half a month later, the first battle against the Muyuan dynasty will be launched, and the defense army will be left in the country. The original Yuanling 10-city-strong army will not move, and the army will stay in the country, and the defense army will stick to the mainland. Xuanhuan is strong, and he is bound to win. This is the first time to fight the 7-star dynasty, and I will lead the army of gods to fight. Everyone, I am bound to win this battle, and Mo Yuan must be destroyed, so I will use their corpses to make Dawu strong. If you don't break the demon abyss, the army will not return. The crowd roared in unison. In half a month, the army first set out to gather in the Sea Demon realm, and a large number of war weapons were also delivered, and countless armies were hoarding. The Demon Dynasty. When I received the news of Dawu's expedition, I was also nervous and angry. It should have been their Muyuan dynasty entering the Dao dynasty and enjoying the fruits of victory, but within a few months of Duan, the situation was reversed, and the Dao army launched a war against the Muyuan dynasty to destroy the country. Inside the military aircraft. Many closed-door powerhouses have come out. Damn it, Dao is actually marching towards my Muyuan dynasty. They have gathered a lot of core and are coming aggressively now, and they also played the slogan that they won't break the Muyuan and the army will not return. What is this to do? It is necessary to destroy my Muyuan dynasty. The faces of many strong men at the military aircraft were ugly and angry. Do they think that my Muyuan dynasty is a soft persimmon? If you want to pinch it, if you want to destroy it, you will destroy it. If they dare to come this time, they will let their entire army be buried in the Muyuan dynasty, and they will all die. Although they gritted their teeth and screamed, their voices were weak. The 3 gods besieged one person, and one person was beheaded. This record was too terrifying. Where is Dawu's army? Suddenly at this moment, a being wearing a black magic robe descended into the military aircraft. He is the Emperor of Muyuan, the existence of the 5th layer of gods. His Majesty. Seeing the arrival of the Muyuan Emperor, the ministers respectfully said, Report to Your Majesty, the Dao army is still gathering in the Muyuan world. According to the information we have found, in addition to the garrison legion sticking to the homeland, the legion they can go out will be dispatched. What is the Rainbow Sect doing? The Emperor Muyuan's face was indifferent. Although he was facing the expedition of the Great Martial Army, there was no panic on his face. The Rainbow Sect is still watching, they were scared by Dawu. Some people were extremely dissatisfied with the actions of the Rainbow Sect. The Emperor Dao beheaded Li Xiantian, Yuanhai Tianshan, and Zhen Moyuan also had a deity beheaded. It is normal for the Tianhong sect to be frightened. Now the Dao soldiers are in full swing and their momentum is like a rainbow. The only way is to contain their soldiers. Front. The Emperor Muyuan said calmly, Send troops from the Sea Demon world and will go to Jinan City. Your Majesty said it is right, the pioneers of the great martial arts have already marched in Jinan City. Someone's face was extremely solemn. Great martial arts have gods and cannons, and it is difficult to stop them with the defense of the city alone. I also thought of this. The Emperor Muyuan said, I have mobilized the background of the dynasty and will go to the front line. Gufeng Tianshan, you will go to the front line. Suddenly, he walked into the military plane. He was an old man with a heavy aura, but his cultivation had reached the terrifying 4th level of the gods. In his hand, there was a small city emitting black aura spinning. This city is not so small, but is sealed in a special space. Dynasty Heritage, Gufeng Tianshan. Everyone was shocked and said, "This is the city of Moyuan, built with all kinds of divine materials, only the gods can destroy it. This time even the city of Moyuan has been mobilized. The city of Demon Abyss can compete with the power under the gods, and their cannons can't break it." God Gufeng said coldly, "Your Majesty, this time the ministers are going to set back their troops, and they can't be allowed to drive straight in, otherwise their morale is high. It will only get worse. God Gufeng, this time you led the army to Jinan City. I only hope that you can stop them. The longer it is, the better it will be for us." The Emperor Moyuan looked into the distance with a deep gaze. After beheading 2 gods, Yuan Lingzong will not swallow his voice. "Your Majesty, I also invite you to fight." Emojin Tianshan's face was pale, and he also walked in at this moment. "Emojin, your injury is very serious, stay in the Imperial city to recover." Mo Yuan Emperor said. "This minister can still fight. Although the minister is seriously injured, he is also a powerful force. He can't deal with the gods, but it is no problem to kill a few true gods to the limit." Majin Tianshan insisted on fighting, and said, "How can there be any eggs under the nest? If you don't stop Dao, what's the use of healing?" "Okay, since that's the case, you go with Gufeng Tianshan, and I will sit in the military plane to supervise the war." Mo Yuan Emperor said. The army of the Moyuan dynasty was also on the move, quickly heading to Jinan City. They can't retreat in this battle, otherwise the people's hearts will be turbulent. Now the Rainbow Sect does not move, it is scared, but if they contain their soldiers, it will make people see that Dao is not unstoppable, and there will inevitably be strong support. Now the time has come to the 39th year of Dao. And in the Sea Devil world, the Xuanhuan army and the Demon God army, as the vanguard, have already pulled out their camps. Ning Shouchen has a withdrawn personality. It is good for him to be the commander of the Demon God army. He has no interest in mobilizing the army and studying small details. Therefore, this time it is still mainly directed by Lu Qianfu. The 5 elements and 5 legions set up their camps, followed by the 2 armies of the gods, martial arts, and gods. The battleship corps flew over the army and moved at any time. The shadow-killing corps was lurking. Lu Qianfu was in command of the entire army, while Chu Yuan was fighting for the army, giving orders in major aspects, and he was mainly responsible for small details. He didn't dare to be careless, and his mood was also very dignified. Although the morale of the army was strong, this time the 7-star dynasty was destroyed, which was incomparable to the previous battles. King Zhongyong, the army of the Moyuan dynasty, has gone to Jinan City to lead the team for Gufeng Tianshan, and at least half of the country's elites have been brought here. In the future, there will be a steady stream of troops coming here, to join our army in Jinan. The Battle of Anqing. Remember the mobile version URL. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. #C405 Soldiers are very fast. They want to delay our army in Jinan City, curb our army's morale, and block the edge, thus creating a stalemate, and then let other forces see that my army is invincible. At that time, Rainbow Sect will move. Be careful. Lu Qianfu naturally knew what the other party was thinking. King Loyalty and Brave, since we dare to gather in Jinan City, there must be some means to stop us. Xu Fengfeng said. That's right, so we can't let their plan succeed. The soldiers are very fast, and we must attack directly with a burst of energy. He thought at this time. Chu Yuan's imperial decree also came, and the army's marching route remained unchanged, marching at full speed towards Jinan City, where they would start the first battle. Lu Qianfu also knew what Chu Yuan thought, and also hoped that the army could win the first victory, defeat the opponent's army, enter the territory of the Moyuan dynasty, and occupy the imperial city. The army is dispatched. Mighty and mighty, Dao's army is also heading to Jinan City at the fastest speed. Jinan City, the first city on the border of the Moyuan dynasty. During this period of time, it was also reinforced, and a large number of troops were hoarded in the city. Watching the arrival of the Dao Legion, there was an extremely solemn expression on his face. Previously, the Moyuan dynasty assembled an army from the Sea Demon world to attack Dao. But now it's the other way around, the Sea Demon world's army is all broken up and incorporated into Dao, attacking their borders. The great martial army is here. This morale. Majestic, the breaths of the countless people mixed together, and the sky rose up with a billowing column of light, like wolf smoke, which turned into a terrifying oppression, forcing it towards Jinan City. The purpose of this battle is not to defeat the opponent, but to hold back the opponent, use the city of Demon Abyss to resist the power of the cannon, and if you want to break the city of Demon Abyss, the god of the other side must start, and the god will lead the god to stop it. Them. God Gufeng did not dare to be careless and defended with all his strength, and the entire Moyuan dynasty was shaken by this war. In this battle, we must defeat the opponent's army in a destructive posture. Lu Qianfu came to the outside of Jinan City and let the army rest for half a day before launching a general attack. In this battle of breaking the city, the armies of both sides have already set up a posture. There is no conspiracy to speak of, everything depends on their own strength. Now one wants to drag, the other wants to break fast. When the Dao army attacked the city, it would inevitably bombard it with cannons. Suddenly, more than 1,000 heavenly robbery cannons spewed out the artillery fire first. City of Demon Abyss. But at this moment, the void in front of Jinan City was suddenly torn apart, and a magic city appeared in the sight of everyone, with a lot of troops hoarding in it. The artifact city, with strong defense. Lu Qianfu's pupils shrank. The power of the cannon that can defend against the catastrophe is difficult to break even by a true god, only the power of the gods can shake it. The city of Demon Abyss is difficult to break in a short period of time. If the city is not broken, the army will press on, causing too many casualties, and if the opponent has a strong city, it will be difficult to attack. This seed is going to destroy this city. You are ready to press down with the army at any time. Our Majesty has no patience. He is wasting time with them here. He is bound to win the bad battle report. When Ning Shochen's words fell, he directly killed him. Okay, the other party really dispatched the gods, that is, he killed the existence of the gods of the Moyuan dynasty. God Gufeng also knew that the number of gods in the Dao dynasty was much smaller than that of the Moyuan dynasty, but the combat power was terrifying, but this time even he was dispatched, so he had the confidence to block the opponent. Ning Shochen slashed away with a palm, like a magic knife coming terrifyingly, countless demonic energy swept out, and when it fell on Gufeng Tianxian, it shook him back again and again. It's very powerful, but it's impossible to break through the city of Demon Abyss. Immediately, he waved his arm, and 4 gods appeared, and their backgrounds for hundreds of thousands of years were dispatched. Counting the gods of Gufeng, there are 5 gods locked on Ning Shochen alone. No matter how vicious this person is, he will never break the alliance of 5 people. He knew that Emperor Dao could not make a move, and Emperor Moyuan was also staring at him. Do you want to be crowded? As soon as Ning Shochen's voice fell, his face changed suddenly. There is another god of power. In an instant, a being in golden armor flew out from the great martial arts camp, exuding the power of the 4th level of the gods, and his blood-red eyes swept over. Your Majesty has a purpose, speed to break through Jinan City, don't delay here. The War God Army, the 4th level cultivation of the gods. Ning Shochen suddenly felt incredible. This War God Army was still in the true God realm before, but in a short period of time, it was promoted to the 4th level of the gods. It must be because of His Majesty. What is that His Majesty hiding? There was a trace of fear in his heart. The commander of the God of War army didn't talk much to Ning Shouchen. Boom. With a golden spear in his hand, he took the lead in beheading it, directly facing the god of Gufeng. Where is the fourth level of the gods coming from again? Gufeng Tianquan's face was horrified. What the hell was this big Wu hiding? When he saw this long spear stabbed at him, the terrifying power actually felt fear. Puff. Once again, a behemoth appeared in the void. It was Konmi Daokuan, and it also participated in the battle of breaking the city. Konmi Daokuan couldn't defeat the gods, but the power of the gods was also difficult to kill it in a short period of time. It disrupted the battlefield and rushed into the camp of the four gods, causing huge chaos immediately. Jinan City will be destroyed. Boom. Ning Shouchen's hunched body was standing upright at this moment, and an ancient demon god appeared in this world. He held the Soul Eater ring in his right hand, wrapped in infinite power, and brought a hint of the mystery of the mysterious god, and faced the other party. The gods cut over. The strength and power of the many gods fought, and no one dared to approach. The fight is crazy, although there are not many Dao gods, but all of them are terrifying. In particular, Ning Shouchen could only resist reluctantly when several gods suppressed him. Stop them. As long as the city of Moyuan is not broken, their army will never want to enter the territory of Moyuan. True God Gufeng roared loudly, and at the same time was under enormous pressure. The God of War's army was so powerful that he had no way to intervene in other battles. The four gods who besieged Ning Shouchen also complained incessantly. Konmi Daokuan was rampant, relying on his thick skin and strong defense. He rushed to disperse the joint efforts of the four gods, but Ning Shouchen suddenly seized the opportunity and caused great damage to the four gods. But the gods of the Moyuan dynasty are also supporting. They knew that if they retreated, the city of Demon Abyss would be destroyed, and the Great Wu army would surely drive straight in. Boom. But at this moment, there was a sound like a collapse. The void suddenly cracked open, and a silver spear burst through the air. The surrounding space collapsed crazily, and the silver brilliance swept out, bursting out with an aura that destroyed everything, and slammed into the city of Demon Abyss. The silver spear came too fast to stop it. Boom boom boom. The moment it hit the city of Demon Abyss, concentric circles of light radiated out, and the city wall was broken again and again. #C406 Moshenyuan. It was the special creature Xiaoyin summoned by Chu Yuan who was bombarding the city wall. Its strength is the god of the gods, and there are continuous bursts on the city wall, the masonry explodes, and a huge gap appears in the entire city. The special creatures keep attacking and destroying the city continuously, and it can devour all kinds of things with divinity, even seeing the power of the city wall being continuously absorbed by it. What is that? There was a sound of horror in the Moyuan dynasty, and it could be sensed that this thing was a living creature, but it was not a flesh and blood creature. It was very strange. Even Ning Shouchen's eyes widened. With his hundreds of thousands of knowledge, he couldn't recognize what this thing was. Your Majesty, how much else did he hide? Ning Shouchen frantically made up his mind, and the more he thought about it, the more terrifying he felt. Every time Chu Yuan seemed to be able to come up with something he couldn't imagine. What can he come up with this time? Can't let it continue to destroy. God Gufeng shouted, and immediately a god came out to stop him. But what changed their faces was that this strange thing suddenly condensed into the appearance of a person, bursting out with extremely arrogant combat power. A royal halberd was captured from the person who was condensed into a silver general up, and slammed into it. The gods retreated. Special creatures continued to destroy the city. Under the power of the gods, this city was difficult to support for too long, and it was broken. Kill. Without the obstruction of Demon Abyss City, Lu Qianfu seized the opportunity, waved his arm, and under the cover of the cannon, countless troops rushed over. Just fight. Gufeng Tianqian gritted his teeth, thinking that the city of Moyuan could be blocked for a while, but it was broken so fast that he never thought that now he can only rely on the fighting of the army to contain the strong army of Dao. But in doing so, the price to be paid must be extremely painful. Even if the Moyuan dynasty can survive this crisis, his vitality will be greatly damaged, and he will not be able to recover for many years. Both sides mobilized a large number of legions this time, and they madly strangled together on the huge site of Jinan City. The fierce battle was fought together. The quality of the Moyuan dynasty is good, and there is no one-sided situation with the Sea Demon world, but their individual equipment is far less than that of Dao, all of which are still suppressed to a certain extent. The Scourge army killed it. This is our first battle. Your Majesty is watching us. The Dark Thunder armor, the armor of the Scourge army, is a bit different from other legions, exuding the lightning of the destruction of the thunder, and it turns into a sea of thunder and lightning as soon as it appears. Although only tens of millions of people have been killed, all of them are 1 to 10, and their combat power is incomparably brave. What kind of army is this? The Moyuan dynasty was shocked. Dao's Scourge army had never appeared before, but as soon as they appeared, they all released the supernatural powers of thunder and lightning, as if the bombardment of Scourge had destroyed the so-called elite army of the Moyuan dynasty. Murder is also hidden in the void. The Moyuan dynasty also has something like the Shadow-Killing Legion. The two legions hiding in the shadows are also fighting frantically. God Army. 50,000 Divine Army came. This is the elite of all the strong in Dao, all of them have a proud combat power. In particular, the Battleship Legion flew directly into the sky, sitting on the top of the true God powerhouse, constantly moving the giant cannon to launch a devastating blow against the Moyuan Legion. Although the Battleship Corps was also damaged, it was obvious that their losses were much heavier than Dao. Vibrant like a rainbow. Unstoppable. Kill directly like a steel knife. The various forces that erupted from Dao crushed the army of the Moyuan dynasty. The battlefield between the gods is also extremely tragic. The commander of the God of War army entangled Gufeng Tianqian. Special creatures entangle one person. Kongmi Dao Kuan also wrapped himself around a god with his rough skin and thick flesh. In other words, only 2 of the 5 gods can deal with Ning Shouchen. A huge sense of crisis swept over. On that day, the 3 statues of Ning Shouchen besieged and killed one person, and now there are only 2 people left. How to deal with Ning Shouchen? Ning Shouchen slammed his hands violently, and without absolute suppression, he couldn't deal with him at all. Retreat. Gufeng Tianqian made an extremely difficult decision. In the first battle of Jinanqing, the defense did not do it for a day. When he came, he was full of confidence, but the reality defeated him severely, and he continued to fight. Not only did the legion suffer heavy losses, but even the gods might be beheaded. This old man is very strong, and if he continues to entangle, there is no absolute number, and the gods can't keep him safe. The Moyuan dynasty can no longer lose a god. Retreat, retreat. Had to retreat, the current strength in Jinan City was no longer enough to fight against Dao Tianqian. What they need to do now is to gather the strength of the entire dynasty and fight a crazy decisive battle with Dao. But Jinan City is not suitable, they have to choose a battlefield that is most suitable for them. Hearing the order to retreat, the army retreated crazily. At this moment, the entire battlefield was chaotic, and the fighting formation was chaotic. The army was chased by the Dao army, and I don't know how many were killed. But when a strong man breaks his wrist, he must make a decision. Under the leadership of Gu Feng, the 5 gods fought and retreated, always keeping tightly connected, and slowly retreated. Don't chase after the poor. Lu Qianfu ordered not to pursue too much, lest the enemy set up an ambush. Their purpose this time is to enter the Moyuan imperial capital all the way, and in the most vicious manner, kill the Rainbow sect and dare not send troops over. The army has a day off, and the injured are sent back to Dao for treatment. The order continues. The first battle of Jinan City also received great attention, and even the Rainbow sect sent people to watch it. But the Dao Legion was invincible, and the gods who appeared on the battlefield had never seen combat power before, and no one knew that they still had hidden strength. They passed the news back to the sect, and it was up to the god of the sect to decide whether to send a strong person to support the Muyuan dynasty. Here. After a short rest, the Dao army entered the territory of the Muyuan dynasty, and continued to attack along a line, attacking the city and pulling out the village. The purpose was to press the army into the Imperial city. The Muyuan dynasty also responded quickly, abandoning the cities, and the forces continued to shrink. Lost the city in a short period of time. King Zhongyong, the Muyuan dynasty is shrinking its forces on a large scale. The army that is not stationed in the city has given up the city to us. This time they want to gather more powerful forces to block our attack. A large number of strong men gathered in the military tent. Although they won the battle in Jinan City this time, they also knew that the Muyuan dynasty was unwilling to fight with them here, otherwise, even if they won, they would have to pay a very heavy price. They shrank their strength, as if pulling their fists back for a bigger blow. These have been reported to your majesty. Although we know their purpose, if we want to destroy a country, we can only continue to march. Lu Qianfu thought. The Muyuan dynasty avoided fighting, and they didn't have a good way. Now they just have to keep marching. Months. Dawu did not suffer any decent blows, and passed through hundreds of cities in the Muyuan dynasty along the way. This is the demon god abyss of the Demon Abyss dynasty. A month later, in front of the great martial army corps, there appeared a bottomless abyss crack that was incomparably wide on both sides and continued to be incomparably long. #C407 Duel between Kings. Moshenyuan is incomparably vast and unimaginably long, spanning more than just the Muyuan dynasty. The distance between the two sides is also very wide. The terrifying black chi was transmitted from the demon god abyss, and the whole sky was dark, as if it came to the demon realm, and black flames continued to erupt from the bottom of the abyss. This abyss divides the Dao Legion and the Muyuan dynasty, and can only see each other from a distance. This is a natural line of defense. There is a special force permeating here. There is a barrier in the space. If the force bombards the demon god abyss, it will be blocked. At this moment, the retreating demon abyss army gathered on the abyss side and set up a posture, as the defender, facing the attack of the army of the Dao dynasty. Devil god abyss. There was a rare solemnity on Ning Shochen's face. This abyss spans an endless distance from the eternal great world and is filled with a terrifying power. It is rumored that a peerless monster has been sealed, and the profound god will fall into the deepest part of the demon god abyss. Only the existence of the level of the ancient five emperors can go deep, but you must be careful. It is almost impossible to travel through the void here, and there is a strong gravitational force when flying over the demon god abyss, and the consumption of mana is doubled. This demon god abyss. Lu Qianfu waved his hand and let people bring up a few cannons for calamity. Immediately, the huge cannon bombarded, and there was endless black gas spreading out from the demon god abyss, as if condensed into a vision of a demon god and hit it. But when it reached the other side, its power was weakened by at least half. It's weakened by half, and the power of the cannon is greatly reduced. If you want to reach the opposite side, you can only attack, but in this way, the loss is unpredictable. Lu Qianfu knew very well. Dao's greatest strength is their cannons. The Muyuan dynasty deliberately chose this place to start a decisive battle with them, even if they wanted to use the natural defense line to disintegrate the threat of their huge artillery. The Muyuan dynasty can be delayed, but Dao cannot. The army is blocked, and other sects must have changes. The whole army is ready, and the news is reported to the sage. This king has to give orders and can attack at any time. Lu Qianfu ordered. Inside the Moyuan military aircraft office. For the Moyuan dynasty, the land and city of the other side of Moshenyuan can be given up. Your Majesty, the great martial army has reached the opposite side of Demon Xinyuan. Although they have not launched a strong attack, the army is constantly gathering. The Emperor Moyuan sat at the military plane with an indifferent expression. He also got the order to put the army in Demon Xinyuan. The Devil's Abyss cannot be breached. More than 80% of the entire nation's army must defend the Devil's Abyss. If this abyss is not broken, the Dao dynasty will not be able to drive straight in. If this abyss is broken, the last line of defense will be the Imperial city. Therefore, this battle is also a battle with Dao. Showdown. The Emperor Moyuan deeply understands that if the Imperial city is attacked, the crisis of destroying the country is imminent. Your Majesty, I will swear to protect the demon god Abyss to the death. Lords of the gods have already gone to the demon god Abyss, and I will never let the great martial army take a step. The ministers expressed their opinions. No, this is not enough. This battle is a decisive battle. This time I will personally sit in the demon god Abyss and fight against the great martial emperor. The Emperor Moyuan got up and said coldly, after I left the Imperial city, the Crown Prince is in charge of the country. If anything happens to me, the Crown Prince will immediately inherit the throne, and he can even lead the royal family to leave Moyuan and preserve the royal bloodline. Your Majesty, is it really that serious? A minister said sadly. Everything must be considered in the most serious direction. If Demon Xinyuan can't stop it, the Imperial city can't stop it either. The Emperor Moyuan said, this will be an extremely difficult battle. Even I don't know what trump card that Emperor Wu is hiding. Although Moshenyuan is a natural danger, the Emperor Moyuan does not think that this natural danger can completely block the great martial army. For example, Jinancheng is still not broken very quickly. The Emperor of Moyuan was in charge of the expedition, and he personally sat in Moshenyuan, and the news was passed out like a hurricane. The situation was so serious. Moshenyuan is an absolutely natural line of defense. The surging demonic energy is very terrifying. Without the strength of a horizontal push, it is difficult to beat it. Even if it is beaten, the loss will be extremely heavy, but I didn't predict him at all. In the Battle of Jinan City, an extremely strange god creature appeared in Dao. It was this god creature that broke the city and made Dakakai all the way to the demon god Abyss. The elite army of Dao has the army of gods, the army of demons, and a scourge army that has just appeared. In addition, there are terrifying legions such as the army of gods, beside the Emperor of Wuwu. In this battle, countless forces around are paying attention. It can beat a country's troops to the defense line and retreat, unable to counterattack. This great martial arts is also extremely powerful. Recently, too many great things have happened in the great world of eternity. The people of the Aoki Chongqing Empire who disappeared in ancient times have reappeared from the Chongqing Forbidden Area, and a war has broken out with the Holy Heaven Empire. Here, Dewu is fighting Mo Yuan again. But at this moment, there is no force that dares to send forces to participate in this war, not even the Rainbow Sect. They all know that the Emperor Moyuan personally conquered, and if Dao wanted to forcibly attack, he would have to pay a very heavy price. They both want to wait until both sides are lost. Besides, what they fear most is Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu either did not make a move, or as soon as he made a move, the whole world was shocked. No one dared to act rashly before seeing his combat power with his own eyes. Emperor Moyuan is in charge of his own expedition and sits in Moshenyuan in person. Is this a decisive battle with me? Chu Yuan also received news from the front line. The Moyuan dynasty took the initiative to give up a lot of territory this time, and the Emperor Moyuan personally sat in the Moshenyuan, just with the idea of losing both sides with Dao. Your Majesty, King Zhongyong has already set up a battle formation, but the strangeness of Demon Xuanhuan, my great cannon bombarded past, the power will be weakened by half of the devil's energy, and now, King Zhongyong does not dare to attack at will. The longer the army stalemate, the more fighting will if you can't release it, chaos will arise. Someone told Xuanhuan. Well, the demon god's abyss really can't stay in a stalemate for too long. The only way is to sway away the demonic energy and open up a passage that cannot block the army. Xuanhuan tapped his fingers slowly on the table. The Emperor Muyuan is driving the expedition in person, and it seems that I can't sit in the back to watch the battle situation. Pass the order, and let King Zhongyong prepare. Before I arrive, don't do it. I will go on a personal expedition, and come to a battle between emperors and emperors. The Emperor Muyuan did not urge him to go on a personal expedition, and neither would Xuanhuan. But the Emperor Muyuan moved, Xuanhuan couldn't move, and he had to sit in the demon god abyss. The Muyuan dynasty must be destroyed, this country must be destroyed, even if it is this natural danger, I have to step him down. Xuanhuan opened the void with incomparably terrifying mana, and went straight in. I have seen your Majesty. The news of Xuanhuan's personal expedition was not a secret either. The legion stationed in Demon Xuanhuan had been waiting here for a long time. When they saw a majestic figure descending from the void, they all greeted them. Flat body. After Xuanhuan arrived at Moshenyuan, he looked ahead with a pair of eyes. This is the Demonshan abyss, it is indeed a natural danger, but this can't stop my determination to destroy the Muyuan dynasty. The Emperor Muyuan is opposite, and I want to come with him. A decisive battle between emperors. #C408 Attack the Demon Abyss. On both sides of the abyss, two eyes looked at each other across a long distance, and there were terrifying electric shocks in the void. Emperor Dao is finally here. The Emperor Muyuan also saw Xuanhuan on the other side. His face was extremely dignified, and then ordered, with the help of the geographical advantage, stick to the abyss of the demon god, and prevent the Dao army from entering. Without my order, you must not attack at will. He wouldn't say that he would directly kill Demon Xuanhuan and fight Xuanhuan to fight between emperors, but he wanted to control the overall situation and delay time. He is the lord of a country, and they cannot afford to lose this battle. If Dao loses, he can return to Dao, regroup and make a comeback. But if they lose, it will be difficult for them to destroy the country. King Zhongyong, how is the army prepared? Xuanhuan asked. Your Majesty, the army has been prepared for a long time and can attack at any time, please order your Majesty. Lu Qianfu said. Okay, the purpose of this battle is to attack the opposite side in one fell swoop, annihilate a large number of Muyuan's elites, and lock the universe in the first battle, making them unable to fight back. Xuanhuan looked up at the sky. The demon god abyss was dark for thousands of miles, and there seemed to be a roar of the demon god whirling in his ears. Send the order, the army will rest for a whole day, everyone will rest their strength to the peak, and all kinds of healing pills will be launched into the hands of every soldier. Tomorrow evening, they will start the attack. It is impossible for the Dao Legion to delay here for too long. Although they have not yet entered the Muyuan Imperial city, all the soldiers know that this is a decisive battle. Whether they can break the Muyuan or not depends on this battle. Dao is preparing here, and the Muyuan dynasty is also preparing. Don't be afraid of the great martial army. This time, His Majesty is on a personal expedition, and we are sitting here, and we are on the defensive, occupying the right time and place. The opponent will pay a very heavy price to cross this abyss, and they will bleed into a river. Yes, those who have made merit in this battle will be rewarded. The whole army is ready to prepare for the attack of Dao at any time. This time, the Emperor Muyuan wanted to stabilize the morale of the army, otherwise, the morale of the soldiers would collapse with the achievements of Dao's previous battles. But with him, morale will not collapse, and there will be a fight. Send the order, launch an attack tomorrow evening, the cannons will not stop, the battleship will stay in the demon god abyss, and bombard the other side. Although the Great Martial Army has not yet launched an attack, the cannon and battleship corps have already moved. Regardless of the consumption of the gods and the loss of the cannon, they launched a terrifying artillery fire directly on the opposite bank to wash the ground. Although the power of the artillery fire has been weakened by half, it still has a strong deterrent. Destroy the opposing defenses and force them back so that tomorrow's attack goes smoothly. Boom! The artillery fire kept resounding, and a large number of defense lines were built on the opposite side, but at this moment they were all torn and leveled, and even their military camp had to move back. Damn! Tiao is destroying our defense line, especially the battleship, relying on the advantages of equipment. When our defense line moves back, they will force it forward. In the Demon Abyss camp, the strong men made extremely angry voices. Most of the army on the opposite side is still resting, and they can hear the constant artillery fire here, and their ears cannot be quiet. In my opinion, it's better to send some strong men to kill them, destroy their battleships, and let them be arrogant. A strong man roared. Until your majesty has no will, you must not do it without authorization, and behead the besiegers. Xuanhuan said, and you didn't see it. Tiao is so reckless and bombarded with artillery fire. The fundamental purpose is to force us to leave the Abyss defense line and let us take the initiative to attack. They are not stupid, and they have also sent many strong men to guard the battleship. Even if the gods go, they will be suppressed immediately. If Emperor Wu did not take action, everyone was afraid. In their eyes, Emperor Wu was more intimidating than Ning Xiuqian. Is it just so beaten? Can't you be bombarded by artillery? The powerhouses were suffocated and powerless. Their equipment is not as good as Tiao, and it is unrealistic to send strong men to fight with their own mana. Endure the attack on the opposite side. Xuanhuan said, this abyss will be their burial place. The fire never stopped. I don't know how many guns were broken. But Tiao's cannons don't seem to know how many, and they are quickly replenished when they are broken. However, although the giant cannon is powerful, there is a demon abyss in the middle after all. If you don't launch a large army to start an attack, you can't destroy the Demon Abyss dynasty. A day. The state of the officers and men in Tiao has been adjusted to their peak. On the other hand, the Moyuan dynasty was shrouded in artillery fire all day and night. All of them were angry, but could not attack, which made their morale slump. Your Majesty, it's already evening, the army is assembled, please show your Majesty. Lu Qianfu was half-kneeling in front of Xuanhuan, and his words were stern. Dingjin, Longevity, Black Water, Lihua, Thick Earth 5 armies. Demon God Army, Xuanhu Army, Divine Scourge Army, 3 elite legions. As well as the strongest army of the mighty God Army. Crossing the Demon God Abyss, I would like to be the pioneer. Ning Xiuqian's eyes were cold and stern. He had learned from Xuanhuan that as long as the Moyuan dynasty could be destroyed, there would be a way to restore him to his peak state. Moshenyuan is long and is a strong natural defense line. Although the cannons destroyed most of the traps placed on the opposite side by the Moyuan dynasty, the army still has to pay a great price to invade. Xuanhuan looked at Moshenyuan, pass my will, all the ironclad flying boats and sky battleships in Tiao, in the shape of shields, go first to oppress, the 3 armies of Xuanhu, the Devil, and the Scourge will follow, and the 5 elements and 5 armies will follow. Giant artillery cover. Xuanhuan said solemnly, this battle must be done at any cost, even if all the battleships are destroyed, they must cross the abyss and defeat the Demon Abyss army. His thinking is clear. Consume ironclad flying boats, sky warships, and use a large number of puppet soldiers as cover at all costs, and push the battle line to the opposite side. It doesn't matter if the equipment is damaged, Xuanhuan gets the resources of the Moyuan dynasty and can rebuild it. In Xuanhuan's eyes, the lives of soldiers are much more precious than these equipment, and they cannot die here in vain. Yes. All the soldiers roared. Lu Qianfu was also shocked. Although he also thought of using the battleship as a shield to push it over, this matter was too big for Xuanhuan to give him an order, and he didn't dare to let it go. When the battleship crosses, it will inevitably be blocked by the opponent. Ning Shouchen, you should pay attention to the opponent's attack, and I will let Kongmi Daokuan cooperate with you. Xuanhuan dropped his hand. Let's go to war. Kill. The army roared. Destroying Demon Abyss. Destroying Demon Abyss. Destroying Demon Abyss. This rolling sound broke out, the void was shattered, the earth was shaking, and the terrifying sound wave could shatter the soul and transmit it to the other side. Sky battleships, ironclad flying boats are all under pressure. A large number of steel walls suddenly appeared on the demon abyss. A terrifying murderous intent pervades the demon god abyss. The war has begun to break out, and even if the gods feel this deadly murderous intention, there is a deep chill, and they cannot control the overall situation. #C409 Army Attack. In the demon abyss, Dao's battleship corps rushed in first, building a moving steel defense line to protect the lives of the soldiers. Block the enemy in the demon god abyss. There was also a roar that shook the sky within the Muyuan dynasty. There is a strange power in the demon god abyss, which seems to be the will of the strongest demon god, condensed into a strong evil spirit, so that the space here is very difficult to open, and even the gods have to spend a lot of power to travel through the void. Boom! A large number of powerhouses in the Muyuan dynasty started at the same time. Countless terrifying forces were bombarded, and they were bombarded directly on the battleship Legion. In an instant, a large number of ironclad flying boats were bombarded at the forefront, and even several sky battleships fell in the violent bombardment. If this bombardment is on the army, would it be worth it? Hateful, Dawu has to forcibly cross the demon abyss if he destroys the battleship. The face of the strong man of the Muyuan dynasty was icy cold. In this wave of shots, they also saw that the defensive power of the Dao battleship is extremely powerful. If it is not completely destroyed, it can continue to advance with the help of kinetic energy. The gods can shoot at the fastest speed, but the gods are the highest combat power at this time, and they dare not do it at will. Roar! Kongmi Dao Kuan erupted. Its body was like the strongest crystal, moving with the battleship core. The power fell on it, although it blocked its speed. But it's also hard to hurt it. Although it can use its own talent to shuttle directly to the opposite side, once it reaches the other side, it will inevitably be suppressed by the gods immediately. Its function is to cover the army from reaching the other side. The violent force bombarded, and battleships fell, but Dao's legion was also advancing steadily. According to the current trend, when all the battleships are almost consumed, Dao will soon reach the other side, and then launch a sprint, paying a small price. He can immediately start fighting. Stone Statue Corps. A large number of stone statue corps floated out, which was directly used as cannon fodder to withstand the terrifying bombardment of the other party. So decisive, if it goes on like this, the great martial army will land here. What's the use of consuming their battleships? They can't destroy the opponent's combat power. The Muyuan dynasty's face was extremely dull. Pay attention, beware of the backhand that the Muyuan dynasty may break out at any time. Although the army is advancing steadily, Lu Qianfu still does not dare to be careless. This is the 7-star dynasty. Who knows what trump cards they are hiding? It's almost time, the time has come. Seeing that the great martial army had advanced halfway, the Emperor Muyuan finally made his move. A cruel expression appeared on his face, and with a wave of his hands, a suffocating aura suddenly erupted in the abyss of the demon god. This suffocating aura seemed to burst out from the bottom of the abyss. Abyss suffocating. Seeing this, Ning Shouchen's face changed. You can't be careless, that is the most terrifying abyss suffocating in the demon god abyss. I once entered the abyss and encountered the outbreak of the abyss suffocating. If the true god is contaminated, it will be like poisoning. It must be he contends with mana all the time, and he obviously arranged some kind of formation to evoke the abyss. The abyss suffocating is too terrifying, and if it is eroded by this wave, the great martial army will suffer heavy losses. This is indeed an extremely powerful natural line of defense for the Moyuan dynasty. Ha 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 ha, your majesty chose this place for the decisive battle, and it is here that a great formation is set up to wait for you. After this round of suffocation, the great martial army will inevitably lose at least 30% of its combat power, plus the barrier of the abyss. At that time, even if it rushes over, what's the use? Yes, this is a good opportunity to turn defeat into victory. I really thought that my Moyuan dynasty was so easy to deal with. This abyss suffocation is the best gift for you. The Moyuan dynasty burst into laughter. The abyss must be blocked. Just as Ning Shouchen was about to start, a great figure appeared above the army, and he waved his hand to suppress one side. Great phagocytosis. A gigantic black hole vortex emerged from behind Xuanhuan, and the rolling abyss suffocated uncontrollably into the gigantic black hole. You can actually resolve the abyss suffocating in the demon god abyss. The Emperor Moyuan also made an unbelievable shock. Even if he is the existence of the fifth layer of the gods, it is impossible to absorb too much of this evil spirit, so how did Emperor Wu do it? Army attack. Xuanhuan's mana filled the air, and at this moment, a huge and majestic portal appeared in the sky above demon god abyss. The moment it was opened, a rolling long river, which was rolling with extremely violent thunder water, slammed towards the demon abyss legion. The Emperor Moyuan evoked the evil spirit of the abyss, and Xuanhuan naturally had to retaliate. At this time, the Emperor Mo Yuan made his move. He also flew out of the army, banged his hands, and a rolling beam of light rushed out. The power of the fifth layer of the gods hit it, and in an instant, a monstrous fluctuation was set off. The impact of the water of thunder and lightning actually directly broke the mana of the Emperor Moyuan. That weird portal. The face of the Emperor Moyuan was extremely solemn, and the power contained in this portal made him tremble. Grip of the god of war, hold on to the universe. Xuanhuan's golden big hand smashed through the infinite void in one fell swoop, and grabbed it directly at the Emperor Moyuan, which was to force him to fight with himself. In this battle, his power reached the other side of demon god abyss, and all the mana was surging. If it fell, I don't know how many troops would be wiped out. Emperor Wu, I will fight with you. At this time, the Emperor Moyuan also strode out. This is a decisive battle between the Emperor and the Emperor. He must face it and defeat the opponent in front of countless armies. The big palm print of the Holy Devil. He saw Xuanhuan grabbing it with one palm, and an extremely cautious color appeared on his face. A demonic energy radiated out, and it also condensed a huge palm print. The two palm prints collided in the air, a collision of light and darkness. Seeing this, Xuanhuan took a step forward. In terms of realm strength, the Emperor Moyuan was only one level higher than him with the increase of the human Emperor sword. I'm going to kill you this time. Xuanhuan's face was grim. Behind him, a circle of dazzling mythical light burst out, and the glory of his gods appeared, just like the arrival of a god emperor, and there was infinite power to oppress him in the wave of his hand. The momentum actually crushed the Emperor Moyuan in an instant. Seeing such a scene, the great martial army corps also burst into a roar, and the confrontation between the two emperor-level existences was the greatest motivation for the army. The gate of heavenly thunder, the trial of heavenly thunder, the heroic charge of the soldiers and those who cut off their heads, all have great merit. Xuanhuan used the power of Tianlei to burst out the rolling thunder Yuanli, covering the charge of the army, And then his indifferent eyes also looked at the Emperor Muyuan, and the divine light shrouded in a fist, Emperor Xuanhuan bombarded him away. #C422 Kings Fight. This is a war between emperors, and it is also the collision of the strongest combat power and national fortune between the two dynasties. For Chu Yuan and the Emperor Muyuan, this battle could only move forward and not retreat. Devil's armor. The Emperor Muyuan put on the battle armor, and the rolling Lei Yuanli slammed into him, stirring up the magic mask, colliding with countless gods. The Emperor Muyuan's face was extremely solemn, and the power ejected from the ancient portal put his demon god's armor under extremely serious pressure. The Gate of Thunder. Chu Yuan slashed with a palm, and the power was like a god, and the phantom carrying the Gate of Thunder rolled down. Boom! The Emperor Muyuan also slashed with one palm, and in the rolling demonic energy, countless runes of demon gods were born and turned into villains. Fight back. Great magic energy transforms into a god. Ning Shouchen watched the battle in the void. He had the highest realm and could see things that others could not see. Snort. Chu Yuan pointed to the sky and stepped on the ground, facing the great demon magic. His left hand also slammed, and suddenly an infinite glass flame emerged, burning all the demonic energy. Emperor Dao. At this moment, the Emperor Muyuan also burst out with majestic fighting intent. He punched, the world was in turmoil, a huge hole appeared, and immediately a celestial realm shrouded. Although he didn't understand how weird he was, he could see that Chu Yuan's realm was even weirder than he imagined. In the realm of the gods, he is the strongest demon god, and the world is dominated by him. Tiao Lei Cannon. In an instant, when Chu Yuan saw this, the Gate of Heavenly Thunder turned into a lightning domain. With a push of his hands, within the portal, the water of divine thunder condensed, and an incomparable giant light that devoured the sky and fought against the heavens and the earth roared out. The Gate of Thunder is not an artifact, but an extremely special divine object that can open up a world and extract the power of the source of thunder and lightning. The strength of this giant cannon was too violent, and the heavenly god domain that enveloped Chu Yuan was instantly blasted. Woo 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 woo. The wind howled, and every step of Chu Yuan caused an endless gust of wind. The means of Emperor Dao are too many and too strange. The Emperor Muyuan didn't dare to be careless. His hands were burning with layers of demonic fire. As soon as he shot, the void was rendered. The collision of the two's strength exploded everywhere, which was an unstoppable shock wave that could destroy everything around him. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that although the Emperor Muyuan is strong, he has no advantage at this moment, and the direction of the battle is controlled by Chu Yuan. If any emperor can suppress the opponent, the morale of the emperor is infinite. Chu Yuan's eyes froze, and he suddenly jumped into the void. As soon as he pointed it out, a huge finger light traversed, swallowing, void, lightning, 5 elements, seal. All kinds of energies were condensed in this finger. Inside. Boom boom boom. There was no way for the Emperor Muyuan to dodge, so he could only go up to him. But in the next instant, the mana shrouded in him was defeated, and the huge force shook back, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person suffered an extremely strong blow. Although the vomit of blood by the Emperor Muyuan was not a huge injury to him, it was an extremely severe blow to the morale of the Muyuan army. Even the power to block the great martial army was weaker at this moment. Kill. How could Lu Qianfu miss such an opportunity? Seizing this momentary opportunity, once again let the army move forward a lot. And the army has advanced here. In fact, the defense line of Moshenyuan is useless, and it is difficult to stop it. Some of the true gods have already used their mana to forcefully cross over and come to the other side in response to the army. Miamo Yuan, kill the emperor. Miamo Yuan, kill the emperor. Miamo Yuan, kill the emperor. Although a large number of warships were lost, the army has gradually landed on the opponent of Xuanhuan, and took the lead in fighting with the opposing army. Destroy the Great Martial Army. The Yuan dynasty also sent most of the powerhouses in the country this time, and there were 7 gods at once. Apart from the fact that they had to guard the imperial city to keep a few, they also had no powerhouses to send. It seems to have copied the first battle of Jinancheng. Gufeng Tianshan against the commander of the God of War army. Kongmi Dao Kuan continued to chaotic the battlefield of the gods. The special creature, Shaoyin, can entangle a local god. On the other hand, Ning Shouchen was under great pressure, and he had to deal with the 5 gods and powerhouses by himself. The 5 of us joined forces to kill him first. At this moment, the 5 gods exuded monstrous killing intent. The will of the 5 gods was locked on Ning Shouchen's body, with firm eyes. Even if they tried to burn the foundation of the gods, they would kill Ning Shouchen. Several battlefields. The army is fighting, and it is difficult to distinguish the winner in a short period of time. But whether it was Chu Yuan and Ning Shouchen, whichever side was the first to decide, the winner was the one that dominated the victory of the war. Bang bang bang. These 5 gods were extremely decisive, burning the foundation of the gods, and immediately the 5 gods' fields enveloped Ning Shouchen at the same time, and together they shot a palm to kill him. Want to kill me first? You can do it too. How could Ning Shouchen not be able to see the opponent's intentions? With the combat power he recovered at this time, although he could not confront the 5 gods head-on, he had a way to delay the time and give Chu Yuan a chance to defeat the Emperor Yuan. Soul Eater Domain, destroy this seat. Ning Shouchen blasted away with a force, and he dissolved the power of the 5 gods in a mysterious way. What trick is this? Mysterious and mysterious, wonderful and wonderful. This seems to be the power that can only be exerted by comprehending some Xianchen Dao. He can't be a mysterious god. Joining forces to burn mana and do everything, even if the gods fight to destroy the foundation of the gods, they will kill him here. The 5 gods roared in unison, and they bombarded with 5 forces, jointly creating 5 huge black holes. Ning Shouchen's face was expressionless, calm and cold. Seeing Kongmi Dao Kuan, he shouted, "Stupid people, don't come here, go to mess up their army, just rely on these 5 people to kill this seat, that's a fantasy. The sky-splitting god was killed by me back then." Sky-splitting god is an existence that is difficult to kill by profound gods, but he was beheaded by him. He is proud of this fact. For the sake of Dao, in order to allow me to recover from my injury, I have to delay the battlefield here. Ning Shouchen was extremely determined. Great Sealing Technique. At the same time, Chu Yuan didn't want to waste time with the Emperor Yuan when he saw the battlefield where they were fighting. #C421 Myth-busting. At this moment, the battle between the two has reached the most intense, and it is possible to decide the outcome of life and death at any time. Chu Yuan's face was expressionless, and his hands were intertwined with the seal law. Countless chains of seals with flickering runes swept across the sky like giant dragons, one by one, controlling the audience, sealing the Emperor Yuan, and letting him fall into the realm of eternal seal. With the Great Sealing Technique, seal the mana. Chu Yuan slammed a palm, and countless chains carried seal runes swept away. Great Sealing Technique. The face of the Emperor Yuan changed suddenly, and these seal chains swept over him, causing his mana to fall into a situation that was extremely difficult to operate. Suddenly, stronger power erupted from the body, and a pitch-black magic sword appeared in his hand. The magic sword ripped apart the chains, but more condensed out in an instant. Devil's Luck. This sword killed the majestic luck of the Yuan dynasty, and then a monstrous explosion occurred. The Emperor Yuan was also fighting at this time, knowing that the most important time had come. Chu Yuan was extremely calm, and other powers emerged from his palm again, and he punched him, as if opening up the world, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the Emperor Muyuan and struck him with a magnificent blow. At this step, in the eyes of the Emperor Mo Yuan, Chu Yuan became extremely tall, and his aura even overwhelmed him, to the point of fear of humans and gods. He is the supreme, so what is the emperor of the Emperor Muyuan? But he was not afraid, but at the moment when Chu Yuan came to kill, a cold light flashed across his left hand, with a pair of black claws, hooked up, not like animal claws, but more like the benefit of the devil. Claws that can tear everything apart. This is the demon god's claw that he created, an imperial artifact. As the lord of a country and the existence of the fifth layer of gods, he can mobilize many resources to create many imperial artifacts for himself. This claw broke through Chu Yuan's offensive, carrying the indomitable power, and was about to grab Chu Yuan's face, but Chu Yuan suddenly slapped it. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of gold and iron clashing came out, and the Emperor Muyuan stepped back fiercely, seeing the faint traces of shattering on his claws. Imperial artifact. The Emperor Muyuan said in shock, and it's not an ordinary imperial artifact. Although the grip of the god of war is also an imperial artifact, its quality is infinitely close to that of an emperor. Muyuan, the battle between you and me should come to an end. At this moment, the power of an ancient myth is transmitted from Chu Yuan, just like in the ancient world, countless people are chanting myths and legends, but suddenly there is an incomparably tyrannical existence, killing and shattering across time and space. Myths and legends. Myth busted. A beam of light came from not knowing which time and space it came from, and it directly killed the Emperor Muyuan. The Emperor Muyuan seemed to be standing in the void, and he was hit by the beam without seeing any dodge. It's not that he doesn't want to hide, it's that he can't hide at all. Puff. The life breath of the Emperor Muyuan is rapidly declining. This myth-destroying beam is really too fierce. I don't know what magical power it is, making his face extremely pale, and the mana is difficult to operate in an instant. Kill. As soon as Chu Yuan grabbed the broken void, countless magical powers were displayed. The Emperor. The army of the Muyuan dynasty saw an unparalleled figure suppressing the Muyuan royal family, with sad and anxious expressions on their faces. The strongest existences in the dynasty were not the opponents of the opponent's majesty. How could these people have the morale to fight? How dare you get distracted with this seat? Ning Shouchen sneered again and again. When he saw the five gods besieging him, he dared to be distracted and pay attention to the Emperor Muyuan. He immediately seized the opportunity and directly wounded one god with one palm. Hateful! The five gods roared. But at this time, they no longer had the courage they had just now, and the stalemate of the battle made them a bit of a dilemma. Emperor Dao, it's not so easy for you to kill me. The Emperor Muyuan also knew that when he was at the most critical time, he also started the most ferocious outbreak. In this way, it was like angering a beast, and he began to pay any price. It must be cut. Chu Yuan was cold and shot a blow against the void. Heaven and earth were suddenly shattered, the endless origin of Chu Yuan, the shattering of myths, and many kinds of magical powers were being exerted. Countless holy lights were radiating in all directions, forming a storm-like offensive, which turned out to make the Emperor Muyuan struggle. Abyss Demon God. He created a huge god of the abyss with his own mana. Humanity supreme, supreme power. Seeing the Abyss Demon God, a huge mansion appeared behind Chu Yuan. Human Emperor Sutra, cultivate the power of humanity, use the power of the people of the empire, and mobilize the infinite belief in the national destiny. As soon as this huge mansion appeared, the palm was pressed, and the boundless size made the void appear irreparably broken. Just as the Abyss Demon collided with the mansion, it made a sound of disintegration and collapse, and began to shatter. Flick it with one finger and traverse the sky. The explosion of the Emperor Muyuan was not the power of this divine mansion at all. Broken. The giant god's mansion attacked again, this power is too terrifying, the gods seem very weak in front of him, and they will be completely shattered. I won't lose. The Emperor Muyuan is also struggling, and all kinds of origins are burning at all costs. Seeing such a scene, the army of the Muyuan dynasty was about to collapse. Emperor Wu was like a bright mansion, sweeping away the darkness of the Muyuan emperor. If the Muyuan emperor was not still fighting, they would all be defeated. How can the strength of Emperor Dao be so powerful? They couldn't figure out that Chu Yuan's strength could actually overwhelm the Emperor Muyuan. Do you think this is my last strength? I have even more terrifying killer moves. The Emperor Muyuan's face was determined, and a roar broke out into the sky, and a magic light rushed out from the top of his head, roaring, "Feed the devil with one's body, and survive in a desperate situation." He seems to have sacrificed all of himself to the most powerful magic way, which is even more terrifying than simply burning mana. Burning mana will only weaken him for a short period of time, but what he sacrificed is his own life essence. He could have lived for 1,000,000 years, but after this sacrifice, I am afraid that he will be cut in half, or even only a few left. 10,000 years. Once this disappears, it will never be replenished. His power was skyrocketing almost exponentially, and he hit Chu Yuan with the most terrifying blow. The sword of the emperor. Chu Yuan stood firmly in the void, unshakable. The human emperor sword flew out directly from the scabbard, and an unparalleled sword light gathered the power of all the people of the dynasty, and the rolling river of humanity burned with the most scorching power, which immediately enveloped and killed the Emperor Muyuan. Within the range. Sword cut. This sword slaying was invincible and unstoppable, and it broke the skyrocketing aura of the Emperor Muyuan in one fell swoop. The Emperor Muyuan flew across the sky, and there was a ferocious wound on his chest, and he could no longer organize the strength to fight back. And Chu Yuan held his sword and performed the final lure against the Mo Yuan Emperor. #C422 The big picture is set. Boom. The human sovereign sword was unstoppable, slashed with all its strength, and directly slayed the body of the Emperor Muyuan. His powerful divine body could not resist at this moment. The imperial armor was cut in half by a sword, the flesh and blood of the whole body was smashed, the divine blood spilled from the sky, and the heavy divine blood smashed the earth. A huge pit appeared. The emperor. All the powerhouses of the Muyuan dynasty made extremely sad voices. Their powerful and invincible emperor is actually facing the crisis of falling, which makes all the powerhouses in Muyuan not know what to do. Die. Chu Yuan's sword traversed the sky, and the gate of heavenly thunder was also in operation under the operation of Chu Yuan, and immediately killed the Emperor Muyuan. If this is to be killed, the Emperor Muyuan will definitely be bombarded in his current state. The Emperor. But at this time, a god besieging Ningxochen looked extremely resolute, rushed over directly, blocked the gate of heavenly thunder with his own body, and roared, "Your Majesty, this minister is blocking this gate for you, you leave quickly, you immortal, the dynasty is immortal, we can all die." Although cruel, wars between countries do not distinguish between good and evil, but only for profit. The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit, and the loser is destined to bear an extremely tragic price. Boom. The portal was suppressed, and this god of the gods was directly shaken, and the blood of the gods was scattered all over the sky. The heaven and earth oven swept over, and the power of the gods was sucked in and turned into rolling spirits. Divine Essence Liquid is an extremely important war reserve. Not only can it be used to refine divine pills, but it can also be used to directly improve the realm of the people. Leave the green hills here, don't be afraid that there will be no firewood to burn, there is only one retreat today. Although the Emperor Muyuan is ready to die in battle, he also knows that there is no chance of a comeback in today's crisis. He cannot lose all the fighting power of the Muyuan dynasty here. Even if he pays an immeasurable price, he must retain some of his strength. On the other side of the imperial city, he had ordered the prince to supervise the country, and he believed that if he knew the information here, he would respond according to the instructions he left behind. Can't run. Xuanhuan was once again sealed forever, and the void turned into a domain. He walked step by step, and each step seemed to be slow, but each step accumulated incomparable power, and the thunderous voice rumbled, making the hearts of the powerful people of the Muyuan dynasty almost collapse. Burn yourself and sacrifice everything. The Emperor Muyuan made a desperate voice and set himself on fire, hoping to break the eternal seal of Xuanhuan, but the seal at this moment is no longer something he can break with his current strength. With a punch from Xuanhuan, the shattering of the myth will end the tyrannical existence of Emperor Muyuan. What? With this punch, the Emperor Mo Yuan was beaten into a patty and jumped up. His primordial spirit made a final voice, "Ah! Don't take revenge for me, run as far as possible. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. I didn't expect the destruction of the country to be right in front of me, ha 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 ha." His voice was one of despair. By the next moment, he couldn't make any sound. The oven of heaven and earth came down, and it seemed that the bell of death sounded, completely shrouding the Emperor Muyuan in it. The Emperor Muyuan is dead. All the powerhouses of the Muyuan dynasty grieve. Retreat. The remaining gods all know that they have been defeated. Now they can only preserve their strength and reconcile with the prince. There is no chance of a comeback in the future. None can escape. Xuanhuan made an extremely indifferent voice. Divine Essence Liquid is an extremely important strategic reserve for the beheading of the gods and powerhouses. Laws can also be used to refine Imperial artifacts or to cultivate strong people. Great Thunderbolt Technique, the Gate of Heavenly Thunder. Xuanhuan came to the front of Gu Feng Tianshan. I fought with you. God Gu Feng roared in despair, his entire body was burning, and he rushed forward, violently waving his fists, to kill Xuanhuan. But his realm is only the 4th level of the gods, and he is not an emperor-level existence. Xuanhuan was extremely indifferent, and the Gate of Heavenly Thunder shrank and changed to several feet. He held it in his hand, and in an instant, he slammed into the past, and the peerless ultimate move came, and Gu Feng Tianshan was also bombarded in an instant. Don't even think about running away. The commander of the God of War army joined the battle group, and together with Ning Shochen, besieged and killed the remaining 4 gods of the Muyuan dynasty. Run away, one is one. The last 4 gods were terrified and scattered all around. If the Emperor Muyuan hadn't died, they still had the courage to go all out, but now they have completely lost it. But Ning Shochen attacked very quickly. He spotted the weakest celestial god, grabbed him with a palm, grabbed his head directly, squeezed it tightly, and it was immediately crushed. The last 3 gods struggled with all their might, but at this moment, Xuanhuan, Ning Shochen, the commander of the God of War army, and the special biological combat power were no longer contained, and they were also beheaded. All the gods of the Muyuan dynasty were beheaded in this battle. Their gods were all collected by Xuanhuan into the heaven and earth oven. So many gods don't talk about their imperial artifacts, that is, they can extract and refine a large amount of divine essence liquid with their divine bodies. This time, Xuanhuan can be less stretched, and he can distribute a large amount of divine essence liquid to the whole territory of Dao, which solves the problem to a great extent. Those who fought bravely to kill the enemy, I have a great reward. Xuanhuan's voice was delivered in a mighty voice. Chase and kill Mo Yuan's defeated army. At this moment, the Muyuan army, which was still fighting with Dao, has now collapsed, and all the god-level existences have been beheaded. This terrible reality is placed in front of the army, so that they can no longer raise any resistance. The army is chasing. The first to kill is the opponent's false god, the high-end combat power above the true god. Ning Shochen is also taking action. The existence of the gods was swept away. None of these true gods could run away. I don't know how many were killed. Xuanhuan only knew that an extremely large amount of divine essence had been refined in his heaven and earth oven. Divine essence liquid, crystal clear and dazzling, incomparably dazzling. The chase lasted for several days, and the Moyuan army was directly destroyed. I don't know how much. Your Majesty, the army that chased and killed Mo Yuan has returned. Please ask your Majesty to instruct you next step. Lu Qianfu reported the battle situation. In the Battle of Demon Xinyuan, all the soldiers fought bravely to kill the enemy, and they are the warriors of the dynasty. With a wave of Chu Yuan's hand, the aura of the divine essence liquid mixed with the divine veins turned into a rain of spiritual energy, and it fell on everyone's body. When the imperial capital of Moyuan is invaded, all the soldiers can't wait. Fang Lei's armor was dyed red after killing him. He half knelt in front of Chu Yuan, strongly asking for battle. The soldiers quickly cleaned up the battlefield on the side of Moshenyuan, and then let people quickly record their military exploits. The seriously injured were transported back to Dao by Kongmi Daokuan for cultivation. They are all Dao warriors and the most loyal soldiers. Chu Yuan said, "Tomorrow, we will attack the imperial city of Moyuan and enter it in an all-round way. Once the imperial city is destroyed, Moyuan will destroy the country." The imperial city is the last hard bone of the Moyuan dynasty, but this hard bone is already in the bag in front of Dawu. #C423 Starship. In the Battle of Demon Xinyuan, all the sects were alarmed. The Emperor Moyuan led almost 80% of the gods in a country, and hoarded soldiers in Moshenyuan, but in the end, he was beheaded, and even all the gods were beheaded. The destruction of the Moyuan dynasty is a foregone conclusion, and there will be no chance of a comeback. Rainbow Sect is also trembling. Dao continued to send troops, and all the cities along the way opened their doors to surrender, and no one dared to stop Dao Xuanbing from entering the Moyuan dynasty. Inside the Moyuan imperial city. Horrified, heartbroken. Although the Emperor Moyuan also left 20% of the defensive power to the imperial city, these powers are obviously not enough. Inside the Moyuan hall. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a prince's robe appeared. He was actually a god-level existence, but he was only a first class. He is the prince of the Moyuan dynasty, who is in charge of supervising the country. His Royal Highness, according to His Majesty's decree, if His Majesty dies in battle, the Crown Prince will immediately be enthroned as Emperor. From now on, you will be Emperor Moyuan. In the hall, at this moment, a large number of true gods are kneeling before the newly appointed Mo Yuan Emperor under the leadership of the two gods. Being enthroned? What else are you going to be enthroned? The prince leaned on the throne and said with a numb expression, "The father has fallen, the gods have died in battle, the army of Dao can drive straight in just a few days, and the destruction of the country with our strength is just in front of us. Is it possible to let this palace take the throne for a few days? The king of the subjugated country? He used to want Emperor Mo Yuan to abdicate and be the supreme emperor, and he would be the emperor. But now, he misses his father very much, and hopes that someone can support the sky that is about to collapse for him. With his wrists, he was simply unable to support the overall situation. It is the will of the first emperor to ascend to the throne. There is a god who said, the emperor can't hold on, but we can move the capital, the farther away from the great martial arts, the better, the gods won't die, and there will be a chance to make a comeback. I'm afraid that once the capital is moved, we will have no children. The prince shook his head. Let's announce, the Moyuan kingdom will be destroyed, and all the people will find their own way to survive. The situation cannot be reversed by this palace. Forcibly ascending the throne is just a joke. The people can surrender to Dao, but what should we do? Yu Tian said, His Royal Highness, is there any way out? Although the kingdom of Moyuan is destroyed, this palace is not dead yet. This palace will not follow the strategy left by the father and emperor. This is a plan of death. This palace will take the royal family to the Forbidden Land in the east. If you are willing to follow this palace, you can go with this palace to the forbidden area of Dongchu. A look of hatred flashed in the prince's eyes. Dongchu, Forbidden Land. All the ministers trembled in their hearts. I would like to go to Dongchu, Forbidden Land with His Royal Highness. Then go back and prepare, this palace only gives you 1 hour. The Dao Corps hurried on their way and finally arrived at the Moyuan imperial capital after half a month. The imperial capital was extremely calm at the moment, and there were no soldiers stationed on the city walls. Yu Liang greets His Majesty Dao, and may His Majesty always be safe. There was only one old man standing alone in the wide-open city gate. His cultivation was not very high, but he was only in the realm of true gods. He knelt down in the direction of the army. Who are you? Xuanhuan looked down at the old man from a high altitude. Old man Yu Liang, the city lord of Moyuan City, was appointed 10 days ago. When I learned that His Majesty's heavenly army was coming, I came here to welcome His Majesty into the city. Yu Liang felt bitter in his heart. He, the city lord, was simply pushed out to forcibly die. Your Majesty, it seems that Moyuan City has become an empty city, and the prince and the royal family in the city have all run out. Lu Qianfu said. This general is right, His Royal Highness has already escaped from Moyuan City with all the ministers. I am here to beg your Majesty, don't start killing people when you enter the city. Yu Liang knelt down and said, with a book on the tray in his hand. Those who resist are killed without mercy. Xuanhuan only said 6 words. That is to say, if there is no resistance in the Moyuan Imperial City, the Dao Legion will not start killing. This time, Moyuan is almost occupied. What the court has to do is to collect resources, swallow the Moyuan, and digest it into its own territory. At this time, De Wuxing's army marched to the Imperial City in a mighty manner. In the palace hall, the throne of Emperor Mo Yuan has been changed to another owner. Your Majesty, after checking, almost all of the Moyuan clan have fled the Imperial City with Prince Moyuan, and it is rumored that they went to the forbidden area of Dongchu. Lu Qianfu described the situation. Don't worry about the matter of Prince Moyuan. What the imperial court has to do now is to send a large number of strong men to maintain the stability of the whole territory of Moyuan, strangling the forces that are still fighting back in the whole territory, and applying both kindness and power. On the one hand, the welfare of Dao is spread throughout the territory. Recruit the strong, and on the other hand, I will send people to kill the resistance forces. Xuanhuan is in charge. Ning Shouchen will take over the positions of the Sea Demon and the Demon Abyss Realm Lord. Yes, Your Majesty. Ning Shouchen also began to fear Xuanhuan at this time. Even though Mo Yuan has destroyed the country, we can't be careless. Today the world is turbulent. Not to mention the battle between the 2 great Xianwu Chongqing emperors and the Holy Heaven Empire, it's just close, the Rainbow Sect and the Primordial Spirit Realm are in front of him. Big trouble. Xuanhuan ordered the matter and leaned on the throne with a smile on his face. Because, the system prompt tone has come. Ding. It has been detected that the prestige of the host's national power is sufficient to be promoted to the 7-star dynasty. Do you choose to be promoted to the 7-star dynasty? Option 1. Promote the 7-star dynasty and get 1,000 fate points. Option 2. Don't be promoted to the 7-star dynasty for the time being, and get 1,000 fate points. Mo Yuan destroyed the country, and Xuanhuan also popped up a prompt to promote the 7-star dynasty at this time. Promoted to the 7-star dynasty. Ding. The host makes a choice and gets 1,000 fate points. The national strength has been promoted to 7 stars, and obtains 70,000 fate points, supernatural power fruit x8, Imperial Artifact Advanced Card X1, Tiantian Dan X2, Random Lottery Chance X1, Ancient Battlefield Altar X1, Xiantian Puppet Summoning Progress 10%. Ding! The host completed the main quest, was promoted to the 7-star dynasty, obtained 150,000 fate points, the blueprint for the 4th level star warship, the 4th level protection of the country, the Imperial Artifact Advanced Card X1, the Supernatural Power Fruit X16, the God Puppet Summoning Card X1, Tiantian Dan X2, Random Lottery Chance X1, Random 3000 Dao Supernatural Powers X1, Yinliadangshan Treasure Map 5x1, Xiantian Puppet Creation Progress 10%. Incredibly generous rewards. This time the main story was completed, and Xuanhuan received extremely rich rewards. Starship Battleship Level 4 Blueprint, Ironclad Flying Boat Level 4 Evolution version, which can navigate the outer starry sky. Sailing the outer space. Xuanhuan's eyes narrowed suddenly. Although the sky battleship is not very powerful, at most it can only shuttle in the wind layer, which is barely in the chaos layer, and it is impossible to break the crystal layer. But this star warship can sail into the universe. You must know that there are many resource-rich planets in the universe. These planets require a powerhouse above the true God to enter the void of the universe in order to obtain them. Now, as long as you build a starship battleship, you can enter the universe. He saw virtual images. The starship battleship is no longer the kind of silver-white battleship, it is a dark silver-like deep color, but it looks a bit ferocious, like fangs, and it is equipped with a terrifying naval gun. Especially, Xuanhuan also saw that, at the head of the battleship, it seemed that it could be separated to both sides. There was a gun barrel that was hundreds of times thicker than that of the Heavenly Tribulation cannon. It was a high-tech cannon with a sublimation of mechanical power. Although it didn't shoot, Xuanhuan could feel the terror in this cannon. Although star warships are powerful, the materials required are also very precious. It is more difficult to build one than 100 sky warships, and some materials are stored in the treasury very little. Starship battleships must be built. In the future, battleships can be sent to leave the eternal world and go outside the territory to find materials. Xuanhuan said. Ding. The current branch line has been released, and 100 star warships will be built. Remember the mobile version URL. High-speed text handwriting chapter list. Hashtag C424 Ancient Battlefield Altar. The rewards looked the same. Yinliadangshan Treasure Map. Collect 5 treasure maps to find and open Yinliadangshan. Xuanhuan immediately saw that in his system space, 5 treasure maps had been pieced together, and the sounds of thunder and light mixed with sounds had evolved into an extremely realistic virtual picture. It is a chaotic world, with all kinds of strange colors scattered everywhere. The treasure trove of this thunder hole is in the chaos. Xuanhuan's face moved slightly. However, although he knew the location of the treasure, he was not ready to look for it now. Now that the national strength has just been promoted to 7 stars, he needs to deal with too many big things. The Holy Golem summoning card can summon a special Holy Golem. Use it now. With a flash of light, a strong storm came, and in front of Xuanhuan appeared a sacred puppet, with a perfect body, tall and burly, and looked like a real person. His power radiated out, and it was a god-level existence. The attack power of the sacred puppet is comparable to that of the gods. It is made of special materials, and can resist the magic power of the mysterious gods. After reading the introduction to this sacred puppet, Xuanhuan remembered a giant puppet that he had summoned before, which was also strong in defense and weak in attack. The defense of this sacred puppet can actually take over the mana of the mysterious powerhouse. Although the attack power is not very good, it is comparable to the 5th layer of the gods. Moreover, this puppet is used to guard and can follow important people in the dynasty to avoid being assassinated by others. However, Chu Yuan could still see that although the attributes of the sacred puppet surpassed those of special creatures in all respects, it was a dead thing, and its shape was fixed, and it was impossible to make a breakthrough, but special creatures could continue to be cultivated. Both have their advantages. Taking the 10-level Tianshan pill for true God can immediately break through to the realm of the gods. Another kind of heaven-defying medicinal pill, Chu Yuan, completed the task continuously and obtained as many as 4. This time, I killed a lot of gods, obtained too many gods' laws, and refined them in the oven of heaven and earth. These 4 gods can be distributed to Lingfei. Luo Fei, Lu Qianfu, and O Yangming enhanced the strength of our great martial arts. Chu Yuan has already figured out how to distribute it. The 4th level of the Great National Defense Array covers an area of 100,000 miles and consumes a lot of god stones, which can compete with the attack of the mysterious god level. Another heavenly treasure. To defend against the magical power of the mysterious god, it can be placed in the Imperial city, which is equivalent to adding a big cover. Turn on the random selection of 3,000 avenues of magic. Chu Yuan started the lottery first. Ding. The host obtained the great yin-yang technique of the 3,000 Dao divine ability through random lottery. Great on Myoji. Immediately, he realized the great yin-yang technique. His eyes turned into yin and yang, one bright and one dark. The traces of the sun and the moon were spinning, and the yin and yang of the great Dao were in balance. There are still 16 magical power fruits, and Chu Yuan directly used 15 magical power fruits to upgrade to the 5th level. Ding. The host won the title Yin-Yang God Emperor. The Emperor of Yin and Yang controls the power of Yin and Yang, transforms the 2 ceremonies, 4 images, 8 trigrams and 9 palaces, and comprehends the Yin and Yang domain of supernatural powers. The realm of Yin and Yang. The world of black and white shrouded out, Chu Yuan is the God Emperor of Yin and Yang, and he drew a picture of Yin and Yang Taiji. There are also 2 Imperial artifact advancement cards. Needless to say, not only can all the attributes be strengthened after the advanced stage, but also the strength of the commander of the prison, suppressing army can be improved to the realm of gods. There is another one, which Chu Yuan gave to the ghost lamp. After the soul lamp has advanced to the Imperial artifact, even the soul of the mysterious god can be restrained, and what makes his expression change is that there is a new artifact skill, which is the nether hell. Turned into a ghostly hell. What is this ancient battlefield altar? At this moment, Chu Yuan looked at an altar-like thing in the system space, cast with a mysterious stone. The ancient battlefield altar uses divine stones to activate the ancient battlefield, which can simulate various battlefield terrains and real illusions for training the army. There are several modes, one is the normal training mode, and the other is the punishment battlefield mode. Chu Yuan opened the ancient battlefield altar and sent the divine stone in. Attention, the more people who enter the illusion, the more enemies are simulated, and the more divine stones are consumed. There is no punishment in the normal training mode. After the punishment battlefield mode is turned on, the injury and death will be realistic, and the pain is 100% bearable. Damage to the soul, the will may collapse. System reminder. Interesting, punishment battlefield mode. Chu Yuan started the battlefield mode. In front of him, the picture of the selection appeared again. There are random selections and self-selected images. The Great Wilderness Battlefield. The scene in front of him suddenly changed. At this moment, in the eyes of Chu Yuan, he actually came to an ancient and prehistoric battlefield. There are traces of the sky and the earth cracking everywhere, and there are ancient alien beasts galloping in the sky and the earth. All of this is no different from the floods recorded in mythology. He is even free to walk on the battlefield and explore this world. But Chu Yuan knew that he wasn't actually in the prehistoric battlefield at all. It was his own thoughts that entered the simulated scene in the fantasy realm of the ancient battlefield. There are many maps in the ancient battlefield altar. Users can freely edit and define their own. The prehistoric battlefield where the user is located is a replica of the prehistoric period. All they see are illusions, even if they encounter heaven and earth. Bow is also false. System reminder. Users can freely choose the battle mode. League battle, individual battle. Individual battle. Xuanhuan chose a personal battle and picked a strong person in the gods. The powerhouse in the god realm was tall and burly, like a creature from the flood and famine era, launching a maddening attack on Xuanhuan. Although the gods are at the first level, their combat power is comparable to the second level, and his power law is actually no different from the real gods. This ancient battlefield altar is amazing. Xuanhuan smashed the opponent with one hand and exclaimed. He withdrew from the prehistoric battlefield, but found out that he had consumed tens of thousands of Imperial gems in just such a short period of time. Although the ancient battlefield altar consumes a lot of money, it can be used to train the army, select various battlefields, and experience battles like the real situation. Using the punishment battlefield mode can even eliminate a group of mentally weak people. Better than losing your life on a real battlefield. Xuanhuan knew deeply. The ancient battlefield altar is of great help to the army. It can simulate various battlefield environments and opponents of various levels. Consuming some god stones is nothing, as long as the combat power is strong. As long as you train an army that sweeps everything, you won't get anything. It's time to refresh the system mall and help Ningxochen restore his realm. Xuanhuan looked at his fate point. There were 223,050 points. The sound of ding 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 continued to sound, and Xuanhuan refreshed a total of 20 times before he refreshed and saw the healing potion from the system mall. The celestial level healing potion can cure all injuries in the celestial realm. It is invalid when used beyond the celestial deity, and it takes 15,000 fate points to exchange. Ningxochen can restore his realm. Xuanhuan exchanged the god-level healing potion, smiled, and sent out a sound transmission. Come and see me quickly. #C425 Tianshenden. Exchange the triple realm with 150,000 fate points. Before Ningxochen came, Xuanhuan used his fate point to raise his realm to the 7th level of the true god. At this time, his fate point was only 48050. I have seen your majesty. Soon, Ningxochen came. He suddenly looked at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan conveyed an aura that even he felt repressed. Just sitting there would make his heart collapse. It would be less troublesome to pinch him to death than to pinch an ant. His strength is stronger again. Ningxochen said in awe, I don't know what important matter your majesty called me to come to. In the past 2 days, I have been cooperating with the Dog Court to deal with the aftermath in Muyuan City. Ningxochen, this time I asked you to come here, not for these things. Xuanhuan took out something. I promised that as long as the Muyuan dynasty was destroyed and the dynasty reached 7 stars, I would restore you to your peak strength. I now redeem this promise for you. Peak strength. Could it be this thing? Ningxochen stared at the emerald-colored potion in Xuanhuan's hand, suppressing the greed in his heart. Take it, and your wounds will heal in no time. Xuanhuan gave it to Ningxochen. There really is such a heaven-defying thing. Ningxochen was not afraid that the potion was poisonous, so after taking it, he drank it directly. The light of recovery lingered, and Ningxochen was shocked to find that his breath was rising at an instant speed, and without even blinking an eye, he recovered to the power of the 10th layer of the gods. 10 gods. It's his pinnacle. The power of the 10th layer of the gods, I really have to recover. Ningxochen was horrified. It's not that he was shocked by the recovery of his realm, but he was shocked by the potion in Xuanhuan's hands. What the hell is this? He ate so many Imperial pills before he recovered to the god realm. He thought it would take a long time, but he didn't expect it, so he drank a tube of potion and recovered completely. I can also condense the laws of the profound God realm. Ning Shouchen's breath continued to rise. He had experienced a life-and-death battle with sky-splitting God, and he thought that he would not be able to recover to the peak, but the storms he has experienced now have transformed his mind, and he actually condensed the law of the profound God in front of Xuanhuan. These mysterious God laws are intertwined one by one, and they must be transformed into Tianzhu, exuding mysterious power. Yes, the law of the profound God, you have already comprehended the realm of the profound God, and it is very likely that you will break through the profound God. Xuanhuan praised and said in his heart, there are 4 heavenly God pills, and the dynasty can have 4 more heavenly God realms. But what makes Xuanhuan a little confused is that the main quest has not been released yet. It seems to have noticed the fluctuation of Xuanhuan's thoughts, and the system prompts, the current main line has not been triggered, and it is being released. Please wait patiently. So it is. Xuanhuan said in his heart. At this time, although Ning Shouchen had condensed the laws of the mysterious gods and was half a powerhouse of the mysterious gods, standing in front of Xuanhuan, he was extremely respectful. He deeply knew how unfathomable and unpredictable this His Majesty was, especially when he took out the potion. It let him know that only by being honest and obedient could he get more rewards and rewards. Are you sure you can break through the profound God? Xuanhuan asked. I'm sure, I've already realized the realm of the profound God. If there are enough pills and opportunities, it is possible to become the profound God. Ning Shouchen affirmed. I have no shortage of medicinal pills, cultivate well, and be loyal to Dao. If Dao is strong, you will be strong. If Dao perishes, you will perish. Xuanhuan said. I know all this. Ning Shouchen clenched his fists tightly, knowing that he and Dao were firmly bound together. After he withdrew, Xuanhuan summoned officials from the 6th Division. The Muyuan dynasty was destroyed, but the matter was not finished. Now the dynasty has reached Qixing. Below 7 stars and 6 stars is a completely different watershed. The 7-star dynasty is strong enough to support in the eternal great world. When you are promoted to 7 stars, you will hold an imperial banquet to announce the world. It is not known how many times more grand than the banquet of the gods. Xuanhuan is going to hold the 7-star imperial banquet this time, and at the same time officially open the holy land of item refining, recruiting item refining masters from all over the world, and a steady stream of talents come to him. Holding a royal banquet is actually to better unite people's hearts. 7 stars go to the country, wherever you go, you will be honored. This time was chosen to be held on January 1st, the 40th year of Dao, and there are still several months to prepare. The entire Dao is busy. With 4 heavenly god pills in his hand, Xuanhuan naturally wanted to convert them all into strength. Breaking down the laws of the 2 gods, Xuanhuan quickly raised Zhao Linger, Luo Yueying, Lu Qianfu and O Yangming to the 10th level of true gods in just a few months with a large amount of imperial elixir and divine essence liquid. This is very extravagant. The law of 2 gods is used to quickly rise to the 10th level of the true god, not to mention the terrifying amount of consumption of the imperial pills. But for Xuanhuan, this is not a luxury, but a must. Time, Dawu can't waste it. At this time, Xuanhuan had returned to the Dao imperial city, and the army in Muyuan city was sweeping its tail, leaving the sacred puppet to sit in the town. King Zhongyong, Ouyang Ming, has come to my study. Xuanhuan issued an edict. Yao Linger and Luo Yueying took the heavenly god pill in their respective bedrooms. Lu Qianfu and Ouyang Ming went to Xuanhuan's imperial study to break through. Naturally, they would not frown at the heavenly god pill that Xuanhuan gave them, but swallowed it directly. Boom! The 4 of them were almost at the same time, and their powers had blossomed. The Heavenly God Pill was a heaven-defying elixir that only the system had. Immediately, four mighty heavenly god fluctuations were heard in the Dao Imperial city. The four celestial realms turned into four beams of light rising into the sky. The vision of the gods is extremely strong, and it is the mansion of the gods of the sky. For visions of the gods, could it be that four of them have broken through to the gods at the same time? Ning Shouchen's face was horrified. He knows that there is no one in the powerhouse of Dao who can break through the gods in a short period of time, but now there are four strands. He was an experienced person, and when he saw these four visions, he knew that the breakthrough of the gods was almost certain. Thinking of the potion he drank before, Xuanhuan was almost numb to the means by which he could make people break through the gods. Maybe one day, he would be able to directly break through to the mysterious realm. The light of the four visions is very strong, and it is almost transmitted to the entire martial realm. Countless people have seen it, and they all know that there will be four more god-level existences in Dao. Your Majesty, bless Dao, and add four more gods. When the people saw such a vision, their hearts were excited. For them, the stronger the Great Wu, the more they will live and work in peace and contentment. The gods represent the strongest combat power of a country, and no one will be too much. When they saw the birth of a god, the powerhouses were also excited. They also knew that Dao had the means to break through to the gods. This is why Xuanhuan let the four of them break through the gods at the same time. #C426 The Imperial decree can't come, the army goes to invite. The birth of the four gods is indeed a great blessing for the dynasty, and it is worthy of a large banquet to celebrate. Your Majesty. Feeling that they had broken through to the realm of the gods, Lu Qianfu and Ouyang knelt down with ecstasy on their faces. God, this is the realm that many people want to achieve. For example, under the gods are all mortals, and the gods are the gods in the sky, and the levels of life are no longer on the same level. Ouyang sighed. His father was buried in the chaotic sky in order to break through a mere true god, but he has already broken through to the realm of the gods. Xuanhuan now has no shortage of one or two ordinary gods. The breakthrough of Lu Qianfu's realm is to command the Dao army. And when Ouyang arrives at the gods, he can refine the imperial artifact. Get up. Xuanhuan said, King Zhongyong, this time I will show you something. When he arrived at the school grounds, Ning Shouchen and Shinjun were already waiting. Turn on punishment battlefield mode, the Great Wilderness map. In the ancient battlefield altar, there are so many maps. Xuanhuan likes the flood map. The divine army followed Xuanhuan into the prehistoric map. Where is this? Ning Shouchen looked around. This is actually an ancient world like a flood. No, this is not a real flood. It should be an illusion constructed by some means, making it difficult for people to distinguish the truth. It's a real fantasy. It's like I've come to the real flood. Those are all materials that were only available during the flood. Unfortunately, they're all fake. Ouyang was also shocked. Prehistoric, only seen in ancient books, is a very distant era from the present and ancient times, but now it has really appeared in front of us. Kill, kill, kill. Suddenly, 100,000 armies appeared on the map of the Great Desolation, and all of them had a cultivation level comparable to the gods, especially in the front, there were several god-level powerhouses. The Great Desolate Powerhouse. It feels so real, and the aura he exudes actually looks like a real person. Ning Shouchen sighed. This is the battlefield mode of punishment. The army of gods defeated them, King Loyalty, Ouyang you two just broke through the gods, go to practice your hands, and adapt to the power of the gods. Xuanhuan said. Yes. The army of gods attacked and fought with the prehistoric army. Lu Qianfu and Ouyang also shot. The sky is falling apart, the law is permeating, and everything is extremely real, as if it is in a real battlefield, but behind it is the rapid consumption of the divine stone. This battle is fierce. Xuanhuan chose the difficult option for them. All of these prehistoric legions were the most elite, and even the divine army tried their best to face it reluctantly and could not gain the upper hand. After the flood map was over, Xuanhuan chose several maps for them again, and then stopped. "How do you feel?" Xuanhuan asked. "It's very real. It's like I'm fighting with a real god. My soul is still in pain at the moment. Although I don't know what treasure this is, I know that I can choose any opponent and any map in the battle, and there will be no death." Ouyang Ming said. "It's not just that." Lu Qianfu added, "Some people with fragile minds can't adapt to such a battlefield at all. This is no different from a real life and death fight. With this divine artifact, a group of unsuitable soldiers can be eliminated. The analysis is very good." Xuanhuan nodded. "King Zhongyong, this is the ancient battlefield altar. I will set it up in the Imperial city, and you will be responsible for it in the future to lead the soldiers to open various map experiences. This kind of fetish will be extremely terrifying to use in the army." Lu Qianfu was more excited to see the ancient battlefield altar than he broke through the gods, and said with great joy, "Although it can't be compared with the real battlefield, but with this thing, the minister can hone the cooperation between each legion and the combat power. It can be greatly increased in a short period of time. Your Majesty, there is one more thing, the minister has prepared it, and the holy land of item refining will be truly opened soon." Ouyang Ming said. "Well, this time, the dynasty has added 4 gods, and the national power has been raised to 7 stars. I am holding an imperial banquet. One is to congratulate the emperor on the promotion, and the other is to congratulate the 4 gods. The holy place of refining will choose to open at this time, and it will be a big deal. To the maximum," Xuanhuan said. "With Dao's current strength, few 7-star dynasties can compare with them. Your Majesty, besides issuing orders this time, who else do we need to invite?" "Where is the Rainbow Sect?" Lu Qianfu said. "The Rainbow Sect issued an imperial decree to invite them, but if the imperial decree could not come, the army went to invite them." Xuanhuan said lightly. If he wanted to destroy the Rainbow Sect now, it would be as easy as the palm of his hand. Without him taking action, Ning Shouchen would be able to suppress the audience. However, the Rainbow Sect is different from the Moyuan dynasty. This time, instead of destroying the sect, he wants to directly annex the 7-star sect and turn it into the battle power of his great martial arts. This imperial banquet, I don't know how many forces are watching us." Lu Qianfu said, "There is the Qingmu Chongqing Empire, behind the Yuan Lingzong. I am afraid it will not be calm this time. Yuan Lingzong is indeed a trouble, but this trouble must always be solved. With Dao as the center, these worlds must be connected. Since they have killed their gods, there is no need to be polite to them. Without dealing with Yuan Lingzong, Xuanhuan's side quests would not be able to be completed, and they had to be solved. He can annex the Rainbow Sect, but Yuan Lingzong can't swallow it. In this area, the Emperor Qingmu Chongqing dynasty will definitely send strong people to suppress it. You are going to hold this imperial banquet, and I will walk around in the Yuan Lingzong. I have left behind a national protection formation in the Imperial city, and the mysterious gods can't break through it." Xuanhuan knew that now was the best time to deal with Yuan Lingzong, so he made a surprise and said lightly, "Ning Shouchen, this time you are guarding in the Imperial city, beware of some troubles that may arise. The defense here is left to you. I already, even if I meet a mysterious god, I dare to fight." At this moment, Ning Shouchen was full of unparalleled confidence. His strength recovered and surged again. He could not wait to find a strong man to fight in order to release the backlogged qi in his heart. Okay, the Imperial banquet is just a few months away, and Yuan Lingzong will also go for a walk. Before he finished speaking, the whole person had disappeared in the Dao Imperial city, and the thoughts of the gods could not catch up with him, and almost instantly broke away from everyone's perception. The speed of this kind of big void shift is so fast, I'm far inferior to your majesty. Lu Qianfu said, His Majesty's strength is beyond what I can imagine. Humph, let alone you, even I may not be able to catch up with His Majesty. I have lived for so long, and this is the first time I have seen His Majesty's mysterious and unpredictable people, and the means that His Majesty has come up with, I have never heard of, never seen before. Ning Xiuqian even suspected that Chu Yuan was a great master who came to the eternal world to reincarnate and rebuild. Yuan Lingzong is finished this time. Lu Qianfu said. Everyone, there are still a few months before the royal banquet will be held. This time we have to prepare the royal banquet well and welcome all countries. #C427 Looking down on Yuan Lingzong. Yuan Lingzong, this is the second time that Chu Yuan has come. The first time I came, I was in the capacity of participating in the Feast of the Gods. But this time, he came to destroy this heavenly god sect. He had a completely different mentality at the moment, looking down on this sect. In the Yuanling sect, the sect was completely closed at this moment, and there was not even a single disciple who was walking outside. Before Chu Yuan killed Yuanhai Tianshan and Li Xiantian, they were extremely angry and shouted for revenge for the Tianshan, but because of the war between Dao and Muyuan dynasty, they wanted to sit and watch the two tigers fight and their fishermen profited. But they didn't expect that the Muyuan kingdom was destroyed, and they were even more frightened. How can this Yuan Lingzong not be destroyed? Chu Yuan Mo started the entire Yuan Lingzong, and saw that they had entered the highest state of combat readiness. Rainbow Sect is very close to Yuan Lingzong. His plan is to destroy the most powerful Yuan Lingzong first, and then control Tianhongzong, so that Dao's territory is connected together. He came to Yuan Lingzong, did not hide his traces, but appeared directly outside the mountain gate, and delivered in a mighty voice, I am here, can you still hide from the gods of Yuan Lingzong? Just a sound wave, the entire Yuan Lingzong was shaken wildly, and fell into a fissure. The Emperor Dao is here. How dare he be so daring to come directly to their mountain gate? Do you still want to copy and kill the Emperor Muyuan? Countless sect elders and disciples raised their heads and glared at Chu Yuan, but none of them dared to come up. Although this person stood alone, his whole body exuded an extremely strong light, like the ruler of the gods, and the divine descended. One of his hands was slowly raised, condensing the vortex of the Sea of Thunder. Chu Yuan stepped on the sect gate, making the people of the sect tremble, and there is nothing more domineering and powerful than this. Emperor Dao, what is the important thing to come to my Yuan Lingzong today? If you want to be a guest, this sect welcomes you. An extremely gloomy voice came out from the Yuanling sect, and then a black-haired old man appeared. His breath was even more terrifying than the Emperor Muyuan, and he actually reached the 6th level of the gods. Yuanling is a divine title that can only be called by the suzerain of Yuanling sect. After he appeared, his body was also trembling faintly. His Yuan Lingzong has been inherited since ancient times. During the Qingmu Chongqing Empire, although there was no mysterious god, he was also brilliant and prominent. How could he be trampled on like this? I will not do this, guest. Today, I have only one purpose here, which is to incorporate Yuan Lingzong into the territory of Dao. Chu Yuan spoke about this matter in a very calm, as if it was rightful tone. His voice came out, but it completely made Yuan Lingzong powerhouse angry. If you want my Yuan Lingzong to submit, you are courting death. I really think my sect is the Muyuan dynasty, and you can trample it at will. A 5-layered existence of the gods roared out. His name is Yuanting Tianshan, and he is only the strongest master of Yuanling Tianshan. With a loud shout, a wave of Tianshan's mana burst out and turned into a spiral light wave of strangulation. But Chu Yuan didn't do it. Behind him, a large number of menacing soldiers appeared in an instant. I saw the commander of the God of War army raised his palm and directly confronted the Yuanting Tianshan, and immediately blasted the Yuanting Tianshan out and smashed it into a mountain. The seventh heavenly god. That Yuanting Tianshan said in horror. When did you Dao have the existence of the seventh layer of the gods? You must know that the most powerful Yuanling Zong is the Yuanling sect master, but he is only the sixth level of the gods, which is completely different from the information they have obtained. He looked at the existence of the seventh layer of the gods, and his heart was also chilled. What was the origin of this great martial arts, and how could he show the trump card that made them tremble every time? Break the Yuanling Zong. Chu Yuan raised his hand. The 50,000 war god army and the 50,000 suppression and prison army flew into the sky at the same time. They looked at the mountain gate of Yuanling Zong and attacked together. The great formation of Yuanling, the stars are moving. Yuanling Tianshan took one step forward, and he immediately manipulated the power in the entire Yuanling Zong, as if he turned into a Yuanling giant, and a boundless suppression force swept in to resist the impact from the army of 100,000. But it wasn't as he thought. As soon as the 100,000 army made a move, the commander of the two gods of the seventh level made the move, and immediately shattered the primordial spirit giant. Two gods of the seventh level. Before the great Wu Emperor took action, he had already shown the combat power of the two gods at the seventh level, which made sect master Yuanling unable to understand anyway. Closed! He yelled. Yuanling Zong opened the closed sect formation in an instant. The gate of thunder. Lightning flashed and thundered, the wind whistled, Chu Yuan held the gate of heavenly thunder in his hand, and the endless thunder water poured down, and the entire primordial spirit sect turned into a land of thunderstorms. Every thunderlight had the power to easily kill the gods. Destruction directly. He suppressed it with the pressure of the heavenly thunder gate, clack clack. The entire sect began to collapse. Even if the protecting sect great array is turned on, it is still ineffective. The gate of thunder is too violent, and it is not a mere array at all, and it can resist it. Boom. At this moment, there was a huge and vast aura from Yuanling Zong, like a blue sun, slowly floating out, so in an instant, an unparalleled force actually directly resisted the door from Tianlei. Of oppression. Bikuj TV mobile terminal https:// In that big blue sun, a person came out. This man has a perfect posture, his eyes contain the sun and the moon, and his breath is mellow and flawless. No wonder Yuanling Zong was angry, but he didn't panic at all. It turned out that a strong person had already suppressed it. Emperor Dao, I knew for a long time that you might be an opponent of Yuanling Zong, but what this god didn't expect is that you will be so quick to strike, so unreasonable to play cards. You are very powerful, even the god has a little bit of it. I can't get through to you. Standing there, this god has a stalwart against the storm. With Monsanto, my Yuanling Zong can be safe. All the gods of Yuanling Zong also flew out and stood tightly beside the gods of Monsanto. He Yuanling Zong is not the Muyuan dynasty. After learning about Dao, he urgently sent Monsanto to assist Yuanling Zong in guarding. Although Mengshan Tianshan is the ninth level of the gods, his combat power is extremely powerful. He has fought against the 10th level of the gods, and he can still draw a tie. The realm of the gods, one realm and one layer of heaven, to be able to fight at one level, the combat power is already very terrifying. Emperor Dawuwa wants to destroy my Yuanling Zong, that is impossible. Yuanling Zong was very relieved when he saw Mengshan Tianshan guarding here. Even though this Emperor Wu had the power to shake the world, it was impossible for him to move Yuanling Zong. Recommended reading Bikuj TV https://:/::::// Emperor Wu, if this god is you, you will retreat at this time, instead of trying to destroy Yuanling's zone here. Monsen's calm road really has a taste of motionlessness. Oh? Retreat now, and then wait for you to free up your hands and deal with my great martial arts? I don't like this passive feeling very much. Qu Yuan said lightly. I'm afraid you still don't know that when you arrived at Yuanling's zone, someone was already going to deal with your great martial arts. Monsen suddenly made a big announcement. Of course, now it's too late even if you want to go back. #C428 Heaven and Earth divide yin and yang. Monsanto said lightly. He told Qu Yuan not to remind him, but to make Qu Yuan panic, and a flaw appeared in his heart. Qu Yuan did not move, and their people did not dare to go to the Dao dynasty at will, but when Qu Yuan came here, it gave them the courage to move. There are not many gods left in your Yuanling sect. Qu Yuan had everything under control and asked suddenly. Ha ha ha, to tell you the truth, my Yuanling sect heavenly god is divided into 3 parts. One part went to the forbidden area of immortality, part stayed here to wait for you, and part has already set off for your great Wu dynasty. At the same time, the empire also has the strong masters are gone, and you are waiting for the flames everywhere, and the city is destroyed. Sect Master Yuanling laughed. The support of the Aoki Longevity Empire gave him a lot of confidence. Presumably now, your dynasty has fallen into chaos. Yuanling Sect Master continued. Do you really think this will upset me? Qu Yuan laughed, so much so that Meng Shan and Sect Master Yuanling felt a great danger in their hearts, as if they had made the wrong move. Recommended reading Bikuj TV https://:/:::// Qu Yuan didn't move, they didn't dare to move casually. Bikuj TV mobile terminal https://. But at this time, seeing Qu Yuan's calmness, he felt that he had fallen into a trap. They thought that in the Dao dynasty, only Qu Yuan's fighting power could shock the audience, but they would not have thought that there was a Ning Shouchen who had condensed the law of the profound God in Dao. And the long river of humanity flows across the country, like the sky shrouded in the sky, and can be condensed into the incarnation of the Emperor at any time. This person is weird and can often come up with shocking trump cards. Mengshan Tianqian suddenly felt bad. He suddenly teleported and came to Qu Yuan extremely strangely. A long spear appeared from the nothingness and stabbed Qu Yuan in the head. This spear is blue-gray, like the color of a rock, and it is a stone spear. Qu Yuan glanced at him casually, and when he lifted it, a violent golden light swept in, colliding with the grip of the god of war, bursting out thousands of brilliance. The devastating force spread out, making Monsen's hands tremble and under great pressure. Quickly disperse, this martial emperor's strength is even stronger than when he was in Demon God Abyss. Damn, what means did he use, in a short period of time, so powerful? The Yuanling sect master immediately sent people to disperse, and at the same time, he was alert that the 2 gods of the 7th layer would suddenly make a move. Heavenly Astral Qi. Monsen swept across with a single shot, and a slashing qi slashed across it, spreading out a ray of light, directly beheading Qu Yuan with a sharp gesture, and shouted at the same time, I want to see if you have any. The power of annihilation. Qu Yuan looked indifferently. Not only did his realm rise to the 7th level of the true god. It is even more fortunate for the 7-star dynasty, and the condensed emperor's cloak swayed with the wind, swallowed the mountains and rivers, covered the sun and the moon with big hands, and stepped out of the starry pace. He slammed it out, and the whole world seemed to be spinning because of him. Boom boom boom. The entire primordial spirit sect seemed to be smashed down directly by the stars, and they were all collapsing and disintegrating. Emperor Dao, this god knows that you are powerful, but if you can't destroy a Yuanling zone just by doing this god will make you suffer a cruel price this time. Monsen shouted loudly, his spear was extremely ferocious, and it swept down like a torrential rain. Xuanhuan took a casual look and slashed it with a palm. A huge crack opened in the entire Yuanling sect, and with a more ferocious posture, he broke through his strength in one fell swoop. Seeing Xuanhuan's palm slashing at him, although Monsan was confident, he didn't dare to be careless. This shot messed up the laws of time and space. It seemed to be slow, but it was actually an instant. What can be done in a moment, a thought is 1,000 moments. This is the moment of Monsanto's shot, and the power of the moment is fast. Sect Master Yuanling was determined in his heart. In an instant? Xuanhuan's mind can think countless times in an instant, and said coldly, life and death are boundless, heaven and earth are divided into yin and yang. The air of yin and yang rushed out and turned into a taiji diagram of one yin and one yang. His hands controlled the power of the great yin and yang technique, dividing the sky and the earth into yin and yang, and immediately saw that the gun fell into the realm of yin and yang. This is the great Onmyo technique? How many other 3,000 Dao magical powers do you still have? It's hateful, and it's a power that is not in the data. No matter how much he pierces the gun from Monsan, it will never break the yin and yang realm. His power is tyrannical, but there is an extremely strange power in this yin and yang domain, which makes him fall into the quagmire. Yin-yang thunder. Crackling. Xuanhuan instilled the power of the great thunderbolt technique, and immediately saw the yin and yang thunderbolts attack horizontally and horizontally. Mengsan's body shook violently, and even he felt unbearable when he was hit by this thunder. Monsan immediately changed tactics. He disappeared in front of Xuanhuan at once, but in Xuanhuan's eyes, there were lines of shadows in the void, which were the tricks he left behind. The real body was still moving fast, accumulating a very threatening blow. It's here. Xuanhuan's eyes penetrated the depths of the void, he just raised a finger, and a dark brilliance turned into a knife and slashed out. Boom! Blood seeped in the void, and Mengshan was beheaded by Xuanhuan in a very embarrassed manner. His face was extremely gloomy. Can't I hide it from you? He used all kinds of big moves, but every move had no effect on Xuanhuan, as if this person was the most perfect existence, with no flaws or weaknesses. Glory of the gods! Xuanhuan stepped out, his breath condensed, the power of the gods emerged, and a divine light spread out. He clenched his fist tightly. This move enveloped Monsanto, and he knew immediately that he could never avoid it, and could only resist it with his own strength. He suddenly didn't move like a mountain, and even his skin turned into a rock-like color. This was an extremely powerful defensive magical power, and it was even powerful. Even a blow from the profound god, he could barely resist it. But at this moment, the blow came down. Monsan's skin seeped blood beads, and his mountain was blown away in one fell swoop. Even Monsanto is no match for him, he can only barely compete. Yuanling Tianqian's face changed wildly. Xuanhuan stepped into the void and looked at Mengshan, who was still on the defensive. With his palm upright, a sword energy swept out, turning into a sword light of 10,000 feet, and suddenly fell from the sky and slashed directly at Mengshan. Monsan let out a roar, knowing that at this time, not only could he not withdraw from his immobile state of defense, but he had to endure it with his own defense. With this sword slashed, Mengsan's body was slashed again, and there was a shocking bloodstain on his body. However, because he was in a defensive state, his injury only hurt his flesh and blood, and did not seriously hurt his godly foundation. Don't let him go on like this. The Yuanling sect master also knew that Xuanhuan could not be allowed to be mad, and shouted, "Please come out of the Yuanling mirror." #C429 Extermination. Yuanling mirror. This is the most powerful imperial artifact of Yuanling Zone, and it was refined by the founder of the ancestors. It is rumored that he has been blessed by Emperor Aoki Chongsheng, and has been sacrificed by the power of the emperor. Although it is not an imperial artifact, it has been sacrificed and refined by countless gods and gods. Suddenly, a huge light mirror appeared in the sky, and the streamer turned, containing the power of a world. It is good. Monsanto took this opportunity to find an opportunity to lift the defense. Activate the primordial spirit mirror. With the power of Yuanling Tianshan, it is still difficult for one person to exert the strongest power of Yuanling mirror. Immediately, he saw several celestial gods standing behind this precious mirror at the same time, instilling mana into it continuously. The Yuanling mirror shot out a beam of light, gathering strength, instantly breaking the barriers of time and space, forming the appearance of a god's mansion, and suppressing Chu Yuan. Monsan grips the spear tightly. As long as the Yuanling Jing mirror can hold Chu Yuan for even half an instant, he can find an opportunity to seriously injure him or even kill him. However, Chu Yuan's face didn't change at all. As soon as he lifted the human sovereign sword, the prestige of the supreme humanity was vented, and he fought directly with the Yuanling Jing mirror. Although the Yuanling mirror has been sacrificed and refined by the great emperor, the human emperor sword is a sword of humanistic belief, a treasure without a superior. Even the Tai pill stove is far inferior to the human emperor sword. In an instant, he saw the divine mansion being split open, and the beam was split into two halves. The strong backlash attacked Sect Master Yuanling and the others, making them pale. What kind of sword is the sword in his hand? Why do I feel more terrifying than the divine artifact? Yuanling Tian looked terrified. He didn't know what level of treasure the human sovereign sword was, but it could be seen that it was definitely more terrifying than the Yuanling mirror. What should I do? Do you want to ask the emperor's will sealed in the Yuanling mirror? Yuanling Tianshan was caught in a tangle. This will can be said to be their most powerful trump card. It has not been used for so many thousands of years, but he is reluctant to use it like this. But no, Monsanto couldn't suppress Chu Yuan. As long as you use it up, your will is gone. As long as you make a big contribution, the emperor can reapply it when he returns. If you can capture the sword in his hand, it is a supreme credit. Sect Master Yuanling made up his mind and said respectfully, please show the will of the emperor. Boom! Lightning flashed and thundered, and a godless might permeated from the Yuanling mirror. Then, in a beam of light, a light and shadow appeared, wearing a blue robe, with a blurred face, but let him see, he is the greatest, the emperor. The will of Emperor Aoki Chongqing is sealed. But even a will has extremely terrifying power. The will of the emperor. The strong men of Yuanlingzong bowed respectfully. Bikuj TV debut. This giant of light is just a force. He looked at Chu Yuan, and he burst out with infinite imperial power. He killed him with one strike, as if he had pulled out a cyan imperial sword. The great emperor's blow is enough to shatter mountains and rivers, shatter the law, and seriously injure the great Wu emperor. Yuanlingzong's strong people look forward to it. Glory of the gods. At this moment, Chu Yuan is shrouded in the glory of the gods, and his temperament is not inferior to that of Emperor Qingmu Chongqing. Immediately, when he sees him, he also raises the sword of the emperor, and the majesty of the supreme sweeps over, revealing the world of humanity. This sword represents people. It represents the supreme right. An emperor will appear extremely humble in front of the emperor. The emperor's will was actually suppressed. Cut. Chu Yuan swung his sword, and a bright beam flew out, and the sword light condensed, like a torrent of humanity, slashed down, and shattered the emperor's will with one move. He grabbed it with a big hand and displayed a technique of grabbing, and in an instant, the Yuanling mirror fell into his hands. The artifact inside was struggling frantically, but Chu Yuan just snorted coldly, ignored it, and threw it into the system space to suppress it. The will of the emperor was destroyed. The primordial spirit mirror was taken away. Yuanling Tianshan has no words to express his anger at the moment. An endless light of slaughter flowed in Chu Yuan's eyes, and the void automatically split in front of him. Suddenly, he was in front of a god, and the hand of the god of war grabbed him directly. Let him go. Yuanling Tianshan was horrified. He watched Xuanhuan directly put the deity into the oven, and let out a shrill scream. This scream seems to be entering the 18th layer of hell and being tortured, but the life force of the gods is strong, and he can't die for a while. But Sect Master Yuanling knew that the god of heaven was dead. Emperor Dao, you are bold. When Mengsan saw Yuan, he was about to attack again, holding a long spear and beheading him with one shot. We still have Monsanto, even if they are not his opponents, they can definitely withdraw. Yuanling Tianshan rekindled hope. But in an instant, that Mengshan seemed to be killing Yuan fiercely, but suddenly, he turned back, his body was hidden in the void, and the source of the gods was violently burned, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He ran away. It turned out that Monsan also knew that if the emperor's will was broken and the Yuanlingjing mirror was taken away, it was impossible for him to be Yuan's opponent. He was ordered by the Imperial dynasty this time to assist Yuanlingzong's defense, and there was no need to threaten his life. His life was far more precious than a Yuanlingzong. Monsan, you actually abandoned my Yuanlingzong. Worse yet. Yuanling Tianshan was furious. At such a time, Monsan escaped, which was a fatal blow to Yuanlingzong. Did you run away? But it doesn't matter. Yuan didn't care about Mengshan's escape, but looked at the remaining gods of Yuanlingzong, and said indifferently, it's enough that you are left. Nether hell. The ghost lamp burned out the ghost hell. As soon as Yuan's eyes locked on true god Yuan Ting, he grabbed it with one of his big hands. The heavenly god Yuan Ting was still struggling, but unfortunately it didn't work. Domineering, cruel. The Yuanling gods are trembling. I thought that this time Mengshan Tianshan was invited, and coupled with the emperor's will, this Wudi did not break the power of his Yuanlingzong. But the situation is different from the imagination. Yuan's power is completely incomparable with the information they got in Demon God Abyss. Destroy Yuanlingzong. With an expressionless face and a cold heart, Yuan watched indifferently as the War God Army and the Prison Suppression Army entered at the same time and started a massacre. There is the Qingmu Chongqing Empire, behind Yuanlingzong, which cannot be subdued, and can only be destroyed. He doesn't need Yuanling to take refuge in the gods, he just needs to kill them, extract the law, refine the spirit essence, and strengthen the foundation of the dynasty. Even if I die, I will fight with you. Yuanling Tianshan smiled miserably, knowing that he was powerless to return to the sky, his strength was not as good as Monsan, and he couldn't run away. He immediately burned the flame of the gods, like a burning man, and rushed towards Yuan. Yuan stood on the spot and saw Yuanling Tianshan rushing towards him, and directly cast great magic power, and the great supernatural power killed him. #C430, catching turtles in the urn, waiting for you to throw yourself into the net. All the powerhouses left behind in Yuanlingzong were beheaded, and the only pity was that Monsanto ran away. Yuan looked at Yuanlingzong, who had turned dead, with no change in his face, and took out the Yuanling mirror. Although this mirror is only an imperial artifact, it has been refined by Yuanlingzong for countless thousands of years. He killed the inner artifact with tyrannical power, and was immediately surprised to find that there was actually a huge secret realm in this mirror. It was like a fairyland, with rivers and mountains arranged in it. It can be seen that a large number of divine veins are arranged inside, and there are palaces, all of which are the wealth accumulated by Yuanlingzong for countless thousands of years. In fact, after breaking the Muyuan dynasty, Yuan didn't get too many treasures, and most of them were taken away by Prince Muyuan. And Yuanling Tianshan would not have thought that Yuanlingzong would be destroyed so quickly, so these treasures were also obtained by Yuan. Wu. Kongmi Daokuan let out a longing voice, looking at the Yuanling mirror, his huge body kept turning around Yuan. It's cheaper for you this time, but I want to take the materials inside. Xuanhuan transferred the materials in the secret territory, and threw the Yuanling mirror into Kongmi Daoquan's mouth. Kongmi Daoquan really needs to reach adulthood, and its void talent has a great effect on Xuanhuan. And there is a secret realm hidden in this spirit mirror. If you want to open up a stable and huge secret realm, it is equivalent to a small world. It requires a lot of space origin, which is of great help to Kongmi Daoquan's growth. But that's not enough. I'll help you this time. Xuanhuan directly mobilized the divine body of Yuanling Tianshan from the oven of heaven and earth, and transformed it into rolling power and injected it into its body. You can almost enter adulthood after refining for a period of time. Xuanhuan estimates that he will continue to supply resources to Kongmi Daoquan. Holding the thigh is strong. Without Xuanhuan's help, it would be very difficult to reach maturity. However, this Yuanling zone has not been completely destroyed. They sent the gods to go to our great martial arts, but there is the urn, waiting for them to throw themselves into the net. At this moment, Xuanhuan sensed the situation in the country with the thousands of tributaries that the long river of humanity transformed into. In the Dao Sea Demon realm. This is in the Sea Demon world, and I will start here. When Emperor Wu Wu went to Yuanlingzong, there must be no strong fighting force to guard the country. As long as I destroy it, who can stop this god? This is a god of Yuanlingzong, and he still doesn't know that Yuanlingzong has been broken. He sneaked into the realm of great martial arts, and wanted to destroy it with his own strength. He came to a big city, and wanted to use the power of the gods to directly start a killing ring and slaughter a city. God strong. When he appeared in the sky above the city, the people in the city were inspired by the power of the gods, and each made a sound of fear. The strongest in the city is only a true god, and no one can stop this god. This is why, as long as they reach the gods, many powerful forces at the first level of the gods must treat them with courtesy. If a strong god of gods puts down his face and is determined to destroy them, there will be endless troubles in the future. If he does not kill him completely, the troubles in the future will be endless. Tremble with fear. This god made a sound, and a big hand of the god enveloped the entire city, and with one blow, it could kill millions of people in this city. The power of the gods is already at the strategic level. But just when all the people were in despair, suddenly endless bright rays of light swept in, the sky was turbulent, and the long rainbow was mighty, condensed into a sacred and majestic existence, blocking the front of the gods and powerhouses that day. This shot down onto this existence and collapsed. God strong. You are Emperor Wu. On that day, the god looked at the divine existence, and said in shock, "No, you are not Emperor Wu, but the incarnation of Qi Luck of the great Wu dynasty. One incarnation has such a powerful strength, but you only want to use one incarnation to try to block me. You are too proud of yourself." Seeing that it was just an incarnation, he was no longer afraid. Humph. He let out a cold snort and continued to attack wildly. But what he would never have imagined was that this avatar just stretched out a hand and suppressed his existence as a god. No, I'm not reconciled, I'm not convinced. This god's last roar in his life. Your Majesty is eternal. Seeing that Xuanhuan directly mobilized the power of the national movement, he suppressed a god, and all the people knelt down. In their hearts, they directly recognized Dao and recognized His Majesty Emperor Wu. Your Majesty can protect them. The ordinary power of national fortune naturally cannot kill a god. But what Xuanhuan mobilized was the power of the long river of humanity, which flowed in every part of the dynasty with thousands of tributaries, and it had turned into a sky and shrouded the entire territory of Dao. Cultivating the Human Emperor Sutra did not seem to directly improve Xuanhuan's combat power, but the Human Emperor Sutra was not meant to improve personal combat power, but to gather people's hearts and manpower into the belief of the dynasty and the power of the human race. The long river of humanity runs through Dao, and as long as he is in the Dao realm, ordinary gods can directly kill them. Not only in this place, but in several places, the gods have shot, but they have been suppressed by the long river of humanity. Inside Muyuan City, Dao forcibly destroys the Muyuan dynasty. The most unstable place for people's hearts is here. As long as the gods do it, as long as they enter the city of Muyuan and kill their army, then the whole world of Muyuan will be directly turbulent, and some ambitions people will respond. The one who came to Muyuan City was a god whose strength reached the 5th level of the gods. He sneered, "The Emperor Dao forcibly swallowed the Muyuan dynasty. As long as there is chaos here, he will suffer the bitter consequences and contain the power of his Dao dynasty." He mobilized a mana to form an incomparably huge grinding disc, crushing it and bombarding Muyuan City. He smiled complacently. This time he was going to set the Emperor Wu's backyard on fire. Those who dare to be presumptuous, suppress. But what he didn't expect anyway, a burly figure appeared, and the sacred puppet directly blocked the power of the gods. There are gods guarding him, and he suffered a blow from the gods, but he was unscathed. The god of the gods was shocked and said, "This god's power, I have never seen the Muyuan dynasty before. Damn it, it turns out that the Emperor Dao has already left his deployment, and he can't stay here for a long time. His purpose is to destroy the whole domain of Dao, not to be restrained by fighting here. In a moment, he will leave here." But in the sky above Muyuan City, a long river of humanity swept in and turned into a blocked area, and the sacred puppet also shot at him. Although the attack power of the sacred puppet is only the 5th level of the gods, it can resist even the power of the mysterious gods. Coupled with the help of the country's luck, this goddess is caught in this quagmire, and it is not so easy to get out. Great Wu's national fortune, the national fortune is suppressed. A majestic voice came from the human Dao River, and it also turned into a great existence, and this existence must be suppressed. The boundless power of national destiny locked him inside. Remember the mobile version URL. #C431 Yuan Magnetic Peak. The 5 gods struggled hard. This boundless power of national fortune spread out with the suppression of the divine mansion and turned into a sacred rune, forming a power similar to the seal of eternity. When he fought against the long river of humanity, he was fighting against the national fortune of an entire dynasty of Chu Yuan. If it is only the power of the national destiny, the key is that there is still a sacred puppet bombarding him. The attack power of the holy puppet is far less than his defense power, but the attack power is also at the same level as him, and he is not afraid of his counterattack. Who can tell me what's going on? It doesn't mean that Emperor Wu has left Dao. There is no power in the Dao dynasty that can stop the gods, this national destiny. And what is this thing? No, I don't want to be suppressed here. The 5-layer god of the gods roared wildly, and he was shocked and angry. The divine puppet would not answer him. Immediately, more humane power poured out from the river of humanity, and everyone in Muyuan City saw it, and they also provided a strong belief. They also knew that this goddess came to slaughter them, and they had to rely on Dao to survive. Although this god of 5 counterattacks was violent, his actions unexpectedly turned the hearts of the people in Muyuan City into martial arts. In the end, he was suppressed and killed, and the rolling power was charged. Dao Imperial City. The divine light is bright, and the weather is amazing. The Imperial City is the center of a dynasty, the most important place, the core. Dao Imperial City, you will be turned upside down today. There is no peace. The empire's plan in the Yuanling world cannot be changed because of your dynasty. Within the void, an extraordinary man appeared. His breath was more terrifying than that of Monsanto, and he actually reached the 10th level of the gods. He was looking at the Imperial City coldly. Today, I, Meng He, brought the semi-emperor artifact Xuanhuan to make your Imperial City fall apart. This man came from the forbidden land of longevity. With a wave of his palm, an incomparably huge dark blue mountain exudes endless magnetic force, condensing a lightning storm. The terrifying weight fell, not to mention a city, even a strong god of gods, will be suppressed into meat sauce. Half-Emperor Artifact. The Half-Emperor Artifact is an artifact between the Imperial Artifact and the Emperor Artifact, but its power is at least 10 times stronger. He Fengxiao, who dares to come to the Imperial City to make trouble, do you really think I have no one in Dao? Ning Shouchen was in charge of the overall situation of the Imperial City. He suddenly saw the semi-emperor grade artifact pressed down and appeared above the Imperial City. Oh? I know you, the demon cultivator who appeared in the demon god abyss, Dai. Meng, he manipulated Yuan Magnetic Peak. Yuan Magnetic Peak flashed and thundered, and the power of Yuan Magnetic turned into violent lightning. The most terrifying thing was its weight. This was a sacred mountain that was artificially refined into a divine weapon. You want to kill me too? Ning Shouchen sneered again and again. Of course he could see that this person was a god of the 10th level, but he could kill even the sky-splitting god, which was very difficult for the profound god to kill, and he didn't care about him at all. He stepped forward violently, and the terrifying magic power surged out, and suddenly the mountain actually stayed suspended in midair, unable to fall. You are also the 10th god of heaven. Meng, he was astonished, how did this great martial artist have the 10th level of the gods? Although he was surprised, his counterattack was extremely fast, and there was a burst of imperial power on the magnetic element, and it was the power of the suppressing Ning Shouchen that collapsed again and again. Today will destroy your Dao Imperial City. Meng, he shouted fiercely. It can't be destroyed. A long river of humanity condensed entirely by belief in the national destiny seems to corrode time and space into wormholes, flowing in. In the Imperial City, the national destiny is undoubtedly the most powerful. This long river condensed and turned into a great god's mansion. He opened his huge palm and pressed it against Meng. The power of national fortune. Meng, he shouted, Yuan Sifeng, break it for me. Yuan Sifeng collided with this mansion, but this mansion was originally transformed from the human emperor's long river. I saw that although Yuan Sifeng's power was violent, the mansion had an unimaginable power. Let that Yuan Magnetic Peak have no effect. Supreme Palm Print. The long river of humanity has pushed the power of national fortune to the limit, and the word supreme echoed in Meng's ears. Shindy slammed away with a palm, and Meng, he fought hard to resist, but he still underestimated the power of the national fortune, and the whole person shook with a bang. The Big Madra of Mountains and Rivers. Performing the Big Madra of Mountains and Rivers, this Meng, he is the 10th level of the gods, and it is very close to the existence of the mysterious gods. However, an even more incredible scene happened. The river of humanity seemed to be transformed into a map of mountains and rivers, and Meng, his palm print was counterattacked. Hey, have you forgotten, there is still this seat? The gloomy laughter echoed. Meng, he suddenly felt that something was wrong, and his back was suddenly horrified. He just saw that Ning Shouchen urged a sinister palm to slap him hard behind his back. Puff. This shot made his face suddenly pale, blood spit out, and a demonic energy eroded into his body. Ning Shouchen's strength is stronger than him. After experiencing a hardship, he has already understood the law of Xianshen, that is to fight alone. Meng he is far from his opponent, let alone, there is also the power of a country's national fortune. Help. No, this time I'm in the middle of the game. The national fortune of this great martial artist is so strong, and there is a 10th level god of the gods. He has understood the law of the mysterious god. Damn, how did Yuan Lingzong provide it? Information. Seeing that Dao's national strength is strong, Meng he knew that he could not be sabotaging. Extremely decisive, he turned into a light of lightning and was about to shuttle away. But when you come to the Imperial City, how can it be so easy to leave? He didn't choose well, he insisted on choosing the most powerful imperial city, and he was suppressed. The sacred river of humanity turned into a prison and shrouded it. This huge force was suppressed by the will of a dynasty, and the mansion immediately swallowed Naminghe into it, and boundless power rushed towards him. I can't get out. His face changed horribly. He knew that he was swallowed up by the power of the national fortune, sealed within the national fortune, and his mind was also flustered. Haha, it's really stupid, there is a way to heaven, you don't go, and there is no way to hell, you have to come up. Demonic energy burst out. Ningxochen was bombarding a living target at this moment, releasing his strength to his heart's content. It's not easy to kill me. Yuan Sifeng was guarding by his side, forming the Yuan Ci field, protecting him. Ningxochen's power was beaten, and they were resolved one after another. Damn it. If it is an imperial artifact, it will never protect him, but this is a semi-emperor artifact, and the defense of the mountain is extremely strong. Ningxochen said bitterly. Now the situation has fallen into a deadlock. Although the river of humanity has trapped him and suppressed him, the existence of Yuan Sifeng cannot kill him, so he can only be suppressed inside. You can't kill me. He was fortunate that he brought Yuan Sifeng this time. He believed that the Empire would send someone to rescue him. Block the news, don't allow a little bit of information to be passed, suppress him here, and when I return, I will solve him. Chu Yuan's voice came out from the river of humanity. Yes. Remember the mobile version URL. #C432 Shanshan Cave Mansion. The gods who infiltrated Dao were suppressed. Although the people of Chu Yuan were in the Yuanling world, he knew the affairs of the country through the humanities. He pondered, as for the imperial banquet, there are bound to be many changes on the day it is held, and there will even be mysterious gods. Those beings who have mastered the power of the mysterious, now what I want to do is to enhance the dynasty's power again before that. Strength. Even if he doesn't hold the imperial banquet, the profound god will come. The 7-star dynasty of Dao is different from others. Is the focus of attention. Yinlei Cave Heaven's treasure place. Chu Yuan said. The Yinlei Dongtian treasure map was released a long time ago. Now that the dynasty has reached 7 stars, he has only completed the collection. Chu Yuan is also very looking forward to the treasures hidden in it. Kongmi Dao Kuan, follow me to the sky. Chu Yuan stood on the Kongmi Dao Kuan and went to the chaos days. Confused sky, in a very high heaven and earth. There is chaos here, the laws are distorted, the spiral storm is strangling everywhere, and the ferocity is endless. The true God comes here, and there is a risk of being torn apart alive. Although the environment here is extremely harsh and full of endless dangers, it is also a place of wealth with countless treasures. Chu Yuan came to this chaotic day. As soon as he came, he encountered a violent and extreme law storm. This terrifying force seemed to be motivated by thousands of true gods, and the gods were also scattered. The cloudy sky is the crystal layer. Breaking the crystal layer can lead to the vast and boundless universe. Chu Yuan waved his hand and defeated these storms. Of course he knows that the universe is vast, not only one eternal world, but also many large worlds, where countless epic and epic legends are staged. It is rumored that after the 5 ancient emperors left the eternal world, they went to the depths of the origin of the universe to pursue higher-level secrets. Kongmi Dao Kuan is like a fish in water here. It ate the Yuanling mirror and the body of God, and it is about to reach adulthood. When it came to this chaotic day, the whole body exuded a dark blue light, as if it was looking for something. Woohoo! A storm broke open, Kongmi Dao Kuan slammed into a drill, and Chu Yuan came to a secret realm with strong vitality. The secret realm of the gods. Chu Yuan looked at this secret realm, went to the depths, and saw a god of heaven sitting cross-legged here. He was wearing a Taoist robe, an old man with a black beard. When Xuanhuan stepped over, a voice suddenly came out. Old Master Qingshan Heavenly God, the Heavenly God is 10 level, but the profound God Tao can't break through the hard work until the end of his life, so he has no choice but to sit here, and he will inherit it here. But I'm not reconciled. Why can't I become a profound God? An inheritance left by a god. Xuanhuan said lightly. The breakthrough of the gods is extremely difficult, and the mysterious gods are even more difficult. Even in the Empire, they are also strategic level forces, and each one represents the background. If you can't break through, and you don't want to disappear, many of them will leave their inheritance in the chaotic sky, waiting for those who are destined. Your inheritance is accepted. This seat will not touch your body. It will build a cemetery for you in Dao and find a qualified inheritor for you. You can rest your eyes. Xuanhuan accepted the inheritance of this god. Little Een, you can eat all the divine things left by this god. Kongmi Daokuan eats the origin of space. Xuanhuan said. All the treasures in this secret territory were taken away, and Xuanhuan continued to find the treasure location with the guidance of the treasure map. What surprised him was that the stronger Kongmi Daokuan was, the more he could discover the secret realms hidden in the void. Along the way, he actually discovered 4 or 5 mysterious realms in the sky and gained a lot of resources. Some of these resources are outside the eternal great world and can be used to build battleships that reach the sky. In the future, Kongmi Daokuan can be used to swim in the turbulent days, looking for the mysterious realm of the sky. Xuanhuan tasted the sweetness this time, and he must make good use of Kongmi Daokuan's talent. And the closer it is to the Sound Thunder Cave, the treasure map indicates the stronger it is. At the current speed, it will only take a few days to arrive. There is a strong atmosphere there, and there are many people gathered. Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly looked into the depths of the distant void, and saw a large number of people gathered. In front of the gathering of these people, the space was torn apart, revealing a secret realm of the cave. It can be seen that there are continuous palaces filled with violent thunder and fire, and there is a magic power that surpasses the gods. Came out. Humph. This secret realm was discovered by my Tianyang sect. I don't want to die, so quickly retreat to the side. These gathered people were divided into several camps, and they saw that one party was full of 5 gods, standing together, emitting an extremely fierce aura towards the outside. It is a well-known fact that there are many secret realms in the chaos, so once it is discovered, if it is not taken away in time, there will be a large number of people competing for it. This palace complex has a vast atmosphere, surpassing the gods. Xuanshen Dongfu, your Tianyang sect wants to eat, all the strength is not enough. Another group of people came over. They were wearing plain white clothes, and they were obviously the same faction. Shanshan Cave Mansion. It turned out to be the cave house left by the Shanshan, which is a powerful and terrifying power, even more powerful than the gods. One by one controls the mysterious power, and can easily kill the existence of gods. In the eternal world, there are not many. Each mysterious god represents the essence. Return to Yuanzong. The people from the Tianyang sect looked coldly at the arrival of the people from the Guiyuan sect. Haha, how could Shanshan Cave Mansion be without our participation? A ray of sunshine swept over, and these people exuded a strong air, each one seemed to be in existence from the realm of the gods. The powerhouse of Lingguang Great Sect is also here. The Tianyang sect, the Guiyuan sect, and the Lingguang Great Sect have arrived, and there are more than a dozen gods in existence. They will not miss the treasures in the chaos, let alone the treasures left by a mysterious god. A mysterious god represents the heritage of the 8-star power. It can be seen that the profound god is extremely powerful in the entire eternal great world. The people of the Tianyang sect suddenly said, if the 3 sides fight, and this news is passed on, I don't know how much trouble it will cause by then. Now that the Xianchen cave has not been opened, what's the point of rushing to fight? I don't think it's better. Go ahead, and then each will fight according to his ability. What you said makes sense. The people from Guiyuan sect and Lingguan Great sect nodded their heads and glanced at the people who were constantly gathering. Let's go first. At the same time, the three heavenly gods exerted their powerful forces to break through the thunder and earth fire shrouded in the cave. They carried tyrannical mana and directly broke through the void, allowing the cave to appear more and more. The Xianchen cave is open, let's go in. Swish. The first to go is not the gods of the three major forces, but the powerhouses of the wandering forces. Among them, there are many true gods and false gods. They want to take a step ahead and rush in to grab the treasure. You must know that this is the Xianchen Cave Palace. If you can get the inheritance, there will be a possibility of breaking through to the gods and gods. There are many legends and facts about entering the secret realm, obtaining the supreme inheritance, and becoming a world-famous powerhouse in the eternal world. The scene was extremely chaotic. Xianchen Cave Mansion. Xuanhuan also saw the existence of this Xianchen Cave Mansion. Remember the mobile version URL. #C433 Congrats to Emperor Wu. What? Just as those people rushed into the Xianchen Cave Mansion, they suddenly let out extremely shrill screams. Infinite thunder and fire shrouded, and the first batch of people who rushed in were immediately burned to fly ash. The people of the three major forces are all sneering. Profound gods exist in the stars of the world, and they are extremely arrogant, looking at ordinary people like dust. How can it be so easy to enter the cave house they set up? They are not in a hurry, they want to let these people try it first and then say it. The ban in this cave will threaten even the gods, but it's not that you can't go in. The eyes of the three major gods flashed, and when they were about to use their supreme supernatural powers to rush in, suddenly a person and a Kuan appeared in front of them, and they were about to step into the cave. Who are you? The three major powerhouses looked at this person one after another, and their hearts were shocked. The thunder and fire shrouded him, but they disappeared when they reached the ground around him, unable to resist his entry. Stop him, don't let him in. All the gods of the three major forces joined forces to strike, and the rolling mana tore through the void, forcing them to come up, and dozens of tyrannical magical powers simultaneously killed his vital points. Xuanhuan's eyes froze, and all the magical powers collapsed in front of him. He rolled his hands and burst out with supreme aura, and the three gods who were terrified by the three forces retreated again and again. Who is this man? What a powerful mana! No, that alien beast, why is it familiar with what I've heard of, so who is this person? There was a god who looked at Xuanhuan and said in shock, I know that he was actually the great martial emperor, who wielded his troops to destroy the existence of the Moyuan dynasty, and the gods who died because of him exceeded the number of 2 hands. Came here. The name of Emperor Wu has spread, and many gods have heard of it, and he is a ruthless character. The Moyuan dynasty is a kingdom of gods, and if they say they are killed, they will kill them all. This place belongs to me. Xuanhuan stood there, but his aura made the 3 major gods retreat again and again. Do you have any opinions? Emperor Wu, I know that you are very powerful, but you can't swallow this Xianchen cave mansion. We are willing to share it with you. This is the god of Lingguang Dong Tian, talking to Xuanhuan. The cultivation base has reached the 6th level of the gods, which is the same level as the Yuanling zone. It is rumored that this great sect has a mysterious god in charge. Are you qualified to negotiate terms with me? Xuanhuan said indifferently. Humph. Emperor Wu, although your reputation is far and wide, I will try your power today to see if I can eat this cave. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he suddenly made a move with the strength of the 6th layer of the gods. The aura swept the sky, shattered the thunder and fire, and instantly arrived in front of Xuanhuan. Act recklessly. Seeing him coming, Xuanhuan slammed his palm away, and the golden light suppressed the spiritual light. Boom! This Lingguang Dongtian powerhouse immediately blasted out, blasting from this void into another void. This terrifying scene made everyone's eyes widen in disbelief. The strength of this Emperor Wu was so strong. Go to the former to die. Xuanhuan ignored them. When he walked into the Xianshan cave mansion, the three powerhouses who had gathered scattered one after another. He didn't dare to stop him in the slightest, so he just shouted respectfully and greeted His Majesty. Respectfully send Emperor Wu. The gods of the three major forces watched Xuanhuan enter. Their faces were full of fear, and they stayed where they were. Are we still going in? Some people were frightened, and they didn't know what to do at this time. What else? Then Emperor Wu even killed so many gods in the Muyuan dynasty, and he would still care about us. If he annoyed him, he would kill us all here, and there is no place to cry. The hearts of these people have been greatly shocked, and they are no longer able to bear the strength of flying the gods at the 6th level. The 6th level god of the gods in Lingguang Cave was blasted out and has not returned. They knew deeply that Xuanhuan had the strength to kill him without paying any price. A mysterious cave mansion. It was so monopolized by Emperor Wu. At this time, even if they notify the sect to send a strong person, it will be too late. At this moment, Xuanhuan walked into the Xianshan cave mansion. The mysterious realm opened up by the mysterious gods is extremely stable. It is already like a small world, with a large number of palaces and even cities, like a country. These people are all serving that mysterious god. However, Xuanhuan walked in and saw that there was no living person in the city, and those people had all turned into bones. They all died in an instant and were buried with the mysterious god. When I came to the core of the secret realm, there were several cave houses of the gods. They were all subordinates of that mysterious god, and they were buried with the mysterious god. Xuanhuan did not waste time in the Tianshan cave, but went directly to the core of the secret realm. Mysterious god skeleton. He came to the center of the secret realm, and immediately saw a lifelike middle-aged body in front of him. There was also a bright look in his eyes, and a supreme power of the mysterious god swept out. He worships. The mysterious god, mysterious and mysterious, possesses terrifying power even after death. This mysterious god did not die at the end of his life. Xuanhuan's body was shocked, and he immediately saw the clue. This mysterious god is not old, but he is upright and strong, like the sun at 12 o'clock, when it is at its peak. It's not an injury either. Xuanhuan saw that his divine body was very complete, it still contained immortal power, and there was still luster flowing. This is a failure to hit a more supreme realm and the soul collapses and falls. Everyone in this secret realm can't bear the fall of the mysterious god, and they all perish at the same time. Xuanhuan saw the reason. This mysterious god did not die naturally, but fell after failing to reach the realm. Above the profound god is the supreme god, the supreme power, which can refine the Imperial artifact, each with a long life expectancy. The existence of the supreme god, they slammed it at will, and a huge star would shatter directly in front of them. However, it is too difficult to break through to the gods, and they are more and more dragons, and they are all studying the supreme avenue. At this time, Xuanhuan took a few steps forward and approached this mysterious god. Whoa! A feathered light burned on the head of this mysterious god. His entire body burned, and in an instant, he completely disappeared from Xuanhuan's face, leaving no residue behind. Disappeared. Xuanhuan's eyes narrowed slightly, but he was not surprised. Even if the profound god dies, their divine body cannot be profaned. Obviously, this profound god seemed to have expected failure when he broke through, so a forbidden law was set up a long time ago. As long as anyone approached, his divine body would be directly shattered. Otherwise, if someone obtains a divine body, it can be directly used to refine it into an extremely powerful Imperial artifact. However, although his body feathered, he left a big knife in place. There is a wave of thunder and fire on this broadsword. Remember the mobile version URL. #C434 Sound Thunder Sword Array, 10,000 Swords Return 1. This long sword of thunder and fire is an Imperial artifact refined by this dead mysterious god, and its power far exceeds other Imperial artifacts. You must know that even an existence of the first level of the mysterious god can crush 10 gods, let alone an existence that can impact the supreme. His hand grabbed the long knife, and the thunder and fire long knife suddenly bounced up, bursting into the sky, smashing the sky with one knife, breaking the law with one knife, and slashing directly at Xuanhuan. Humph! With a soft snort, Xuanhuan exuded a supreme power, and the supreme majesty swept over. Although it was refined by the Xiantian was dead, and it was only an artifact, how could it be a big wave? The knife fell into his hand with a clanging sound. He doesn't need this knife. But in the great martial arts, there is a fierce general with a knife. In particular, Feng Lei, the leader of the Scourge army, was good at lightning magic, and this long sword of thunder and fire was just right for him. After returning this time, he will mobilize the resources of the dynasty, let Feng Lei break through to the realm of the gods as soon as possible, and give him this mysterious god. He has no fate points to exchange for the gods, but he has a large number of corpses, and he has to pile up a god with these laws of the gods. This mysterious god is called Xuanhuan. It's a pity that a mysterious god went into trouble and died. Xuanhuan asked Kongmi Daokuan to eat the space origin of this secret world, took away all the resources, and then left here. On the way to Yinli Adangshan, he checked the income this time. In this mysterious realm, he has obtained countless precious materials, many of which are special products that are only available in other big worlds outside the territory, and even a large number of sky-reaching battleships need to be used. About a day or so, Xuanhuan's eyes looked towards the vast front. There was nothing ahead except the boundless chaotic storm. But Xuanhuan knew that this was where Yinli Dongtian was located. Open Yinli Adangshan. Xuanhuan let the treasure map fly out of his hand. Suddenly, a vortex that could accommodate one person appeared in the empty void in front of him, and Xuanhuan immediately walked in. This is a special space that can only be opened by a treasure map. After Xuanhuan entered, his eyes suddenly changed. Here is a huge cave, with lightning nets intertwined everywhere, and thunderous sounds rumbled non-stop. Sound Thunder Cave. Xuanhuan walked all the way. Soon, in front of him, there appeared a long sword with a purple-blue handle, all of which were royal artifacts, and the more you went inside, the more. These swords are all the same. There are thousands of artifacts that Xuanhuan has seen along the way, and they all exude the same aura and belong to the same style. Sword formation? Xuanhuan asked, curiously. Imperial artifact. After he walked into the depths of Yinli Adangshan, he suddenly saw that there were 100 long swords in front of him, all of which looked the same, but the power emitted had reached the category of Imperial artifacts. 1 or 2 Imperial artifacts didn't budge him, but 100 of them appeared in one fell swoop. And it's not that simple. 9,900 pieces of Imperial artifact, plus 100 pieces of Imperial artifact, is 1,000 swords. Xuanhuan made a move, and the sound of clanging swords rang out. The 10,000 swords emitted 10,000 swords of light, and they came to him at the same time. They were lined up in midair, which was extremely spectacular. All swords are united. The 10,000 swords suddenly seemed to have turned into a sword, and the 1,000 thunders condensed into a sword light of 10,000 feet, and slashed forward in anger. Analyzing the power of the 10,000 swords, Chu Yuan was surprised to find that after the 10,000 swords were unified, they would be able to exert the power of an imperial artifact. An imperial artifact, a tenfold manipulation of a god, can already threaten the existence of a mysterious god. He has the Emperor Sword, which can burst out a strong power, but he can't be in the imperial capital all the time. If he stays in the imperial capital and cooperates with the National Protection Formation, he is a strong mysterious god, and he does not dare to be too presumptuous. The discovery of these 10,000 sound thunder swords is very good news for me. Chu Yuan laughed. Inlay Dongtian did not disappoint him. Has the power of imperial artifact. It's a pity that only after Wang Jian has returned to the One will he have the power of emperor grade, otherwise Chu Yuan really wants to use it to unseal the attribute 5 of the human emperor sword. Ding! Do you spend 10,000 fate points to unseal the Vulcan Cave Heaven treasure map figure 1? Suddenly, the system prompts. Vulcan Dongtian? Chu Yuan's mind moved. Just after Inlay Dongtian ended, another Vulcan Dongtian came. Open. Chu Yuan said. Deduct 10,000 fate points and get the Vulcan Cave treasure map figure 1. After Chu Yuan's fate point was deducted, a treasure map like magma appeared in his system space. Vulcan Cave treasure map figure 1. Collect 7 treasure maps to open Vulcan Cave. The treasure map can be obtained randomly in system selection and various tasks. Remarks: after getting the treasure map 1, you can open the treasure map 1 treasure. A treasure cave that requires 7 treasure maps to open. Sound Thunder Cave Heaven only needs 5, but Vulcan Cave Heaven requires 7, which shows from another aspect that there are more treasures in this Vulcan Cave Heaven. But treasure map 1, you can open a treasure. After he opened it, a map appeared on the treasure map with several large characters. Eternal Great World, Demon God Abyss. The location of the treasure in this picture 1 is in the Demon God Abyss. Chu Yuan's eyes flashed. He liked the treasure the most, but now is not the best time to search for the treasure. I should return to the Imperial City, deal with the affairs in the Imperial City, and wait until the end of the Imperial Banquet. Treasure map. He left the hazy sky. Dao Imperial City. The long river of humanity is still suppressing Menghe here. Ning Shouchen was extremely annoyed. During this period of time, he bombarded Menghe day and night, but this person was guarded by Yuan Sifeng, so he couldn't hurt him at all, and he had to guard here to prevent him from getting out of trouble. Ha 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 ha. Meng, he laughed arrogantly, don't waste your efforts. With Yuan Sifeng here, you can't hurt me, and I haven't delivered the news for a long time, and the people in the Empire will soon notice and send out a strong man. Investigate. If you are acquainted, it is best to let me go, and the entire Great Wu will surrender to the Empire. This is the right way. Wouldn't it be worse to let you go? Ning Shouchen sneered. If you think this seat is a fool, you continue to be stubborn now, and you will die when your Majesty returns. He had no choice but to wait for Chu Yuan to return. Even if your emperor comes, then why can't you help me? Meng, he was not worried at all. Without an imperial artifact, he would not want to break Kaiyuan magnetic peak. He is waiting for the powerhouse of the empire to rescue him. Time passed by minute, but didn't wait too long. A majestic voice sounded in Ning Shouchen's ears, and said indifferently, it's just a Yuan magnetic peak, so you want to save your life? Ning Shouchen, I'm back. His Majesty. Ning Shouchen saw Chu Yuan stepping in the air, and hurriedly saluted. Your Majesty's return is when this person died. Remember the mobile version URL. #C435 Unhatched Phoenix Eggs. Emperor Wu. Meng, his face changed when he saw Chu Yuan's return, but he quickly calmed down and sneered, even if you return, what's the use? Can you still break my Yuan Sifeng? He has Yuan Sifeng, and indeed as long as he doesn't encounter Shenshen or Emperor-grade artifacts, there is no way to take him, but to suppress him. Your Majesty, this Yuan magnetic peak is extremely hard. I can bombard it day and night, but I can't help it. It's really troublesome. Ning Xiuchen said. It's okay, I have a solution. Chu Yuan waved his hand, and the 10,000 sound thunder swords were suspended in the air at the same time, with lightning and thunder, interweaving the vast storm. Sword formation. Meng He's pupils shrank violently, 9,900 pieces of royal artifacts, 100 royal artifacts, you actually have this set of artifacts. More than 9,000 royal artifacts are already amazing, and there are actually hundreds of royal artifacts mixed in with them. This kind of treasure, even the profound god might not be able to possess it. He couldn't figure out how Wu came up with this terrifying sword formation. Even Ning Xiuchen was surprised. My Yuan Sifeng is a semi-emperor grade artifact. It was refined by a Yuan Sifeng in the ruins of the Xuanhuan mountain. It's not that easy to break it. Meng, he forced himself to calm down. All swords are united. Motivated by Chu Yuan's mana, the 10,000 long swords suddenly turned into one, the sword energy condensed, and an imperial might that belonged to the imperial artifact came out domineering. This is the power of an imperial artifact. Ning Xiuchen and Meng, he were horrified at the same time. The first to react, Ning Xiuchen thought again and again, Your Majesty, you actually took out the sword array, which can unleash the might of an imperial artifact. How powerful and unfathomable is the foundation of great martial arts. Emperor Dao, you can't cut me with a sword. I am a member of the Qingmu Chongqing Empire. If you kill me, you will have no good end. Meng He's catalog was about to split, and he was already afraid. Cut. But Chu Yuan simply ignored his roar. This sword was slashed, and the power of the imperial artifact broke out. The Yuan magnetic peak was immediately slashed by a frontal sword, and a shocking crack was immediately seen. The Yinlei sword was slashing, and the Yinlei sword chi was striking. This Yuan magnetic peak, which had been bombarded by Ning Xiuchen for many days, was helpless, and it was directly shattered into two halves. One sword transforms 10,000. The Yinlei sword turned into 10,000 pieces and shot them at the same time, immediately strangling the mountain into pieces. A half-emperor artifact was destroyed in the hands of Chu Yuan. Without Yuan Sifeng's protection, Meng, he would not be long as a grasshopper in the autumn. Haha, you're laughing, no matter how mad, I'm going to take your life today. Ning Xiuchen laughed wildly. He was extremely angry during this period of time. Now that he was released, he immediately killed Meng He. You're going to die. Meng, he cursed. Meng San was able to run because he was not within Dao's territory, and Meng He, who was so immortal, ran to Dao's imperial capital, which was doomed to his tragic end. Mon San, who was so arrogant just a moment ago, who thought that no one could kill him, was strangled to pieces by Yinlei Jian at this time. Finally dead. Ning Xiuchen looked at Meng He, who was already broken into pieces, and couldn't see the whole thing at all. Chu Yuan grabbed it with a big hand and threw it directly into the heaven and earth oven. He wanted to provide Feng Lei with the many laws of the gods that were refined this time. With the 10-level law of the gods and the assistance of Dao's large amount of imperial pills, it is enough to help several true gods become gods. The gods are also a strategic resource that a powerful dynasty must reserve. The reason why those powerful forces are so strong is because they are rich in resources. For example, the Qingmu Chongqing Empire also killed the gods and mysterious gods in the ancient times, and extracted their laws to help their own people quickly break through the realm. The Feast of the Gods is about to be held, you take people to receive the site in the Yuanling world. Chu Yuan ordered. Although Yuanlingzong is destroyed, the territory has not yet been received, and these need to be turned into the territory of the empire. The benefits of the national fortune, he has seen, the more powerful people, territories, and powers of the dynasty, the stronger the national fortune. No luck this time. Wanting to kill Meng, he was never that easy. There are no gods in the Yuanling realm. The only thing to watch out for is that the Qingmu Chongqing Empire will send people to make trouble, but his imperial banquet is also very powerful, and their attention should be on this. Looking at the shattered mountain fragments, Chu Yuan grabbed it with a big hand, and the fire burned out. Although Yuan magnetic peak is broken, these fragments are good things. He can be refined into the Great Wu Kingdom seal. Yuan Sifeng is extremely heavy, and extremely hard. If it weren't for the power of the Emperor-grade divine artifact from the Yinlei sword, it would not be able to be broken at all. Now Chu Yuan has refined it into the Great Wu Kingdom seal. In this seal, there are 5 elements of spiritual roots that have evolved into a world. Immediately, a force of Yuan Maji is emitted, and with the power of the national seal, it can directly kill some weaker gods. This national seal represents the luck of Dao, and if the imperial decree is covered, that is the will of a dynasty. Very good. Chu Yuan placed the seal in his hands and observed it carefully. An elemental magnetic storm also swept out, with dark blue lightning flashing. There are also 4 lucky draw chances. I will use it together this time. Ding. The host starts a random lottery and gets Xianming Lihua X1. Xianming Lihua, a kind of congenital divine fire born between heaven and earth, burning all things. At this moment, in Chu Yuan's hand, there is a group of congenital divine fire jumping, showing pure colors, no impurities. The power of this flame is also extremely strong. Even if the strong gods are burned, it will be unbearable. This mysterious fire will be swallowed by you. Chu Yuan called out the divine fire of the Buddha and let it swallow it. At this stage, the power of Buddha God fire is not as strong as Xianming Lihua, but it can continue to devour flames to strengthen itself, and it also follows him all the way to the present. To have such a powerful divine fire is to make it stronger. The flames of the Buddha's divine fire danced, expressing its joy, swallowing this mysterious fire. Chu Yuan just saw that the Buddha's divine fire was constantly twisted, and it was actually twisted into a glass-colored human shape. It had already sent out very clear fluctuations, as if it had eaten experience pills, and it had risen many levels all at once. Okay, there are more divine fires. After I get them, I will provide them to you. Chu Yuan said. The Buddha's divine fire turned into stripes and fell on his jet-black imperial robe, like a brand. Ding. The host starts the lottery and gets Xianshan Fuzhuan X1. Xianshan Fuzhuan, the powerful Xianshan pours his own mana into himself, and a talisman created by it can burst out the power of the Xuanhuan's 6-layer triple strike. Holding this talisman, although it only has the power of 3 strikes, if you use it well, these 3 strikes will have incredible magical effects. Ding. The host starts a lottery and gets an unhatched phoenix egg X1. Unable to hatch phoenix egg, the condensed power of phoenix and phoenix gave birth to a phoenix egg. Due to the strong destruction, the life inside has been destroyed and can no longer be hatched, but it contains the original power of phoenix and phoenix. Remember the mobile version URL. #C436 small gold and silver. The unhatched phoenix egg. There was a phoenix egg in Chu Yuan's hand, full of fire patterns all over his body, which contained a peerless embryo, but this embryo had no breath of life, and it was wiped out of Yuanling. You must know that this is not the egg laid by the phoenix, the peacock, the descendant of the phoenix and the phoenix, but the real phoenix egg. The phoenix is an incomparably powerful existence, a world-defying star universe. If this egg could hatch, it would be even more terrifying than Komi Daokuan. It was a god at birth, easily entered the mysterious god, and even became a supreme god when he was an adult. It's a pity, it has been unable to hatch, and the value has decreased by more than 90%. But it is normal to think about it. After all, Dao is only a 7-star dynasty, and the real national power of Phoenix Egg cannot be extracted. Since it can't be hatched, then give it a reward. Isn't there a phoenix in my dynasty? It's also a big chance for you. Xuanhuan threw the phoenix egg and immediately landed in front of Zhu Fengfeng, and at the same time a voice sounded, Zhu Fengfeng, this is a phoenix egg that cannot be hatched. If you refine it properly, you can purify your phoenix bloodline, break through the gods, and even lay it down. Profound God Foundation, don't let me down. Phoenix Egg. As soon as Zhu Fengfeng saw the phoenix egg, his blood was aroused, and he wanted to show the deity of the Phoenix clan, and immediately knelt down. I thank your majesty for giving the egg, and I will not fail your majesty's sustenance. The blood of the undead phoenix has now been bestowed with a phoenix egg, which makes Zhu Fengfeng extremely fortunate that she is in the Dao dynasty. In the entire eternal world, I don't know if there are pure-blooded phoenixes, and I don't know how His Majesty got them. Ding. The host starts a random lottery and gets the celestial creature summoning card X1. At this time, Xuanhuan used up the last lottery chance. Ding. The host uses the celestial creature summoning card X1 to get the celestial creature X1. A six-pointed star appeared, and a summoning formation appeared. In front of Xuanhuan, a golden light flashed, and an extremely strange thing appeared. This thing is very large, as big as a hill, similar to slime silver, and can change any shape at will, but its whole body is golden. Another slime? Xuanhuan's expression is also very wonderful. This thing is a special creature, and it belongs to the same species and different genus as the special summoning summoned by the host before. It can evolve by swallowing the divine thing. The system reminded. Sure enough, it's almost the same thing. Xuanhuan looked at the golden slime and said with a smile, Xiaojin and Xiaoyin, you will be called Xiaojin in the future. And at this time in the Rainbow Sect. The entire Rainbow Sect was closed, and they were extremely frightened, for fear that the army of Dao would suddenly come in. If the collapse of the Moyuan dynasty made them terrified, and they even wanted to gather all the gods to stay in the sect and fight to the death with Dao Ju, then the news of Yuan Lingzong completely overwhelmed them, and they no longer had the courage. Yuan Lingzong is stronger than the Moyuan dynasty, and it is said that it has also been destroyed. Who can not be afraid of this? In a great hall, the 8 gods of the Rainbow Sect gathered together. Looking at their appearance, they have been sitting here for a long time. Let's talk about it. Dao will hold an imperial banquet and invite my Rainbow Sect to participate. The purpose behind it is very clear. The Rainbow Sect master is an old man with 5 levels of gods, but at this moment, his eyes are bleak, and Ben's black hair is now white. He was frightened day and night, afraid that Dawu would suddenly come to destroy them. At this moment, their mood, as if they knew their own death, were struggling. There is no other way. Our Rainbow Sect is not a match for Dao at all. It is rumored that Yuan Lingzong sent the gods to fight in Dao, but they were suppressed one by one. Now we can only move the sect, leave here, and find another paradise. Rainbow Sky God is bitter. She never imagined that things would end like this. The sky and the earth are big, where can we go? Where is our shelter? The gods present were powerless. They really want to fight with Dao. But the strength is too disparate, and it is impossible to fight. Even if it is to go to Dao to make trouble, the other party does not know what method to use, and it is unparalleled to mobilize the power of the national fortune. Moreover, the entire eternal world is in turmoil now. Where can we go? Believe it or not, if we dare to run half a step, the strong men of Dao will immediately kill us. We have long been the turtles in the urn. A god said helplessly. Can't beat it. Can't fight. They can't even run, they seem to have no other choice. Let's surrender to Dao, this is the only way out. The Tianhong sect master had no choice but to lament. Dawu only sends invitations and does not move the army. He just hopes that Tianhong will join the sect and give him a way to survive. They want to subdue our forces, not to kill us, otherwise the army would have long ago. Come on, look at the world, Dao has surrounded us, where else can we go? Surrender is still a way to survive, but resistance is only a dead end. Cultivating to the gods, as long as there is a way to live, few are willing to die. Moyuan dynasty and Yuan Lingzong are the best examples. I heard that Dao will not do anything about taking the initiative to surrender. If he is loyal, he will be reused. Previously, the 4 sects of the 6 kingdoms of the Sea Demon realm surrendered to Dao and participated in the Battle of Demon Extinguishing Abyss, and they all received great rewards. At this time, the gods finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Dao sent troops ruthlessly and attacked brutally, the treatment for taking the initiative to take refuge was still good. The soft service of the Rainbow Sect Master also reassured them. They were most afraid that the Rainbow Sect Master would choose to die. Before the Imperial banquet, we must go to Dao, let all the true gods in the sect, no, false gods and above all go to Dao, meet Emperor Wu, express our heart of surrender, and when the people from Dao come, we will hand over everything in the Rainbow world. Give them. When the Rainbow Sect Master said these words, he seemed to have lost all his edge and said incapable of saying, "That's it, I will not be your sovereign in the future." This time the peaceful transfer to the Rainbow realm, I think that Emperor Wu will not be difficult for us. Great Wu. Inside the Scourge Army barracks. After the end of the first battle of Moyuan, the Scourge Army has been recruiting troops from all over the country. The pool of Divine Thunder is divided into 2 parts. Part of it is used to select soldiers. Part of it is used to train the army. Your Majesty, the Scourge Army has now expanded to 30 million, all of them are fierce, and they are great warriors. Feng Lei came, he was instilled by Chu Yuan a lot of the laws of the gods, and he was getting closer and closer to the realm of the gods. At this time, he was training the Scourge Army for Dao. There are a lot of laws of the gods and imperial pills. Chu Yuan is not worried, it is only a matter of time before he breaks through the realm of the gods. After the national fortune skyrockets, it will also increase the chance of the strong breaking through. With the resource pile, Chu Yuan will also pile up a pile of gods. Very good, the Scourge Army continues to expand, and the number is still far from enough. There are still many big battles to be fought in the future. The dynasty will face more terrifying enemies, and all soldiers need to fight heroically. Chu Yuan was watching the training of the Scourge Army, each holding thunder knives, slashing in the thunder water, and his chi penetrated Changhong. Your Majesty, the people from the Rainbow Sect have come and sent me a book, willing to submit. Remember the mobile version URL. #C437 not wronged. The people from the Rainbow Sect are here. When Chu Yuan heard the news, he was not surprised at all. The Rainbow Sect had nowhere to go except to surrender. If the gods dared to escape, there would be a rolling army here. He gave the Rainbow Sect a chance to live, and it did not disappoint him. Xian and their audience, right here. Chu Yuan said. All the powerhouses above the false god of Rainbow Sect came to the Imperial City and were waiting outside the Imperial City at this time. They looked at the towering Imperial City and the national fortune so strong that it covered the entire country, and they felt a little uneasy in their hearts. Although he knew that Emperor Wu would not kill anyone who took the initiative to join him, he was still uneasy about his future destiny. Tianhong Tianshan also smiled wryly, his deity actually reduced to such a level. All the powerhouses of the Rainbow Sect, Your Majesty has a decree to announce that you have an audience and go with the miscellaneous family. Eunuch Wei appeared. With the skyrocketing fortune of Dao and the help of medicinal pills, Eunuch Wei, an old slave who had followed the emperor when Dao was founded, also entered the false god realm. The Sky Rainbow Sect powerhouse followed, but found that it was not in the direction of the palace, so he asked cautiously, "Father-in-law, it seems that we are going in the wrong direction?" Although the father-in-law in front of him was only in the false god realm, sect master Tianhong still asked cautiously, not daring to speak loudly, even with some ingratitude. Only His Majesty's close ministers can declare the decree, how dare he offend him? Well, that's a good question. Your Majesty is not in the palace. Just go with the miscellaneous family. You will meet His Majesty. His Majesty is in a good mood. Eunuch Wei never thought that the master of a sect should be polite to himself even if the gods exist, and he felt like a dream. Back then, now, things are very different. He is not arrogant, he knows that he is His Majesty's most loyal old slave. Everything was given to him by His Majesty. Tianhongzong and the others did not dare to ask any more questions, so they followed Eunuch Wei. After a while, they came to the barracks of the Scourge army, and immediately saw a being who was carrying his hands on his back. Although he didn't move, he had an aura that looked up at the sky, as if standing in the void of the universe. Looking forward intently. Emperor Wu. It was the first time I saw Tianhong Tianshan in person. That is, this opponent who has never been seen by him before, can wipe out his rainbow sect with the touch of a finger. He had a feeling that, with the wave of His Majesty's hand, he could control his own life and death. I have seen Your Majesty in Tianhong. Tianhong Tianshan knelt down. Think of the master of his sect, the existence of gods, and when did he ever kneel down on others? Seeing that their suzerain was kneeling, those who followed also knelt down one after another. Look. Chu Yuan asked them to come over and look ahead. This is. Tianhong Tianshan looked at the front, and his face was suddenly full of shock. Rao is because of his extraordinary knowledge. At this moment, his pupils are also shrinking violently. He suddenly sees a portal of thunder and lightning that is constantly flowing with the ocean of thunder, which is poured into several huge thunder pools. As soon as the water in this thunder pool collided, it was a violent explosion. The dense arc spread, and this is the world of lightning. And within those thunder pools, there are warriors one by one, gritted their teeth, endured the impact of the water of divine thunder, sharpened their powerful bodies, and cultivated powerful supernatural powers. Your Majesty, is this Dao's Scourge army? Tianhong Tianshan was shocked. He had heard of an army with a strong physical body that was good at using thunder magic powers, but he never imagined that it was actually trained in this way. Good guy, bombarded with the power of Tianlei, if you can't bear it, you will be eliminated directly. How can an army trained like this not be strong? The Moyuan dynasty was not wrong to lose. Tianhong Tianshan was also convinced. This army is the Scourge of God. Chu Yuan said lightly, the Scourge army is an elite army, only powerful warriors can join, the demand for the strong is very high, and it needs a strong base to be selected, and the Rainbow World's elites can be selected. The strong list will be reported. Yes, I know. The Rainbow God knows. This is moving the power in his Rainbow realm. Your Majesty, don't know what we are going to do? He was asking him about the future fate of the powerhouses of the Rainbow sect. Your Rainbow sect is also sensible. If you didn't let me send a large army, you should stay in the Dao Imperial city first and obey the dispatch. The Rainbow realm will be incorporated into the dynasty, and the prefecture and county system will be established. Then some people will be appointed. The most powerful combat power of the 7-star dynasty, some people do not move first, and arrange it later. Chu Yuan had long planned for their arrangement. The realm master of the Rainbow realm is still you. Let him be the realm master of the Rainbow realm? Tianhong Tianshan was also startled. He thought that His Majesty would imprison him. There is also a need for a strong presence in our divine army. You join our divine army and listen to our mobilization. Chu Yuan did not intend to incorporate all the gods of the Rainbow sect into the divine army. Some still needed them to return to the Tianhing realm, and some were scattered and incorporated into other armies. Your Majesty, are you trying to keep me by your side? How could an existence like Tianhong not know the emperor's mind? The divine army is the most powerful army in Dao, and there is no commander. Incorporating yourself into the army of gods means that you will be directly controlled by him. His suzerain has been controlled. Do other people dare to have other thoughts? It's your majesty. Although he thought so in his heart, he did not dare to say it, and said respectfully, Your Majesty is the treasure that my rainbow sect has stored for countless years. There are many resources that are useful to the empire. Today, I will donate it to the dynasty. He took out a space fetish and dedicated it to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's spiritual sense peeped at will, and there were a lot of things in it, many of which could be used to create artifacts. Don't contribute the artifacts on your body. What I lack is the resources that various armies need to use. Xuanhuan was very kind to those who took the initiative to submit. Your Majesty, all the places where resources are produced are recorded here. Your Majesty can send someone to dig out the minerals of the divine veins in the Rainbow Realm. Even in the outer universe, we have found a few dead mines that are used to mine minerals. Star. Tianhong was very honest and reported the situation in Tianhong Realm. Xuanhuan nodded. The Rainbow Sect has 8 gods, and they can already go to the universe to mine minerals. Xuanhuan is also doing these things. When the battleship of Tongtian is successfully built, he can send people to search for resources in the universe. Let's step back. The military department will register your list, allocate resources that belong to you, be loyal to Dao, and I will treat you kindly. They are all smart people, so I don't need to say more. Xuanhuan waved his hand. Yes. Tianhong and others retreated. Although Xuanhuan was very peaceful, their backs were soaked with sweat. Every word of His Majesty has a power that penetrates their hearts, making them tremble. They came to Dao Imperial City in person, and now they dare not have other thoughts. Ding. The host completes the side quest, conquers or destroys the Yuanling sect, the Muyuan dynasty, and the Rainbow sect, gets 50,000 fate points, the Imperial Artifact Advance Card X1, the Magical Power Fruit X8, the Random Lottery Chance X1, and the progress of the Xianchen Puppet Summoning. 10%, current progress is 30%. Remember the mobile version URL. #C438 Royal Banquet. True God Eightfold. With the reward of the branch line, Xuanhuan directly raised his realm to the 8th level of the True God with 50,000 fate points. The Imperial Banquet is about to be held. At that time, Dao will welcome many masters, and Xuanhuan must be fully prepared. This time, he sent someone to receive the Rainbow Realm. The Rainbow Realm is a sect power. There is no concept of a dynasty. There are only giant cities standing up. In addition, the Dao army did not conquer it. The kind of resistance from the abyss. Forget it here, the Imperial Banquet is the top priority. In an instant, it was the last day of the 39th year of Dao. In the palace, Xuanhuan also had a rare leisure time and had a family banquet with all his family members. My concubine is here, to offer a glass of wine to your Majesty. Luo Yueying and Yao Linger stood up at the same time and toasted Xuanhuan. It was De Wu's 100 Flowers brew and was the most suitable for daily drinking. Well. Xuanhuan smiled. The Queen Mother also felt like a dream. In the 30th year of Dao, when the new emperor had just ascended the throne, Dao was facing the crisis of destroying the country, but in the blink of an eye, today Dao already has the power of the 7-star dynasty, and even the gods should be respectful when they come. Pity. The emperor died. Ijia also toasts the emperor. Although Dao has become more and more powerful in the past 10 years, the Queen Mother still guards the tomb of the first emperor in the Imperial Mausoleum, only a few days a year. The mother and the queen have toasted, my sister, and I can't help but toast. Chu Chenzi said with a smile. Now, she has grown up too. Not the little girl she used to be. Time flies. His Imperial sister and the Imperial sister couldn't be idle on weekdays, so Xuanhuan simply let them go to cover the Moon Army to experience 40 years of Dao, the first day of January. This is the day of the royal banquet. The weather was exceptionally good on this day, the sun was shining tomorrow, the sky was blue, like a mirror. I saw a group of people coming together. This imperial banquet, Xuanhuan did not specifically invite any forces, but the reputation of Dao was enough to attract many forces to participate, and they all wanted to see how good this rising and powerful dynasty was. If only to destroy the Muyuan dynasty, that's all. The most shocking thing is that the Yuan Lingzong died and the Rainbow sect joined the sect, which did not make those forces curious. This is the Great Wu dynasty. Looking at the fortune of their dynasty, they have a domineering mood of tyrannical expansion. Looking at the layout of the imperial city, it is a martial character that kills everything. With such a domineering momentum, it is indeed the existence of sweeping the three major seven-star forces. The Great Wu dynasty, in my opinion, even if a mysterious god comes, I can't break it. You mean, this Great Wu has the possibility of being promoted to the 8-star dynasty and possessing the profound god? It is very likely that this imperial banquet will not be peaceful, so we will enter it and watch a good show. Countless strong men have long been waiting for this day to come. After hearing a bell from the imperial city, they descended one after another and entered the city. Danxia sect, Danxia Tianshan is here to attend the imperial banquet. Even the gods, when they arrive in the Dao imperial city, have to land and walk in. This Danxia god is the existence of the 8th layer of gods, and he also walked into it, and suddenly felt the power of the national fortune. What a powerful national fortune! If this national fortune is suppressed, even if it is me, it will be suppressed, but today there are many strong people. Danxia Tianshan was shocked and under pressure. In a short period of time, more than a dozen seven-star forces came to Dao. An imperial banquet attracted so many people, which shows the charm of Dao. Lingguang Dongshan came to attend the imperial banquet. Gui Yuanzong came to attend the imperial banquet. Tianyang sect is here to attend the imperial banquet. The arrival of these three major forces made people look sideways. Even Lingguangdong Tian, Guiyuan sect, and Tianyang sect are here. Their sects have Xianshan antiques in charge, and they actually participate in the Great Wu Emperor banquet. The mystery of Dao, even the forces of the mysterious gods have to be moved. The three major powers of the mysterious gods were led by the 10th layer of the gods this time. I didn't expect you to come too. When the Lingguangdong Tian powerhouse saw the two people, his expression changed slightly. Didn't you come too? In fact, their visit this time was more of a matter of the turbulent days. Emperor Wu took action and seriously injured the gods in the 6th layer, which made them also full of great curiosity about Dao. The flame demon Cave Heaven, the true flame profound god, is here to attend the imperial banquet. The three powers of the profound gods had just arrived, and a shocking and trembling voice was heard immediately. Flame demon Cave Heaven, the true flame profound god. Yan Emodong Tian, which is extremely far away from Dao, also sent someone, and it came from a mysterious god. The expressions of Lingguangdong Tian and the others also changed rapidly. Yanma Tian was very strong, even stronger than them. In the cave, there were several mysterious gods sitting in the seat and inheriting millions of people. Did the arrival of this god surprise you? Silently, a fiery red-haired old man appeared beside the people of the three major forces. He was wearing a large red robe. I have seen Senior Xinyan. The three major forces, the 10th heavenly god, hurriedly saluted, and the 10th heavenly god was also a junior in front of the profound god. The luck of this great martial artist is very strong, and it must have many mysteries to be able to destroy the three major seven-star forces in a row. This true flame profound god smiled, and with a wave of his sleeves, he rose into the air, flying directly into the Imperial city in front of everyone. True Flame Profound God Level 1 Powerhouse. Swish! Ningxochen suddenly appeared, and he looked at the True Flame Profound God with solemn eyes. This is a real Profound God, and it is difficult for 10 heavenly gods to add up to a single Profound God. You also have some mysterious aura on your body. Did you realize the law of the mysterious God? There is a possibility of breaking through the mysterious God. The True Flame Profound God suddenly looked at Ningxochen, and his casual attitude was slightly restrained. Dao also has masters who are extremely close to Xianchen. The gods of the 3 major forces also suddenly looked at Ningxochen. The visitor is a guest, and I welcome Dao, but when you come to the Imperial city, you must abide by Dao's rules and must not exceed. He stared intently. For example, such forces as Lingguan Great Sect are just the gods who came, and Yan Madongxian came directly to the gods. I am afraid it is not as simple as participating in the Imperial banquet. However, at this moment, his whole person is closely linked with the national fortune, as if God has given him strength, even if it is the first level of Xianchen. As long as he is within the territory of Dao, he still has the courage to fight. It seems that Ningxochen felt a strong sense of badness, and he also sensed the strong national fortune coming towards him. This True Flame Profound God didn't seem to want to do anything at this time, and said with a smile, "Since it's an imperial banquet, then this God will abide by the rules of your great martial arts." The 3 major forces of the gods were stunned. Although the myth of Xin Yangshuan said so, there is obviously some fear of Dao in the words. This martial arts is not easy. We will take the guests to the imperial banquet. The people entered the imperial city. In a garden it is very open, with dense fog, like a fairyland. Delicious food has long been placed on the seats, and Dao's unique wine is also on it, and many people have already taken their seats. Everyone, please take your seats. They have invited the gods of all forces to sit down. Holy Empire, pacify King Henry Zhang to attend the imperial banquet. A voice came in, and everyone was shocked, even more shocked than the True Flame Profound God. Remember the mobile version URL. #C439 Recruit Talents. In the Holy Empire, Henry Zhang, the King of Pacification, also came to Dao to attend the imperial banquet. What is the existence of the Holy Empire? The power of the imperial dynasty is now fighting against the Aoki Chongqing Empire. In an imperial dynasty, there is more than one supreme saint, and it is unimaginable with a profound background. It's okay to come from Yan Madongxian, but I didn't expect such an existence to come. In the distance, a large number of people wearing the clothes of the Holy Empire came to the garden. When the people of the imperial dynasty came, they did not deliberately show their power, but walked in calmly. They also disdained to use the way of looking for trouble to show the powerful strength behind them. The one headed by him was a burly man with a sturdy stature, and he had the power to calm the world. He was an extremely fierce middle-aged man. Xinyan Xianchen would also be honest when he saw Henry Zhang. There are several mysterious gods in his flame demon cave, but they are not comparable to this kind of power. The Great Wu Dynasty. Henry Zhang's eyes were like torches, and he carefully looked at the Dao dynasty, which was really extraordinary, especially the strong, pure and powerful, star-like, radiant radiance. I am also deeply honored that King Pingding of the Holy Heaven Empire will personally come to Dao. Please take your seat. Chu Yuan appeared from the void, and reached the throne in one step, with bright eyes. He was wearing an imperial robe, with 2 silver and 1 gold bracelets on his left and right wrists, and his jet-black imperial robe had glaze-like color patterns, which turned into the power of the Buddha. Haha, the Dao dynasty has been promoted to 7 stars, how can this king not come to join in the fun? Henry Zhang nodded, and then sat on the dynasty without being arrogant. His eyes were fixed on Chu Yuan, and there was an extraordinary look in his eyes. His Majesty Dao is worthy of being unparalleled in the world, and his heroism is extraordinary. It is the right time for this king to come here. Although he is a mysterious god. But it is impossible to suppress Xuanhuan in Dao Imperial City. On the contrary, others are in their own territory, and it is very likely that they will suppress him with the power of Guiyun. Xuanhuan's 7-star dynasty was formed by swallowing up 3 gods, and it was simply not comparable to those who had just been promoted. He belongs to the top 7 stars, the strong 7 stars. Everyone, please come to the banquet. Xuanhuan issued a loud voice in the highest dynasty. He has the power to suppress everything, and solemnly said, "Today is the banquet for the promotion of the 7 stars of the Great Wu. The whole country celebrates, and also celebrates with the guests of all parties. When you leave, you can get the gift from me. This wine is good." The true flame profound god suddenly made a sound. He drank the ice spring wine, and even the eyes of his mysterious god shone brightly. He only felt comfortable all over, and the demonic fire accumulated in his heart also dissipated a little. Of course, this is the ice spring wine that Xuanhuan collected the most cherished things and brewed, and it also has some effects on Xianxin. In addition to the 7-star emperor banquet, today is also the celestial god banquet. Xuanhuan said. There were also 2 imperial concubine seats beside him. Yao Linger and Luo Yueying, dressed in luxurious imperial concubine costumes, sat down beside him gracefully. The powerhouse of the heavenly god realm, and there are still 2, both of them are his concubine. Shocking. Everyone was surprised. The gods are all concubines of Emperor Wu, and they are his women. This Emperor Wu's methods are extraordinary. Lu Qianfu and Ouyang Ming also came. Holding a feast for the 4 gods at the same time, this Emperor Dao is very good. The feast of the gods is held only after the gods have broken through. One is to celebrate, and the other is to show national strength. After all, if you don't have national strength, and others won't fear you, you won't be able to occupy more territory and won't get more resources. It's not wrong to lose to this His Majesty. The original Rainbow Sect Heavenly God is also here, and they have now been accepted as ministers of great martial arts. At this moment, Tianxin was also sighing with emotion. Xuanhuan had not shown a dazzling aura in the barracks of the Scourge Army before, but at this time, he saw that this temperament was unparalleled, and even in front of Xianxin, he could not take away his brilliance. What surprised him was that although His Majesty's foreign war was cruel, he was still kind to his own people. After he came to Dao, he received a lot of imperial pills. There is one more thing, I want to announce that starting from today, the Holy Land of Item Refining will be opened, and the craft refiners from all over the world can enter the Holy Land of Great Weapon Refining, communicate with the craft refiners of the dynasty, and can also join our foundry division and become a member of the great martial arts, obtain a stronger inheritance. Xuanhuan said. The Imperial Banquet and the Heavenly God Banquet are only one of them, and the main purpose is to take this opportunity to let more people know about the Holy Land of Item Refining. For a dynasty to grow, it needs too many talents. The equipment of the Legion can be basically completed with some forging blueprints in his hand, but some specific equipment still needs a refiner. In his hand, he has the true solution of the refining tool, and a large number of imperial-grade divine pills. Ouyang Ming, is the head of the foundry division. I also hope that the world's artifact refiners will join Dao. There is an inheritance that you can't imagine. Ouyang Ming walked out. He was the supervisor of the Holy Land for refining artifacts. Now, with the help of Xuanhuan Tianshindan, he has broken through to the gods and can already refine imperial artifacts. There are many places in the world for refining weapons. What's so special about your great martial arts? This time, many gods have come, and some are even proficient in the art of refining, and have some curiosity about Dao's holy place of refining. They naturally knew that Dawu was recruiting them. my Dao has two advantages. One is that there are sufficient medicinal pills, which can allow you to keep up with your cultivation level when refining in the Holy Land of item refining. Ouyang Ming said, the second is the complete inheritance of the artifact refiners. I know that all the artifact refiners are guests in the 7-star or even 8-star forces on weekdays. There is not too much medicine, but the real scarcity is the inheritance of the artifact. It's just that I have some of my great martial arts. How can we believe it? Someone questioned. Here is an inheritance and insight of a god-level artifact refiner, you can pass it on by yourself. Yang Ming had been instructed by Xuanhuan to come up with an inheritance that was widely circulated in the Holy Land of item refining, and he was not afraid of leaking it out to these people. God-level refiners' perception. Some people who were curious about the refining tool immediately came up. Although it was an unimportant article, it was still written by a mysterious god-level powerhouse. There were many insights in it, which made them extremely obsessed. After reading a few lines of text, they immediately became obsessed with it. On this page, it takes dozens or hundreds of years of careful study to fully digest the experience inside. Still? Someone asked obsessively. Naturally, there are still some. There are many inheritances in the Holy Land. After the Imperial banquet is over, I will take you to the Holy Land for item refining to observe. Yang Ming glanced at Xuanhuan, and then said, there is a guest minister in the Holy Item Refining Land, and a guest minister is treated like a guest. When he joins the casting department, the treatment is 10 times better than that of a guest. This is recruiting talent. Everyone knows very well that they deliberately release some temptations that you can't refuse, and use these inheritances to lure you to look inside the Holy Land. If you can't refuse, you will naturally enter the casting department and become a talent of his great martial arts. The purpose is clear, but how many can resist this temptation? The Great Wu Dynasty? Today, this seat is also here for you to participate in this Imperial banquet. Remember the mobile version URL. #C440 Shanshan kills. This royal banquet will not be so smooth. The arrival of the true flame profound god from Yan Emodong Tian is the best example. Outside the Imperial city, in the sky, a person appeared. He was wearing a blue robe, and his eyes were extremely bright. He seemed to be able to see through the trajectory of the mountains, rivers, sun and moon. Profound God Powerhouse. This is also a mysterious god. His breath was full of hostility. What a big temper, who this king thought it was. It turned out to be the god Meng Tianxin from the Qingmu Chongqing Empire. Today is the Dao Emperor's banquet. Even you are here to congratulate. Henry Zhang pointed out the origin of this person in one sentence. Holy Empire, Henry Zhang. Meng Tian sneered and said, today, I am not here to fight with you, but to question the great Wu Emperor. How dare you kill Yuan Lingzong, the power of our empire? Do you not take the empire in your eyes? Also, where is Meng He? There are also many families in the Aoki Chongqing Empire. Meng He is the god of the Meng family, and this Meng Tian is also the ancestor of the Meng family. This is a question from the profound god of the Qingmu Chongqing Empire. This martial emperor is indeed very courageous. I wonder how they will respond to the threat of a profound god. Mysterious god, those are all mysterious and mysterious existences. If the war really breaks out, I don't think his imperial city can resist it. This time, there is finally a lively look. With this opportunity, we can also see how strong the background of Dao is, and whether it can face a mysterious god. Many people who have no side, have exchanged their spiritual thoughts, and many people hope that there will be a big war. Humph. This Meng Tian is at the second level of the profound god, and he is a level stronger than me. Xinyan Xianshan sat still, just smiled lightly, watching this good show. When you come to make trouble in the imperial city, I have already come here. If you are a guest, I welcome you. If you want to make trouble, I will also accompany you. Xuanhuan's calm voice came out, and he couldn't hear his emotions and anger, and he didn't see any panic. On the contrary, he is calm and has a taste of controlling everything in his own hands. Beheaded by you. Meng Tian's eyes were like copper bells, and he said angrily, how is this possible? He has Xuanhuan on his body, and he will die in your hands. The 10th level of the gods is expected to break through the mysterious gods, which is very important to his Meng family, and with a half-emperor artifact, Meng Tian can't accept Meng He's beheading. Xuanhuan? Henry Zhang secretly said, half-emperor artifact, an extremely special mountain in the relics of Xuanhuan, was actually cleaned up by that Dao, no wonder Meng Tian is so angry. But he could see it. Although Meng Tian was angry, he did not go directly into the Imperial city. After all, the Imperial city was the most heavily defended place in a dynasty, and he was obviously afraid. Do you know that you are directly against the Empire? The sword was drawn. Meng Tian already believed that Meng He was beheaded, his incomparably cold aura radiated out, the sky was covered by the sun, as if he had come to the realm of ice and snow, and the celestial phenomena of the whole world were under his control. The cold wind is bleak, and the world is occupied by killing intent. The power of the mysterious gods, the gods and demons are unpredictable, and all of them are terrifyingly powerful. Kill and kill. Xuanhuan responded indifferently. With a wave of his hand, the infinite national fortunes converged, and the dazzling light ripped apart the imposing manner of the mysterious god, returning a bright light to the sky. I want to see how much power this imperial city of your Dao can withstand. If I don't destroy your imperial city today, my anger will be hard to quell. Although Meng Tian knew that Dao was extraordinary, he was a mysterious god and was not afraid of Dao. His mana spread out, and the hand of a mysterious god actually enveloped the entire imperial city. The power of this mysterious god was so powerful that the stars could be shattered in front of them, not to mention an imperial city. Mysterious god is going to do it directly. The people in the imperial banquet, although they were spectators, felt the power of Xuanhuan, and still felt trembling in their hearts. This kind of power surpassed the gods too much. Boom! The handprint of the Xuanhuan was pressed down suddenly, like a giant trying to destroy a toy. Presumptuous. Xuanhuan drank coldly. He mobilized the power of infinite national fortune, and also condensed a big handprint, hitting the big hand of the mysterious god with the power of the long river of humanity. The two forces raged and set off a boundless and violent hurricane. The gods were involved in the aftermath and were seriously injured. The entire imperial city seemed to be plunged into the storm of destruction, and countless buildings were destroyed. However, the light of a formation appeared in the imperial city, and the aftermath raged on it, standing still. The great formation of protecting the country is enough to resist the power of the mysterious god. What a strong formation, it can block the power of Xuan God. Henry Zhang's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but look at Emperor Wu. The foundation of this great Wu dynasty is very deep. The power of this national destiny can actually compete with the power of this seat. Meng Tian paid more attention to the national fortune, and his heart was shocked. This was only the national fortune of the 7-star dynasty, and he could block his power under the manipulation of Xuanhuan. He was also surprised. But is that enough? He came today, and if he didn't turn this great martial arts upside down, he would be ridiculed. The more terrifying power of the mysterious god erupted, and a deep blue light rushed out of his palm, and then turned into stars, and these stars quickly condensed, enveloped in his hand, turned into a punch, and slammed violently. Come. This Meng Tian condenses the stars with the power of the mysterious god, and refines them into treasures. Even this king must face it carefully. Henry Zhang suddenly said, Emperor Dao, don't be careless, this is the real thing. The stars were refined into a star bracelet. Only Xianxin has such a large handwriting, condensing the stars. I understand. Xuanhuan said. At the moment when the chain of stars slammed into the Imperial city, Xuanhuan raised his hand, and there was also a mysterious power that penetrated like a wolf smoke, and the power actually surpassed Meng Tian. The aura of the profound god. Meng Tian's expression changed, and then he shouted, "This is not the profound god, but some kind of treasure that can exert the power of the profound god, so you want to block me? You can try." At the moment when the star chain fell, the mysterious aura suddenly condensed into an existence that pointed to the sky and stepped on the ground. This was a full-strength strike of the fifth layer of the mysterious god. He opened his palm suddenly, and the star chain was sent flying. Go out. Undiminished strength, this force hit Meng Tian at once. Meng Tian's body slammed into a bow, and this palm collapsed his mana. He spat out a mouthful of crystal blood of the profound god. He was truly injured. With the power of a mysterious god, Meng Tian was injured. The expressions of Henry Zhang and others also changed. This Da really has a whole card, no wonder he is not afraid of the power of Xianxin. This is at least the power possessed by the sixth level of the profound god. Could it be that there is an ancient heritage and background behind this great martial arts? If so, he will have to adjust his strategy. I don't believe it, your background can keep erupting. Although Meng Tian was injured, he still had no intention of retreating. Boom. Suddenly, at this time, within a space-time, a powerful existence also appeared. He is not a member of the Aoki Chongqing Empire. The tall and burly body is standing, holding a divine sword in his hand. The sword light is infinite, and it cuts directly across the infinite distance. Remember the mobile version URL.